Chapter 271. The breakfast in Kunping Hotel's restaurant is quite Yanjing style, with sesame cakes, fried fruit, bean juice, steamed buns, steamed dumplings, mutton soup. The dazzling array of special breakfasts made Xiao Yuan dazzled. When he returned to the table, Xiao Zheng was curiously looking at the food on Liang Lu's plate. The food was the size of a small steamed bun, with circles of light sauce-colored spirals on it, even and beautiful. Liang Lu saw that she was curious, so she handed one over for her to try. Xiao Zheng, a little foodie, never refused anything, and immediately took a big bite, feeling that the outside was slightly crispy, and the inside was soft and sweet. Liang Lu smiled and explained, "This is a snack that people in Yanjing used to love to eat. It's called snail turn, and it's named because the exposed circles of sesame paste on the cross-section look like the shape of the shell pattern of a conch." Sun Wan also tasted a snail turn, savored it carefully, and said, "Lulu, are things going well at home?" "Very well. The cooperation agreement with Zeus Group has been signed, and the product will be officially released in Yanjing in early May." "Oh, so you didn't come to Yanjing to see us?" Xiao Zheng ate a snail turn and said, "Sister Lulu, I'm going to be angry." Hee hee. Liang Lu put the remaining cakes on her plate and said, "How could that be? I miss you too. There are so many things to do after returning home. It's better to be at ease in the army. I heard that the Storm Legion and the Night Demons had several fierce battles in Hangjin City in the northwest, and both won and lost. The day we set off should not be far away. Hangjin City is important, but..." Xiao Yuan changed the subject and said, "Currently, the 36 fogs in Country A have a tendency to expand further. Has the investigation of the fog not started yet?" Sun Wan calculated the time in her mind and said, "Since we entered Yanjing, more than half a month has passed, and there is still no action? The Silver Wing Corps is resting and recruiting soldiers, the Storm Corps is too busy to do anything, the Great Wall Corps and the Northwest Corps have just been formed, and the Corps leaders have not been finalized, so how can they start? Wait a little longer, it's really hard to guess what the A-Country Parliament and the Federal Command Center are thinking." Xiao Yuan shook his head, really didn't understand what they were thinking. The Silver Wing Corps personnel stayed in the southeast, and it was not difficult to transfer some people to investigate the fog. Why hasn't anyone proposed it yet? Xiao Yuan didn't think that the higher-ups couldn't see that if he, a battalion commander, could think of a problem, how could others not think of it? He patted his forehead and sighed. "I hope they can decide faster. Recently, there are always news on the internet about civilians being harmed by demons appearing in the fog." Xiao Yuan was eating and chatting with the three women when two people walked in from outside the restaurant. The two people were a man and a woman. The man was about 27 or 28 years old, tall and strong, and he looked very stylish in a black windbreaker. Behind the man followed a young girl, who was about 1 or 2 years younger than Xiao Yuan. She had a beautiful appearance, and her short gray hair was very eye-catching. Xiao Yuan noticed them the moment they entered the restaurant. The hair on Xiao Yuan's neck stood up slightly due to his instinctive vigilance, and he looked up casually. The man had deep facial features, and a serious expression on his angular face, and he walked straight towards Xiao Yuan with a murderous look. "Are you really here to see me?" Xiao Yuan smiled and looked at the young man who stopped at the table. "What's the matter?" The young man stretched out his right hand, his expression was still cold, and his voice was deep. "Hello, Dongfang Huai." Xiao Yuan politely reached out, and held his right hand, frowning slightly. The young man's right hand was cold, like a piece of cold metal. He calmly withdrew his hand and said, "Dongfang Huai? It seems that we have never met before." Dongfang Huai put his black leather gloves back on and nodded. "Indeed, I have never met before. I got your information from the Three Trees Security Bureau, Xiao Yuan, right?" Xiao Yuan recalled for a while, before remembering the Three Trees Security Bureau. That day, a vampire appeared in the restaurant. After he subdued the vampire, he went to the Security Bureau to take a statement. He looked at Dongfang Huai, then at Sun Wan and the other two who were eating leisurely at the table, and said, "Are you in a hurry to find me?" Dongfang Huai was stunned for a moment, shook his head. "I want to check with you on some things, but it's not urgent." "Oh." Xiao Yuan was sharp-eyed, and saw a few buns in the plastic bag held by the girl behind him. Pointing at the bench, Xiao Yuan smiled kindly. "Sit down, brother Dongfang." Dongfang Huai and the girl sat at the table, watching others eat delicious breakfast, motionless. Xiao Yuan saw the girl swallowing her saliva from time to time, and smiled and said, "Brother Dongfang, you haven't had breakfast yet, right?" Dongfang Huai raised the corner of his mouth, but did not speak. The short-haired girl spoke first. "We have been investigating since early in the morning, and we haven't eaten a bite of food yet." Xiao Yuan listened to her half-grievance and half-complaint words. pointed to the breakfast on the table, and said, "You're welcome, just eat." The short-haired girl was delighted, and just as she was about to turn around and thought of Dongfang Hui beside her, she forced her little hand back. Xiao Yuan smiled secretly and coughed. "Since you haven't eaten yet, why don't you eat together, brother Dongfang?" Dongfang Hui was startled. Seeing the girl looking at him expectantly, he hesitated for a moment and said, "Well, okay then." Dongfang Hui is not a talkative person. He may be good at talking about business, but his ability to interact with others is obviously very stiff. The short-haired girl next to him, named Kai Jing, is very lively and cute. In just a short breakfast, Kai Jing got along well with the other three girls and laughed non-stop. Xiao Yuan also roughly understood their purpose. Rangers. The two of them belonged to the Yanjing Ranger organization. Dongfang Hui was the leader of the ranger group, and Kai Jing was a member. Xiao Yuan, Dongfang Hui, and Kai Jing went to a quiet place in the hotel after dinner and talked about what happened that day. Xiao Yuan recalled what happened at that time, and told Xiao Zheng and Tom from the U.S. Embassy in China that they had a conflict with Xiao Zheng, and he personally came forward to deal with it. Afterwards, the thugs killed people and sucked blood, and Xiao Yuan competed with them, describing every detail in detail. Finally, Xiao Yuan asked curiously, "What happened?" Dongfang Hui said in a low voice, "The female corpse that was taken back to the police station disappeared before we arrived." "Missing? Who would steal a dead female corpse?" Xiao Yuan frowned slightly and guessed. Could it be that her identity is special and someone stole the body to cover up something? Dongfang Hui put a document on the table and said, "You will understand if you take a look at this document first." Xiao Yuan picked up the document and read it carefully. The more he read, the more he felt something was wrong. Aren't Jing Bao and Teng Yan the guards of the Sankeishu Security Bureau? How could they all die? There are several photos on the file, showing the death of Teng Yan and Jing Bao, with tattered clothes stained with black blood. Their eyes were wide open, as if they had seen something horrible. Xiao Yuan put the file on the table and took a breath. "Have you found out the cause of their death?" Dongfang Hui nodded and said, "The cause of death was that the chest was penetrated by external force, and the heart was shattered after sucking blood." "Sucking blood?" Xiao Yuan asked. "Is the man still in your hands?" Dongfang Hui looked at Xiao Yuan and whispered, "Yes, we suspect that his companions are deliberately killing people in revenge." "So that's it." Xiao Yuan finally understood the purpose of his trip and smiled. "Brother Dongfang, you can rest assured about my safety. Nothing will happen." Dongfang Hui saw that he was confident and reminded, "The enemy is cunning and difficult to find. We will continue to track them down. I hope you will be careful." Xiao Yuan and Dongfang Hui chatted for a while and sent them away. He was secretly more vigilant in his heart. After all, unknown dangers are always the most deadly. Chapter 272. The arrival of Dongfang Hui and Kai Jing brought the ranger into Xiao Yuan's sight. Unfortunately, these two people were very tight-lipped, and Xiao Yuan didn't get anything out of asking them in a roundabout way. The meaning of the ranger's existence is to fight against mutated humans. Will it include those with elemental affinity? Dongfang Hui is not as honest as he looks, and there is a faint cold breath on him. The breath is cold, especially when it touches his right hand. After seeing Dongfang Hui and Kai Jing off, Xiao Yuan returned to the hotel upstairs and found Liang Lu, Sun Wan, and Xiao Zheng whispering in the room. Seeing Xiao Yuan coming, they stopped talking at the same time and looked at him. Xiao Yuan looked at himself in confusion and said, "I have flowers on my body? Why are you looking at me like that?" Sun Wan patted the chair beside her and said softly, "Xiao Yuan, sit down first. Lulu wants to tell you something." "Oh," after Xiao Yuan sat down as he said, he couldn't help laughing. "What's the matter with Lulu? She has been mysterious since morning." Liang Lu lowered her cheeks, raised her head when she heard his voice, and opened her mouth. I. She sat on the bed, her face red like a red apple, hesitating for a long time without saying a complete sentence. Xiao Yuan was not in a hurry, and slowly picked up the water cup on the table and drank water. Gaga, Lord Yuga, who had been lying on his back like he was sleeping behind Liang Lu, suddenly screamed and said, "She wants you to be her boyfriend." Puff. The water in Xiao Yuan's mouth could not help but spurt out and scattered on the ground. He looked at Liang Lu in disbelief and stammered, "Lulu, are we between us?" Xiao Zheng poked Lord Yuga's white belly and said, "Lord Yuga, aren't you sleeping?" Lord Yuga turned over with great effort and lay lazily on the bed. "You three little girls are making a lot of noise. I woke up a long time ago." Seeing Xiao Yuan stiff in the same place, his eyes looked at her from time to time. Sun Wan covered her mouth and chuckled. "What are you thinking about?" Lulu wants you to do a favor and pretend to be her boyfriend to meet her father. Xiao Yuan scratched his head curiously and said, I seem to have seen this plot in a TV series. Will Uncle be like this in the end? Xiao Yuan deliberately frowned, slammed the table, and shouted, Take this check for 5 million and leave my daughter. Chuckles. Liang Lu was amused by Xiao Yuan and laughed like a silver bell. The embarrassment in her heart was relieved a lot, and she told the whole story. Liang Zhonan and Liang Lu came to Yanjing after finishing the negotiation with Zhu's group in Tokyo Bianliang City. Liang Zhonan has an old friend in Yanjing named Lu Yu. Lu Yu is a native of Yanjing. His ancestors have been doing business until now. The Lu family is a hidden rich man with strong strength in Yanjing. Liang Zhonan and Lu Yu have been friends for more than 20 years, and the two families often visit each other. Lu Yu has a son named Lu Siki, who is about the same age as Liang Lu, and they can be considered childhood sweethearts. Lu Siki has liked Liang Lu since he was a child, and has never changed his original intention for so many years, but Liang Lu treats him as a younger brother. Every time they meet, Lu Siki runs around to show his courtesy. Liang Lu cherishes and cares for him in her heart, and doesn't want him to still think about her when he is already an adult. After thinking about it, she came up with the idea of finding someone to pretend to be her boyfriend, so that Lu Siki would give up. Sun Wan and Liang Lu are like sisters, and they will definitely support her. Xiao Yuan was promoted to battalion commander in his early 20s and awarded the rank of major, which can be regarded as a young and promising man. After comprehensive consideration, Liang Lu made this unwelcome request and asked Xiao Yuan for help. Xiao Yuan looked at Liang Lu, then at Sun Wan, and asked tentatively, Xiao Yuan, are you okay? Sun Wan smiled and said, It's okay for me. It's rare that Lulu has difficulties and needs your help. Xiao Yuan took a deep look at Sun Wan and shrugged. No problem. When can we meet? Liang Lu pointed to the clock on the wall and said, 1 o'clock in the afternoon, Lingshan, outside Yanjing. So anxious? Xiao Yuan smiled bitterly. Lulu, why do I feel more and more that you seem to have calculated it correctly? Giggle. Liang Lu laughed sweetly. Okay, when I come back, I treat you to a big meal, isn't it okay? Lingshan is located 120 kilometers outside Yanjing, with the main peak at an altitude of 2,303 meters. Climbing to the top of Lingshan, you can see the sea of clouds, enjoy the sunrise, smell the fragrance of flowers, and listen to the sound of the forest waves, which is extremely pleasant. There is a famous landscape Lingquan on the top of Lingshan. There is a huge rock on the top of Lingshan, which is completely natural. There is a groove on the east side of the boulder, in which there is a clear spring all year round, which is inexhaustible and always full of water. Where does the water come from? Why is it inexhaustible? According to folklore, there is a hole under the boulder, which is connected to the South China Sea, and water is transported across thousands of miles. The rumors in the countryside are just after dinner talk, and no one takes them seriously. However, research institutions have come several times, but they returned empty-handed and nothing came of it. In this way, the name of Lingquan has become more and more famous, and tourists from home and abroad who come to Yanjing always come here to take a look. Liang Zhonan and Lu Yu strolled at the foot of the mountain, looking relaxed. Lu Yu was about the same age as Liang Zhonan, wearing dark sportswear, with slightly gray temples and a handsome appearance. He had a bookish air, and his every move was gentle and elegant, more like a scholar than a businessman. Liang Zhonan put his hands behind his back, took a deep breath, and said, The last time I came to Lingshan was 5 years ago, right? Haha, Lu Yu smiled and nodded. We came here together during the Mid-Autumn Festival 5 years ago. Time flies. Liang Zhonan pointed to the mountainside and said with a smile, The children will be here soon. Let's compete to see who reaches the mountainside first. How about that? Lu Yu laughed teasingly and asked, I haven't competed with you for a long time. Let's try today. By the way, Zhonan, how is the situation in Bianliang City? Speaking of Tokyo Bianliang, Liang Zhonan couldn't help but sigh. Zhu's group is indeed strong, and the current general manager Yu Jing is a genius whose strategy is not inferior to Renjichin. Lu Yu has known him for many years, and said, Brother Zhonan praised his strategy, then, what about other aspects? Liang Zhonan showed a look of you are the one who knows me better than me, and said, I still lack vision and courage, and I am far behind Renjichin. Haha. Lu Yu laughed loudly and said, Brother Zhonan, you are too harsh. One is the founder of Zhu's group, and the other is the successor. It is understandable. Liang Zhonan nodded and said, I know it too. It's just that he delayed the release of Night Demon Beauty to early May, and I was a little anxious. After studying the plan of Night Demon Cosmetics in detail, Eugene proposed the last round of volunteer testing plan. The selected volunteers will use Night Demon Cosmetics for half a month to complete the safety inspection. Night Demon Cosmetics. Liang invested all his wealth, and Liang Zhongan will not be at ease until it is officially released. Although he knew that Eugene's approach was right, he still couldn't help but feel anxious. The two of them were walking and talking quietly. Not far away, two boys were playing online games with Zeus handheld in their hands. The older Lusiki just turned 20 this year. Under the protection of his parents, he has no worries about food and clothing since he was a child, and he likes games very much. The younger one is called Liang Wei, who is studying at Yanjing No. 1 Middle School. He is currently in the first year of high school and has good grades, but he loves to play. Chapter 273. Zeus Handheld Game Console is a derivative product launched by Zeus Game Department after the flagship product Zeus Game Cocoon. With the Game Cocoon, Zeus Game has established its dominant position in the game field. In the following 10 years, Zeus Handheld Game Console has gradually become a popular handheld game console brand among young people. Quick, add blood to me. Bang, bang. Good to block Xiao Wei. The last blow, the last blow. Nice. Beautiful. Lusiki cheered and shouted, Xiao Wei, it's okay if you don't play with your skills for a long time. I've been stuck at this level for a long time. Haha. Liang Wei smiled proudly and said, that's nothing, just keep watching me kill people with my might. Good boy, if you pass the next level, I invite you to the Zeus Game Cocoon flagship store to experience it. You have to keep your word. Listening to their quarrels, Liu smiled and said, my son loves to play too much. I don't know when he can calm down. Siki is still young, let him take it easy for 2 years, it's okay. Not young anymore, you and I have already started to learn how to run business and negotiate contracts when we were his age. Haha. Liang Zhongan recalled the past and laughed. Does Siki still like Lulu now? Children don't know what likes and dislikes are. How can you take him seriously? He cares more about games than anything else. Ah, it would be great if Lulu could be like Siki. Liang Zhongan's smile faded, and he said, I don't know how worried her mother and I are about her being in the army every day. Brother Zhongan, you mentioned earlier that Lulu is in love in the army. Well, she said it was a guy named Xiao Yuan. We have to help her check and see what kind of person he is. After Liu finished speaking, he heard the sound of a car horn in the distance. He looked over and said, they are here just as we were talking about it. Xiao Yuan, Sun Wan, Liang Lu, Xiao Zheng, and Pang Fei, who insisted on coming with him, got out of the car. The mountain breeze at the foot of Lingshan Mountain was cool and refreshing. Xiao Yuan looked up and saw mountains and peaks, a truly beautiful land. Sister? A young man's voice sounded, attracting his attention. Xiao Wei. Liang Lu ran and hugged Liang Wei, who rushed towards her, looking him up and down with joy. I haven't seen you for more than a year. Xiao Wei has grown a lot taller. Hee hee, I'm 170 centimeters now. Liang Wei smiled proudly and said, Sister, Brother Siki is here too. Xiao Wei, why are you always so impatient? Liang Lu raised her hand and patted his head. Let me introduce someone to you. Haha, is this your sister's boyfriend? Liang Wei walked to the front enthusiastically and said, Hello, brother-in-law, my name is Liang Wei. Pang Fei looked at Liang Lu awkwardly and said, I think you got the wrong person. Xiao Yuan stood beside Pang Fei, with no dissatisfaction on his face, smiling warmly. Hello, Xiao Wei, my name is Xiao Yuan, your sister's boyfriend. Liang Wei's face turned red, and he said awkwardly, So that's it that. Ha ha ha. Xiao Yuan and Liang Lu looked at each other and smiled. This is our first meeting. I hurriedly prepared a small gift for you. As he said that, Xiao Yuan took out a small medal from his pocket. Silver Wing Army's commemorative badge. For you. Liang Wei took the badge excitedly. His face was redder than before, but it was just red with excitement. The front of the president's badge was engraved with the Silver Wing Army's military emblem, and the dark silver knife and claw blade sparkled in the eyes. Turning to the back, there was a line of small words engraved. Silver Wing Army's victory in retaking Sierra City. Above the small words was a large seal of the Silver Wing Army. Liang Wei grabbed Xiao Yuan's hand and shouted, Brother-in-law, thank you. With this gift, I can walk sideways in the class in the future. Liang Lu looked at him with amusement and said teasingly, You are not a crab. Why are you walking sideways? Liang Wei chuckled and said, You don't know how popular the Silver Wings are in our school. They are simply the idols of the whole nation. Before Liang Wei could continue to explain, Lu Siki also came up. He looked at Xiao Yuan with a pale face and forced a smile. Sister Lulu, you have a boyfriend? Liang Lu smiled gently, took Xiao Yuan's arm, and leaned against him intimately. Well, how are you doing recently, Siki? Lu Siki's eyes lost their spirit, and he moved woodenly. Not bad. His eyes moved and fell on the two peoples holding hands. Uncle Liang is still waiting for us. Let's go first. Liang Wei happily played with the badge in his hand, asking Lu Siki's opinion from time to time, without noticing the weird atmosphere. Lu Yu glanced at Lu Siki's face and smiled in his heart. Lu Siki's temperament is like this, and his joy, anger, sorrow and happiness are all written on his face. He is used to a smooth life, and it's time for him to suffer a little so that he can understand the principles and setbacks of the world. Soon, Lu Yu's attention was attracted by Xiao Yuan and Liang Lu. Under Liang Lu's strong request, Xiao Yuan finally changed out of the black clothes and black pants he had worn for a year, and put on an expensive white sportswear. The white clothes set off Xiao Yuan's well-proportioned and upright figure, and his delicate and fair face was far from what Liang Zhanan and Lu Yu imagined. In their minds, soldiers should be strong and sturdy, and at least their faces would be dark and rough due to being exposed to the wind and rain all day. Where is Xiao Yuan? He has fair and delicate skin, and looks like a sunny boy in sportswear. Who would have thought of his identity when he walked on the street? Liang Zhanan and Lu Yu did misunderstand Xiao Yuan on this point. The Silver Wing Corps has a lot of training, and it is common to be exposed to wind and sun in the combat environment. But Xiao Yuan's physique is different from that of ordinary people, after being strengthened by elemental affinity. The most obvious point is that his skin has become smooth and white. After Xiao Yuan greeted the two, he and Liang Lu accompanied them from the foot of the mountain to the top, chatting as they walked. Lu Yu and Liang Zhanan gave Xiao Yuan completely different feelings. Liang Zhanan was an elder, and Liang Lu's father. He was an authentic businessman, and his way of thinking was the same as most businessmen. However, Lu Yu's thinking was more open, and his vision was very long-term. He had unique insights from people's livelihood to economy, from technology to military. The four of them walked and talked, and the topic gradually fell on the recent fog. After the 36 fogs appeared in Country A, panic continued to accumulate in various places. Lu Yu paid much attention to this matter. He looked at Xiao Yuan and said with a smile, Xiao Yuan, you are an elite of the Silver Wing Corps. I want to hear your opinion on this matter. Ouch! Xiao Yuan looked at Liang Zhanan and Lu Yu, thinking that these two had agreed to test me, right? After thinking for a while, Xiao Yuan smiled slightly. Since you asked, I will dare to talk about it. He cleared his throat and said loudly, the harm of the fog is not in attacking the city, but in losing people's hearts. Hearing this, Lu Yu's eyes suddenly lit up and said, these 12 words are a wonderful summary. Why not talk about it in detail? Xiao Yuan pointed at the rolling mountains and said with great emotion, the combined area of the 36 fogs may not even cover 1/5 of this mountain range. Can they have a real impact on Country A? He shook his head firmly. From the current point of view, no. But if they continue to exist for a long time, they can undermine people's will and confidence. Chapter 274. Ordinary people don't ask for much, just to live a stable life and live and work in peace. Since the outbreak of the night demons, they have fought fiercely with humans in the southeast, northeast, and northwest, causing countless casualties. They have caused considerable economic losses and casualties, but except for areas very close to the war zone, other inland areas are very stable. The night demons are organized and disciplined, expanding and attacking like a well-trained army. Their teamwork and coordination have caused the human army a lot of trouble. Similarly, this characteristic gradually made the people have a fixed mindset. The night demons would attack Country A layer by layer. There were several lines of defense to resist, and the people in the inland areas lived as usual, and the wind, rain and blood were blocked at the border. The fog broke people's original cognition. The demons that continuously appeared in the fog spread around it, and continued to increase. The security forces in various places were on high alert, setting up positions around the fog to block the demons. However, the security forces were limited by their equipment, and could not investigate the fog. The Silver Wing Legion station in the southeast had not received the transfer order for a long time, so they could only worry. A feeling of anxiety and panic began to spread among the people. The fog could appear at any time. What about the future? If there is another fog in the place where they live, or if the security forces fail to do their job well and a demon escapes, what should ordinary people do? If this continues, losing the hearts of the people is inevitable. Lu Yu and Liang Zhanan looked at each other and nodded slowly, with admiration in their eyes. The few people talked about speculation and walked towards the mountainside. The Lingshan mountain road is flat and winding. Xiao Yuan and the other four walked in front and talked and laughed. It can be seen that Liang Zhongnan has a very good impression of him. Behind him, Lu Siki was gloomy and silent. Peng Fei's eyes were lively. After getting along well with Liang Wei, he began to chat with Lu Siki. Brother Lu, how old are you this year? 21. Lu Siki lowered his head and spoke softly. Good age, my brother was still an apprentice in a car repair shop when he was your age, unlike you who are already a college student. Car repair shop? Lu Siki raised his head slightly and asked curiously, Brother Peng, aren't you a member of the Silver Wing Army? To be honest, we did all kinds of things before joining the army. At that time, my biggest wish was to make a lot of money so that I could buy a house and get married, but unfortunately, I was born ordinary and no girl liked me. Brother Lu, you are handsome and have a good family background. So many girls in school must like you, right? Hee hee. Lu Siki was praised and scratched his head a little embarrassedly. It's okay. Why are you being modest? Peng Fei put his arm around his shoulders familiarly. Tell me, do you have a girlfriend? No, no. Lu Siki blushed and said, I have someone I like. After saying that, he looked at Liang Lu who was walking in front of him, his eyes dim. Peng Fei laughed in his heart. This young man is quite infatuated. He was about to speak a few more words to test him, when he suddenly heard a howl from far away in the forest. Awoo, awoo. Xiao Yuan stopped, looked around, and asked, Is there a wolf pack in Lingshan? Lu Yu shook his head and said, I have been to Lingshan 6 or 7 times a year, and I have never heard of a wolf pack here. How could there be a wolf pack in broad daylight? The wolf howl continued for a while, and then disappeared in the wind. Xiao Yuan pondered for a moment and said, Uncle Liang, Uncle Lu, why don't we go back today? Wolves are not scary. Xiao Yuan and others are more than capable of dealing with wolves. What is scary is the person hiding behind them. There must be something wrong when things are abnormal. The wolves are roaming in broad daylight, and there is a sense of weirdness inside and out. Xiao Yuan recalled the arrival of Dongfang Huai and Kai Jing, and the death of Tun Yin and Jing Bao in the file, with several scratches all over their bodies. Could it be that the forces behind the missing female corpse are seeking revenge? Liang Lu didn't know Xiao Yuan's concerns, and when she saw him say this, she habitually agreed, yes, it would be nice if we go to his house for dinner together. Liang Zhongnan tapped his daughter's nose and said, Since you all said so then. Swish. Before Liang Zhongnan finished speaking, a sound suddenly came from the bushes not far away, attracting everyone's attention. Xiao Yuan flashed in front of Liang Zhongnan and Lu Yu and shouted, Lulu, Xianwan, Xiaozheng, protect everyone, Lao Peng. Peng Fei responded when he heard his voice, rushed over in 3 or 2 steps, and said, What's going on? Xiao Yuan pointed to his nose and said, There is a fishy smell of a wild beast. He and Peng Fei walked side by side towards the bushes. Peng Fei took out a metal stick as long as a hand from under his waist, and pressed it lightly. Click. The metal stick became longer, and became a self-defense weapon, as long as a police baton. The two of them were on the left and the right. The closer they got, the more they could smell the fishy smell. The tunan in Xiao Yuan's hand emitted fluorescent light, illuminating the front. When he pushed aside the bushes, a black shadow rushed out from it instantly. Whoosh! The black shadow was very large and powerful, and instantly threw Xiao Yuan to the ground. Awoo! The black shadow howled, opening the prelude to the attack, and the whole area seemed to explode. Wolf howls came from all directions, especially from below. The crowd had already reached the mountainside, and the sudden howling made Liang Wei and Lu Siki panic. Bang! Xiao Yuan lay on the gray wolf's neck, waiting for an opportunity to kick it far away. When he got up and looked, there were dozens of gray wolves all over the mountain road. Each of them was extremely strong. While dealing with the gray wolf that pounced on him again, Xiao Yuan shouted, Retreat! Everyone retreat to the mountain and call for help. Buzz! Tunan changed into a long knife. When the gray wolf pounced on him again, Xiao Yuan suddenly lowered his body, and slashed the long knife in his hand across its side. The fur was torn, and a cloud of blood flew out, causing Xiao Yuan's blood to surge. He moved his wrist, and killed the gray wolf. When Xiao Yuan dealt with the gray wolf, and joined the others, the wolf pack below had already rushed up. The charge of a pack of wolves, and the attack of 2 or 3 wolves were simply a battle of the same level. Xiao Yuan and Peng Fei were at the bottom, resisting the first wave of the wolf pack's attack, and Tunan was banging under the impact. A sharp howl came, and Xiao Yuan was hit by the huge force holding the shield, almost falling out of his hand. Bang! He and Pang Fei were knocked to the ground, and a huge white figure fell to the ground. It turned out to be a wolf with silver white fur, which was 2 sizes larger than the other gray wolves. Its fur shone in the sun, its fangs were white, and its eyes were cunning and fierce. Hua la la. There were bursts of noisy noises all around, and everyone looked in the direction of the sound and felt that their blood almost froze. More than a dozen gray wolves ran out of the forest and pounced on them. Xiao Yuan and Pang Fei were at the front. Sun Wan and Xiao Zheng protected both sides, and the group retreated towards the mountain. Who? The gray wolves rushed up fearlessly, cooperating with each other tacitly, and were extremely fierce. Xiao Yuan swung the tunin in his right hand, and the long sword instantly turned into a glove and shot out a silver light. Puff! After the sharp blade pierced into the body of a gray wolf, it suddenly shrank. Hey! Xiao Yuan roared and swung the gray wolf to hit a wolf that was rushing towards him. The two collided, and the gray wolf was knocked over in the air and finally fell to the ground. It got up and attacked again. The fighting will and continuous offensive of the wolf pack made Xiao Yuan and the other 4 exhausted. Just as everyone was fighting and retreating, a cry came from the sky. Xiao Yuan looked up and his face suddenly changed. Chapter 275. Hundreds of large birds were circling in the sky, with wingspans of more than 1 meter, reddish-brown feathers, and sharp beaks. Red-tailed hawk. This is an aggressive bird found all over the blue planet. It does not fly fast, but its dive speed and destructive power are great. Hundreds of red-tailed hawks landed at the same time, rushing towards the crowd below like a ball of fire. After Xiao Yuan killed a gray wolf with a knife, he wiped the wolf blood off his face and shouted, "Enter the woods, retreat from the woods." The forest has complicated terrain and shelters. Although it is not as easy to walk as the main road, it is better than standing there and being a live target. Sun Wan walked into the forest first, followed by Liang Wei and Lu Siki. Sun Wan held the same metal weapon as Pang Fei and hit the gray wolf on the head. Crack! Lu Siki heard it clearly. There was a crisp sound on the head of the gray wolf, and then the body fell to the ground with a thump, and never moved again. He looked at Sun Wan's petite back and grinned secretly. He didn't expect that the girl who had always been quiet and beautiful would be so strong. Bang! Bang! Sun Wan chose the right time and strength to strike, and each blow always hit the wolf's vital point. Gaw gaw gaw! The red-tailed hawks that kept falling overhead forced everyone into the depths of the forest, and they retreated while defending. When Xiao Yuan took a short breath, he found that everyone had strayed far from the main road. The wolves around them stopped attacking and began to howl and circle around them. Xiao Yuan glanced at Liang Zhongan and Lu Yu who were panting inside. Their physical fitness is too poor to withstand the torment of long-distance raids. It will take some thought to protect them. Liang Wei grabbed Liang Lu's arm, his face pale with fear, and Lu Siki was not much better. Lu Yu leaned on the tree trunk and panted, trying to calm himself down. He looked around and said, "Wolves, red-tailed hawks. When did these animals appear near the main peak of Lingshan?" Lingshan is a vast mountain range, and it is not surprising that wolves and red-tailed hawks exist, but this place has been developed by humans for many years, and animals rarely come here. Xiao Yuan smiled bitterly and said, "I'm afraid someone is controlling the beasts to attack us in groups." Liang Lu raised her phone, tried several times, and shook her head. "The signal is completely gone, and we can't contact the outside world." Pang Fei looked around vigilantly and said, "Don't think about it. Someone has obviously set us up today, walala." The wolf howls that came one after another around suddenly stopped, and the sound of tiny footsteps slowly sounded. Xiao Yuan narrowed his eyes and looked forward. 6 men in black walked out of the woods. The 6 men were dressed in black clothes and black pants and black masks, revealing only a pair of eyes. The leader glanced at everyone, looked at Xiao Yuan a few more times when he saw him, and finally fell behind him. He raised the black blade in his hand and pointed it at Liang Zhongan. "Not coming to find me?" Xiao Yuan's heart jumped. "Are these guys here to deal with Uncle Liang?" The man in black said in a low voice, as if he deliberately changed his voice, "I only want his life." Xiao Yuan laughed when he heard this, and laughed angrily. He turned his right hand and made a knife flower. "You are so arrogant, I wonder how capable you are." The man in black looked at Xiao Yuan, his eyes fixed, and he sighed for a while. "You don't know the current situation." "Kill!" As soon as the voice fell, the 6 people rushed forward together, accompanied by the wolves, with amazing momentum. The whole battlefield became chaotic in an instant, and Xiao Yuan stopped 2 people alone and fought with them. The man in black bypassed Xiao Yuan and wanted to kill Liang Zhongan, but was entangled by Pang Fei and was in a stalemate. The forest was filled with shouts and clashes of weapons, which was very lively. The two people fighting with Xiao Yuan cooperated skillfully, attacking one wave after another. He just blocked an attack, and the next attack came in front of him. Clang! Xiao Yuan blocked the attack with his long sword, ducked to avoid another blade, and kicked out. Bang! This kick was strong, and hit the man in the chest. He screamed and flew backwards. Seeing this, Xiao Yuan swung his sword 3 times to force the opponent in front of him to retreat. Then, he rushed forward, and the flying black-clothed man came close to him before landing. Bang! 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 Xiao Yuan's 3 punches hit his vital points. The black-clothed man screamed in pain twice, his eyes rolled up, and he fainted. The remaining black-clothed man saw his companion fainted and ran away with his eyes rolled up. Just as Xiao Yuan was about to catch up, he suddenly felt a strong wind coming from behind. He cursed in his heart and rolled on the ground. A white figure passed over Xiao Yuan's head, brushing his scalp, and almost hit his head. When Xiao Yuan stood up, he found that the White Wolf King had disappeared into the dense forest. Good at hiding, sneak attack at the critical moment, this beast has a good trick. Xiao Yuan turned around and found Liang Zhongan and Lu Yi retreating to the other side under the protection of Liang Lu Xiaoyong. He picked up Tu Nan and was about to chase her, but was stopped by another man in black. The man in black was petite and wore a black baseball cap. Xiao Yuan took a look and found that this person was actually a woman. He snorted coldly and stopped talking nonsense. He picked up Tu Nan and walked towards her quickly. His speed was getting faster and faster, and he almost ran at the end. Bang! Xiao Yuan stepped on the ground with a heavy sound, and slashed at her with a powerful move. Clang! The woman took the knife with both hands. After the knife fell, Xiao Yuan used a clever force, and slashed 3 times in a row. The knife fell, and the superposition of power made the knife in the woman's hand buzz. When the last blow fell, she had to pull away and dodge. Xiao Yuan's strength and speed were unexpected. Seeing her dodge, Xiao Yuan rushed up in 1 step, and the silver knife suddenly turned into a shield at the moment of contact. Bang! Her body was hit and flew up, falling backwards. Unexpectedly, she took the opportunity to grab Xiao Yuan's belt around his waist and rolled down with him. Xiao Yuan didn't pay attention to the terrain during the fight. There was a steep slope behind her, and the two rolled down together. When it stopped at the bottom, Xiao Yuan felt as if his body was about to fall apart. He endured the pain and turned over, and rushed towards the man in black again. The man in black struggled to get up and dodge, but didn't want Xiao Yuan to be too fast, so he rushed over and grabbed her shoulders and pulled hard. The veil and baseball cap on her face were lifted up at the same time, and her black hair scattered in the wind. The mountain wind was fierce, and Xiao Yuan looked at the young girl in front of him, with black hair like a waterfall and skin like cream, and delicate features full of spirit. He was stunned for a few seconds and blurted out, "How could it be you? Qixio?" The girl's identity surprised Xiao Yuan. It was Qixio, the attendant in the aisle of the sleeper on the special train of the Silver Wing Corps to Yanjing. Xiao Yuan felt that he knew the girl before and blocked her in the aisle. Later, Gujia misunderstood that he was teasing her. Then the fog appeared and everyone was busy restarting the train to escape. Xiao Yuan forgot about Qixio. I didn't expect Qixio to appear in front of him today as a killer. Qixio touched her face and smiled after realizing it. Did you recognize me? We meet again, Xiao Yuan. Chapter 276. Qixio's hair fluttered in the wind, and her red lips raised a faint smile. Xiao Yuan clenched his long knife and pointed it at her from a distance. Staff? Killer? Who are you? Qixio's eyes were misty like autumn water, and she said aggrievedly, You saved me on the special train, so now you are showing no mercy at all? Xiao Yuan looked around without any hesitation, confirming that there were no other ambushes, and raised his eyebrows. Are we that familiar? Qixio covered her cheek lightly, and her voice was bitter. Hey, you still have a misunderstanding of me. As she spoke, she moved her hands slightly, and her voice suddenly increased. Then don't blame me for being rude. Boom! Qixio waved her hands, and a buzzing sound suddenly came from her wrists, followed by a loud bang. Xiao Yuan's feet were empty, and the whole person fell down. Ah! He exclaimed and quickly used Tu Nan's claws to grab the tree trunk above, and pulled away. The collapse of the ground came suddenly, and Xiao Yuan was not prepared. Qixio's attack started the moment Xiao Yuan rose, and the black double swords danced in her hands and killed Xiao Yuan. Xiao Yuan fell to the ground and took back Tunan to fight. Seeing Qixio's attack coming, He used all his strength to swing his sword. Whoosh! A burst of flame suddenly appeared on the snow-white blade of the long sword. When Xiao Yuan thought that Qixio would be defeated by this attack, a stream of khaki gas suddenly emerged from Qixio's weapon. The gas was like a substance, covering the surface of the weapon. Boom! The two fought with a loud noise, and the flames and khaki gas exploded at the same time, knocking Xiao Yuan and Qixio in opposite directions. Xiao Yuan felt as if his arms had hit a pickup truck, and immediately judged Qixio's ability in his mind. Earth Affinity. Earth Affinity can give the owner strong defense and land control. In theory, the strongest person can move mountains and fill the sea. Of course, in the current environment, being able to move a small hill is the top-notch. Swoosh! Xiao Yuan did not stop attacking in the air. His long-term combat experience made him look for opportunities all the time. Tunin flashed with silver light, and shot towards the tree trunk beside Qixio. Boom! The silver hook went straight through the tree trunk. Xiao Yuan flew towards Qixio at a high speed, and finally reached her before she landed. Qixio's close combat skills were much weaker than her elemental control ability. The two fought from midair to the ground, and finally she was caught by Xiao Yuan. Her hair was messy, and her black clothes were torn, revealing her white underwear, and her appearance was seductive. Xiao Yuan was worried about the safety of Sun Wan and others, and raised his hand to knock her out. Qixio raised her eyes, and looked at him pitifully, and said, "Are you really that cruel?" "Huh?" Qixio's voice was pleasant, but a little strange. When she said this and looked at Xiao Yuan with her big watery eyes, he hesitated for a moment. Qixio raised her lips, revealing a triumphant smile, and her body teleported 2 meters away from the ground. Taking advantage of Xiao Yuan's moment of distraction, she used the soil on the ground to cleverly escape again. Xiao Yuan came back to his senses, his face flushed with anger, and pointed at Qixio and cursed, "You vixen! You played tricks on me twice? Hee hee." Qixio looked at her with a charming smile and said, "You have trapped your strongest fighting force here for a long time. I think it's over there, right?" She hooked her finger at Xiao Yuan and said in a charming voice, "What do you think? Are you coming to chase me, your sister, or to see your companions?" Xiao Yuan snorted coldly, turned around and ran away. Qixio's face was smiling, but when she saw Xiao Yuan walking away, her expression suddenly became extremely ugly. Puff! A stream of blood spurted out of her mouth and fell to the ground. The strange thing was that the blood was still steaming, as if it had been heated. She wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth and secretly said that she was lucky. If Xiao Yuan hadn't been in a hurry to save people, she would have been trapped here today. Her mission of holding Xiao Yuan back for so long has been accomplished. Whether it succeeds or not depends on them. Xiao Yuan climbed up the slope and ran towards the direction of the fighting sound. Without the anti-gravity maneuvering device, he finally realized the limitations of human power. When Xiao Yuan arrived, he saw Sun Wan being besieged by 3 men in black, Liang Lu, Peng Fei, and Xiao Zheng fighting against other men in black and wolves. Besides Xiao Zheng and Peng Fei, there were 2 strangers helping them fight. One of them was a girl of 18 or 19 years old, and the other was a tall and thin young man. The girl was dressed in a white dress, but she was not at all vague when she started to fight, resisting the red-tailed hawks that fell from the sky from time to time. Bang! Xiao Yuan rushed forward in one step, and killed a gray wolf that pounced on him with a long sword. Xiao Yuan's return made the black-clad people who had been in a dilemma no longer able to hold on, and they quickly retreated. After everyone dealt with the fearless red-tailed hawk, they looked again. Where could they see the shadow of the black-clad people? The metal stick in Sun Wan's hand had already deformed in the fierce battle, and she threw the metal stick aside and walked up. Xiao Yuan walked quickly to her side, and looked her up and down. He was relieved when he saw that Sun Wan was fine. Although he believed in Sun Wan's strength, the element affinity that suddenly appeared should not be underestimated. Xiao Yuan looked around and finally his eyes fell on the girl, and the young man, who suddenly appeared. The girl's white clothes were stained with a lot of blood, but she didn't care at all and looked at Xiao Yuan. She had a pair of fox eyes, which were charming and tender. Seeing Xiao Yuan looking at her, she didn't show any fear and walked over generously. She bowed her head slightly and saluted politely. "Hello, Xiao Yuan-kun." Xiao Yuan raised his eyebrows. The girl's address to him seemed not to be the custom of the A country people. "Hello, are you Fuso?" The girl raised her head and smiled on her beautiful face. "Suzuki Nana, from the Fuso Kamikaze Corps." No wonder, Xiao Yuan was still wondering how she knew him. It turned out that she was from the Fuso Kamikaze Corps. Fuso and Goryeo belonged to the A country war zone, and were responsible to the Yanjing Federation Operations Command Center. Both war zones have independent new armies. Fuso's is called Kamikaze Corps and Goryo's is called Sejong Corps. The establishment of the two new armies is almost synchronized with the establishment of the Silver Wing Corps and the Storm Corps. Especially Fuso, the attitude towards the new armies is unified and supportive. Compared with the constraints and restraints of the Silver Wing Corps in Country A, the life of the Kamikaze Corps is much more comfortable. Recently, Xiao Yuan heard about the Kamikaze Corps and Sejong Corps sending delegations to Country A, but he didn't expect to meet them here today. Xiao Yuan smiled gratefully and said, "Thanks to your help today, I wonder why you two are here?" The tall and thin young man behind Suzuki Nana said with a serious face, "We came here together to climb the mountain today." Xiao Yuan's eyes fell on the young man's thin face and smiled gently. "I just asked casually, there is no need to explain so formally." He walked in front of Liang Zhongnan and Lu Yu and said, "Uncle Liang, Uncle Lu, the signal is blocked in the mountains now. Let's take a car back together." Liang Zhongnan's face turned pale. He nodded quickly after hearing Xiao Yuan's words. All listen to my nephew. All listen to my nephew." After seeing Xiao Yuan's bravery, he simply regarded Xiao Yuan as a solid backing and changed his address to my nephew. Xiao Yuan laughed in his heart. Liang Zhongnan had been in the business world for a long time, but had rarely experienced life and death. After what happened today, I believe he would not dare to go out for a long time. However, who would spend so much effort to assassinate Liang Zhongnan? He was just a businessman. Chapter 277. Xiao Yuan thought in his heart, and walked down the mountain with everyone. Suzuki Nana seemed to be very interested in Xiao Yuan. She walked beside him, and talked non-stop. Xiao Yuan was annoyed but couldn't show it. After all, she just helped a lot. Peng Fei watched from the side and asked with interest, "Miss Suzuki, I heard that the Kamikaze Corps had a battle with the Night Demon some time ago." Suzuki Nana's beautiful eyes moved, and she said, "Probably on the night when your army recaptured Sierra City, some small troubles occurred along the coast of Fuso." Suzuki Nana's eyes were bright and charming. Different from the misty eyes of Sun Wan Tiansheng, her eyes were full of charm. When his eyes fell on Peng Fei, he couldn't help but tense up and smiled. "That's good, that's good." Xiao Yuan rolled his eyes secretly. Peng Fei usually called himself a romantic playboy, but in reality, his brain couldn't work when he met a beautiful girl. He coughed and said, "Small trouble?" The Kamikaze Corps had a full complement of 15,000 people, and more than 3,000 people were killed in the battle, and more than 3,000 were injured. "It doesn't look like the small trouble that Miss Suzuki said, right?" "You?" The tall and thin young man shouted, and seemed to want to attack, but was stopped by Suzuki Nana. She looked at Xiao Yuan with a charming smile, and said, "Xiao Yuan is really well informed. I admire you, but..." She played with the bracelet on her wrist, and changed the subject. "I heard that the Silver Wing Corps can't even eat. I feel sad when I hear it in Fuso." Xiao Yuan's smile froze on his face, and he clenched his fists secretly. "The journey is difficult, and the supply line is too long, it's inevitable." Chuckling, Suzuki Nana laughed like a silver bell and said, "I admire Xiao Yuan Jun's courage and mind. So, I look forward to your performance in the joint competition half a month later." Xiao Yuan and Suzuki Nana seemed to be in harmony on the surface, but in fact, they were testing each other's sore spots with sharp words. Her temperament was not as sweet as it seemed. She was dark and venomous. They finally parted at the foot of the mountain. Xiao Yuan and his group got on the prepared car, and left the foot of Lingshan Mountain. Liang Zhongnan felt relieved after getting on the car. Xiao Yuan, Sun Wan, Liang Zhongnan, Lu Yu, and Liang Lu sat in the front car and chatted. Liang Zhongnan wiped the sweat off his face and said, "Lulu, don't go out again before the product is launched." "Oh!" Xiao Yuan's heart moved and looked at Liang Zhongnan. "Uncle Liang, do you know the identity of this group of people?" Liang Zhongnan smiled bitterly and said, "My dear nephew, if I'm not mistaken, the people behind them should be our competitors. Liang's group has always been entrenched in the southeast region, operating in a low-key manner. The industries involved are complicated, but it has never had a monopoly. Committing murder for profit, could it be for Night Demon Cosmetics?" Xiao Yuan thought about it. It seemed that this one thing alone could lead to murder, but... He asked curiously, "The matter of Night Demon Cosmetics has always been very secretive. How could anyone know about it?" Liang Zhongnan looked bitter and explained, "To be honest, our raw material collection team has encountered another team. Night Demon Cosmetics is mysterious, and the production process is unknown. But the core key lies in one thing: the mysterious substance formed by the accumulation of Night Demon excrement. The logistics team of Liang Group made every effort to deliver supplies during the battle between the Silver Wings and the Night Demons, and also considered their own interests. There is no such thing as getting up early without profit. If the Silver Wings win, the Night Demons will be expelled, and the Night Demon beauty raw materials in Sierra City and Ace City will be collected at will. On the contrary, the beauty plan that Liang Group has worked hard to develop will be aborted, and the consequences will be disastrous. There is a professional raw material collection team within the group, and the collection process has been smooth until the last few months, when something unexpected happened. Liang Zhongnan secretly suppressed the matter, and ensured that the contract signing plan with Zhu's group went smoothly. He had already made up his mind, but he didn't expect his opponent to be so violent. Xiao Yuan sat in the main driver's seat, and listened carefully and said, "Uncle Liang, before Yima Beauty is launched, you can stay with us at Kunping Hotel." Lu Yu sighed and said, "In broad daylight, openly killing citizens of country A, this world is really messed up." Bang! Suddenly, a loud noise burst out from above, and Xiao Yuan stepped on the brakes subconsciously. Bang! This time, the sound was even louder, and a huge rock fell directly in front of the car, blocking the way ahead. After getting out of the car, Xiao Yuan looked up. His eyes suddenly widened. "Quick! Get out of the car!" Liang Lu and Sun Wan pulled Liang Zhongnan and Lu Yu and ran out of the car in a hurry. As soon as they got out of the car door, they heard a loud noise. The huge rock fell from the mountain and hit the roof of the car directly, deforming the roof of the car. Bang, bang, bang. One after another, huge rocks fell from the mountain, like rain. Xiao Yuan didn't have time to think about how they did it, and pulled Sun Wan to run to the side. Xiaojing followed them, and moved her nose. She quickened her pace and stopped Xiao Yuan. "No! There is danger ahead." "Huh?" Pang Fei was pressed tightly by the huge rocks and shouted, "Sister Xiaozheng, stop making trouble. If you don't hurry up, we will die here." Xiao Yuan looked ahead and didn't see anything unusual. "Xiaozheng, you." Before he finished speaking, he felt a heat bursting out from the ground in front of him. It started with a point, and then the whole ground began to burst. Not good. Xiao Yuan, who was friendly to the fire element, was particularly sensitive to heat. He pulled Xiaozheng over and shouted, "Run in the other direction." Boom! Xiao Yuan had just run a few steps away with Xiaozheng when he was hit by a wave of heat. Tunin turned into a large shield 3 or 4 people wide in an instant to resist the impact. As a result, Xiao Yuan and Xiaozheng were the first to be hit and were directly blown up. They flew backward 6 or 7 meters in the air before falling to the ground. Bang! Bang! Xiao Yuan felt his eyes go dark, and he almost fainted on the spot. His whole body seemed to fall apart. The strong smell of sulfur floated in the air, and his ears were filled with a buzzing sound for a long time. Xiaozheng was behind Xiao Yuan, and she was not human, so she shook her little head and climbed up. Xiao Yuan saw Xiao Zheng's mouth opening and closing, and Sun Wan rushed over to him anxiously, and wanted to raise his hand to indicate that he was fine. But he found that he had no strength at all. His eyes went black, and he fainted. Xiao Yuan had a dream. In the dream, he saw his parents. They waved at him with warm smiles. He started running towards his parents to catch up with them, but he found that he could not catch up with them. Suddenly, the sky changed from sunny to cloudy, and his parents disappeared in a cloud. Looking closely, it turned out to be a big mouth swallowing them. Xiao Yuan was shocked and ran towards it desperately. When he ran closer, he found that the big mouth had changed its appearance and became the shape of a motorhome. "Ah!" he roared and suddenly opened his eyes. Chapter 278. Huh, the white light and the smell of disinfectant in the ward gradually calmed Xiao Yuan's pounding heart. He tried to raise his arm and found a person lying beside the bed, with long hair scattered softly, frowning from time to time and sleeping a little restlessly. Xiao Yuan gently raised his hand, and his fingers slowly approached her frowning brows to smooth out her restlessness. Sun Wan moved slightly, and opened her eyes just before Xiao Yuan touched her. She was still sharp even in her sleep. She let Xiao Yuan's finger point at her brows, half closed her eyes, and raised the corners of her mouth. "I thought you would wake up tomorrow." Xiao Yuan glanced at the clock on the wall. It was 10:08 p.m. He had been unconscious for so long. He scratched Sun Wan's nose and asked, "Are all the others okay?" The explosion came suddenly. Xiao Yuan was not sure if Tu Nan could protect so many people. Sun Wan stretched out her little hand and grabbed his naughty hand, saying, "Everyone is fine. Uncle Liang and Uncle Lu were not hit hard. They will be fine after a few hours of rest." This assassination against Liang Zhongnan was thorough. The 2 assassination attempts were sharp and ruthless. The Yinjing area, and even the entire A country, has extremely strict control over guns and firearms, and all cases involving guns and firearms are classified as major cases. It seems that the mastermind behind the assassination used the explosion attack as a backup in order to avoid causing big trouble. The most interesting thing in everything is just the word coincidence. If Xiao Yuan and others were not at the scene, Liang Zhongan would definitely die with the power of Liang Lu alone. Xiao Zheng is gifted, and the body of the divine beast senses the danger of explosives in advance, allowing everyone to escape again. After Xiao Yuan figured out the whole thing, he got up from the bed, with the help of Sun Wan. Apart from being a little weak, he was fine. He also saw for the first time the resistance of elemental affinity to firearms. Xiao Yuan's elemental affinity was at the primary level, but he could survive a close-range explosion. If the Silver Wings Corps could have this ability, he couldn't help but grin secretly. Is there any army in the world that can fight against the Silver Wings Corps? The two slowly walked out of the ward. It was past 10 o'clock in the evening, and there were few people in the area where Xiao Yuan was. The corridor was silent. After turning a corner, Xiao Yuan and the others suddenly stopped. He confirmed again and whispered in Sun Wan's ear, "Tang Qifeng? Why is he here?" After Tang Qifeng officially took a vacation in the Silver Wings Corps, he and Fang Ru returned to their hometown to see their parents. After that, Fang Ru returned to her own home, and Tang Qifeng lived with his parents for a while. During this period, he once returned to Tor Town. After the restoration, Tor Town was still desolate, and he didn't know how long it would take to restore the original scene. Luo Xiaoya, a girl who was once extremely important in his life, reappeared in his memory at this time. She smiled sweetly at the door of the town government. She thought of bringing 2 umbrellas for him on rainy days. She would make soup when it was cold for fear that he would have a cold stomach. Tang Qifeng couldn't help thinking about her, and there was a feeling that became clearer in his heart that Luo Xiaoya and Liang Lu must have some kind of relationship. In the hospital corridor, Tang Qifeng stood in front of Liang Lu with a firm look in his eyes. He looked at Liang Lu and said with trembling lips, "I hope you can give me an explanation." Liang Lu lowered her eyes slightly and said in a flat voice, "Tang Qifeng, we don't seem to be that familiar with each other." Liang Lu's indifference and alienation made Tang Qifeng feel a pain in his heart for no reason. He endured the pain in his heart and said, "Do you remember under the tree in the military camp?" Crack! The water cup in Liang Lu's hand fell to the ground and shattered. She raised her eyes and looked directly at Tang Qifeng, smiling somewhat mockingly. "Tang Qifeng, are you saying this now to give up Fang Ru and be with me?" Tang Qifeng was speechless for a moment, hesitating. I just want to know if you and Xie Ya are." Liang Lu lowered her body. Her voice became colder and colder. "Since you have chosen a relationship, why look back?" She picked up the broken glass on the ground piece by piece, muttering, "Tang Qifeng, let her go, and let yourself go, okay?" Liang Lu carefully picked up the broken glass on the ground, and did not stand up until Tang Qifeng left. Snap, snap. Tears fell to the ground like pearls from a broken string. Liang Lu was so heartbroken that she could hardly breathe. The memories sealed in her heart came like a tide, and Luo Xiaoya's alien spirit fusion merged the memories with Liang Lu. Liang Lu now will not be unable to control the alien spirit energy because of the memories, but the pain deep in her soul still makes her cry sadly. Dong dong dong. A few knocks on the wall made Liang Lu wipe her tears and look up. Xiao Yuan leaned against the wall with a pale face, and said weakly, "Want to have dinner together?" He raised the corner of his mouth slightly and said, "I heard from Xiao Yuan that you should not have dinner, Lulu." Half of his head appeared behind Xiao Yuan, and he waved to Liang Lu with a smile. Liang Lu drank a lot of wine that night, and she didn't stop until she was drunk. She didn't expect that this farewell to Tang Qifeng would be the last farewell in her life. By the time they met again, everything had changed. Xiao Yuan stayed in the hospital for another night at the doctor's insistence before leaving. 2 days later, the quiet morning was broken by 3 uninvited guests. Li Luo, Mu Xian, and Li Qin came to Kunping Hotel in a hurry. After being allowed to enter the hotel, they knocked on Xiao Yuan's door. Under the scolding of Lord Yuga and the knocking outside, Xiao Yuan finally couldn't help but get up and open the door. Outside the door, Li Luo was knocking with her hands on her hips. When she saw Xiao Yuan open the door, she muttered, "Why are you so slow?" Then she led Mu Xian and the somewhat embarrassed Li Qin in. Xiao Yuan yawned and said, "It's only 8 in the morning, you came too early. Also, why are you 3 together?" Li Luo looked at Lord Yuga, who was sleeping in the room curiously, and said casually, "My teacher and Mr. Li have been friends for many years. What's so strange about this? She stretched out her hand and poked Lord Yuga's fat body, very surprised. Xiao Yuan, you can keep pets in the Silver Wing Army? Xiao Yuan said casually, I'm raising it for a friend. I wash up first. Li Luo looked at him and said, I didn't realize you're in good shape. Xiao Yuan doesn't look very strong, but his muscles are very even and accurate. The muscles in all parts of his body that are involved in exerting force are very developed, which is very different from the muscles that are simply built up through fitness. This is one of the reasons why he looks weak, but his speed of exerting force in close combat is different from that of ordinary people. Xiao Yuan resisted the urge to roll his eyes and walked into the bathroom. Can you tell me about the situation of the Mind Research Center first? I always feel that you want to sell me out. Hee hee. Li Luo laughed and said, I am a top student at the medical university, not a human trafficker. Why would I sell you out? As she said this, Li Luo continued to tell the history of the Mind Research Center. In human history, there are many organizations that worship and believe in supernatural powers. After entering the era of scientific prosperity, humans began to explore the secrets. Outside of Country A, there are similar institutions in Medi and Tandin. The founder of the Mind Research Center in Country A is Mr. Wen Yuan. Mr. Wen Yuan believes that all supernatural phenomena in humans can be explained by science. The supernatural phenomena of the human body are the manifestation of the potential in the human body. He joined like-minded people to study and gradually expanded the Mind Research Center. The main force in the research of genetic potions is the top scientific research team led by Li Jiogong and Yuan Wei. But Mr. Wen Yuan also provided a lot of help, otherwise the research progress of the potion would not be so fast. Chapter 279. What is the end of science? From the time the definition of science was proposed to the time it was accepted by everyone, humans in modern civilized society began to regard science as the highest standard. No matter what kind of phenomenon, humans always like to find out its roots and laws and explain it with the knowledge they know. Rather than being driven by curiosity, it is the fear of the unknown that forces humans to explore. There are many myths and legends left in the history of the civilization of Country A and other civilizations on Blue Star. One after another, bizarre events were hidden under the dust of history, or were regarded as strange stories, or disappeared under the wheels of history. Until the appearance of the Night Demon. The outbreak of the Night Demon War made the originally disadvantaged supernatural research institutions enter the mainstream research field for the first time. Their research results and directions just happened to help fight against the Night Demon. Among these organizations, the Psychic Research Center in Country A is the best, although many people know little about it. The Mind Research Center is located in an independent park in the southern suburbs of Yanqing, and is very similar to the think tank of Country A. The external security is strict. Xiao Yuan, Sun Wan, Xiao Zheng, and Yu Long's family got on the special car led by Li Luo. Bai Feng's condition is still very bad. She is lying on the bed with a pale face and a faint red in her eyes. Yu Long seemed a little restrained. He wanted to speak to Li Luo several times, but didn't say it. Xiao Yuan sat opposite and understood it. He cleared his throat and said, Dr. Luo, what is the treatment plan of your Mind Research Center? Li Luo was chatting happily with Sun Wan Xiaoeng. When she heard Xiao Yuan's words, she came back to her senses and said, Don't worry, our treatment method is absolutely foolproof. Seeing that Xiao Yuan wanted to ask more questions, she had to continue to explain. In general, use physical cooling to control the temperature, and then use hypnosis and hibernation therapy. Hypnosis? Hibernation? Yu Long's heart suddenly rose to his throat, and he said anxiously, Then, will it cause harm to my wife's body? Li Luo shook his head and comforted him softly. Mr. Yu, don't worry, our method has been clinically verified, it won't. Everyone chatted along the way, and before they knew it, they arrived at the park where the Mind Research Center was located. The main entrance of the Mind Research Center was very small, only the size of a farmhouse door. After getting off the car, someone took Bai Feng away, and the rest of the people got off the car one after another and entered through the main entrance. There was a plaque on the wall next to the main entrance, Mind Research Center. The inconspicuous plaque made Xiao Yuan feel like he was back in front of his junior high school. The two guards in front of the gate were big and strong, and they let Li Luo go after checking his ID. Sun Wan looked around and asked, Luo, are we going to walk there? Li Luo smiled mysteriously and said, I tell you a secret. The Mind Research Center can only be used by vehicles at certain times. Oh, Xiao Yuan was amused by her look. I see it's very quiet here. Why can't the car be used? Li Luo was about to speak when a person suddenly jumped out from the bushes in the distance, wearing a blue and white striped hospital gown. Everyone looked closely and found that it was a long-haired girl with a pale face and bright red lips, which was a strong contrast. Maybe she ran too fast. She stumbled to Xiao Yuan's feet and almost fell. Xiao Yuan subconsciously reached out to catch her and said, "Girl, you're okay. Be careful." Li Luo shouted at the side, which made Xiao Yuan's ears hurt. When he came to his senses, he found that the girl in front of him had raised her eyes. She lowered her eyes before, but Xiao Yuan didn't notice that her eyes were full of blood. "Awoo!" The girl let out a shrill roar, opened her mouth, and bit Xiao Yuan's neck fast and fierce. Click! The crisp sound of teeth colliding sounded a few centimeters away from Xiao Yuan's neck. He held the girl's neck with both hands, and felt that the girl's strength was no less than that of a strong man. Just when Xiao Yuan was thinking about whether to continue to attack, four strong men ran out of the bushes in a hurry, wearing nursing uniforms and masks. The leader ran over here breathlessly, and when he saw Li Luo, he was stunned for a moment and said, "Dr. Li Luo? Are you okay?" Li Luo shook his head and pointed at the girl, who was still struggling. "What's wrong with her?" The man and his colleague restrained the girl, explaining, "Xiaohua was originally stable, but I don't know why she suddenly went crazy while basking in the sun." Watching the man and his colleague carry Xiaohua, who was still struggling, away, Xiao Yuan looked at Li Luo and said, "I didn't expect this gift." Li Luo was a little embarrassed and said, "This is a special situation. Let's go quickly. The teacher is still waiting." Along the way, Li Luo patiently explained the surrounding buildings to everyone, including the nurse just now. There is a specific nursing team in the Mind Research Center. The man is named Fan Xian, the backbone of the nursing team. He is hardworking and conscientious. There are a group of patients with strange diseases living in the Mind Research Center. They are homeless and misunderstood and feared by the world. The Mind Research Center received these people. The area just past is where the patients with relatively mild conditions are. Fan Xian is one of the nursing team leaders responsible for managing the daily safety of patients. Xiao Yuan nodded after listening to Li Luo's words and said, "The main research building you mentioned should be in front, right?" The main research building of the Mind Research Center is very interesting. There is a strange pattern made of metal covering the roof. Xiao Yuan couldn't see what the pattern looked like and asked, "Why is there that thing on the building?" Installing metal on the roof is more likely to attract lightning during thunderstorms, and it shouldn't be done for safety reasons. Facing Xiao Yuan's question, Li Luo shrugged. "This building was designed by the teacher at the time, and I don't know what happened." Mr. Wen Yuan's handwriting? How could a top scientist in the scientific research community not know this simple truth? Xiao Yuan looked at the strange metal device on the roof, and felt that the Mind Research Center was more and more mysterious. Xiao Yuan followed Li Luo into the main experimental building, and did not notice Sun Wan's abnormality at all. On the surface, the building was ordinary, but after entering, Sun Wan felt a chill all over her body, as if someone poured a basin of cold water on her in the summer. A ball of ice blue light rose in her eyes, and it disappeared in a flash. Sun Wan looked at the backs of the crowd, hesitated for a moment, and followed them in. The cold feeling that chilled her soul also disappeared without a trace afterwards. Mr. Wen Yuan's office is on the top floor of the research building. Li Luo knocked on the door gently, and after hearing a response from inside, she gently opened the door and walked in. Yu Huai, who was walking towards her, blinked at her and said, "Mr. Yu Long, please come with me with your family. Ms. Bai Feng needs treatment now." Yu Long nodded repeatedly, thanked Yu Huai profusely and left. After they left, Xiao Yuan walked in and finally saw Wen Yuan, the founder of the Mind Research Center. Wen Yuan had a head full of silver hair, was in good spirits, and looked like a gentle elder. When his eyes fell on Xiao Yuan and others, the old man was obviously stunned for a moment. Although it was only for a moment, Xiao Yuan still keenly captured his expression. In his eyes, there was surprise, nostalgia, and fear. Chapter 280. The complex expression between Wen Yuan's eyebrows disappeared in just a few breaths, covered by a kind smile. He waved to Xiao Yuan and others, saying, "Come in quickly, Xiao Luo, take out my tea and make tea for them." Li Luo walked to Wen Yuan intimately, took his hand and said, "Teacher, we are all young people and don't like to drink tea." "Oh," Wen Yuan smiled gently, and walked to the lounge with Li Luo's support. "I think you don't like to drink it?" Chuckling, Li Luo introduced Xiao Yuan and others to Wen Yuan with a chuckle. After everyone sat down, she began to make tea. The faint fragrance of tea drifted in the air. Wen Yuan looked at Xiao Yuan and looked at him carefully. "Xiao Yuan, I have heard of your name for a long time. I finally met you today." "Not bad, not bad. Mr. Wen, you are too kind." Your name is well known in the scientific research community of Country A. I am honored to meet you today. I heard from Xiao Luo that you have already mastered the fire element. Wen Yuan looked at Xiao Yuan with interest. That's true, but my ability is average. Hey! Don't be too modest. There are very few people who can produce elemental affinity under the stimulation of the first stage gene potion, and you are one of them. Hee. Xiao Yuan didn't know what to say. He didn't drink the first stage gene potion at all. Instead, he drank the RV strengthening device and the later element stimulation device. It's like this, Xiao, I want to ask you to do us a favor. Oh! What can I do for you, Mr. Wen? This, Wen Yuan said with a smile, cooperate with us to conduct an element energy test. Element energy test? Xiao Yuan was very sensitive to the so-called medical test, and asked, can you tell me in detail? The research topics in the Mind Research Center are all kinds of strange, and the main research direction in the past year is element affinity. Wen Yuan explained the whole process in detail. Xiao Yuan only needs to activate the fire element in the sealed cabin and hit the target. He repeatedly assured Xiao Yuan that there would be no risks and accidents, which made him feel at ease. Wen Yuan has always been one of the staunch supporters of the Silver Wings Corps, and Xiao Yuan didn't want to offend him, so he agreed. Everyone chatted for a while, and Yu Huai came in from outside and whispered a few words in Wen Yuan's ear. Bai Feng's treatment has been prepared, waiting for Wen Yuan to go over to debug and test. Li Luo's eyesight was active, and he took Xiao Yuan and the other two to the testing building. On the way, he kept sighing, teacher looks in a good mood today. Oh? Xiao Yuan raised his eyebrows and said, is Mr. Wen usually very serious? She shook her head and explained, not really. The teacher is usually very gentle, but today he is particularly happy, from the bottom of his heart. Li Luo is Wen Yuan's last disciple. Wen Yuan is both a teacher and a father to her. No one knows Mr. Wen's emotions better than her. Li Luo saw his expression when he first entered the door, and he seemed very happy afterwards. Everyone went all the way to the inspection building, and saw a strange small courtyard on the way. There was a large tent in the small courtyard, and the surroundings were cleaned up. There were light golden symbols painted on the tent. Sun Wan stared at the tent and asked curiously, Luo, is this also the research institute of your psychic research center? Li Luo took a look and said disapprovingly, there is an old woman living in it, who is said to be from a fortune-telling family or something. Family of fortune-telling? Sun Wan couldn't help but take a few more glances and said, the research center will also study this? Li Luo smiled helplessly. The teacher is very tolerant of all supernatural scientific research. The old lady long in it guards a crystal ball all day long. Xiao Yuan casually looked around the tent, and his body trembled violently when he landed on the round metal sign on the top of the tent. The outer circle of the ancient metal sign was aflame, and a vivid dragon was carved inside. Is this the sign of the Lihua country? Xiao Yuan suppressed his excitement and said casually, divination? It sounds interesting. Xiaozheng is always a curious baby, and agreed, let's go and have a look later. There are also great witches in our hometown who can tell fortunes. Great witch? Li Luo was attracted by her words and said, Sister Xiaozheng, where is your hometown? Does the great witch still exist now? Xiaozheng knew that she had said something wrong and laughed. Hee, I just said it casually, there is no such thing as a great witch. Xiao Yuan waved his hand to interrupt Li Luo's continued questioning and said, let's go to inspect the building first, and talk about other things later. The light in the quiet tent was dim, and two small lights were lit on the left and right sides. A crystal ball was placed on an old table, and an old woman with white hair sat on a chair behind the table, drowsy. A fat orange cat lay beside the crystal ball, squinting lazily. Suddenly, the curtain in front of the tent was lifted, and it yawned and stared at the front. After seeing the four people coming in, it closed its eyes and lay down again. Xiao Yuan looked at the furnishings in the tent. There was a small shelf on each side, and strange little things were placed on the shelves. Behind the old woman, next to a bookshelf of the same size, there was a large wooden box, which was locked with chains. Who are you? The old woman opened her eyes slightly, and said hoarsely, Granny Long, these are my friends. Li Luo poked her head out from behind Xiao Yuan and said, they are very interested in divination. Young people nowadays rarely have an interest in divination. Granny Long straightened her body slightly, and looked at Xiao Yuan and the other two. The art of divination has existed in Country A since ancient times. Xiao Yuan sat opposite Granny Long and smiled slightly. Where did Granny Long's divination come from? I can't remember, It has been passed down from my ancestors to my generation for a long time. Xiao Yuan reached out and touched the orange cat's head, saying, "Can Grandma tell fortunes for me?" Grandma Long's eyes were bright, completely different from the cloudy eyes of ordinary old people. If you only look at her eyes instead of her appearance, people would believe that she was in her prime. When her eyes looked at him, Xiao Yuan felt as if his heart was being spied on. She raised her finger and pointed at the crystal ball, whispering, "Put your hand on it." Xiao Yuan raised his hand as he was told, and placed his right hand on the crystal ball, frowning slightly. The slight numbness from the palm of his hand was a little painful. Xiao Yuan was about to speak when he saw Granny Long move slightly. Her eyes seemed to be covered with a layer of dim light under the dim light, and the big orange cat had stood up at some point. Xiao Yuan glanced at it, and saw that it was staring at him motionlessly, with its pupils dilated. The stinging pain on the palm of his hand gradually disappeared, replaced by warm heat. A burst of tiny sparks appeared in the crystal ball, like a fairy wand blooming in the dark night, from a few to more. Finally, the whole crystal ball was filled with brilliant sparks, and when the sparks reached the most active point, Granny Long's body shook violently, and a long howl came out of the tent, meow. Chapter 281. After the orange cat howled, the sparks in the crystal ball gathered instantly, forming a ball of fire in the middle of the crystal ball. Granny Long put her face close to the crystal ball, her eyes wide open, as if she was peeping into the secrets of the fire. The flames went from hot to weak, and finally disappeared. Granny Long did not move for a full minute. When the flames went out, Granny Long let out a long breath and closed her eyes tiredly. She stroked the orange cat's head and said slowly, "Darkness, separation, and rebirth." Xiao Yuan said calmly, "Granny Long, what you said is too general. Can you explain it in detail?" Granny Long's voice became deeper and deeper. "Young man, the information obtained by divination is obscure. How can I explain it all?" She waved her hand and said, "I am tired today. I want to do divination tomorrow." Xiao Yuan looked back at the three girls, hesitated and said, "You three go out first. I have something to talk to Granny Long alone." Li Luo looked at him suspiciously and said, "Xiao Yuan, what do you want to do?" Xiao Yuan pushed Li Luo and said with a smile, "Are you afraid that I will rob you?" Finally, Li Luo waited outside the tent with Sun Wan and Xiao Zheng. When Xiao Yuan came out of the tent, it was already half an hour later. Li Luo followed Xiao Yuan and asked curiously, "Hey, what did you say to Granny Long just now?" Xiao Yuan whistled and walked leisurely on the road. Hearing Li Luo's question, he laughed and responded casually, "What else can we talk about? Let's learn the art of divination." Li Luo stood in front of Xiao Yuan with her teeth bared and her claws bared, shouting, "Grandma Long is aloof and never likes to talk. You have been chatting for half an hour." Xiao Yuan raised his hand and pinched Li Luo's cheek, smiling, "I am very talented, so why can't Grandma like me?" Going around Li Luo and moving forward, Xiao Yuan said, "Let's go quickly and see how Aunt Bai Feng is doing." Li Luo rubbed her face and was very dissatisfied with Xiao Yuan's perfunctory attitude. Grandma Long has lived in the Psychological Research Center for more than 20 years. She is usually aloof and cold and doesn't like to talk. Voodoo dolls, crystal balls, a big orange cat that is still alive and kicking after more than 20 years, a tent covered with strange symbols. She seemed like a witch full of mysteries, staying in her own little world, rarely contacting anyone except Wen Yuan. It is hard to imagine that Granny Long could chat with Xiao Yuan, whom she just met for half an hour. Li Luo followed Xiao Yuan angrily, thinking about how to get him to talk, and the four of them returned to the main laboratory building unknowingly. The equipment for treating Bai Feng has been prepared, and Wen Yuan, Yu Huai and 3 other medical staff are doing the final debugging. Yu Long and the 2 women looked nervously at Bai Feng in the tempered glass window instrument device, looking very uneasy. Bai Feng had fallen into a deep sleep after being hypnotized. She lay flat in the translucent device, breathing evenly. Wen Yuan carefully checked Bai Feng's physical values and nodded to Yu Huai, "Start." With his order, the device started. The full name of this instrument device in the Mind Research Center is Human Hibernation Freezing Device. It uses ice fluorite as the core energy source to drive the instrument to operate. At the same time, the energy released by ice fluorite can be converted to freeze the human body. There are 3 main types of fluorite: ice fluorite, fire fluorite, and energy fluorite. Among them, energy fluorite is the most abundant, and the energy of the Silver Wing Legion's anti-gravity maneuvering device is driven by energy fluorite. There are fewer ice fluorite and fire fluorite, but they are more precious because of their unique effects. A faint electric current began to surge on the surface of the dormant freezing device. Hum, hum, hum. In the sound of the electric current, groups of translucent mist appeared inside the device. After the mist touched Bai Feng's body, it rose rapidly, and the entire device became hazy. When Yuan directed the rest of the staff to carefully adjust the instrument and slowly expel the hazy water vapor. When the mist disappeared, everyone was shocked to see the scene inside. Bai Feng's originally fair body turned red, as if it was about to burn. Beep, beep, beep. An alarm sounded in the instrument, and the instrument in front of Wen Yuan showed that Bai Feng's body temperature was rising rapidly. Damn it! While pressing the complicated buttons in front of him, Wen Yuan said to Yu Huai, Xiao Huai, inject the ice fluorite extract. Buzz, buzz, buzz. More and more dense electric currents jumped on the surface of the device, and everyone's heart was lifted. When the dense current jumped to the peak, the whole device made a sound that it was about to collapse. The temperature in Bai Feng's body was finally controlled and slowly dropped. The precious ice crystal extract played a crucial role. The metal cover on the outside of the instrument slowly fell, blocking everyone's sight. Wen Yuan secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Just now, he thought that the device was going to be broken by the energy in Bai Feng's body. There is an energy storage under the human hibernation freezing device. In just a few minutes, the energy storage has reached its peak. If the ice crystal extract cannot control the temperature, the entire device will be destroyed. Yu Long walked up and asked anxiously, Mr. Wen, how is my wife? Wen Yuan waved his hand to signal him not to be nervous. Mr. Yu, don't worry, her condition has stabilized, but... His words made Yu Long's heart lift again, and... Are there any other questions? Wen Yuan patted his hands and said, Ms. Bai Feng is in a dormant state. This state of balance between the ice crystal and the power in her body is very fragile, and can only last for 2 years. Bai Feng is different from ordinary people who actively freeze and hibernate. The energy in her body is always surging. Wen Yuan can only temporarily control it with the dormant device. Over time, the long-term suppression of the power in Bai Feng's body will cause damage to her body and endanger her life. It will take at least 1.5 years, or at most 2 years. If we still can't find a way to control the power in Bai Feng's body, the consequences. After telling everything, Yu Long finally understood Bai Feng's current situation. According to Wen Yuan's opinion, Yu Long's family will temporarily live in the Mind Research Center to observe Bai Feng's situation. The follow-up observation and adjustment work is still complicated, and Wen Yuan and Yu Huai continue to work together. Bai Feng's situation is special. The energy in her body changes all the time, which is one of the most difficult problems to solve at present. Xiao Yuan, Sun Wan, and Xiao Zheng had to be led by Li Luo to tour the park. In the tree-lined road, Xiao Yuan pointed to a silver building in the distance and asked, What is it for? Li Luo put her hands behind her back and said with a smile, There, the Research Center History Exhibition Hall displays many historical materials from the past. The silver building is divided into 8 floors, and its shape is like a sharp blade inserted into the ground, which is very conspicuous from a distance. History Exhibition Hall? Xiao Yuan became interested and said, Can we go in and take a look? Li Luo nodded and said, Of course, with this girl leading the way, what can't we enter here? At the entrance of the History Exhibition Hall sat an old man with white hair and beard. Seeing Li Luo coming over, he snorted and said, Xiao Luo, you brought your boyfriend here again? Li Luo blushed and said, Uncle Wang, what are you talking about? This is my friend. Uncle Wang smiled and said, I know, there is nothing to be embarrassed about. Chapter 282. Everyone has something they fear. Some are afraid of the dark, some are afraid of insects, and some are afraid of heights. Human technology is developing rapidly, and it is said that it can reach the moon in the sky and catch turtles in the ocean. However, humans still know very little about the exploration of the ocean. See, monster incidents occur in various parts of the blue planet in an endless stream, and they accumulate year after year and fill people's sight. The yearning and curiosity for the unknown will always be the driving force behind human exploration. Xiao Yuan walked to the door of the 3rd floor of the exhibition hall, looking at the photos hanging in front of the door, and felt an inexplicable fear. The photo was taken from the sky, with the blue sea below, and the bottom of the ocean in the middle was so deep that the edge could not be seen. The deep pool in the ocean was different from the one Xiao Yuan had seen before. After the battle to defend a city, Xiao Yuan had been to the deep pool in the mountains with the team. The deep pool where the little dragon had appeared was also investigated by Xiao Yuan later. The deep pool seen from above also gave people a feeling of depression, but not even 1% of what we see now. This is... Xiao Yuan looked closely at the photo, and there seemed to be a shadow looming in the deep sea in the middle of the photo. Li Luo pointed at the photo and smiled slightly. You saw it too, right? This is a blue whale living in the ocean. The blue whale is considered to be the largest animal living on the blue planet, with a body length of 33 meters and a weight of 181 tons. The blue whale's entire body is light blue fire-mouse gray, with a single color of fine spots on the back, and a relatively small and flat head. There are 2 blowholes on the head, located on the top of the head, with a wide snout and a large mouth, also known as the razor bladder, and it exists in all 4 oceans of the blue planet. Li Luo looked at the blue whale in the photo with fascination, and said slowly, "It has a name, called Nami." Xiaozheng followed her into the exhibition hall, and asked curiously, "Do whales have names?" Li Luo smiled, and led the 3 people to a wall, saying, "Its fate with the Mind Research Center is more than that. It once saved our expedition team." The photos on the wall are very large. The first photo was taken on the deck of the ship, and a huge water column can be seen spraying into the sky. The second photo shows a huge whale tail with a full moon-shaped pattern on it. The weather conditions for the third photo were very bad. The sea was overcast and windy and rainy, and we could only barely see a huge whale swimming in front of the ship. The Mind Research Center cooperates with the expedition team of Country A and conducts a 2-month expedition every year. The area involved is wide, with mountains and oceans being the key exploration areas. During an ocean expedition 4 years ago, the ship of the Mind Research Center expedition team mistakenly entered a mysterious area. The navigation guides all failed, and the expedition team fell into danger in the wind and rain. Thanks to the blue whale Nami leading the way, they escaped. There is a unique round moon-shaped mark on Nami's tail, which made the members of the expedition team remember it. The bird's-eye view photo at the door was from the expedition team's later re-exploration. It is amazing that they met Nami again. Unfortunately, this photo is the last photo sent back by the expedition team. Xiao Yuan raised his eyebrows and said, "No one from the expedition team returned. What happened to them?" Li Luo shook his head and said in a low voice, "In that accident, we lost the best marine exploration backbone and many core members, and there has been no news from them so far." No news. Danger exists at all times in the deep sea, no news? It's just a way to comfort myself. The Mind Research Center is a semi-research and semi-open social scientific research organization, and it recruits members from outside every year. The recruitment and review of core members is very strict. Even so, there are still many people who want to join the core members of the Mind Research Center every year. Recognition of the concept, spirit of exploration, strong financial resources, and erudition, these 4 hard conditions block most applicants from entering the gate. Xiao Yuan followed Li Luo in the exhibition hall, secretly impressed by the strength of the Mind Research Center. There are so many materials and personnel in the Ocean Exploration Exhibition on the first floor alone. Even if the size of the research center is not as good as that of the think tank of Country A, it is not much different. Walking through the exhibition halls, people have a wonderful feeling of traveling around the blue ocean. After turning another corner, Xiao Yuan's eyes were attracted by a figure in the middle of the exhibition hall. She was tall and graceful, with a soft profile and a layer of mist in her eyes, staring at a photo in front of her. How could it be her? Xiao Yuan walked gently to her side and whispered, "Fangwei, long time no see." Zhou Fangwei was so absorbed in watching that she didn't come back to her senses until Xiao Yuan spoke to her. She wiped her eyes and smiled politely. "Xiao Yuan, you. Why are you here?" Xiao Yuan pointed to Li Luo behind him and said, "My friend is a researcher here and invited me to take a look." Li Luo stepped forward with a standard and businesslike smile. "Ms. Zhou, you are here. Have you seen the teacher?" Zhou Fangwei shook her head and said, "No, Professor Wen is busy, and asked me to wait for him." She didn't seem to want to talk much. She chatted with Xiao Yuan and Sun Wan for a few words, and turned to leave. Xiao Yuan had a good impression of Zhou Fangwei. If she hadn't delivered the message last time, Liang Lu's family might have suffered more losses. Taking his eyes away from her slender back, Xiao Yuan carefully looked at the photos on the wall. The photo was a group photo of more than 20 people standing at the port, with a modern sailing ship behind them. There were 2 people in the middle of the crowd, 2 middle-aged men with extraordinary temperament. Li Luo looked at Zhou Fangwei with complicated eyes, and sighed slightly. After so long, she still refuses to give up? Sun Wan looked at the middle-aged man in the middle and said, "The person on the left is somewhat similar to her. Could he be her family member?" Li Luo nodded, and told the story of Zhou Fangwei's relationship with the Mind Research Center. 2 middle-aged men with dignified bearing. One is called Zhou Jianli, and the other is called Dong Huadian. Zhou Jianli, the third son of Zhou Shen, was the original heir of Zhou Group. Dong Huadin, a core researcher of the Mind Research Center, is also an explorer with rich sailing experience. After Zhou Jinli disappeared, his family was extremely worried, especially Mr. Zhou Shen, who organized several searches but to no avail. Zhou Fangwei, as Zhou Jinli's daughter, comes to the Mind Research Center twice a year. Every time, Zhou Fangwei goes to the exhibition hall to look at her father's photos, and stays there for half a day, and then visits Wen Yuan. Wen Yuan felt guilty towards Zhou Jinli. Although the expedition was entirely voluntary, it was Wen Yuan who proposed the plan. With mixed feelings, Wen Yuan would patiently receive Zhou Fangwei every time. No one knew what they were talking about, and what was the meaning of Zhou Fangwei coming here again and again. Xiao Yuan couldn't help but think of Zhou Fangwei's back when she just left, lonely, thin, and stubborn. She seemed like an ordinary rich girl when they first met, but now she has become a person with a lot of things on her mind. He couldn't help but look at the photos on the wall again, and remember the appearance of Zhou Jinli and Dong Huadin deeply in his heart. This weak girl is more patient and persistent than she looks on the outside. How many secrets does she have? Chapter 283. The screen changed, and the next photo was a long-range photo. Suzuki Nana was wearing a black dress and black sunglasses, and was surrounded by a dozen strong men in black. Her face was tense, her lips were tightly pursed, and her brows were furrowed. She was completely different from the one she saw in Lingshan a few days ago. Pang Fei took a look and said, "Why does she dress like a gangster?" Li Ming smiled slightly when she heard this. Smart. Suzuki Nana's family is one of the core members of the Fuso gangster organization. Suzuki, Mitsui, Yamaguchi, and Matsushita are the four big families that control the underground world of Fuso. More than 100 years ago, Fuso was in ruins after the defeat, and the four big families started with the post-war economic reconstruction plan. After a long period of accumulation, the four families gradually occupied half of Fuso's economy, and their underground forces also rose accordingly. Goryeo and Fuso are similar to a large extent, and the Chaebol group plays a pivotal role in the entire country. Gu Jie glanced at Pang Fei and joked, "Hey, Pang Fei, if you work hard, you won her favor and you won't have to struggle for the rest of your life." Pang Fei chuckled and scratched his head. "Look at what you said, am I the kind of person who would bend over backwards for a few pieces of silver?" Xiao Yuan pointed to the tall and thin young man behind Suzuki Nana and said, "Sister Ming Ming, I have also seen this man in Lingshan. I wonder what his identity is." When he first met the serious young man, he gave people a very cold feeling, like a sharp blade. Nakado Ichiro, a young warrior from the Suzuki family. He first entered people's field of vision in Fuso's first war against the Night Demon. The warriors who would rather die than retreat beside Suzuki Nana took her out of the pile of dead bodies. Sun Wan looked at Nakado Ichiro on the screen curiously and asked, "Does he love Suzuki Nana?" She couldn't think of any other relationship between the two of them, since he could sacrifice his own life to protect another person. Li Ming covered her mouth and chuckled when she heard this, saying, "Sun Wan is a romantic person, but it's a pity that there will never be love between the two of them." Nakado Ichiro was a boy selected from an orphanage by the Suzuki family and raised from childhood. To describe him, he is called a retainer in a classical sense. They have received strict training and will fight for the honor and interests of their masters all their lives until the day they die. Strict training and ideological indoctrination have made Nakado Ichiro and a group of people become loyal warriors of the Suzuki family. After listening to Li Ming's explanation, Sheng Dong sighed. The term murderer is used very well. The warriors trained under the Fuso culture are really terrible. After introducing the Kamikaze Corps entourage led by Suzuki Nana, Li Ming smiled mysteriously. She pressed the button in her hand and pointed to the screen. "Now, I solemnly introduce to you the second generation of the anti-gravity maneuvering device." Second generation? Li Ming's words aroused the interest of everyone present. The second generation research of the anti-gravity maneuvering device has been proposed for a long time. As the war with the Night Demons lasted longer, the various characteristics of the anti-gravity maneuvering device were tested in actual combat. The suggestions for improvement were fed back to the War Preparation Research Institute, a think tank in Country A, and finally officially released after several months of research. The second generation of the anti-gravity maneuvering device has four main improvements. The first point is that the belt material has been optimized. The new belt material is more flexible and can better protect the soldier's waist. Second, the design of the triangular hook is optimized. The penetration and climbing capabilities are improved after the tip of the new hook is improved. Third, the power optimization design. The new power device is energy-saving and efficient. The same number of launches consumes less energy. Fourth, the coordination device is added. The coordination device is a breakthrough improvement of the second-generation device. The connection point is preset between the belt of the anti-gravity maneuvering device and the tip of the triangular hook. The connection points can be connected to each other, which can provide maximum help for coordinated operations in actual combat. After Xiao Yuan carefully read the information, he smiled and said, "With the help of the second-generation mobile device, we are bound to win the Legion competition." The Silver Wing Legion has made great contributions to the rapid development of the second-generation mobile device. The Silver Wing Legion is the most fiercely engaged legion in the entire Blue Star, with the Night Demon. With a large amount of actual combat data support, the speed of combat readiness research has been greatly accelerated. In contrast, other war zones and countries are still using the first-generation anti-gravity mobile device, which has opened up a gap with Country A. After the meeting, Xiao Yuan and his group return to the hotel to pack their bags. They will go to the training base tomorrow to start training for the War Zone Legion competition. Driver, Xiao Yuan. Authority level, level 2. Transformation progress, 5%. Current tasks. 1. Collect 1 kilogram of fluorite. 2. Collect a sea snake. 3. Collect a ton of seawater. 4. Collect 1 kilogram of black crystal. 5. Collect 2 dragon scales. When the task was delivered, Xiao Yuan was lying on the bed listening to crosstalk with Lord Yuga and enjoying the warm breeze. It had been so long since the last mission was completed that Xiao Yuan almost forgot about his RV. He patted Lord Yuga's body excitedly and asked, "Lord Yuga, where can we find dragon scales and black crystals?" Yuga was very excited, but was interrupted by his pat, and said unhappily, "Black crystals can only be found in the dragon cave. How dare you think about it?" Xiao Yuan thought about it, and shamelessly approached Lord Yuga. "Then Lord, you are knowledgeable. Do you know where there is a dragon cave?" Lord Yuga raised his butt and snorted, "Lord, I know only a little about Blue Star. How can I know the location of the dragon cave?" Hearing this, Xiao Yuan patted his forehead and said, "It's a headache. The road to upgrading the RV is difficult." "Ha." Lord Yuga screamed and said, "If you really want to find the dragon cave, there is a place you can try. Come closer." Xiao Yuan hurriedly lowered his body, and the more he listened, the more surprised he was. Finally, his face was almost wrinkled. "Lord, you want me to dig up the palace in the middle of the Forbidden City?" Bah. Lord Yuga looked at him with contempt and said, "I knew you wouldn't dare. It's useless to say anything." Xiao Yuan collapsed on the bed with a wry smile, muttering, "I'm afraid I'd be caught and thrown into the detention room before I even touched the bricks and tiles of the palace." Dragon scale, black crystal. 2 materials that were extremely far away from Xiao Yuan appeared on the task list of the RV, leaving him at a loss. That night, Xiao Yuan didn't sleep well, and the dream that had troubled him for many days came again. Compared with the previous dreams, this dream was a little different. The monster that devoured his parents and turned into a motorhome began to burn gradually, and there seemed to be a figure in the flames. Xiao Yuan endured the pain of being burned by the heat wave and approached the center of the flame step by step. Every time he took a step forward, Xiao Yuan could feel his heart trembling. The closer he got, the stronger the throbbing in his heart. When Xiao Yuan felt that he was about to see the person in the flames, suddenly the whole world shook, and he opened his eyes. A white and pure face came into his eyes, and Xiao Yuan's pounding heart gradually calmed down. He stretched out his hand and hugged Sun Wan into his arms. "Ah," Sun Wan exclaimed, her cheeks slightly red, and whispered, "Xiao Yuan, get up." Chapter 284. Xiao Yuan sniffed the fragrance of her hair and squinted his eyes comfortably. "No, I want to hold you for a while." Sun Wan raised her fist and gently hit his shoulder, saying coquettishly, "Stop it, it will be embarrassing if they come and see it later." Hee. Xiao Yuan laughed slyly, and was about to speak when he heard a cough coming from the door. Cough, cough. Gu Jia leaned against the door and coughed twice to show her presence. "Xiao Yuan, are you being a hooligan in broad daylight?" Xiao Yuan let go of Sun Wan, whose cheeks were red, and got up from the bed. "Why do you girls always get up so early?" Seeing Xiao Yuan's shameless change of subject, Gu Jia smiled and said, "Today, the military will send someone to pick us up to go to the training base. It would be rude if we don't come early to keep them waiting." Under the urging of Sun Wan and Gu Jia, Xiao Yuan finished washing up and went downstairs to have dinner with everyone. After breakfast, the group went to the training base for training under the arrangement of the military. After the holiday in A City, Everyone did not participate in training for more than a month. The competition between Country A, Fuso, Goryeo, and Cheongdu is related to national glory, and the Parliament of Country A is very concerned about this matter. On the bus, Soon Won's mobile phone was playing a fashion and beauty conference. The conference site gathered news media from all over Country A, and the protagonist in the camera was Liang Zhong'an. Soon Won adjusted the screen to full screen and said excitedly, "Look, Lulu is behind Uncle Liang." Liang Lu was wearing a white dress, beautiful and generous, with a graceful figure, and looked at the camera with a smile on her lips. Liang Zhong'an said in a deep voice, bowed slightly and said, "Today is the day when the Time Beauty developed by Liang Group and Zoo's Group is released. Zoo's Group is unique in the field of high-tech and rarely involves the beauty industry." As soon as the news of Liang's cooperation with it came out, it attracted the attention of the public. People want to know what the difference will be between the beauty products jointly developed by the old beauty company Liang Group and Zoo's. A young male reporter below asked first, "Mr. Liang, can you introduce the specific role of Time Beauty?" "Of course." Liang Zhong'an responded with a smile. Time Beauty has been rigorously tested and proven to keep the user's face young. Wow! Liang Zhong'an's words immediately caused an uproar below the press conference. The gimmick of a beauty product that keeps the face young is enough to attract countless people's attention. "Mr. Liang, can you explain in detail?" "Mr. Liang, does same face mean that the face will not age?" "Mr. Liang." Under the stage, Liang Zhong'an was very satisfied with the enthusiasm of the reporters to ask questions, and he waved his hand to stop the noisy reporters. "Let me give you an example, like my daughter." He looked at Liang Lu behind him. "If she can start using Time Beauty from now on, she will not be much different from now when she is 40 years old. Of course, Time Beauty will not make people rejuvenate, it will only delay the aging of human appearance. And the aging of internal organs of the human body cannot be stopped. Mr. Liang, can you ensure the safety of this product?" "Please rest assured, everyone and consumer friends, Time Beauty has been tested by us and is absolutely safe." Xiao Yuan looked at the scenery outside the window and murmured, "After today's press conference, I'm afraid the Liang Group will soar from now on." Gu Jia looked at Xiao Yuan curiously and said, "Xiao Yuan, is Lulu's Time Beauty really that amazing? The beauty will last forever. I'm afraid all the celebrities and ladies in the world will go crazy. Women are always sensitive and cherish their appearance. However, time is ruthless, and beauty fades easily. No matter how beautiful a woman is, she will eventually grow old. In today's increasingly professional plastic surgery industry, celebrities and ladies spend countless money on beauty and plastic surgery every year. The launch of Time Beauty quickly became popular on the internet and news media in a short period of time. A far-reaching change has quietly arrived. Country A Yanjing Military Training Base. After Xiao Yuan and his Silver Wing Army arrived, they were led by a young staff member to the base. The young man named Ding Ning had a fair face and was very talkative. He told everyone about the various facilities of the training base. The Yanjing Military Training Base was originally established for the training of elite soldiers from all over the country. Those who could come here were all elite soldiers in the army. Loud slogans and training sounds floated in the sky, which lifted people's spirits. When I saw the circular training hall from a distance, I felt very shocked, and the feeling became stronger when I got closer. The fully enclosed training hall reached a height of more than 30 meters, and was covered with a layer of glass. The full name of this glass is Pandora Alloy Tempered Glass, which is hard enough to withstand continuous attacks from gunfire. However, its most unique function lies in the internal simulation function. The simulation function will present different weather environment landscapes according to the settings of human background data. 3,000 holographic projection devices distributed at specific angles can project realistic images inside. In other words, the training simulation effect in the training ground is as strong as real combat exercises. Pandora Tempered Glass is expensive, and only the training base at the foot of the imperial capital Yanjing can afford to build it. In the training ground, a woman in a silver-winged military uniform was staring at the huge log standing tall on the field. Hearing the footsteps behind her, she turned around and smiled. Her face was pink and her cheeks were graceful. "Instructor Ouyang?" Xiao Yuan walked up to her in surprise. "Long time no see, why are you here?" "Instructor Ouyang. How many times do I have to say it?" Ouyang poked his chest and emphasized again. I know. Xiao Yuan smiled and said, "I heard that the second generation of anti-gravity maneuvering device is out. You are responsible for teaching?" "Of course." Ouyang waved to the people behind Xiao Yuan. "Long time no see, everyone." "Long time no see, Instructor O." Sun Wan greeted her affectionately. I heard from Xiaoming that you returned to the imperial capital first, and I have been looking for time to see you. Hee. I was busy with the final test of the maneuvering device some time ago. Where did I have the time? Yang is not only an officer, but also a versatile person who is proficient in mechanical science. There are hundreds of people like her in the Silver Wing Corps. While commanding the battle on the spot, they also have to collect battlefield data and filter it to send it to the core database. Among them, the first-hand data on the anti-gravity maneuvering device is shared with the War Preparation Research Institute of Country A think tank. Yang and Xiao Yuan and others are old acquaintances. Xiao Yuan's first contact with the anti-gravity maneuvering device after joining the army was completed under her guidance. The representatives of the Silver Wing Army, a total of 12 people, Xiao Yuan, Sun Wan, Sheng Dong, Qin Shishir, and Yin, Bai Lu, Gu Jia, Hu Meiqi, Pang Fei, Su Yi, Zhou Nan Tao Chen. The 12 of them will form a team to fight against the elite new army personnel from the other 3 countries. At the edge of the venue, there are 13 exquisite bright silver backpacks, with the Silver Wing Army flag printed in the middle. Yang ran her finger across the backpack, turned around and said loudly, Xiao Yuan, step out. Xiao Yuan responded and strode out of the team and walked towards her. Yang smiled and said, you will be the one to show everyone the new equipment. Be careful. Xiao Yuan blinked and gave her a reassuring look. He had used the anti-gravity maneuvering device thousands of times, and was as familiar with it as his hands and feet. The moment he pressed his fingers on the backpack, a flame spurted out with a whoosh. This unexpected attack hit Xiao Yuan in the face. Chapter 285. The scorching flame singed Xiao Yuan's eyebrows and hair, and his fair face was black and white. Fortunately, the flames were not hot or strong, so nothing happened except that some people were embarrassed. Ahem. Xiao Yuan coughed twice to fan the smell of burning around him, pointed at Yang and said with a smile, Instructor Yang, what's wrong with you? Yang's beautiful eyes moved, and her face was filled with a little pride. I forgot to say that the new backpack has a flame jet function. I forgot to turn it off. Xiao Yuan looked at her smug look, gritted his teeth secretly, wiped his face and forced a smile. It's okay, I believe Instructor Yang didn't mean it. Hee. Yang covered her mouth and chuckled, feeling very happy. It's good that you understand, and please call me Instructor O. Xiao Yuan resisted the urge to roll his eyes, opened the backpack to reveal the equipment inside, and responded casually, Okay, Instructor Yang. Yes, Instructor Yang. The second-generation anti-gravity maneuvering device is basically the same as the first generation in terms of wearing methods, with some optimization changes made to the waist-fixing device. Click. After fastening the last buckle on his waist, Xiao Yuan patted the minging knife on his waist, looked at the giant log in the distance, and took a deep breath. He hadn't used the maneuvering device for a long time, and now he felt a little excited. Whoosh! Whoosh! The alloy claw ejected, making 2 crisp sounds, which were much crisper than before. The adjustment and optimization of the launch trajectory significantly reduced the friction between the alloy claw and the launcher, and the wasted energy decreased accordingly. Xiao Yuan's body soared into the sky in an instant, and the weather conditions simulated by Pandora's glass were above the training ground. White clouds rolled in the blue sky, and gusts of wind blew past his ears, making Xiao Yuan feel like he was in the clouds. Bang! Xiao Yuan spun in the air and landed on the side of the log, his military boots firmly grasping the surface of the wood. He took a deep breath and let out a clear whistle, and the alloy claws were retracted, and Xiao Yuan, who had lost his balance, fell down. Feeling the downward trend of his body, Xiao Yuan's mind became clearer and clearer, and the unfamiliar feeling after a month of recuperation disappeared. Hey! When he was 7 or 8 meters away from the ground, he shouted loudly, and the alloy claws shot towards another log in the distance. Snap! The alloy hook was inserted into the log, and the barb was firmly inserted into it when Xiao Yuan retracted the metal wire. Xiao Yuan flew up at a distance of about 1 meter from the ground, and the silver knife slashed through the fine sand on the ground. Swish! The fine sand flew, and Xiao Yuan rushed into the sky again and swung his knife. Swish! The silver knife left a deep mark on the log. He was as agile as a fish, circling around the log and launching 5 attacks in an instant. When Xiao Yuan fell to the ground, the fluttering wood chips had just fallen to the ground. Pa, pa, pa. Yang clapped her hands in appreciation and said with a smile, Not bad, you can still quickly master the second generation after not using the mobile device for a month. You have a solid foundation. Xiao Yuan put the minging knife back into the scabbard and said, It's all because of your teaching, hee. Ouyang walked up to Xiao Yuan, pointed to the connection device next to the launch device on both sides of his body, and explained, "Everyone, look here, this is the key to your future coordinated operations." The connection device of the second-generation mobile device is very cleverly designed. The connection is convenient and firm, but it also requires a high level of skill from the user. The connection between the alloy hooks is not difficult, but the connection between the alloy hooks and the launch devices on both sides of the human waist is difficult. Due to limited vision, wind force, and the complex influence of the battlefield, long-distance connection is not easy to complete. Due to time constraints, the traction positioning system of the think tank of Country A has not yet been developed, and the long-distance connection can only rely on manpower operation. With the strength of the alloy hooks, if the injured person is accidentally injured, he will lose his combat ability, and even his life will be in danger. Therefore, the connection device is more under safe conditions, facing the needs of mobile coordination in various situations, and its use in combat is theoretical. With Xiao Yuan speaking, the rest of the people put on the second-generation anti-gravity maneuvering device and started training to prepare for the upcoming war zone competition. The atmosphere in the quiet reception room was solemn. Liang Lu frowned and glanced at her father Liang Zhong'an from time to time, with worry in her eyes. Liang Zhong'an put down the newspaper in his hand and sighed. The eye-catching headline of the newspaper headline stimulated his nerves. Youth Beauty Time Beauty suddenly appeared. Who will win? At the Paris Beauty Product Launch Conference, the beauty products jointly developed by Southeast Zhou Group and Kong Group were released almost at the same time as Time Beauty. What surprised many people was that the effect of youth makeup is almost the same as that of Time makeup, maintaining appearance and delaying aging. The advent of youth makeup has cast a haze over the day that should have belonged to Time makeup. Yu Jing's secretary called after the press conference. After asking about the situation in detail, he asked Liang Zhong'an to host the press conference in Yanjing. Yu Jing will go to Yanjing from Tokyo Bianliang in 2 days. How to deal with youth makeup will be further discussed. Liang Lu gently rubbed Liang Zhong'an's temple to relieve his migraine. Liang Zhong'an sighed, looking tired. I heard that the person representing Zhou's is Zhou Yi. Liang Lu nodded gently and said, Dad, Zhou Yi is responsible for the operation and release of Youth Beauty. Liang Zhong'an pondered for a while, and said, it turned out to be him. It seems that he was also the one who planned the Lingshan incident. Liang Zhong'an had never understood the reason for the assassination on Lingshan, but today he finally figured out the reason. Zhou Yi and the Kong family have secretly obtained the secret of Night Demon Beauty, which is very likely to be the information obtained from Liang's secret research base. The purpose of the Lingshan assassination was to kill Liang Zhong'an and prevent the listing of Night Demon cosmetics. Unfortunately, the sudden appearance of Xiao Yuan and others broke Zhou Yi's plan. Later, Liang Zhong'an entered the Kunping Hotel, and Zhou Yi never found another chance. Liang Lu subconsciously clenched her fists and said, Dad, Zhou Yi. Will he really do that? She didn't like Zhou Yi, but Zhou Yi was gentle and kind in front of her most of the time. She still remembered the scene of Zhou Yi crossing the border for thousands of miles to Sierra City to find her. Although she didn't like Zhou Yi, she was still grateful for his kindness. Hey. Liang Zhong'an took his daughter's hand and said earnestly, Lulu, do you know why Dad has always disagreed with Zhou Yi pursuing you? Liang Lu blinked her big watery eyes and said, do you think he is of ordinary origin and not worthy of trust? Liang Zhong'an patted the back of her hand and smiled slightly. Zhou Yi is a talented and courageous child, but he has a bad heart and tends to use extreme means. Zhou Yi pursued Liang Lu, and Liang Zhong'an, as a father, always had an ambiguous attitude. Liang Lu thought he didn't care much. Unexpectedly, he had already made plans in his mind. Liang Zhong'an looked at his daughter lovingly and said, as for Xiao Yuan, he is a good child. If he can really become my son-in-law, Dad will naturally be happy. Ah! Liang Lu was surprised and heard Liang Zhong'an continue. Dad is an experienced person. Can you hide the drama between you and him from me? Liang Lu blushed when she heard this and quickly changed the subject. Dad, what are you going to do about the youth beauty makeup? Seeing that his daughter was shy, Liang Zhong'an stopped teasing her and said softly, what else can we do? We have to fight a tough battle with them in the market. Chapter 286. In May in Yanjing, the spring breeze is chilly. The Greater China Region Corps competition officially begins at the Yanjing training base. When Ouyang and the 12 members of the Silver Wing Corps arrived at the location, more than 100 members of the Qiangdu, Goryeo, and Fuso envoys had already arrived at the venue. Suzuki Nana was wearing a kamikaze corps uniform, with her long hair tied up, looking heroic. Seeing Xiao Yuan coming, she walked over with a smile, her eyes curved and shining like stars. Mr. Xiao Yuan, we meet again. Xiao Yuan smiled politely, not knowing why this girl was so familiar with him. Ms. Suzuki, hello. Suzuki Nana chuckled and said, just call me Nana. Yang saw it clearly from the side and reminded her, Miss Suzuki, we will enter the competition soon. Don't you need to check your equipment? Suzuki Nana looked surprised and said, yes, thank you for reminding me. After that, she turned and walked towards her team, with a smile on her face not increasing or decreasing. Yang blocked Suzuki Nana's words, and led the team members to the side of the stadium. She looked at Suzuki Nana's back and whispered, Xiao Yuan, don't be fooled by this girl. Xiao Yuan looked at her in surprise and said, Sister Yang, do you know her? Yang snorted and pouted, more than knowing her, her methods are very vicious. While the two were whispering, Ding Ning and the curator in charge of the venue came out and led everyone in. The Warzone Legion competition, as the first official competition among 4 countries in Greater China, attracted much attention. The 4 countries' militaries, civilian military enthusiasts, and research institutions are all paying close attention to this contest. Is the long-renowned Silver Wing Corps as powerful as the legend says? How far is the gap between the combat power of other war zones and it? All will be revealed here. The Corps contest is divided into 3 rounds, using a point system. The first round is an individual battle, where each team sends 3 members to fight against the people in the other team, and the winner gets 1 point. The second round is a cooperative battle. Each team sends 2 pairs of partners, male and female, and they cannot be the personnel who appear in the individual station, and the winner gets 2 points. The third match is a team battle. 4 teams enter the field assessment area, complete specific tasks, and eliminate opponents to gain points. After 3 matches, the team with the highest points will win the final victory. The process of the 3 matches will be broadcast live to the military command centers of the 4 countries, as well as the command centers of the Medi District, Tanning District, Jones District, and Panbipolar District. The new Army Corps is destined to become the main force in future human wars, and all parties want to take this opportunity to see each other's strength. The person in charge of hosting the competition was a middle-aged officer. He took the document handed over by Ding Ning, and in a loud voice, he read out some polite words to welcome the people from all parties. After that, he introduced the personnel and commanders of the 4 teams of Country A, Jiangdu, Fuso, and Goryeo. The commander of Country A was Yang, who guided and commanded the whole process. Fortunately, she was there, otherwise it would be most likely that Xiao Yuan or Shandong would be the commander. There was friction between the 2 of them and Zhou Nan, and they had disliked each other for a long time. Xiao Yuan stood in the crowd, looking at the people of the Jiangdu envoys. Among the 4 countries, the people of Fuso and Goryeo were no different from those of Country A, but the Jiangdu people were completely different. The Jiangdu people had high noses and broad eyes, dark skin, and a fierce light in their eyes. The Jiangdu leader was tall and broad, about 190 centimeters tall, with arms as thick as the legs of an average person, and looked like a spirited bear. He and Xiao Yuan looked at each other, and his eagle eyes were raised with a strong sense of provocation. Xiao Yuan smiled slightly, turned around and began to discuss the list of people to fight with Yang. Gu Jie, and Yin, and Zhou Nan will represent the Silver Wings Corps as representatives of the individual battle. Xiao Yuan, Sun Wan, Sheng Dong, and Qin Shishir will appear as the cooperative station. Yang made such an arrangement after careful consideration. Gu Jie and Yin are both good players picked from 100. Zhou Nan is not a good person, but his back is beyond doubt. The cooperative battle involves a high score and requires outstanding tacit understanding between each other. Xiao Yuan and Sheng Dong are undoubtedly the best candidates. After the 4 teams finished discussing, the battle that many parties paid attention to finally started. The first match was between Yin and Park Zhongwan of the Sejong Army. The match took place in a training ground full of logs. The winner was determined by whether one of the 2 fell to the ground or surrendered. The weapons used were specially made and would not cause fatal injuries to the human body. Even so, if the person was hit head-on, it would be enough to hurt the victim. This was also part of the game. If a team suffered heavy losses in the first 2 battles, the third battle would also be affected. The rules were a disguised way to increase the intensity of the fight between the players, so that they would go all out. Yanjing Training Base, Command Center Control Room. Li Jun, Jin Chao, and 2 generals were standing in front of the screen, concentrating on the situation on the field. One of them was in his 20s, and the other was over 40. They were full of military spirit and stood straight. The older middle-aged general spoke first and said, "Li Jin, you are most familiar with your soldiers. Why don't you introduce them to us?" Li Jin smiled and said, "Brother Tiansheng, please look, this soldier is named Yin, an elite of the 1st Silver Wing Army, and has participated in the battles of A City and Sierra City. The middle-aged general's full name is Zhang Tiansheng, and he is currently the commander of the Great Wall Corps of Country A." He nodded and said, "Old soldiers, elite soldiers? It's rare." Li Jin knew his temper and was shocked, and hurriedly said, "Brother Tiansheng, these are the backbone of our corps, don't even think about it." "Ha ha ha." Zhang Tiansheng smiled heartily and said, "Look at your pettiness, Zhuishu, you heard that no one is on guard against us." Next to the middle-aged general, a young general in a straight military uniform smiled slightly. "Such old soldiers are treasures everywhere. It's understandable that I'm reluctant to part with them, but—" He changed the subject, and a sly smile appeared on his handsome face. "The army is short of instructors, so we need to temporarily transfer some personnel. Brotherly, you won't refuse, right?" "This?" Li Jin hesitated for a moment, and said, "Temporary transfer, of course." Zhuishu and Zhang Tiansheng smiled at each other, and said, "It's a deal." The three of them had just finalized it when the first match between Yin and Park Yungan on the screen officially began. Peng Fei sat at the prepared table and said, "Piao makes money? This guy is really good at naming, I wonder how good he is." Xiao Yuan looked at the two people flying into the sky and shrugged. "It's hard to say. Park Shengqian has a good foundation. It depends on how Brother handles it." Huh. The cold wind swept through his body, making Yan's mind clearer. The speed of the second-generation mobile device was obviously faster. After reaching the high point first, he used his strength to chop at Park Shengqian, who was flying up. Shua! The silver knife broke through the wind and slashed towards his head. Park Shengqian was also strong and took the heavy blow head-on. Clang! The two swords collided, and Park Yungan's body fell down. And Yan's own weight plus the full force of the attack made him powerful. Park Yungan fell very fast. When Yin caught up with him, he raised a sneer and waved his hand violently. Whoosh! A strong wind blew from all around Yin, causing his body to lose balance. Ah! Chapter 287. Yin was startled and lost his balance due to the sudden wind. Park Yungan found the right time to turn defense into offense, and launched continuous attacks with his quick knife, forcing Yin to the side. Bang! Yin was busy dealing with his attack, and did not pay attention to the situation behind him. He hit the log hard, making a muffled sound. He groaned, kicked the log to gain momentum and counterattacked. The alloy claw under his rib shot out, interrupting Park Yungan's attack. Whoosh! At the same time as the alloy claw shot out, Yin controlled his body with a metal wire and killed his opponent. A series of attacks flowed smoothly, showing solid basic skills, and making the spectators look at him with new eyes. Yanging sat in the rest seat, looked up at Yan's attacks and moves, and praised, "The control is in place, and the single metal wire combat is skillful, not bad." Yin gradually turned the situation around. Bai Lu saw it, and was happy, saying, "Brother has been training hard on weekdays, and he has only recently mastered the single metal wire combat." Yanging couldn't help but look at him twice more, and felt that Yin was good. Peng Fei laughed and said, "In my opinion, in 10 more moves, Olden will win. That's not good for making money." Xiao Yuan stared at the situation on the field, shook his head and said, "It's not that simple. Park Shengqian will not have no backup plan." Clang! Before he finished speaking, a sound of weapons colliding suddenly came from the sky, clearly reaching everyone's ears. Everyone on the field was stunned. How come the sound suddenly became so clear? The situation on the battlefield changed. Yin was about to win in a quick attack, but his body suddenly tilted. Swish! The silver knife passed by Park Yungan's shoulder, tearing his clothes. He smeared, and hit Yan's chest with his elbow. Bang! Yan's eyes showed an incredible look, and a thought popped up in his mind. Wind element affinity. Yin thought the gust of wind at the beginning of the battle was a coincidence. Until this moment, he officially confirmed it. Feeling that his body was unable to move in the impact of the airflow, Yin could only raise his weapon to resist the attack. Unfortunately, every time he tried to resist, there was always airflow blocking him. The crowd off the field also understood that the sound of the two fighting was unusually clear, but Park Shengqian changed the airflow so that the sound was transmitted to the bottom. After resisting several attacks, Yin finally showed a flaw. Park Shengqian slashed at Yan's neck viciously. This hit Yin would probably have a hard time participating in the next game. His eyes were filled with excitement. He could defeat the elite of the Silver Wing Legion, which was known as the strongest new army legion on Blue Star, head-on. He could already imagine how bright his future would be. Swish! The silver knife landed on the opponent, but the next second his smile froze on his face. The expected screams and blood did not appear. The knife cut through Yan's body and passed through it. Ah! Park Yoon-gon's brain paused for a moment, not knowing what happened. Just as he was in a daze, a strong wind came from the side at a very tricky angle. Park Yoon-gon was distracted and the silver knife fell and hit his vital point, causing him to lose balance instantly. And Yan's body magically appeared from the side, catching Park Shin-cheon's clothes moth off guard, and finally fell into the fine sand on the ground with a bang. Park Shin-cheon's limbs twitched, and he lay on the ground for a long time before slowly raising his head. He looked at Yan unwillingly and squeezed out a few words from his teeth. Light. System. Element. Element. And Yan's move was amazing. Xiao Yuan and the other 12 people received the finished product of the second-generation Gene Potion a week ago and took the Gene Potion. Of course, Xiao Yuan and Sun Wan did not take it but gave it to Lord Yuga for research. They did not expect Yin to be able to use the light element so quickly. The light element is different from the other elements. It is milder and more inclined to auxiliary properties. And Yan's ability to master it quickly has a lot to do with the element's properties. And Yin smiled slightly, and after the referee came to announce the result, he walked back to the rest seat of the Silver Wing Legion. Seeing everyone coming up, and Yin smiled and said, "Finally, you lived up to everyone's expectations." Xiao Yuan patted his shoulder and said, "Brethren, why didn't you tell us that you can use the light element? We were all shocked just now." Haha, and Yin laughed heartily. "I had no idea if I could use it, but luckily it worked." In the final battle between Yin and Park Yoon-gon, Yin used the light element to create a short-term light and shadow effect. He had already moved to the side before Park Yoon-gon's attack arrived, and launched a fatal attack when he was exhausted and distracted after launching the attack. And Yan's affinity for light elements is relatively weak, and the light and shadow he created can last for a short time, so it is particularly important to grasp the opportunity. Compared with the cheers of the Silver Wings, the defeat of the Goryeo army in the first battle seemed a bit dull. Park Shun-chien lowered his head, like a defeated rooster. Parliament of Country A, the main control center. More than 20 senior military officials and core personnel in the Parliament of Country A were watching the entire battle process attentively. Li Ming stood in front of the screen and explained the battle situation. She played back the battle scene just now and said, "So, Yin just used the light element, but the speed was very fast. It seems that Park Shin-cheon's attack was just off." 3 old men sat in front of the high-ranking members of the A country parliament. The one in the middle was Wu Shou. Kong Wei on his left had a kind face, and said, "The new army is indeed the pillar of our country. This method is really powerful." Hee hee. On Wu Shou's right, an old man over 50 years old smiled. He was handsome, but his age still couldn't hide his youthful charm. His facial features were deep and three-dimensional, and his eagle eyes were bright and energetic. He said, "I heard that it was the second-generation Gene Potion specially approved by Commissioner Wu. He really had foresight." Wu Zhou smiled slightly and said calmly, "In order to deal with the war zone of other countries, this is an expedient measure. I hope Commissioner Zui Yang will understand." Zui Yang said "Ah" and waved his hand. "For the glory of Country A, this little thing is nothing." Commissioner Wu Zhou is being polite. Kong Wei and Wu Zhou have a delicate relationship. Hearing this, he coughed and said, "It's okay to distribute the medicine in advance, but..." He looked at Wu Zhou with a smile, and changed the subject. "The second-generation Gene Potion is of great importance. Commissioner Wu Zhou must supervise it well, otherwise it will be difficult to explain to the parliament if something goes wrong." Wu Zhou's eyes fixed, but he didn't continue what Kong Wei said. He looked at the 2 people who appeared on the big screen again, and smiled slightly. The next game begins. Yanjing Training Base Stadium. The 2 people in the second match were from Cheongdu and Fusong, and they stood on the field in sharp contrast. The man said by Cheongdu was thin, with sunken eyes and black eye sockets. If his eyes were not bright, people would think he was terminally ill. The man said by Fusong was muscular, and it was difficult to hide his tendon muscles even in military uniforms. During the resting seat of the Silver Wing Army, Pang Fei pointed at the 2 people and grinned. "I bet with you that the Cheongdu guys will lose within 10 minutes. Yang Ying's beautiful eyes moved, looking at the 2 people on the field. "I bet a week's lunch, Cheongdu's people have a greater chance of winning." Chapter 288. Pang Fei slapped the chair and shouted, "Coach O, you are going to lose this time, Ha ha ha. Oh Yang Ying shrugged and smiled. I hope you don't cry when you lose. Xiao Yuan saw Oh Yang Ying's confident look and laughed in his heart. Oh Yang Ying is beautiful and scheming. She must have something to rely on to take the bed head on. He was about to speak when he suddenly felt someone gently pulling the corner of his clothes. Xiao Yuan looked back and saw Sun Wan looking at the field seriously. She whispered in his ear, Xiao Yuan, there is something wrong with a player from the Qiangdu team. Oh! Xiao Yuan sniffed the mint scent in her hair and asked curiously, what's wrong? Sun Wan hesitated and exhaled. There is a layer of black air on his body, especially around his waist. Black air? Xiao Yuan followed her line of sight, and saw that the player Qiangdu had a lifeless look on his face, and there was nothing abnormal about him. He was curious and suppressed his temper to carefully observe the situation of the two people on the field, hoping to find the black air that Sun Wan mentioned. Swoosh! Whoosh! Qiangdu Jawara versus Fuso Kato Kino. The battle between the two was fierce from the beginning. Gawara looked thin and small, but he was surprisingly strong. Clang! After another head-on fight, Gawara pulled the silver knife back to his side. Swish! The blade passed along Gawara's nose, and he grabbed Kato Takeo's neck like a monkey and ran to his back. Kato Takeo screamed, as if he was stung by an insect, and used the anti-gravity maneuvering device to fly between the logs. Bang! 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 Kato Takeo's use of the maneuvering device was not inferior to Yan's performance. The three collisions happened to hit Gawara behind him. He didn't notice during the battle that after being hit, Gawara's body was expanding at a speed visible to the naked eye. Bang! After another fierce collision, Gawara finally flew out from behind him and fell to the center of the battlefield. In the center of thousands of logs was a circular wooden arena with a radius of 25 meters. This arena was generally used for competitions between soldiers. After all, it was sometimes difficult to determine the winner when fighting in the air using mobile devices. Seeing that Gawara took the initiative to land on the ring, Kato Kino was secretly happy. He had been troubled by his opponent's slippery body movements, but he didn't expect that the opponent would take the initiative to deliver himself. After Kato Kino landed on the ring, he narrowed his eyes and looked at him, slowly raising the Lu Ming silver knife. The Ming silver knife used by Gawara was different from Kato Kino's long sword. His Ming silver knife was more curved and had a larger arc, which had the charm of cold weapons in the ancient Qiangdu Maurya dynasty. This curved knife was more lethal to the opponent, but it was heavier and slower, and required higher skills from the user. Buzz! Gawara slashed the scabbard with his scimitar, making a crisp buzzing sound. The buzzing sound fell into Kato-kin's ears like a bell, and it lasted for a long time. His mind was distracted for a moment at this moment, and when he came to his senses, Gawara's blade was already close to him. Kato-kin's mind woke up as if from a dream, and he dodged the attack with an instinctive move. A splash of blood splashed on his cheek, which made Kato-kin's chaotic mind suddenly alert. He touched the blood on his face, and put it in front of his eyes. Then he screamed and rushed towards him in an incomprehensible Japanese language. After the two fought for more than a dozen rounds, Kato Kino used the alloy claw to block his opponent's position. Swish! The silver knife spun in his hand and chopped towards Gawara's body. Gawara's clothes were cut by the silver knife in Kato Kino's hand, and his body was exposed with a hiss. Gawara's skin was pale yellow, no different from most then Qiangdu people, but when he turned around with an evil smile, Kato Kino's pupils couldn't help shrinking. He has a strange tattoo on his upper body from the neck to the lower abdomen. The main body of the tattoo is black, and it looks like a black Buddha, but there are indeed more than a dozen arms extending from the body. Each hand holds a different object. Some are human hearts, some are spines, and some are skulls. The whole tattoo is very delicate and ingenious, depicting all the subtle details. The smile on the black Buddha's face is weird, and his eyes reveal a sense of evil, which makes people feel uncomfortable no matter how they look at it. Ah! Kato Kino cried out in surprise, and took 2 steps back. After he stood still, he looked closely, and couldn't help but gasp. The opponent's originally skinny body had grown several times bigger without him noticing, especially the muscles bulged where the tattoos were, which was very strange. Ha! Gawara roared, and his voice was mixed with other sounds, which seemed to be there and not there. Kato Kino's movements became slow and heavy in the sound, his eyelids became heavier, and a chill came faintly from his back. Finally, he could no longer resist Gawara's attack, and the silver knife was accidentally picked up and fell to the side. Clang! The moment the silver knife fell to the ground, he was hit by Gawara, and a narrow wound was opened on his right arm, and blood was scattered all over the ground. When the referee arrived, Kato Kino had lost consciousness, and a black pattern spread from the back of his neck. The doctor who was treating him in the hospital later found that a layer of black substance appeared in the skin on his back when he lost consciousness. The pattern formed was vaguely the same as the Black Buddha statue on Gawara's body. The people who watched the whole process through the close-up screen were dumbfounded. Pang Fei scratched his head and murmured, "What's going on? This is impossible." Xiao Yuan looked at the arrogant Gawara on the screen with interest, and finally understood where the black air Sun Wan had seen before came from. He patted Pang Fei and said, "Old Pang, prepare to bleed a lot. Instructor Ouyang is nicknamed the Big Eater. Be careful not to eat you out of money." Ouyang heard Xiao Yuan slandering her, and her eyebrows raised in anger. "Xiao Yuan, don't make up people. When have you eaten less than me at a dinner party?" Xiao Yuan resisted her slapping and smiled. "I just said it casually. Why are you so excited?" "But what is the tattoo on his body?" Tattoo culture is very popular all over the world. Young people like to tattoo commemorative symbols and words on their bodies. The tattoo culture in Fusang is more interesting, and it is generally one of the symbols of underworld groups. Xiao Yuan has seen many tattoos, but he has never seen a Buddha tattooed on the body, let alone such a weird tattoo. Ouyang raised the corner of her mouth and slowly uttered a few words. "Thousand Hands Black Buddha." Thousand-handed Black Buddha? Everyone looked at each other. No one had heard of this term. Ouyang smiled proudly and began to explain its origin. The most famous period in the history of Xiongdu was called the Mao Zedong dynasty. The powerful Maurya dynasty once conquered most of the countries in the surrounding areas. At the end of the Maurya dynasty, due to the corruption of the ruling group, the people lived in dire straits. When the chaotic times came, the people could not survive and rose up, and various organizations against the dynasty emerged one after another. There is an organization that worships a very strange idol, a thousand-handed Black Buddha. Thousand hands is just a general term. In fact, the Black Buddha has 13 hands, 6 on the left and 6 on the right, and 1 on the head. The Black Buddha holds the internal organs of the human body, as well as the spine, skull, and several strange instruments. People who believe in the thousand-handed Black Buddha believe that it can bring happiness and liberation to people, and tattooing it on the body can gain great power. The Maurya dynasty is different from the Central Plains dynasty of Country A. There is no specific historian to record history, and there are few written records left. Later generations can only get a glimpse of what happened at that time through limited documents. Because the Black Buddha tattoo combined with secret methods can indeed enhance human strength, there were many followers at one time. However, the human and material resources that can be mobilized between civilian organizations and national armies are not on the same level, and they were finally wiped out and disappeared in the dust of history. The once prosperous thousand-handed Black Buddha was also lost with the death of the core backbone, and it was unexpected that it would reappear in the world today. Chapter 289. Xiao Yuan pondered for a while, then rolled his eyes and said, "Why does it sound like a kind of evil magic?" The combination of tattoos and secret methods to enhance the strength of the human body reminded him of the civil organizations that emerged at the end of several dynasties in the history of Country A. With the help of strange secret methods, many ordinary people were convinced and joined, and finally formed a force that was strong enough to fight against the regular army. Ouyang shrugged and said, "The thousand-handed Black Buddha has been lost for a long time, and no one knows its principle. It is likely that some kind of drug is used to stimulate the potential of the human body." Seeing Kato Kino being carried away, Pang Fei slapped his head in annoyance. "Brother Jianan looks tall and strong. How can he be so lame?" Ouyang snorted and said, "A man should accept the defeat. A man should not forget his words, right?" Pang Fei's cheek twitched, and he gritted his teeth and said, "Don't worry, Instructor O, I will take care of lunch for a week." Ouyang smiled sweetly and muttered Qibao Lei Cha, cream mushrooms, roasted whole lamb, sea-based soup and other strange dishes, which made him look bitter. The third match was between Fuso's Higashatani Kojiro and Goryo's Li Minchiol. After a battle, Higashatani Kojiro won. The fourth match was between Country A's Gu Jia and Xiongdu's Nia. Nia used the same trick as Gawara and narrowly defeated Gu Jia. The fifth match was between Goryo's Bei Suzy and Fuso's Momothani Rika. Bei Suzy was born pure and beautiful, and her temperament was somewhat similar to Sun Wan. The duel between the two basically represented the sealing of the female new army between the two legions. It can be seen that Bei Suzy and Momothani Rika have very solid basic skills, and their close combat and anti-gravity maneuvering devices are first class. In the tug-of-war, Bei Suzy's physical strength persisted to the end and knocked Momothani Rika to the sand. After winning, she was not arrogant at all. She took small steps to Mamatani Rika and helped her up. Her action made the audience have a good impression of her. It felt that Bae Suzy was completely different from other Koreans who were too arrogant. After their battle, they ushered in the last match, which was also the key match to decide who would take the first place. After the 5 matches, Country A won 1 and lost 1, Cheongdu won both matches, Fuso won 1 and lost 2, and Goryeo won 1 and lost 2. If Country A can win back 1 in the 6th match, it will be tied with Cheongdu for the first place. If it loses, Cheongdu will dominate. In the control room of the training base, Lee Jun watched Zhou Nan and Cheongdu's D-Rang fight on the field, and slowly clenched his fist. The Cheongdu army's methods are weird, and cannot be judged by common sense. He really has no idea whether Zhou Nan can win. The individual competition concerns the reputation of the Silver Wing Corps, and even the entire A country's new army, so Lee Jun couldn't help but feel anxious. Zuoshu took a few steps forward with interest and said, "Zhou Nan, I have read his information, and his strength is not bad." Lee Jun's face remained calm when he heard this, and he said, "Zhou Nan is indeed very strong, but the tattoos on Chang during can't be speculated by common sense." Zhang Tiansheng stroked his chin, thought for a while, and said, "I have seen this kind of tattoo before." Seeing Li Jun and Zuoshu looking at him, he smiled and said, "That was when I participated in the Ryukyu campaign. Many years ago, Zhang Tiansheng was ordered to fight in Ryukyu. Due to the fierce battle between Country A and Fuso, the road was difficult to travel, so he led his army to take the route of Cheongdu, intending to attack Ryukyu by surprise. When he was stationed at night in a deep mountain in Cheongdu, he saw a primitive tribe living in the mountains. The tribe has lived in the mountains for a long time, and except for occasionally going out to exchange supplies, they rarely have contact with the outside world. One of Zhang Tianxing's generals was injured by a poisonous snake in Cheongdu Mountain. Ordinary medicines were ineffective, so he had no choice but to visit the chief of the tribe in person. What Zhang Tiansheng didn't expect was that the old chief actually understood the official language of Country A, had a good chat with Zhang Tiansheng, and even helped the generals detoxify. Zhang Tiansheng saw the same tattoo on the old chief's tribe, but the Black Buddha didn't hold evil things such as the 5 internal organs of the human body. The old chief simply explained to Zhang Tiansheng that the Black Buddha was a god worshipped by their tribe, and every man in the tribe would have a tattoo on his body after adulthood. The adult men with tattoos would have a great improvement in physical fitness when combined with the secret medicine in the tribe, which was very magical. At that time, Zhang Tiansheng went to fight, and after returning from Ryukyu, he never went to Cheongdu again, and this memory faded away. Li Jun was listening in fascination, and turned around to find that Zhou Nan and Di Rang had already started fighting. The two flew into the sky one after the other, fighting between giant logs, with agile and graceful movements. Zhou Nan's body turned around the log, and a knife chopped on Di Rang's scimitar. Sparks flew. Clang! 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 The continuous attacks pushed Di Rang to another log. With his skillful control, Di Rang slid out like a fish with the recoil force. Zhou Nan snorted coldly, thinking to himself, "Let's see how long you can hold on." Zhou Nan's fighting style is fierce, and he can launch continuous strong attacks with long stamina, but Di Rang is not an ordinary person. With his body movements like a swimming fish, he can always dodge the attack at the last moment. His body changes in the continuous attacks. His upper body has become much stronger invisibly. After escaping Zhou Nan's attack again, he flew to the ring with a few leaps. Di Rang's move is exactly what Zhou Nan wants, but with the previous experience of Kato-kin's, Zhou Nan dare not take it lightly. Seeing Di Rang land, Zhou Nan launched an attack almost at the same time, and saw the sword flashes on the ring. Xiao Yuan and Zhou Nan did not get along, but he had to praise that his strength was indeed ranked among the top in the Silver Wing Army. Zhou Nan suppressed Di Rang in the scene, but he felt more and more wrong in his heart. Di Rang's strength became stronger and stronger in the confrontation with him, as if it was gradually strengthening. In the end, Zhou Nan felt that he could no longer suppress his attack. Clang! After another fight, he withdrew to the other side of the ring and looked at Di Rang with cold eyes. The silver knife in Zhou Nan's hand trembled continuously, making a buzzing sound. His strength was indeed increasing, just like the situation of the two before. Zhou Nan was surprised and thought about countermeasures. "Ah!" Di Rang roared and rushed towards Zhou Nan, the scimitar flashing in his hand. Every attack made Zhou Nan feel like he was about to bear it. When he was exhausted from dealing with it, he was caught by Di Rang. Di Rang quickly approached Zhou Nan's back, and the clothes in front of him trembled, as if there was a living thing hidden. "Here it comes." Zhou Nan felt a chill on his back, giving him goosebumps. D-Rang opened his eyes wide and pressed hard against Zhou Nan's back. Kato Kino was defeated after being attacked by Gawara. How could Zhou Nan not know? However, the Chang people were good at close combat. Once they got the upper hand, they were like a cowhide plaster and were about to stick to Zhou Nan. Die! D-Rang shouted in Chang language and pressed hard against Zhou Nan. In an instant, the hearts of the people in Country A who were watching were in their throats. Was Zhou Nan really going to lose here? Zhou Nan and D-Rang on the screen stood still for a few seconds, but in the eyes of others, it seemed particularly long. D-Rang raised his cheeks, opened his mouth belatedly, and suddenly let out a loud roar, and his body flew into the sky. Chapter 290. A strong wind blew past his ears, and D-Rang stared blankly at Zhou Nan below. A layer of light yellowish-brown translucent gas was attached to Zhou Nan's back, as if it were real. The cold wind hit his body, and D-Rang realized that the clothes in front of him had been broken by the contact just now. After D-Rang landed, the thousand-handed black Buddha tattooed on his body kept squirming, as if it had come alive. Especially the face of the black Buddha, which was more vivid and evil, with his eyes staring at Zhou Nan, revealing a sinister evil spirit. Humph! Zhou Nan turned around and waved his hand, and the yellowish-brown gas went from behind to his arms, and then flowed along his arms to the Minging knife. Zhou Nan knew the strangeness of the thousand-handed black Buddha, so he exposed his weakness and let D-Rang get close to him. Sure enough, D-Rang tried to get close to Zhou Nan again, but was hit by the earth element hidden behind him. The main function of the earth element is defense, and the attack power is limited. At the same time, the requirements for terrain are relatively strict, and it can be better displayed on the land. The ground of the training ground is all fine sand, and the earth element cannot mobilize the surrounding environment, but it is still very strong when integrated into the Minging knife. After Zhou Nan's Minging knife was attached with the earth element, it turned into a light earthy yellow, and the blade seemed to have grown a circle out of thin air. He swung the Minging knife in his hand, stepped on the ground and rushed forward. Bang! Zhou Nan jumped high and chopped down D-Rang's head with a powerful move, without holding back. The thousand-handed black Buddha on D-Rang's body had just calmed down after enduring the earth element. Facing Zhou Nan's attack, D-Rang seemed exhausted, and every attack would make the tattoo on his body tremble a little. Zhou Nan keenly noticed the changes in D-Rang's body, and his strength gradually faded as the black Buddha shook. After a series of quick attacks, Zhou Nan finally found an opportunity and chopped D-Rang to the ground with a knife. The blade cut through the tattoo on D-Rang's body, and cut the two hands of the black Buddha on his chest in the middle. Whoosh! A strong wind suddenly rushed out in front, and at the same time, the black light was about to climb onto his body along the Minging knife. Zhou Nan quickly threw the Minging knife on the ground. Clang! The earth element on the Minging knife dissipated, and the whole knife was covered with black matter, which was extremely terrifying. Zhou Nan staggered back a few steps. The forced use of the element that he had mastered for a short time almost made him lose strength. The black substance hovered on the Minging knife for a while, and finally quickly crawled back to D-Rang from the ground. D-Rang, lying on the ground, was pale until the black substance returned to his body and regained some color. Zhou Nan's victory over D-Rang made everyone in the Silver Wing army extremely excited. Yingying stood up and shouted, "Zhou Nan, well done!" Xiao Yuan looked at the black substance that returned to D-Rang's body, and suddenly a glimmer of enlightenment came to his mind. He took 2 steps forward and said, "I know. The tattoos on the Qiangdu Peacock Legion should be a kind of creature." "Creature?" Sheng Dong's eyes lit up after hearing this, and he said, "Xiao Yuan, do you mean that the black Buddha statues on their bodies are a kind of fungus-like creature?" "Smart." Xiao Yuan nodded. Fungus creatures attach to the human body and constantly stimulate the human potential during the battle, making people stronger and stronger. No wonder the Qiangdu elite fought with others in the early stage. It turned out that they gave the fungus creatures time. After figuring this out, Xiao Yuan felt like he had suddenly realized something. But, since they can continuously enhance their strength, why do they always choose to get close to others and use the black Buddha to stick to them? Zhou Nan returned to the rest seat and sat down. Except for his pale face, there was no other problem. D-Rang's failure shattered Qiangdu's dream of winning all the games. Country A and Qiangdu tied for first place with 2 points, while Fuso and Goryeo each had 1 point. The venue for the doubles match was still held at the training ground, but the terrain had changed. With a series of loud buzzing sounds, thousands of giant logs slowly fell in front of everyone's eyes, carrying with them thousands of tons of fine sand. After the logs disappeared, a new landscape reappeared from the ground. Xiao Yuan looked closely, and found that it was thousands of ancient trees. The terrain of the entire training ground turned into a forest terrain, and the dense vegetation made it dim. Yangying looked at everyone's surprised expressions, and said with a smile, "Don't underestimate the Yanjing training ground. The ground here can simulate 3 complete terrains of sand, forest, and ocean for actual combat use." The light in the Pandora glass above the entire training ground changed, and gradually turned into the night sky, with a bright moon hanging in the sky. The most interesting thing is that the temperature in the whole space dropped by 3 or 4 degrees, as if it was really night. Sheng Dong looked at these changes in amazement, and said, "It's unimaginable that such a project can be completed." Xiao Yuan stood beside him, stretched his body, and laughed. "Brother Sheng, Xiaonuan and I will test their strength first, you get ready." The 2-person cooperative battle will be participated by 8 people from 4 legions, 2 people in each team, and 1 point will be added for eliminating 1 person from the other side. Xiao Yuan and Sun Wan put on special data suits, which were covered with sensitive body sensing devices and data recording chips. Anyone wearing them will be fed back to the computer immediately when attacked, and will be confirmed out when the value reaches the limit of the human body. The terrain in the forest, where the 2-person cooperation station is located, is complex and the battle is fierce, which is incomparable to a single-person battle. Only by putting on this set of equipment can the best judgment be made. Xiao Yuan and Sun Wan went to the forest under the eyes of everyone. Also participating in this competition were Suzuki Nana from Fuso, and a tall black-faced young man. Xiao Yuan took a quick look at the other 2 teams, and found that he didn't recognize them at all. The 4 teams were divided into 4 directions, and entered the forest together. The environment in the forest was dark, and there were even occasional insects chirping. Xiao Yuan and Sun Wan walked in the forest one after the other. The military boots made a clattering sound in the forest, and it was difficult to hide their tracks. Xiao Yuan looked around and gestured to Sun Wan, who understood and flew up the tree. She was petite, and it was difficult for her to be discovered hiding above, so Xiao Yuan walked forward along the path. After walking for about 4 or 5 minutes, a gentle bird song suddenly came from above. Xiao Yuan stopped and listened carefully. There was a sound of footsteps not far away. As they got closer, they could hear voices. Fuso language? Xiao Yuan hid behind an old tree, half of his head exposed, looking over there. On the path, Suzuki Nana and the black-faced young man walked side by side, looking relaxed and talking. Walala. Sun Wan fell from above, quietly came behind him, and whispered, "Xiao Yuan, should we do it?" Xiao Yuan patted her on the back and lowered his voice. "Look for opportunities, make sure to hit her once, and for all, don't fight. The training ground is so small, and if you get into a fight, you may be taken advantage of by others." Xiao Yuan doesn't want to be the one who takes advantage. Suzuki Nana, with her hands behind her back and a ponytail, looks young and beautiful. She doesn't look like she's here to compete, but to travel. Chapter 291. Saimai-kun, did you see that? Suzuki Nana looked around at the trees and sighed. Country A's technology has reached this level. It's just a trick. It doesn't increase the combat power of soldiers much. It's far inferior to our Fuso training. Hee. Suzuki Nana's beautiful eyes moved, and seeing the arrogance and stubbornness on Sato Haruaki's face, she couldn't help but chuckle. Miss Nana, don't you believe it? Sato Haruaki's face darkened a little. See those 2 people from Country A, I deal with them. Saimai-kun misunderstood, I naturally believe you, but... Suzuki Nana narrowed her eyes slightly and said, Do you smell the air? Sato Saimai's body tensed up, and looked around vigilantly. Suzuki Nana's sense of smell has always been different from ordinary people. The freshness of grass and trees, the smell of soil, and the faint scent of mint. I know you are nearby, come out. Suzuki Nana walked to a position about 7 or 8 meters away from Xiao Yuan and the other person, looked around, and shouted loudly. Occasionally, there was a rustling sound of leaves in the quiet forest, and the shadowy old trees stood in the forest like armored soldiers. In such an environment, people's judgments would be more or less biased. After looking around for a week, Sato Haruaki looked at her with an inquiring look. Suzuki Nana nodded firmly, indicating that he was absolutely right. The hidden person never showed up. Suzuki Nana drew out the silver knife, closed her eyes, and sniffed the air carefully. This way. She opened her eyes, raised the silver knife in her hand, and pointed it directly at the old tree where Xiao Yuan and Sun Wan were hiding. Sato Haruaki held the knife, rubbed his hand in his pocket for a while, and took out a glass ball. The glass ball was the size of a palm, and in the middle was a ball of light fluorescent flocks like cotton wool. As he walked, the cotton wool slowly floated in it, and Sato Haruaki suddenly threw the glass ball behind the ancient tree with all his strength. Pa! The glass ball fell to the ground and shattered, and a strong light instantly bloomed on the ground, illuminating the area within 10 meters with it as bright as day. Swish! Sato Haruaki and Suzuki Nana, one in front and one behind, avoided the strongest wave of white light flashes and rushed to the back of the tree. Sato Haruaki was tall and strong, and he was fast. When he saw the mark on the corner of his clothes exposed behind the tree, he was overjoyed. Silver Wing's army, he pushed his speed to the limit. The strong light released from the glass ball could temporarily blind people and make them cry. It was a good opportunity to eliminate them. The knife moved with him. The moment Sato Haruaki chopped him down, he felt something wrong with the knife. Whoosh! Whoosh! 2 strong winds came from the top of his head and went straight to his heart. The speed was so fast that it was difficult to guard against. Sato Haruaki rolled on the ground instinctively, barely avoiding the first attack, but was hit in the lower abdomen by the second one. He cried out in pain and retreated backwards, only to find that behind the tree was just a female soldier's uniform jacket of the Silver Wing Corps. I've been fooled. An idea flashed through Sato Haruaki's mind, and then he was forced to retreat again and again by Shoyuen's continuous attacks from above. Suzuki Nana was about to support Sato Haruaki, but was stopped by Sun-won, who also fell. After seeing Sun-won, she simply stopped worrying, and she still trusted Sato Haruaki's methods. Shoyuen and he are on equal terms, and neither can do anything to the other in a short period of time, and besides, he has a trump card. After looking Sun-won up and down, she smiled charmingly. Sun-won, the top combat force of the famous Silver Wing Corps. Sun-won carried an ice blue longbow on his back, and held a silver knife in his hand, full of heroic spirit. Hearing Suzuki Nana's words, she looked at her expressionlessly and said, "You have a smell on you." Suzuki Nana laughed and said, "It's the same for both of us. If it weren't for the mint scent on your body, I might not have discovered you." Sun-won frowned slightly, looked at Suzuki Nana in confusion, and said word by word, "You smell like a corpse." Suzuki Nana's charming smile froze on her face, and her little fists clenched subconsciously. She slowly raised her arms, and her voice was cold. "What a beautiful face and little mouth. I really want to destroy it." After the voice fell, Suzuki Nana rushed towards Sun-won, and the two of them fought fiercely in the forest. Shoyuan was obviously much more relaxed in the battle with Sato Haru, using Sun-won's coat to attract attention, and they ran to the tree to ambush. After hitting Sato Haruaki first, he completely took the initiative and chased him to attack continuously. Shoyuan's attack was dense and did not stop. After another heavy blow, he kicked Sato Haruaki's chest fiercely. Bang! Sato Haruaki screamed and flew backwards, falling straight into the bushes, looking miserable. Seeing this, Shoyuan rushed up in one step, ready to give him a fatal blow. Who knew that just when he reached the edge of the bushes, Shoyuan was forced back by a wave of heat, and his body staggered and almost lost its balance. "What's going on?" Shoyuan waved his hand, turned Tunin into a shield and held it in front of him, and walked towards the bushes step by step. There was a sound of air waves behind the bushes, which continued for several times before stopping. After it subsided, a black shadow suddenly jumped out. When Shoyuan saw the black shadow clearly, he almost screamed. Sato Haruaki, who had just entered, seemed to be a different person. He originally had a dark face, like a charcoal head, but in just a short while, his whole face changed drastically. A fair and ruddy face, a straight nose, a square mouth, bright eyes, and colorful eyebrows, coupled with a tall and sturdy figure. What a handsome young man. Under the moonlight, Sato Haruaki smiled, opened his mouth slightly, and said, "You damn it." The hoarse voice was clear in the forest, and there was something strange about it, and it was completely different from his previous voice. As soon as he opened his mouth, Shoyuan discovered the clue. Sato Haruaki's handsome face was very stiff, so stiff that there was only one expression, and his mouth could only open a little when he spoke. Shoyuan took 2 steps back and laughed. "Brother Qingming, you are playing Russian dolls with me here? Who are you trying to scare?" He. Sato Qingming laughed strangely, and said in a faint voice, "I will peel off your face, and make it into a lantern in my house." After the words fell, Sato Qingming rushed towards Shoyuan like a ghost. In addition to the mean knife, there was another weapon in his other hand, a black whip. The whip seemed soft and black, but it could make a loud noise when it hit the metal, and it was very powerful. After changing his face, Sato Haruaki became extremely powerful and fast, and whipped Xiao Yuan with his whip and knife. Clang! 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 Xiao Yuan, who was exhausted from dealing with the silver knife, accidentally revealed a flaw and was whipped on the waist by Sato Haruaki's black whip. A cold breath spread over him, slowing Xiao Yuan's movements instantly. Sato Haruaki swung a knife and hit Tunin. Bang! Tunin was hit by the huge force and hit Xiao Yuan. Xiao Yuan, who flew into the sky, had a brief pause in his mind because of the cold breath. Until he fell to the ground, he was still confused. How could this guy become so powerful after changing his face? Chapter 292. Yanjing, Training Base Control Room. After Zhang Tiansheng magnified the frozen image on the screen several times, he said in surprise, "What's wrong with Sato Haruaki's face?" Li Jun recalled the information of the representatives of the various countries' legions in his mind and said, Sato Haruaki, a member of the Fuso Jingu sect, should be using their secret method. Secret method? Zhang Tiansheng took off his military cap and smiled bitterly. I have fought for almost half my life, and now I can't understand the new army more and more. Zhang Tiansheng is a typical soldier of country A, rigorous, brave, patriotic, and all his energy is invested in military affairs. The army and the world after the Night Demon War are completely different from the army and war he has been exposed to for more than 20 years. If someone had told him in the past that the era of cold weapons would replace hot weapons, he would have thought the person was crazy, but now it is becoming a reality step by step. His past experience cannot be fully applied to the new Night Demon War today. Suishu listened to the conversation between the two and suddenly said, Have you two heard about the Theological Research Society of Media? Li Jun looked at him strangely, not knowing what he meant by saying this at this time. Suishu saw the two looking at him and explained, Many research projects in this research group were very ordinary before, but they have been upgraded to top secret in the past 2 years. Li Jun heard this and said, I have heard of the Theological Research Group, a research group composed of people who believe in mysterious powers, but it seems to be of average scale. Hee. Suishu laughed. Not only is it of average scale, it is so poor that it has to seek sponsorship everywhere in the United States. The Theological Research Society, the name sounds grand and high-end, but because the mysterious power they are pursuing has been fruitless for a long time, the sponsorship they receive is becoming increasingly scarce. Suishu also met the core members of the society at an accidental gathering, when she was running around to seek sponsorship. Suishu is a direct descendant of the Zhou family, and has many industries and a considerable fortune. In the spirit of playing, Suishu funded the Theological Research Society and helped them in the most difficult times, and he also became the core of the research society. Unexpectedly, a lot of strange events happened in the Theological Research Institute 2 years ago. Some long-forgotten items and clues showed their extraordinary features. The prophet's arm, which had been dry for many years, grew flesh and blood. The crystal ball, which claimed to foresee the future but had not been used for many years, appeared. All kinds of strange phenomena made the Theological Research Institute famous. The ordinary projects were upgraded and became top secret. Zhang Tiansheng listened to it and said, Suishu, what do you mean? Suishu made a circle with his hand and said, What I mean is that these strange things on Blue Star happened after the outbreak of the Night Demon. He pointed at the frozen face of Sato Haruaki and smiled. Within the Blue Star, not only the Medi, but also the mysterious powers in Country A, Fuso and other places have awakened one after another. Li Jun nodded and said, The analysis makes sense. Isn't the elemental affinity awakened in the new army also a mysterious power in the past? The changes in the Blue Star environment have caused the latent abilities of humans to reappear, including the mysterious power that has been passed down for who knows how many years. Chengdu's thousand-handed Black Buddha, the Medi Theological Research Society, and Fuso's Jingu cult. This world is moving towards a trajectory that humans cannot control, or it is becoming what it once was. Bang! Xiao Yuan's body fell heavily to the ground, rolling several times before stopping, with mud and fallen leaves all over his face and body. Cough cough. Xiao Yuan coughed twice, and the cold breath from his waist went straight up along his waist and hit his chest and abdomen. Sato Haruaki took a vigorous step, not giving him a chance to breathe. Snap! The black whip hit Tunin, sparking a burst of sparks. The sparks were only sporadic at first, but turned into a blazing flame in a few breaths. Feeling the cold breath around him dissipate, Xiao Yuan stood up and waved the silver knife to kill Sato Haruaki. Bright flames covered the blade and shield of the Minging knife. When the knife and whip intersected, a burst of black smoke came out of the black whip. The smell of black smoke was like the smell of burning hair, mixed with a faint unknown fragrance. Ah! After seeing the black whip smoking, Sato Haruaki screamed and retreated quickly. Shioyuin used his shield to block the black whip while fighting him with the mean knife. The heat waves rolled around the two of them, becoming more and more hot. Bang! Sato Haruaki's black whip was burned, and he became more and more anxious. He fought with Shioyuin desperately. Shioyuin used all his strength to fight with him. After feeling that Sato Haruaki's strength was gradually weakening, he urged the fire element in his body. Whoosh! The flames rose high. Shioyuin raised his long sword and fell in front of Sato Haruaki continuously, with one sword after another. Shioyuin used the three waves technique to continuously accumulate strength on the weapon in front of Sato Haruaki. When the strength reached the peak, with Shioyuin's full strength attack, Sato Haruaki's silver sword flew out of his hand, and flew into the bushes beside and disappeared. The silver knife hit Sato Haruaki's chest, and a wave of heat exploded there, spreading throughout his entire upper body. Shioyuin intentionally controlled the force to avoid hurting his life, but this blow was enough to eliminate Sato Haruaki. Crack! A crisp sound rang out, and Sato Haruaki's handsome face and Shioyuin's eyes suddenly froze. A fine crack appeared on his forehead, quickly spreading to the entire cheek, and Sato Haruaki's face deformed and shattered in just a few seconds. Boom! The air wave exploded from his face, and the flying cheek fragments were as sharp as a blade, leaving small wounds on Shioyuin's face and arms. After the fragments were gone, Shioyuin took away Tunin and looked at him, and saw that Sato Haruaki's face had returned to normal. His eyes were closed on his dark face, and he seemed to have fainted. The flames on Shioyuin's weapon slowly dissipated, and he let out a long breath and muttered, "What kind of tricks did this guy use? A fake face." He walked to Sato Haruaki's side, bent down, stretched out his hand to feel his pulse, and was relieved after confirming that he was indeed fine. There were many fragments of Sato Haruaki's face scattered around his head. Shioyuin picked up one curiously, and looked at it carefully. After getting it, it was extremely delicate and hard, with a ceramic texture. Ceramic face? No wonder it looked so white and clean. It was almost real at the time. I don't know what method was used. Shioyuin put the ceramic into his pocket, and just as he was about to get up, he found that Sato Haruaki beside him had woken up at some point. Whoosh! A strong wind flew out from Sato Haruaki's waist and attacked Shioyuin's vitals. The sudden attack made Shioyuin have no time to react. Sato Haruaki on the ground shouted like crazy, "My puppet doll was destroyed, die! Haruko killed him! Kill him!" Shioyuin's body flew up in the air and hit the ancient tree heavily. His feet were so high off the ground. A black whip climbed in front of Shioyuin, tightly strangled his neck, emitting a cold and chilly air. Chapter 293. The huge force of the black whip made Shioyuin almost unable to breathe, and his eyes went dark. He desperately pulled the whip with both hands to remove it from his neck, but he couldn't move it at all. Shioyuin urged the elemental energy that had just faded from his body, and finally summoned the flame just before he was about to faint. The hot flame ignited from the tunin in Shioyuin's hand, and instantly spread to the black whip, burning with a whoosh. Feeling that the force on his neck was much loosened, Shioyuin used all his strength to tear open the part of the black whip that was imprisoned on his neck. Bang! Shioyuin fell to the ground, gasping for air, his body soaked with sweat. After continuously activating the fire element in a short period of time, his body was under great pressure, and he did not get up for a while. In midair, the black whip was burned by the essence of fire element mobilized by Shioyuin with all his strength, and a layer of flames ignited on the outer layer. Puffs of black smoke emerged from the flames, mixed with tiny wailing sounds, becoming clearer and more shrill. Bang! The outer layer of the black whip exploded and fell off, turning into ashes along with the flames, and the remaining part quickly retracted into Sato Haruaki's sleeves. Puff! Sato Haruaki spat out a mouthful of blood when the black whip peeled off its outer skin, and then fainted. It seemed that he was seriously injured. Shioyuin panted, and after carefully confirming it, he felt relieved. He rested for a few minutes before setting out to find Sunwon. Sato Haruaki's strength can be ranked in the top 10 among the opponents Shioyuin has met. He is very good at close combat, and the use of cold weapons. Coupled with the strange ceramic mask and black whip, it is hard to defend against. The black whip peeled off its outer layer to reveal its true appearance. Although it was only a short moment, Shioyuin had already seen its appearance clearly. It was a whip made of fine black hair. The cold breath emitted by the black whip after it hit the human body, and the sudden attack on people still made him feel scared. What power drives the black whip? Technology? Metaphysics? Shioyuin was puzzled by the secret hidden in it. The secret of the black whip was revealed after the competition was over, and Lord Yuta told him. Dark element. An element that is free from the 5 mainstream elements of wind, fire, earth, water, and light. The difference between the dark element and the mainstream element is that it is mutually exclusive with the other 5 elements, especially the light element. The dark element is very interesting. It is the only element that can be used by humans without an elemental affinity, but the secret method required is complex and mysterious. The ancient witch in the legend of Country A was the pioneer and master who first glimpsed the secret of the dark element. Outside Country A, the mysterious items left in Medi, Tanning and other places, such as the Theological Research Society funded by Zwishu, have many secret methods that are similar in nature. Medi, the ancient ancestor of Tantin, also acquired the method of mastering the dark element over a long period of time, which people called magic. Prepare sufficient materials, perform rituals in strict order, or use items that match the dark element. Even ordinary people have a high chance of mobilizing the dark element. In the Middle Ages, many countries in the Tantin region launched actions to eliminate witches. Regardless of how many people were wrongly killed, the source of the beginning was directly related to the abuse of dark elements by many people. The methods that ordinary people can master will pose a threat to the ruling class. In order to maintain rule and authority, such things have happened many times. Those who escaped by chance hid their names and concealed these incredible secrets or secret weapons, passing them on to future generations, hoping that they can reappear in the world in a distant future. The magical items in the Theological Research Society were basically passed down under this background. Xiao Yuan only learned about these bizarre things later, and it was also his first contact with dark elements. As time went by, the forest erupted with fierce fighting sounds. Whoosh! Whoosh! From time to time, several strong winds shot out from the tree trunks in the air, and 2 figures shuttled back and forth in them. Clang! After Suzuki Nana took Sun Wan's attack, she fell back to the ground from midair, and took several steps back before stopping. Her face was gloomy. Sun Wan's speed was beyond her expectations. They activated the maneuvering devices at the same time, but Sun Wan was always faster than her. The advantage of the second-generation anti-gravity maneuvering device was clearly revealed at this time. Sun Wan used the advantage of the second-generation device to suppress her, and made her feel extremely uncomfortable. Buzz! Suzuki Nana had just stood firm when Sun Wan's attack came at her like a shadow, and each of her knives was aimed at her vital parts. She took Sun Wan's attack head-on and retreated, using the maneuvering device to fly into the air, but she didn't expect Sun Wan to come at her again. Clang! The 2 knives clashed, and the 2 used all their strength to hit the knives, so close that they could almost see each other's eyes and lips. Suzuki Nana's face flushed, and she felt that she was not facing a delicate girl, but a big and strong man. It was hard to imagine how Sun Wan had such great strength. She had to withdraw and retreat, and Sun Wan accidentally cut a wound on her body. Crack! The recording chip responsible for transmitting data was broken, indicating that she had been injured by Sun Wan, and the data was uploaded. Seeing this, Suzuki Nana did not dare to hide herself anymore and threw a glass ball again. Sun Wan had seen this kind of glass ball. After breaking, it could release strong light to make people temporarily blind and cry. She hurriedly retreated a few steps and hid behind an ancient tree to avoid the burst of strong light. When she came out again, she found that Suzuki Nana had run to a thick tree trunk in the distance, looking at her with cold eyes. Suzuki Nana gently patted the dust left by Sun Wan's kick on her clothes, and smiled foolishly. "It's so interesting. You are the most interesting girl from Country A I have ever seen." Sun Wan held the Minging knife, and the tip of the knife fell on the ground, leaving a shallow knife mark. Suzuki Nana's laughter echoed in the forest, becoming more and more piercing. She took small steps and whispered, "You can't beat me." Her tone was full of confidence, as if she was talking about a trivial matter. Hee hee. How long has it been since someone spoke to her in this tone? Born in the Suzuki family, she has always been high and mighty. When has anyone dared to treat her as an ordinary passerby? The anger that arose out of nowhere in her heart made her eyes even colder. Suzuki Nana narrowed her eyes and said softly, "I hope you can still be so confident when I scratch your beautiful face." Ding-ling-ling, ding-ling-ling. A crisp silver bell sounded around Suzuki Nana, causing Sun Wan to stop in her tracks. A spiral of upward airflow surged from Suzuki Nana's body, causing her clothes to tremble and her hair to fly. Huh? Suzuki Nana suddenly raised her hands and chanted a strange language, which was obviously different from Fuso language, and some of the scales sounded like ancient A country language. Sun Wan slapped the motorized device on her waist and rushed out from the spot, as fast as an arrow from a bow. Whoosh! Whoosh! One of the alloy claws pierced into the ancient tree, and the other attacked Suzuki Nana's cheek. Suzuki Nana's tightly closed eyes suddenly opened when the claws were about to reach her, and her black and white eyes were stained with a layer of misty black. Her black hair turned silver white in just a few breaths, reflecting a strange and beautiful light under the bright moonlight. She opened her arms, with a fierce aura and silver hair like snow. Chapter 294. Clang. Suzuki Nana easily raised her knife to knock away the alloy claws, and deal with Sun Wan's attack. Suzuki Nana's attack is very personal, and she is agile and elegant, often hitting people unexpectedly, making it hard to defend. Suzuki Nana's strength has been greatly improved in a short period of time, and she is completely different from before. After fighting with her for a while, Sun Wan dodged and flew to the tree trunk on the other side. Seeing this, Suzuki Nana followed like a shadow, and her speed increased to a higher level. Sun Wan was flying in the air, and suddenly she felt a chill beside her, and a shadow passed by and blocked her way. Bang! Suzuki Nana's body drew a circle in the air, and kicked Sun Wan's abdomen at an incredible angle. Sun Wan quickly adjusted her position, and flew in another direction, but Suzuki Nana caught up again and shot her down. With a brief opportunity, Sun Wan finally understood her movement trajectory. There was a black air mass on Suzuki Nana's legs when she moved, helping her adjust her direction and speed. The moment Sun Wan landed on the ground, she rolled twice, and suddenly jumped back. Puff! She was stabbed by a dark silver knife, just after she left her original position. The blade was deeply embedded in the soil, showing the force of the knife. Whoosh! Whoosh! Sun Wan took another heavy blow from Suzuki Nana, and her body flew into the air. The alloy claws she shot behind her also worked at this time. She flew backwards in the air like a swift, passing through ancient trees, and fell far away in a mess. Suzuki Nana became less anxious when she saw this, and felt a sense of excitement like a cat playing with a mouse. She flew to the direction where Sun Wan fell, smiled delicately, and said, "Is this your strength? Just having a pretty face is nothing." Before Suzuki Nana finished her words, a sharp whistle suddenly came from the front. The sound of the whistle was not as crisp as the alloy claws, and the sound of the air being torn apart at high speed made people's eardrums resist. A blue light shot in front of Suzuki Nana and hit her cheek in an instant. Clang! The silver knife blocked the blue light, shaking her weapon almost out of her hand. Before she came to her senses, the second feather arrow came again. Clang! A louder collision sounded in front of her, and the silver knife in Suzuki Nana's hand flew out of her hand and flew far away. Whoosh! When the third feather arrow appeared in front of her, Sun Wan followed closely and killed her with a silver knife flashing. When Suzuki Nana saw the feather arrow in front of her, a strange smile appeared on her face, and a ball of black air appeared in front of her. The moment the feather arrow encountered the black air, it seemed to be stuck in a quagmire. When the ice blue feather arrow passed through the black air, it had little power left, and was hit away by Suzuki Nana's knife. After resisting the feather arrows, the black gas became lighter, but it still enveloped Sun Wan. Swish! 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 Sun Wan slashed at the black gas 3 times in a row, but it was difficult to destroy it. Hee hee. Suzuki Nana sneered and rushed towards Sun Wan after the black gas. She could already see the beautiful scene of Sun Wan's overly beautiful face being stepped into the mud by her. Sun Wan panicked and attacked the black gas, which made her even more proud. When the black gas and Suzuki Nana were about 3 meters away from Sun Wan, something strange happened. The leaves around them shook violently at the same time, and then clouds of mist burst out from them. The leaves that lost water quickly withered and died, and the steaming mist gathered into a crystal water ball in an instant. The water ball was the size of a basketball, and the water flowed on the surface. Sun Wan shouted and pushed forward with both hands. Splash! The water ball turned into 3 slender water arrows under her drive, and rushed straight to Suzuki Nana, fierce and fast. Suzuki Nana couldn't dodge in time. After relying on the black air mass to resist the first attack, she could no longer resist the remaining attacks. 2 water arrows hit her chest, instantly destroying the crystal in her heart. Bang! Sun Wan rushed out of the dissipated black air and hit Suzuki Nana, knocking her far away. Suzuki Nana screamed in pain and flew out. When she fell to the ground, her hair had returned to its original black color. Cough cough. Suzuki Nana struggled to stand up and said with difficulty, "Water element, you are actually a water element affinity." Sun Wan picked up the ice blue feather arrow on the ground with a calm face and smiled. "I said, you are not my opponent." Humph, Suzuki Nana snorted coldly and said unconvincedly, "It's just using the second-generation gene potion in advance. What's the point of being so proud?" Swish, swish. Suzuki Nana heard the footsteps behind her and rekindled her hope. When she saw Shoyuen's figure, her eyes dimmed and her last hope was shattered. Shoyuen walked to Sunwon and smiled. "Miss Suzuki, if you lose, you lose. It's not like you Japanese to make excuses." "You?" Suzuki Nana's face turned red when she heard the words. She could no longer maintain her original cute look and shouted, "Shoyuen, you wait. I will definitely defeat you next time we meet." Shoyuen shrugged his shoulders, took Sunwon's hand and walked away, saying without looking back, I know, let's talk about it next time we meet." Suzuki Nana stood up from the ground and looked at the direction where the two left for a long time, and the idea in her heart became more and more determined. Bang! A short-haired young man was hit in the cheek by a punch and fell to the ground with a cry of pain. His companions beside him hurriedly stepped forward to resist the remaining attacks. The young man's companion, a cute and delicate girl, tried her best to protect him. After all, 2 fists can't beat 4 hands, not to mention that she was just a girl in her early 20s. She was knocked to the ground by the opponent's weapon. Hee. The people standing opposite her were a man and a woman, who were the Cheongdu team participating in the competition. The strange thing was that next to the man stood a person who was as black as ink. It's not accurate to describe them as people. It's better to say that they are human puppets. The 2 people who came out of Goryeo were named Li Mingan and Li Jian. Both of them were elites in the army of King Sejong of Goryeo. Their strength is top-notch among ordinary new troops, but it is difficult to show their strength when they encounter the Cheongdu team that is good at using dark elements. The Cheongdu man is named Dijia, who is over 30 years old and looks frivolous. He walked in front of the 2 people, who lost their ability to resist with a strange laugh, and stepped on Li Mingan's hand. Ah! Li Mingan screamed in pain, and felt the bones of his hand making a crackling sound under his feet, as if they would be crushed at any time. Dijia opened the little hand that Li Jian stretched out, grabbed her chin, and looked at her carefully. Li Jian was born beautiful and lovely, with delicate features and flawless. There was a small black mole on her left cheek, which made her even more cute. During the fierce battle, her disheveled hair added a touch of charm. Tiga said in a half-baked country dialect, "You are very beautiful." Li Jian lowered her eyes shyly, exhaling, "Really?" Tiga swallowed unconsciously and laughed, "Really?" Swish! Li Jian still had a hint of shyness on her face, and suddenly a dagger appeared in her hand and stabbed him in the chest. Tiga blocked her attack, his features darkened instantly, and he roared, "You are looking for death." As he spoke, he grabbed Li Jian's neck and lifted her up, exerting force with his arms. Cough, cough. Li Jian struggled vaguely, but her eyes still stared at Tiga without giving in. Her gaze made Tiga even more angry, and the strength in his hands increased a little. When Li Jian's consciousness gradually disappeared, a sharp whistle suddenly came from a distance. A feather arrow, an ice blue feather arrow flew towards this side. Chapter 295. Boom! The arrow flew past Tiga's side and hit an old tree with a muffled sound, shaking the leaves off. Tiga stepped back a few steps and looked in the direction from which the arrow came. 2 people appeared behind an old tree. The first one was a young man in a black military uniform, with long hair that almost covered his eyebrows. He had a handsome face and held a blue bow in his hand. He shook his head with regret and said loudly, "What a pity, it's a little crooked." Tiga raised his head slightly, snorted coldly and looked disdainful. "I know you, Shoyuan. We have studied your combat records." "Oh?" Shoyuan raised his eyebrows in surprise. He didn't expect that a Cheongdu person like Tiga would know his name and even know the battles he participated in. The Silver Wing Corps is the most frequent corps in the world to fight against the night demons, and has accumulated valuable first-hand combat experience and information. After the defense of A City and the attack and defense of Sierra City, Country A had to open some combat record files at the strong request of various war zones and countries on Blue Star. Among the dozen or so classic battles recorded in the files, Shoyuan's battle in the late stage of the defense of A City is one of the key research objects. Cheongdu, Fusong, Goryeo, and even the new troops in other war zones have all become familiar with Shoyuan by absorbing the war experience of the Silver Wing Corps. Shoyuan was born with fair complexion and handsome appearance, and the fact that people from Country A do not show their age makes him look no different from a child who has just grown up in the eyes of many new troops from other countries, which makes people feel contemptuous. Tiga is one of them. In his mind, Shoyuan is just a lucky guy who stands on the general trend. In layman's terms, It's all dog luck. Xiao Yuan didn't know what Tiga was thinking and said, we are both new troops, so it's good enough to break the crystal and win. Why humiliate others? Seeing Xiao Yuan approaching, Dijia said in stiff A Mandarin, don't you think you are meddling too much? As he spoke, Dijia waved his hand, and the black figure standing behind him floated over silently. He pointed at Li Xian and Li Mingan on the ground and laughed strangely. What dignity can a person who has lost victory have? Hey, Xiao Yuan finally understood why the reputation of the new army of Qiandu was not good. From what he said, he didn't treat others as human beings, right? Even the elites in the Peacock Corps were like this, so it was easy to imagine what others thought. It seemed that the new army's actions rumored in Qiandu were not groundless. Waving his hand to return the ice blue bow to Sun Wan, Xiao Yuan walked to stand in front of Li Xian. He shook his left hand and smiled. So if I defeat you, I can also step on you. Tiga's eyes condensed, and the corners of his mouth rose. Don't worry, I will definitely do it. Huh. The black figure rushed forward in an instant. Sun Wan was about to help Xiao Yuan, but the woman behind Tiga shouted and came forward. Xiao Yuan saw that Sun Wan and the woman were fighting further and further away, and gradually understood Tiga's calculations in his heart. This guy was arrogant and scheming. He also knew Sun Wan's strength. After restraining her, Tiga could weaken Xiao Yuan's strength to the maximum and defeat him. The black figure was very fast. In an instant, it was in front of Xiao Yuan and swung its arms to attack him. Clang! Clang! Its arms were black, but they were still solid. When they hit the silver knife, there were two loud noises. Xiao Yuan slightly raised the blade, and after removing most of the force, he took advantage of the situation and threw his arms away. Swish! Taking advantage of the gap when the black figure raised its arms, he stretched his left hand forward, and a silver light shot out from the figure, nailing it in the throat. The expected scene did not happen. It seemed fine, only a puff of black smoke came out of its throat, and it waved its arms to continue attacking Xiao Yuan. Xiao Yuan moved his left hand, and the silver-white shield took the blow, and then slashed the black figure's waist with a knife, and another puff of black smoke came out. Relying on his flexible body and Tunan's help, Xiao Yuan left 5 wounds on the black figure. At some point, Tiga had already run to a place about 10 meters away from the battlefield, staring at them with his eyes, holding a strange copper bell in his hand. Ding-ling-ling, ding-ling-ling. The copper bell suddenly made a sound, crisp and pleasant, which made people feel at peace and want to let go of all their guard. Xiao Yuan lost consciousness for a moment, and was hit by the black figure on the waist, flying sideways and hitting the ancient tree. Bang! This hit was so hard that Xiao Yuan's internal organs almost shifted. He turned over and climbed up, and found that Li Xian was staring at him without blinking. Xiao Yuan covered his chest and smiled. Sister, it seems that I chose the wrong person today. I will be stepped on by him in a while. Please keep it a secret for me. Li Xian couldn't help but smile on her originally serious face. Her big eyes were black and white, and she murmured, You are not quite the same as I imagined. From the information, Xiao Yuan is a guy who dares to take risks, and can even be said to be daring. Many people say that Xiao Yuan's fame is just luck, but she thinks Xiao Yuan has more courage than others. People make different decisions under the same circumstances. Can everyone be ruthless and take a gamble regardless of life and death for the same opportunity? In her mind, Xiao Yuan, who has such a mind, should be a mature, gloomy, and taciturn person. She didn't expect that his first sentence would be like this. She looked at Xiao Yuan's profile, came back to her senses, and reminded him, You have to be careful, his thing will change its form, and the black gas release will temporarily make people lose their ability to move. Xiao Yuan nodded, pointed at her chest seriously, and said, Your underwear is exposed. After saying that, he rushed towards the humanoid weapon surrounded by black gas, leaving behind the clothes torn by Tiga in a panic. The black figure changed very quickly, and it was finished in a short while. 2 more hands grew on the basis of the 2 hands. These 2 hands, one holding a bone stick and the other holding a heart, although they were all black, the shapes could still be seen, and they were very lifelike. Especially the heart, which was still beating. After seeing it, Xiao Yuan suddenly realized that this was not a simplified version of the 1,000-armed Black Buddha. He launched the attack while shouting, Tiga, you are not going to be Ultraman anymore and become an Onmyoji instead, right? Tiga kept mumbling strange notes, and raised the bell in his hand to the sky, ding ding ding. The 1,000-handed Black Buddha shook, waving 4 hands and rushing toward Xiao Yuan. The black air on his body became thicker. Tiga sneered and shouted, Kill! Kill him! The moment he came into contact with the 1,000-handed Black Buddha, Xiao Yuan felt a chill all over his body, which was different from the coolness brought by Sun Wan's usual use of water elements, and it penetrated deep into his bones and heart. He waved his left hand, and Tu Nan turned into a long sword in his hand, and raised both swords to fight against the thousand-handed Black Buddha, and the clanging kept on. The thousand-handed Black Buddha raised the bone stick in his hand, and every time he chose a place to land, Xiao Yuan would feel extremely uncomfortable. After fighting for more than 10 moves, he gradually felt something was wrong. His right hand holding the silver knife became cold unconsciously, and he could hardly hold the handle of the knife. Clang! After another heavy blow, the thousand-handed Black Buddha knocked the silver knife in Xiao Yuan's hand away, and the bone stick hit his head. The strong wind came in an instant, and it seemed to hit Xiao Yuan's head. Ah! Chapter 296. Ah! Li Jian cried out in surprise, and saw the bone stick was held up a few inches away from Xiao Yuan's head. The black air lingering on it became thicker and thicker, and it rushed towards Xiao Yuan's head. Li Jian barely stood up, just in time to see the moment when Tu Nan changed. A layer of flames ignited on the blade. Shua! The power of the Mingyin knife covered with flames increased greatly, and every collision would stir up a stream of black air on the bone stick, which was quickly dissipated by the flames. Roar! The thousand-handed Black Buddha roared for the first time, mixed with pain and anger. It waved its 4 hands together, and a huge airflow surged out of its body, rushing toward Xiao Yuan. After using the fire element 3 times in a day, Xiao Yuan's body was about to reach its limit, and he knew that he had to fight quickly. Thinking of this, Xiao Yuan desperately mobilized the fire element in his body, gathered it on Tu Nan, and rushed towards the thousand-handed Black Buddha. The burning flame gradually turned into a bright protective layer during the impact, protecting Xiao Yuan's body, and collided with the airflow released by the thousand-handed Black Buddha. Boom! After a brief collision, the airflow exploded. Xiao Yuan rushed out of the scattered black, and hit the thousand-handed Black Buddha's chest with a knife. The thousand-handed Black Buddha's body trembled, and then roared and squeezed with one hand. Puff! The black heart was crushed by it, and dark red blood flowed out. A finger-sized insect crawled out of the heart. Its body was pitch black, and it had 2 pairs of wings on its back. It flew toward Xiao Yuan, but was pushed away by Tunan, who turned it into a shield. Dang! The insect took off and flew towards Li Jian at a very fast speed. Li Jian was seriously injured, and it was difficult to move. How could she hide? The thousand-armed Black Buddha that released the insect suddenly dissipated, leaving behind a puff of black smoke. Xiao Yuan wanted to stop the insect, but was still a step too late. Seeing that the insect was about to fly to her, he suddenly raised his hand. Whoosh! Tunan turned into an alloy claw, and the sharp blade pointed directly at the back of the insect. Unexpectedly, a black gas surged around the insect, barely resisting the attack of the claw. The insect in Li Jian's eyes sent a cold breath when it was 1 meter away from her. In the breath, her consciousness was scattered and her hands and feet were cold. It seemed that there was a pair of malicious eyes in the dark, staring straight at her 2 eyes on the top of the insect's head. As if the eyes had magic power, they froze Li Jian's soul and made her unable to think, leaving only a blank. Boom! Just before she was about to lose consciousness, a violent roar suddenly came from her mind, which gave her a headache and made her clear her mind. The black insect was bathed in flames and burned. The strange flames on Tunan's blade were amazingly powerful. She stared blankly at the insect that turned into ashes, and her feet softened, and she sat on the ground. Xiao Yuan stumbled to her, his face full of sweat as if he had been in a sauna, and he said with a heavy breath, "Fortunately you are lucky." It was Xiao Yuan's first attempt to use the fire element at a distance. If it didn't work, Li Jian would have been infested by insects. Plop! Xiao Yuan sat down on the ground. He looked at Tiga, who was unconscious in the distance, and smiled bitterly. This guy has a lot of tricks. Li Jian leaned down with concern and asked, Are you okay? Okay? If you are okay, it would be a ghost. Using the fire element 3 times in a row within 1 day, Xiao Yuan's physical and mental strength were severely overdrawn, and golden stars appeared in his eyes. He shook his head and said, I'm Li Jian, right? You help me. Li Jian supported Xiao Yuan's body and said, You said, as long as I can do it, I can do it. Xiao Yuan took a few breaths and said, Help me step on that guy Tiga, hit him. On his face. Ah? Li Jian was stunned and asked, Are you serious? Xiao Yuan closed his eyes and whispered, Seriously, use more strength. After that, he tilted his head and fell into Li Jian's arms, and his consciousness gradually fell into a coma. Li Jian looked at his pale cheek and stayed far away for a while, until the sky around him was bright and the sun appeared in the sky. The four-nation army competition ended in a way that no one had ever thought of. The last group battle was not carried out and ended hastily. A large number of night demons emerged from the northwest of Country A, Cheongdu, Fusang, Goryeo, and other areas of Blue Star at the same time, and the war instantly became stalemate. Country A, which had been calm for less than 2 months, was once again in turmoil, and the scope of the fog expanded at the same time as the outbreak. The 36 fogs in Country A have become stable under the management of the patrolling troops, but the sudden expansion of the scope has made the situation more complicated. Urgent reports from all over the country flew to Yanjing like snowflakes, and the Parliament of Country A and the Federal Command Center held a meeting overnight. The meeting decided to cancel the vacation of all members of the Silver Wing Corps and return to the war alert state. 5,000 people will continue to be stationed in Sierra City, and 5,000 people will be deployed to lead the patrolling troops to fight against and investigate the fog. Suishu immediately rushed to the northwest and joined forces with 5,000 people from the Storm Corps and 5,000 people from the Silver Wing Corps to defend the front line. The decision made by the A country parliament spread throughout Yanjing in a short time and instantly became the focus of people's attention. Many people questioned why the Silver Wing Corps did not go to the northwest as a whole to stop the night demons. When it comes to fighting the night demons, no one is more familiar with it than them. In fact, the decision makers who made this decision had considered it in detail. Continuous fighting along the southeast coast has basically eliminated the main force of the night demons, and they will not pose too much threat. With the return of population to A City and Sierra City, the situation is getting better and better. Most of the 5,000 soldiers who stayed behind were newly recruited soldiers. Their training was not completed, and their combat effectiveness was low. If they were really sent to the front line, they would probably suffer heavy casualties. The combat effectiveness of the patrolling troops in various places was average. It would be very difficult to fight against the fog without a strong army to lead them. Therefore, the Silver Wing Army had to be divided into 3 and sent to various places. After the order was issued, it also indicated that Xiao Yuan and his group's vacation was completely over, and they returned to their duties. Yanjing, Kunping Hotel rooftop. Xiao Yuan stood on the edge of the top floor, looking at the skyscrapers in the distance, wondering what he was thinking. The footsteps behind her were very light, each one clear and gentle. Li Jiyun wore a red sweater and a white skirt, and her makeup was delicate and beautiful. She walked to Xiao Yuan and whispered, "We will leave Country A this afternoon and return to Goryeo." Xiao Yuan smiled and said, "Have a good trip." Li Jiyun's eyes flickered slightly, and her red lips opened slightly. "Thank you for saving me and Mingyan yesterday." Xiao Yuan turned his face slightly, and his hair on his forehead was a little messy due to the wind. "If you come all the way here to thank me, you don't have to. I just can't stand Tiga's behavior. Anyway, I owe you a favor." Li Jiyun mustered up her courage and said, "I help you whenever you need me." "Anything?" "Anything." Xiao Yuan's eyes fell on Li Jiyun's face. His eyes were deep, and after an unknown amount of time, he smiled and said, "If I get into trouble one day, please take me in." After that, he waved his hand and turned away. Li Jiyun secretly clenched her hands and murmured, "I will, no matter how far away we are." Chapter 297. Xiao Yuan never thought that the impulsive help would be the key to saving him from danger in the future. Li Jiyun returned to Goryeo with the Goryeo delegation the next day. Before leaving, she asked Li Ming to give Xiao Yuan an exquisite gift, a pendant. The pendant was exquisitely crafted, with a layer of golden carvings on the outer ring and a jade pendant in the middle. The jade pendant looked like a full moon. Xiao Yuan didn't know why Li Jiyun didn't give him the gift in person. Was she shy or had other reasons? As the 3 countries' envoys left, Xiao Yuan and others began to act quickly and methodically. According to the plan, Xiao Yuan will be dispatched as one of the 5,000 personnel to help the National Fog Diffusion Control. After the commendation meeting, Xiao Yuan officially became the battalion commander of the 9th Battalion of the 1st Corps of the Silver Wing Army, and led a team of 400 people to the northeastern border in this operation. Originally, the full staff of a Silver Wing Corps battalion was 800, but considering the limited manpower, only 400 people could be led to carry out the mission. 400 people were divided into 5 companies, and the company commanders were Wang Ruofei, Ling Hu, Chu Xian, Qi Ming, and Lin Lang. Liang Lu, like Sun Wan, served as deputy battalion commander, but due to family matters, she took leave and stayed in Yanjing to handle affairs temporarily. Wang Ruoling was also promoted to a staff officer in the battalion, and went to the northeast with Xiao Yuan and others. Shen Wu, Zhu Gu, Shi Feng and other veterans of the original 9th Company were all incorporated into the 1st Company of the 9th Battalion of the 1st Corps, and served under Wang Ruofei. Shi Feng's hometown is in Chifeng City, which is also within the scope of the northeast. Hearing that he was going back to his hometown made him very happy. Yanjing South Station. Xiao Yuan, Sun Wan and others stood by the train, saying goodbye to their friends one by one. Liang Lu gently hugged him and said, "Xiao Yuan, you have to control your temper when I'm not in the army." The two have been working together for a long time, and Liang Lu knows his strengths and weaknesses clearly. Xiao Yuan is a good person, but sometimes he acts on impulse and takes extreme actions. When Liang Lu is around, she can advise her. When she is not around, Sun Wan always follows Xiao Yuan, and she is definitely involved in risky things. However, Xiao Yuan's adventurous decisions proved his correctness again and again, making everyone subconsciously believe in him. The personal charm of the leader makes the team more cohesive, but it is also easy to bring the team into danger because of personal impulse. Liang Lu held Sun Wan's hand for a long time before letting go. Behind her, Li Meng, Li Luo, Li Qin, Xing Ziyu, Mu Xian, and Yulong's family came here to say goodbye. Xing Ziyu's eyes were red as she pulled the sleeve of Xiao Yuan's military jacket, and her voice was full of tears. "Brother Xiao Yuan, you have to be careful. I'm waiting for you to come back, and we will go back to Bianliang together." I had thought that after the competition, I would go back to Tokyo Bianliang City with Xing Ziyu to visit my aunt and uncle, but the situation suddenly changed and I had to rush to the battlefield. Xiao Yuan gently wiped the tears from the corners of Xing Ziyu's eyes, and said with a smile, "Brother promises you that I will definitely go home with you." After saying goodbye, Xiao Yuan and others got on the train under the eyes of everyone. Woo woo woo! The train whistle sounded, and the rumbling sound resounded in the sky. The special train carrying the soldiers of the Silver Wing Legion to support the whole country slowly started. Until they disappeared from sight, Xing Ziyu still stood there and looked out. For the first time in her life, she felt the separation of life and death, which was so close to her. This was a feeling that many cadaver teachers in school could not understand. Xing Ziyu looked into the distance with tears in her eyes, and a thought became stronger and stronger in her heart. On the special train, Xiao Yuan, Sun Wan, Wang Ruofei, Wang Ruoling, Ling Hu, Chu Xian, Xin Mao, Qi Ming, and Lin Lang sat in a carriage. Wang Ruoling held a thick stack of information in her hand, and told everyone about the current situation. The speed at which the 36 fog spread was much faster than the media reported, far exceeding expectations, and the plan of the 8 countries' top leaders to solve the problem with a roving force failed. There were a lot of demons in the fog, with more than 200 appearing in one night at most, causing serious harm to civilians living nearby. In the modern era of developed social media, this information and video data were spread to the internet at the fastest speed, and the 8 countries' super blog was once paralyzed by the massive amount of information. As the public's panic became more and more intense, the 8 country parliament and the Federal Command Center held a joint meeting and decided to send the Silver Wing Corps to the whole country. Wang Ruoling took a photo from the file, put it on the table and said, "This is a photo taken from the Haixiaziga where the fog appeared. Please take a look." Qi Ming and Lin Lang returned from visiting relatives in the countryside of Bianliang. They were fatter. They picked up the photo and took a look. They were surprised. Strange. Why is the fog this color? The fog in the photo was taken 7 or 8 meters away from the edge, and it was very clear even at night. The surface of the fog was surrounded by a layer of light purple, which looked weird and strange. There was a full moon in the sky, and there was a shadow in the fog, as if it was about to rush out at any time. Xiao Yuan drew a circle on the table with his fingers and said casually, "Is the color of the fog related to the full moon?" Wang Ruoling nodded and said, "Indeed, the recent fog suddenly spread on the night of the full moon." Full moon, another full moon. This is the 3rd time Xiao Yuan has seen information related to the full moon recently, and it is hard not to notice it. The Mind Research Center expedition team led by Zhou Jinli and Dong Huadan got lost in the sea, and was rescued with the help of a whale named Nami. There is a full moon-shaped logo pattern on Nami's tail. The pendant given to him by Li Jiyun also has a full moon logo, and now it is involved in the spread of fog. Qi Ming pondered for a while and said, "Captain, I, Lao Qi, have thought of a plan. Maybe it will work." "Oh!" Xiao Yuan became interested and said, "What good ideas do Lao Qi have? Tell us, and let's discuss it together." Cough cough. Qi Ming coughed twice in a pretentious manner, raised his head and said loudly, I went home and watched a drama called Romance of the Three Kingdoms with my grandfather, and there was such a passage. At the end of the Three Kingdoms, a battle was fought on the river. The generals of Wu State crossed the river with iron chains to block the army of Wei State on the other side. Wait! Ling Hu raised his hand to interrupt Qi Ming, stroking the stubble on his chin and muttered, "No, Lao Qi, I remember that the iron chain across the river strategy failed, right? TSK? Look at your lack of ability." Qi Ming grinned. "How can our Silver Wing Corps fail like Don Wu? The idea provided by Lao Qi is good. The biggest problem at present is that the sense of direction will be reduced to the lowest when entering the fog, and the signal and guidance equipment will fail. If we can really use silk thread as a mark, it will be a good idea." Xiao Yuan analyzed calmly. "Look at what I said, the battalion commander has a good vision." Qi Ming laughed while touching his big head. "Ruoling, briefly talk about the exploration report that was previously summarized." Xiao Yuan patted Qi Ming's arm, signaling him to stop the noise. "So far, the patrolling troops in various places have conducted a total of 7 explorations, with the assistance of the security corps. The first 3 of the 7 explorations ended with no survivors. It was not until the 4th exploration that 2 people escaped, but Wang Ruoling's face was a little solemn. They all became mentally ill and were admitted to the mental hospital. 7 times? It turns out that so many exploration activities have been carried out. Lin Lang slammed the table. "I have always been surprised that the top leaders turned a blind eye to the fog. Did they bring back any clues from the 4th time?" There were very few clues. One of them carried a notebook with messy graffiti and words drawn in extreme panic and fear. Chapter 298. What is this painting about? Wang Ruofei couldn't help but ask as he looked at the 2 rubbings Wang Ruoling took out. The messy pictures on them made it hard to tell what they were about. Long hair, singing, escaping? He struggled to read the crooked font on the edge and said, "What does he want to express? Maybe it's about the danger in the forest?" The long hair represents the people who attack them. The elders have long hair and can sing. Tiger's analysis makes some sense. Chu Xian agreed with Ling Hu's analysis. According to common sense, the escapees will definitely leave information that threatens their lives. But I feel something is not right. Xian Mao swallowed nervously and said, "A woman with long hair who can sing, does she look like a ghost?" Xiao Xian, have you watched too many ghost movies? Are we Silver Wing Army afraid of ghosts? Ha ha ha. I think what Xiao Xian said makes sense. Sun Wan sat next to Xiao Yuan and whispered, "In a dim space, people's judgment is bound to be wrong. What they describe is what they see subjectively, and it is very likely that there is some connection with the legendary ghosts. Ruoling, are there any new clues from the last 3 explorations?" The 5th and 6th explorations were relatively complete, but the exploration area was not deep. They relied on long-distance lines to find their way back. The 7th time. What happened to the 7th time? Xiao Yuan saw Wang Ruoling hesitated and smiled. "Just say whatever you want to say. There are no outsiders here. All the members who participated in the 7th exploration have returned, but they have all become demons." After Wang Ruoling finished speaking, the carriage fell into a brief silence. Xiao Yuan opened his mouth and couldn't help laughing for a long time. He said helplessly and angrily, "So, the actual clue brought back from the 7 explorations is just a sketch?" Wang Ruoling nodded and said seriously, "In fact, it is so. The cruise force was established not long ago and has not received strict training. Even if it has the corresponding supporting equipment, it is difficult to display it." After the meeting, Xiao Yuan took a rubbing of the sketch back to the sleeper car and lay on the bed to think about it. The sketch is made up of messy lines, with some order barely discernible, with balls of thread on the top and messy vertical stripes on the bottom. He stared at it for a long time until his eyes were sore, and he couldn't see anything. When he put down the sketch, he found Xiao Zheng staring at him with big eyes. "Oh my god!" Xiao Yuan was almost scared by her and threw the sketch to the ground, shouting, "When did you come?" Xiao Zheng shrugged and said innocently, "I came when you first sighed. What are you looking at so intently?" Xiao Zheng had just joined the Silver Wing Corps and could not be officially appointed. Xiao Yuan let her stay by his side and do secretarial work, although this lazy girl was lazy most of the time. When she learned that Xiao Yuan was going to the northeast to clear the fog, she jumped for joy. Finally, she didn't have to stay in the capital. She didn't know how happy she was. Xiao Yuan handed her the sketch, stretched his waist, and said, "This is a sketch drawn by someone who escaped from the fog. You can see it if you want." Xiao Zheng smiled, and took the sketch and glanced at it. After seeing the sketch clearly, her face immediately sank. Xiao Yuan noticed something was wrong with her expression, and quickly stood up and walked to her side. Can you understand what's drawn above? Xiao Zheng stared at the sketch above and said, I can understand a little bit. It will take some time to fully understand it. After that, Xiao Zheng hurriedly ran to the back of the train and asked the attendant for paper and pen. Master Yuga lazily lay on the upper bunk. After being woken up by the two people, he raised his head slightly and fell asleep again. Xiao Zheng's sketching speed was very slow. Sometimes it took about 3 minutes to draw a stroke. Xiao Yuan and Sun Wan accompanied her in the carriage, and time passed quickly as the train headed north along the track. The further north you go, the colder the weather becomes, and you can feel this more clearly after passing Shanhaiguan. A light layer of water vapor slowly appeared on the glass, making the scenery outside the window gradually blurred. Click! Suddenly, a crisp door-opening sound came from the end of the carriage, and Wang Ruoling came in from outside with a few cups of hot tea. After putting the hot tea on the table, she looked at Xiaozheng's sketchbook curiously and asked softly, Sister Xiaozheng, haven't you finished drawing yet? Xiao Yuan shook his head and said, calculating the time, it should be almost there, right? Wang Ruoling looked out the window and said, we are about to arrive at the first stop. Zhou Nan and Sheng Dong will carry out the mission here together. In the distance from the train, a large fog circle existed above the wilderness, as if it was in a round fish tank, watering within a certain range. This fog was not near the residential area, but close to the railway line, threatening the safety of the key line at all times. Sheng Dong and Zhou Nan, two elites, came here to perform the mission together, and they could see the importance of this place. The train slowly stopped. Xiao Yuan watched Sheng Dong lead 400 silver wings away, and suddenly a strange feeling arose in his heart, inexplicably uneasy. In the past, the silver wings gathered together to take care of each other and fight side by side, and they always felt at ease. He knew that no matter how difficult the time was, there would be comrades to support and help. But after leaving the Legion and dispersing across the country, the situation was completely different. On the dangerous battlefield, the strong support disappeared, and the help provided by the patrol troops and the guard troops was really limited. Xiao Yuan didn't have much hope for them. Watching the fog up close gave people a completely different visual shock. The fog was like a huge monster standing there, and no one knew what was inside. This mysterious monster opened its bloody mouth, waiting for humans to come to it and devour their lives and souls. Xiao Zheng's sketch lasted for several hours, until she finished her sketch in the early morning. What surprised Xiao Yuan was that Xiao Zheng's sketch and the sketch on the rubbing were two completely different worlds. In her painting, you can clearly see the trees in the forest and the mist that seems to be there and not there. The perspective of the painting is low, like a person lying on the ground, and behind the trees, there are dark shadows. After a closer look, it is found that the dark shadows are actually upside-down heads, and the long hair on the heads is flying and gathering into a ball, covering the face. There are so many heads depicted in the painting. Almost one head appears behind every tree. The number is so large that it makes your scalp tingle. Xiao Yuan took a breath and murmured, Xiao Zheng, how did you draw this sketch? Xiao Zheng stretched proudly and laughed. Racial talent. Our Zhe clan is good at heart painting. Heart painting, as the name suggests, is to paint with the heart. Zhe can analyze the order of strokes and the precise direction of the entire picture based on the completed painting. Xiao Zheng used her heart painting ability to decompose and reshape the entire sketch, and drew the painting that the original sketcher wanted to express. Xiao Yuan looked at the painting in his hand and exclaimed that it was incredible, praising, it is worthy of being an ancient mythical beast, it is incredible. Xiao Zheng was praised, and proudly put her hands on her waist and said, Hee, I have many more skills, so be nice to me in the future, okay? Chapter 299. Xiao Yuan flattered Xiao Zheng a few times, making her feel elated, and she kept talking about how powerful she was in her hometown, and how the wild beasts in the mountains respected her. Looking at the long-haired head in the sketch, Xiao Yuan suddenly thought of something. He had seen a similar scene in the previous battle. There were hundreds of white clothes hanging in the woods, fluttering on the trees, making people feel cold and uncomfortable even in the daytime. The difference was that there were no heads and long hair hanging upside down on the trees at that time. Wang Ruoling carefully put away the sketch and said, Captain, do you have any countermeasures for exploring the fog? Wang Ruoling was a member of the original Silver Moon team, and privately he still called him Captain as usual. Xiao Yuan tapped the table and said, the electronic signals and guidance equipment in the fog are all out of order, so conventional means are definitely not going to work. Xiao Xian has a keen sense of smell, and I want to use this to do something, and Qi Ming's elemental affinity. Qi Ming's current affinity for earth elements is not stable, and relying on him may be risky. Wang Ruoling reminded softly. I know, but it's just to keep an eye on the underground marks. If you don't use strong abilities, nothing will happen, don't worry. Captain, there's one more thing. Wang Ruoling handed another document to Xiao Yuan and said, the document that Li Ming just sent must be opened by you personally. Oh! Xiao Yuan opened the document curiously and smiled. What is it that is so mysterious? The document was sealed with wax, and there was only a thin page of information inside. After Xiao Yuan read all the information, his face changed slightly. Sun Wan took the document and read it carefully, muttering, Sun Wan, a country Shanghai City Azure District. Her brown eyes flickered, and her breathing became rapid. No, how could this happen? How could this happen? Wang Ruoling looked at her strangely and asked, Xiao Wan, what's wrong with you? Sun Wan's hands were shaking, and for a moment, only the lines of information on the document remained in her mind. Xiao Yuan raised his arm and gently hugged her thin shoulders, saying, Xiao Wan, I will accompany you back to Shanghai City and go to find memories together, okay? Wang Ruoling was confused by the two's strange behavior and said, Captain, what's going on? The information sent by Li Ming was the household registration information data of Sun Wan stored in the household registration system of Country A. The household registration information of people who join the Silver Wing Corps will automatically disappear from the household registration system of Country A and be transferred to the Silver Wing Corps database. It took some time for Xiao Yuan to ask Li Ming to retrieve the household registration information, and it was not retrieved until today. The key point of the matter is that Sun Wan clearly remembered that she lived in a small town, and there was a big tree and a swing in their yard. Her father and mother both appeared clearly in her memory, and she even remembered that her parents wanted to take her to the town center to participate in the free physical examination of Zeus Group. The past events were so profound that Sun Wan always regarded them as her precious memories, but a household registration document cast a shadow over the whole thing. The household registration document recorded that Sun Wan had always lived in the Azure District of Shanghai City, and had never had any other migration records. Sun Wan didn't know how to face the contradictions for a while. Xiao Yuan comforted her while looking at the mountains and plains whizzing by outside the window. After Sun Wan fell asleep, he became energetic instead. The physical fitness of elemental affinity people is far superior to that of ordinary people. Xiao Yuan rarely feels tired, even if he stays up for 2 consecutive days. Listening to Sun Wan's even breathing, he sighed inaudibly and stayed awake all night. Yanjing, the top of Lingshan Mountain. Wu Zhou climbed the last step and looked at the beautiful mountains in the distance and sighed. It's been a long time, and the scenery is still so beautiful. Hee hee. Behind Wu Zhou, Conway walked up slowly with his hands behind his back and smiled. 30 years ago, when you and I first climbed Lingshan, you said the same thing. Speaking of the past, Wu Zhou said with emotion, when we first entered Yanjing, we had such lofty ambitions to make a career, but 30 years have passed in the blink of an eye. Conway walked slowly to the edge of the mountain top, overlooking the scenery below, and smiled proudly. Haven't you and I achieved our lofty ambitions back then? Wu Zhou stood side by side with him and sighed. Find a way out for the people, die for the country, don't flatter with a high position, don't despise with a low position, fight for the country and the people all your life. Wu Zhou's voice became louder and louder, and he shouted, but ask yourself, how much of what you said back then do you still remember today? Hoo hoo hoo. The mountain wind whistled past, making the two people's clothes rustle, and the 2 old men seemed to have returned to the past. Conway narrowed his eyes slightly, turned his face away from Wu Zhou's gaze, and spoke for a long time. So many years have passed, and your personality has really not changed at all. I haven't changed, but you have changed beyond recognition. Lin family, Song family, Feihong group, how many so-called opponents do you want to get rid of? Why are you bringing up something that happened many years ago? Conway snorted coldly and said angrily, who else would remember them? Let's not talk about things that happened many years ago, let's talk about recent events. The Silver Wings were fighting fiercely, and you allowed the economic department to seal up Liang's accounts, causing the frontline war to fall into trouble. Is this what you call serving the country and the people? The Silver Wings were resting, and you ignored the fog situation across the country and had elite soldiers, but didn't use them. What was the result? The fog expanded, and the people suffered heavy losses, just to suppress the Silver Wings. Conway, are you doing this for your family or for the country? Do I have anything to say? After Wu Zhou finished speaking, Conway was silent for a long time. The corners of his mouth moved, and he suddenly smiled. family, country, and the world. Everyone in this world is the same. Wu Zhou turned to look at Wu Zhou and said, "You can be selfless, you can be wholehearted for the country, but..." He changed the subject and took a step forward. "How will your children live after you are gone for 100 years? Legion is a talent, but how can he gain a foothold in Yanjing without help? I can't do what you do. I want to pave the way for future generations, a road that is strong enough. This is my country. You?" Wu Zhou raised her hand and pointed at Conway's face angrily. "Is this your country? Shameless." Conway turned around calmly and said with a big forehead, "Brother Wu Zhou, you and I have different paths and cannot make plans together. Didn't you know it a long time ago?" Conway took the crutches handed to him by the young man jogging behind him and walked down the mountain step by step, leaving Wu Zhou standing alone on the top of the mountain for a long time. It was not until Ling Yun came over and called him twice that Wu Zhou came back to his senses. He turned around slowly and murmured, "Why should I keep a glimmer of hope? That Brother Kong is no longer here, no longer here." After a breeze blew, Wu Zhou took a last look at the old place where they had made a vow together, and left without any regrets. Ling Yun followed behind Wu Zhou, his eyes flashing with an obscure light, and no one knew what he was thinking. Chapter 300. Early spring in May, in the northern border. When his military boots stepped on the ground, Xiao Yuan had a strange feeling, as if he had arrived in a foreign country. He had lived in the southeast of Country A for more than 20 years, and the farthest he had been was Lenin City. Now, in just 2 months, he had been to the imperial capital Yanjing and the northern border. In the northeast region, the 4 seasons are distinct. When Xiao Yuan and his group arrived, it was still chilly in spring, and the wind made him tighten his coat. The person in charge of the contact was Qiuzhen, the deputy commander of the local patrol force, a capable young man in his 20s. Qiuzhen was born in Ice City. He participated in the selection of Storm Corps twice, but was eliminated in the re-examination. Unwilling to give up, Qiuzhen participated in the selection of the cruise force. This time, Qiuzhen finally got his wish and entered the cruise force. With his excellent performance during training, he eventually became the deputy commander. The cruise force is not large. The standard organization of each place is 500 people, including 400 combat personnel, and 100 logistics and civilian personnel. Qiuzhen excitedly held Xiao Yuan's hand for a long time, and was reluctant to let go. He said, "Hello, Captain Xiao Yuan, I often see you on TV. It is a great honor to work with you." Xiao Yuan smiled awkwardly and said helplessly, "Deputy Battalion Commander Qiu, we will be working together for a long time in the future. Let's go to the base first." The military base built by the cruising troops is well organized, with barracks, canteens, kitchens, training grounds, etc. After a simple inspection, Xiao Yuan followed Qiuzhen to the location of the fog, Haixiazigu. Haixiazigu, located in the southeast of Changbai Mountain, is low-lying and narrow, with many species of animals, the most famous of which is the black bear, which is called Haixiazi in the local dialect. Many valuable Chinese medicinal herbs grow in the rarely visited Haixiazigu, and many nearby mountain people come here to collect them. 100 years ago, there was a black bear attack on a person. The local government organized 2 roundups, and killed many black bears. Later, as people's environmental awareness increased, Haixiazigu was included in the protected forest area, and black bears became protected animals. In recent years, people have rarely seen black bears, and Haixiazigu, which was once said to be dangerous by the older generation, has gradually been forgotten by people. It was not until the fog appeared that Haixiazigu came back into people's sight. Luwanpu, a small mountain village closest to Haixiazigu, has more than 30 households. Xiao Yuan and Sun Wan came to the entrance of Luwanpu village under the leadership of Qiuzhen. Here they could vaguely see a thick fog in Haixiazigu, with a faint purple tint on the surface. Xiao Yuan put down the telescope in his hand and said, "Deputy Battalion Commander Qiu, how many demons have appeared in the fog recently?" Qiuzhen thought for a moment, and quickly replied, "The number of demons every night in the past week is about 40, and last week it was about 20 every night." "Is it gradually increasing?" Xiao Yuan nodded, and was very satisfied with the 3 sniper points set up by Qiuzhen outside the fog. The chosen location just happened to block the passage of Haixiazigu, and they formed a cornering situation. It can be seen that Qiuzhen's ability is not bad. "Hey, Xiao Qiu notified you to come." When the 3 were discussing, a loud and enthusiastic voice came. "Aunt Wu, hello." Qiuzhen smiled and said, "Didn't you go to participate in the safety training? You are back so soon? I can't stay here without feeding the big pigs at home." My husband has been in the mountains to help the archaeological team and hasn't come back for a few days. Who are these two? Aunt Wu looked at Xiao Yuan and Sun Wan curiously. These two are leaders from Yanjing, here to help us deal with the fog. Deputy Battalion Commander Qiu, we are all soldiers. So what's the difference between leaders and non-leaders? Hello, Aunt Wu, my name is Xiao Yuan, and this is my colleague Sun Wan. How can a leader be so young? It's strange. Aunt Wu's eyes lit up after she fell on Sun Wan. This girl is so pretty. Girl, are you married? Aunt Wu, Aunt Wu. Qiuzhen stopped her with a smile and said, we are surveying the terrain and doing business. You can go home and feed the pigs first. TSK, Xiao Qiu, look at you. Auntie is just asking casually. Ruisheng in my family is a good young man in the surrounding area. He is a good match for this girl. Okay, you go back quickly, and we will talk about this another day. Seeing Qiuzhen coaxing and deceiving Aunt Wu away, Xiao Yuan teased. Deputy Battalion Commander Qiu has a good relationship with his female colleagues. He is suitable to be in charge of the Women's Federation. Qiuzhen smiled helplessly and said, Captain Xiao Yuan doesn't know that we can't carry out our work without the assistance of nearby villagers, so we have to handle the relationship well. Sun Wan looked at the thick fog in the distance for a while, and suddenly said, what about the archaeological team that Aunt Wu mentioned just now? Aunt Wu's husband's surname is Han, an honest and simple mountain villager who lives on his family's fields. About half a month ago, after a landslide, a villager accidentally discovered an exposed ancient site. The villagers panicked and took the village party secretary to investigate and reported to the local government. After reporting to the local government, the I City archaeological team came and took over the exploration of the ruins. Because the ruins were large in scale, many middle-aged men in Luanpa went to the ruins to help, and they were provided with lunch every day and a salary of 100 national currency. What kind of ruins could there be in the deep mountains? Xiao Yuan asked curiously. Which dynasty is the ruins about? Qiuzhen shook his head and said, their excavation work is mysterious and they rarely contact us. I don't know which dynasty the ruins are from. Xiao Yuan was about to ask a few more questions when he suddenly heard a series of crisp jingling sounds coming from behind him. He turned around and saw a middle-aged peddler carrying a load on his shoulder, walking leisurely on the road, humming a tune. On each of the two poles hung a large basket, which contained small items and gadgets, which occasionally collided and made pleasant sounds. The peddler had dark skin and bright eyes. He stopped when he saw Sun Wan looking at the gadgets on the poles on both sides. He pointed at the items on both sides and said enthusiastically, Girl, look at these woven little grasshoppers, little kingfishers, and the dream net made by my wife. They are all good things. Sun Wan fiddled with the dream net with her water onion-like fingers and asked, Uncle, what is the dream net for? Hee. The traveling merchant smiled generously and said, the dream net is a small gadget commonly used by our people in northeast China. It can filter out your nightmares all night and leave good dreams. Filtering nightmares and leaving good dreams. Sun Wan picked up a dream net and said with a smile, then I buy one. All right. The peddler agreed straightforwardly, took a dream net from the pole, collected the money, and then picked up the pole and walked away. Xiao Yuan looked at his departing back and suddenly asked, Deputy Battalion Commander Qiu, what is the origin of this person? Qiuzhen said casually, he is a peddler living nearby, who usually makes a living by buying shoes and small items and reselling daily necessities. Xiao Yuan took a deep look at the peddler's departing back and smiled. It seems that he is just an ordinary businessman. Chapter 301. Shualala. Military boots stepped on the ground in the forest, making a series of slight sounds that echoed in the forest at noon. Xiao Yuan and Lin Lang walked at the front of the team, holding a leather shield in their left hand and a knife in their right hand, carefully observing the situation around them. Behind them followed 23 people, Xinmao, Sun Wan, Qiuzhen, and 20 elite soldiers selected from the Silver Wing camp. On the third day of arriving at the Changbai mountain range, Xiao Yuan began his first fog exploration. After hearing the news, Qiuzhen hoped to join the team. His dream has always been to officially join the Silver Wings Corps. Now that he has the opportunity to fight alongside them, how could he miss it? Not to mention how he got Xiao Yuan's consent through soft and hard persuasion. Just the situation of He Xiaozi is a wonder. From a distance, the thick fog looked like a thin layer of purple on the surface, but when he got closer, the strange color disappeared. Xiao Yuan took a deep breath, waved his hand behind him, and the group walked cautiously into the fog. Drawing on previous experience, the 20 elite team members all carried fiber ropes that were hundreds of meters long, which were light but extremely tough. As soon as they entered, one of them untied the fiber rope around his waist and tied it to a thick old tree. This rope will be the beacon that guides them back. The visibility in the fog was very low. Even with Xiao Yuan's vision, he could only see the scene of about 3 meters, not to mention other people. Lin Lang walked side by side with him, glanced at the compass on his wrist, and whispered, "Captain, the compass and electronic signals are all out of order." Xiao Yuan nodded, and after walking forward for more than 20 meters, he looked back, but he could not see the road he came from, but only a vast expanse of white. Is this what it feels like? In an environment with such low visibility, after losing the sense of direction, the suppressed and manic emotions will gradually accumulate, and any small stimulation at this time can irritate people's nerves. Presumably, the survivors who escaped from the fog were in an isolated environment for too long, and finally had a mental breakdown and went crazy. Thinking of this, Xiao Yuan raised his fist and made a gesture. Then he shouted, "Form a group of 5, defend and help each other, and don't run around at will if something happens." "Yes. Boss, there's something strange about the smell in this forest." Xi and Mao crouched down and sniffed the smell on the ground, occasionally throwing down a small bottle and saying, "What's wrong?" The smell of rotten wood, very strong and dense, without the vitality and freshness of an ordinary forest. "Oh!" Xiao Yuan stopped and walked towards the nearest tree. Paw! He punched the tree lightly, and the bark made a light sound under Xiao Yuan's knock. The bark broke easily like thin paper. Xiao Yuan reached out and dug, and the bark on the surface of the tree actually shattered and fell off, revealing the bare tree trunk inside. The inner layer of the tree was not as fragile as the bark. He looked up and down and said, "Xiao Yuan and I will go to the tree to investigate, and the rest of you will be on guard." Whoosh! Whoosh! 2 sounds of breaking wind were heard, and Xiao Yuan and Sun Wan both flew into the sky and landed on the tree trunk. After Haixiazigu was listed as a protected area, the vegetation had not been mined for a long time, and the ancient trees of this generation were particularly tall. The 2 of them moved and leaped along the tree trunk until they reached the top of the tree, and they did not find anything strange. While Xiao Yuan was still wondering if he was overthinking, he suddenly heard Sun Wan's voice. "Xiao Yuan, come here quickly." On the tree on Sun Wan's side, there was a very strange piece of bark, the wrinkles of which formed the shape of a human face. Looking closely, it looked like an old woman with quiet eyes sleeping. Xiao Yuan raised his left hand and grabbed it hard with his palm wrapped in tuanin. Crack! The bark made a crisp sound, and a small crack appeared, and the inside was no different from that of an ordinary tree. Seeing this, Xiao Yuan secretly breathed a sigh of relief. He had just prepared to take action at any time. It seemed that this piece of bark was just a coincidence. After the 2 landed on the ground, they saw Lin Lang and others raising their heads and looking up eagerly. He patted Lin Lang on the shoulder and smiled. "There is nothing unusual above, but there is a piece of bark that looks like a human face." "Human face?" Xi and Mao exclaimed, saying, "Boss, there is really a face inside. Have you read too many novels?" "I checked it, and it's normal. It should be just a coincidence." "That's good, that's good." Xi and Mao smiled. "I'm not afraid of anything else, but those supernatural things." Xiao Yuan rolled his eyes at him, and picked up the leather shield again to explore inside. The people in the forest have a poor sense of direction, even Xiao Yuan and Sun Wan, who are elemental affinity, so they have to stop and calibrate their position every time they move forward. After walking and stopping for a long time, Xiao Yuan estimated that it should be about an hour, when the scenery in front suddenly changed. The thick fog became thinner here, and Xiao Yuan could vaguely see something more than 10 meters away. "Wait, what is that?" Xiao Yuan shuddered and stared at something on a tree more than 10 meters away. It was a long white dress hanging on the treetop. In the silent forest, the long white dress was hanging there alone, and no one knew where it came from. Gulu. As the temporary captain of the 20 elite soldiers, Shifeng secretly swallowed his saliva, came forward and said tremblingly, "Captain, I heard about this thing from the old man at home." Shifeng was born in Chifeng City. When he was a child, he lived with his grandparents in the mountains. At that time, what he liked most was listening to his grandfather's stories. His grandfather was an old hunter in the mountains. When he was young, he once hunted a wolf king alone. He could talk about his life experiences and the strange things he heard for 3 days and 3 nights. Among the stories told by his grandfather, Shifeng was most impressed by the floating white clothes. It is rumored that in the deep mountains and old forests of the northeast, there are often lost people wandering in the forest, and finally trapped alive in the forest. The souls of travelers, who died in despair have nowhere to rest, and will eventually turn into a white dress hanging on the treetops. Whenever other people notice this white dress, if they get close to it out of curiosity, they will be killed by the undead and die under the tree. Shifeng panted and said in a trembling voice, "Captain, let's go around it." Lin Lang listened with relish and laughed. "Shifeng, you tell a good story. You have the potential to be a storyteller." Xiao Yuan waved his left hand, and two nan emitted a bright light that shone on the white dress in the distance, and a group of people began to move towards the white dress. Maybe it was because of the fog. Xiao Yuan didn't see the white clothes clearly, but a little blurry. After moving forward for more than 10 meters, he suddenly stopped. Lin Lang looked at him strangely and asked in a low voice, "Captain, what's wrong?" Xiao Yuan looked at the white clothes hanging on the treetops strangely, and said with a slightly gloomy face, "Old Lin, didn't you notice that we seem to have not moved at all from the white clothes?" Chapter 302. Ah! Lin Lang also stopped and looked carefully for a while, frowned and said, "It seems that we really haven't moved, but we are indeed heading in the direction of the white-clothed man." The sudden appearance of the strange phenomenon caused a small commotion in the team. Shifeng nervously clenched the minging knife and said, "Captain, are we encountering a ghost wall?" When he lived in the mountains when he was a child, the strange stories told by his grandfather emerged one by one, making Shifeng afraid before the battle. After all, Shifeng had only been in the Silver Wings for a short time. He had good combat experience, but little knowledge and courage. Xiao Yuan pondered for a while, and said to Sun Wan, "Shan Wan, do you think it is a mirage? It is hard to see what you see, but it is not there. The situation we saw was quite similar to the mirage in the desert." Sun Wan stretched out her palm, and a layer of water vapor came from all directions, fell into her white hands, and gathered into drops of crystal water. The water drops jumped and danced on her fingertips, as if they had life, and finally flew up and disappeared. Sun Wan opened her eyes and said, "The white clothes and the ancient tree in front should be real, but there are changes in light and shadow, which affect our direction of advance." Xiao Yuan immediately realized that their team had been moving in the wrong direction. It seemed that they were moving forward, but they were probably going in circles. This trick of light and shadow was not very clever, and it was easy to crack for those who were friendly to light elements. It was a pity that Yin was not here, otherwise, with his affinity to light elements, it would be no problem to deal with the current situation. Just as Xiao Yuan was thinking about how to solve the problem, the Silver Wing army member, who had been at the end of the team, walked up quickly. He said palely, "Captain, there is a situation. Our rope seems to be broken." "What?" Xiao Yuan grabbed his arm and asked anxiously, "Are you sure?" The young man nodded reluctantly and said, "Yes, the rope around our waist is 600 meters long. I have walked nearly 800 meters since I changed shifts, but I haven't felt the pulling feeling yet. Should we continue to move forward or immediately find the original way back?" Xiao Yuan was a little confused. He finally got here. If he could break the light and shadow, he could go further. Unfortunately, the rope might be broken. After weighing the pros and cons, he sighed and issued a retreat order, although it was a pity to retreat. "Boss!" Xian Mao exclaimed, pointing to the distance and shouting, "Look, is there something inside that white dress?" Xiao Yuan looked over and saw a small shadow appearing in the originally white long dress. It was round, and he didn't know what it was. Xiao Yuan gestured to everyone to retreat, and walked with Lin Lang at the end, retreating while guarding against Bai Yi. As they gradually moved away, their hearts finally settled down. The fog was more dangerous and strange than expected. Everyone followed the rope all the way, and finally found the place where the rope broke. The broken rope fell to the ground, and the wound was uneven, as if it was bitten off by something. The other side of the rope was not seen around, and it was estimated that this place was far away from the other break. After searching around and finding nothing, Xin Mao began to play his role. Xian Mao is a veteran of the Silver Wing Corps. He has performed well, but is too young to be given a position. He will be officially an adult in half a year before he can be given the position of company commander. The small glass bottle that Xian Mao had placed on the ground along the way was filled with a strong scented perfume, which was specially prepared for him by the think tank of Country A. Xian Mao was born with a keen sense of smell, and he could still show this talent even in the forest. He closed his eyes and sniffed the air left and right, squatting on the ground from time to smell it back and forth twice, and pointed in a direction. With Shimao's guidance, it took a long time to finally find the other end of the broken rope. Xiao Yuan looked around and was surprised to find that this was the place where he and Sun Wan flew to the tree to investigate. After Lin Lang picked up the rope, He looked at it for a while and muttered, "We didn't see any wild animals along the way. How could the rope be bitten off as soon as people walked?" The uneven broken ends can imagine the scene when the rope broke. Xiao Yuan walked outside along the rope, casually inserted the mark he had prepared on the ground, and said, "The sun is about to set, we'd better go out early." He patted Lin Lang on the shoulder and said, "Who said it must be a beast? Maybe it wasn't a beast? Not a beast?" Lin Lang scratched his head and analyzed, could it be a demon? Hiding in the fog and biting the rope? Could it be a demon? Xiao Yuan didn't think so. Demons always appear at night, and hide during the day. Besides, what is the purpose of the demon? Cut off everyone's retreat, and trap them to death in the forest? This reason makes sense, but Xiao Yuan feels that something is wrong, but he can't put his finger on it. He led the team farther, and farther away. When he looked back again, his vision was blocked by a vast expanse of white, and he could not see anything. When Xiao Yuan walked out of the fog, it was already dusk. In the fog, the concept of time was not clear. It turned out that more than 5 hours had passed. Outside the fog, Ling Hu, Chu Xian, Wang Ruofei, and Qi Ming, who were waiting anxiously, hurried to meet him. Ling Hu grinned and said in a loud voice, "You are finally back. I was worried to death." Chu Xian rolled his eyes at him, and said, "The battalion commander has never failed in his actions. Why are you worrying about this?" After walking out of the fog, Xiao Yuan shook his head and felt much clearer. He was in a bad mood and his mind was almost unable to work when he was in there just now. After taking the kettle and drinking a lot, he exhaled happily, and told everything he had encountered since entering the fog at noon. After listening to it, Qi Ming slapped his thigh and said, "If I, old Qi, were not there, I would have broken his magic array. I would have torn all the black and white clothes into pieces." Sun Wan smiled and said, "We can go together next time. Fortunately, the rope break is not far from the exit of the fog, otherwise we would not be able to get out so easily." The speaker is unintentional, but the listener is intentional. Her words reminded Xiao Yuan, and the wrong feeling in his heart was completely resolved. Xiao Yuan stood up and shouted excitedly, I know what's wrong." Seeing that everyone was looking at him strangely, he held the broken fiber rope and said, "What is the purpose of the other party cutting the rope?" "Needless to say, of course they want to trap you in there, so you can't get out." "Boss, this won't be difficult for me, Lao Chi." "Yes, it's to cut off our way back." Xiao Yuan looked at him with burning eyes. "Then have you ever thought about why they chose to cut off the rope so close to the exit? Aren't they afraid that we will notice it in advance? Also, after cutting the rope, why didn't they just pick it up and throw it on the ground? Could it be that they left it there to guide us?" Chapter 303. Lin Lang pondered for a while, and found the contradiction. He thought for a while, and speculated, could it be that the demon broke it and then neglected it? It's unlikely. Xiao Yuan immediately denied this speculation. Previous data showed that the demons in the fog have a certain degree of intelligence. What could be the reason? Could it be that some kind of beast bit the rope after we left? It's hard to say. Anyway, we have to find a new way to record it, otherwise we may not be so lucky the next time we explore. Xiao Yuan looked at the fog behind him, frowning. This mission seemed to be more difficult than he had imagined. Xian Mao's sense of smell was indeed powerful, but it could not be the only reliance. The fog was strange and unpredictable. Xiao Yuan did not dare to put life and death on one person. Qi Ming's elemental affinity was still in the stabilization stage. After a few days, when his ability was completely stable, it would be time to enter the fog again. The detailed intelligence of Xiao Yuan's group's first exploration was transmitted to the Silver Wing Corps units, scattered across the country through the military for their reference in combat. While the investigation and operation against the fog was being carried out in Country a special train to the northwest quietly left Yanjing. There were not many people on the special train, but they were all core figures of the Northwest Army. The commander of the Northwest Army, Zui Shu, the deputy commander, Kang Aifu, the chief of staff, Guan Yu, and Li Jun and Jiang Shi, who went to the northwest together. The 5 people present were the backbone of the new army of Country A in the future, and they were also the most determined representatives in the battle against the Night Demon. Kang Aifu was in his 40s, with a ruddy face and a loud voice. When he spoke, most of the carriage could hear him clearly. His surname is Kong, but he has nothing to do with the Kong family. He has reached his current position with real talent and knowledge. Not only Kang Aifu, but also Guan Yu, the deputy commander of the Northwest Army Corps, is of ordinary origin. He has reached his current position with military merit and hard work. Bang! Kang Aifu slapped the table and said, "Commander, what does Gao mean?" He wants to keep the supply troops in his hands and won't let go. Zhuoshu sat next to Li Jin. The two of them were looking down at the topographic map of the Northwest region and exchanging opinions from time to time. He heard Kong Ifu's words and saw that Kong Ifu looked indignant. He smiled and said, "What's wrong? Did the negotiation fail again?" Kong Ifu looked very angry. He threw his phone in annoyance and said, "Gao Yi found another excuse to leave. He didn't even talk about the business and beat around the bush with me." Hee hee. Zhuoshu laughed and said, "Do you still have any hope for this?" "Why not? I'm not at all confident to leave our supplies to such a person." Guan Yu pulled his sleeve and reminded him, "Old Kong, how can you behave in front of the two corps commanders? Sit down quickly." Guan Yu wore a pair of glasses and combed his hair meticulously, looking as elegant as a university professor. After he pulled Kong Ifu to sit down, he said, "Old Kong, do you know why the corps commander didn't let you talk about the supply troops before?" Kong Ifu said in a sullen voice, "I know. Isn't it because the Gao family is deeply rooted in the Northwest, and they are afraid that it will be too awkward to carry out the work? If it were just that simple, it would be great, but this matter involves too many aspects, and we'd better not ask any more questions." "What do you mean?" Kong Ifu couldn't stand people being secretive, so he asked, "Lao Guan, what do you mean?" Zhuoshu saw that he kept asking questions, so he changed the subject and turned the topic to the current situation in the Northwest region. Li Jin listened carefully from the side, and couldn't help but feel a chill at his back at the arrangement of the eight-country parliament. Zhuoshu, Kong Ifu, Guan Yu, the combination of the three seems to be not very coordinated, but it can guarantee the stability and loyalty within the army to the greatest extent. Zhuoshu, born in the wealthy Zhou family in Yanjing, has been shouting the golden key since he was a child. Kong Ifu and Guan Yu came from grassroots families and worked hard to get to where they are now. They understand that their current positions are not easy to come by. The new army is recruiting soldiers from all over the country, and most of them are from civilian families. The middle-level generals and civilians also occupy the absolute main force. Such an army, with the support of advanced weapons and genetic potions, is the backbone of the country in fighting against the Night Demon, but if something unexpected happens. From the configuration, it is not difficult to see that Zhuoshu, who represents the interests of the family, serves as the Legion commander and leads the entire Legion, but the supply troops have always been in the hands of Gao Yi. The Northwest Legion is different from the Silver Wing Legion. When the Silver Wing Legion was just established, no one had much hope for them. Now that the new army is rising, it is subject to more and more restrictions. Separating the supply troops from the Legion is a policy implemented by the Northwest Legion. As for the effect, it will take time to test. However, from this time on, the forces of the poor in country A began to step onto the historical stage. The civilian forces based on the new army developed rapidly, and with the end of the era of firearms, this situation became more and more obvious. The reason is simple. One of the criteria for entering the new army is whether there is the potential for elemental affinity in the body's potential. This potential is innate, and cannot be controlled by money and power. The aristocratic families cannot form a monopoly. The contradiction between the poor and the aristocratic families officially kicked off in such a turbulent era. However, the two currently have the same wish, to expel the Night Demon and continue the human race. When the Night Demon is really expelled one day, can the two still live in peace? This answer can only be verified by time. The situation in the Northwest region is currently very stalemate. 15,000 new troops of the Northwest Army have just received a month of training and hurriedly joined the battlefield. If it were not for the 5,000 veterans from the Northern Storm Legion, who fought desperately to resist the sudden outbreak of the Night Demon, Hangjin City would probably have been lost. According to intelligence from the front, on the night of the full moon last year, the fog expanded and the Northwest Night Demons also moved. In the following hours, a large number of Night Demons invaded Hangjin City and fought a fierce battle with the Storm Army. Later, the Northwest Army joined the battlefield, but the new troops, who had only been trained for a short time, suffered heavy losses, with a total of 2,562 casualties so far. The selection of the Northwest Army is quite strict. Every recruit selected is a future elite, but it is really heartbreaking to lose so many people in such a hurry. As a last resort, the eight-country parliament and the Federal Combat Command Center quickly dispatched 5,000 Silver Wing troops to the northwest. After reading the battle report again, Li Jin murmured, "The situation is complicated, but it is an opportunity." Oh, Zhuoshu's eyes lit up, and he was very interested in Li Jin's words, and said, "What do you think, brother Li Jin?" Li Jin smiled slightly, pointed on the map on the table, and said, "Everyone, please look here." The place he pointed to is located in a mountain in the northwest, called Tiger Back Mountain. Guan Yu leaned forward slightly, not knowing why he pointed here. What does Li Jin, the commander of the army, mean? I don't quite understand. What opportunity? Li Jin raised the corner of his mouth, and his eyes became brighter. Explore the secret of the origin of the night demon. Chapter 304. Li Jin pointed at the table, and said firmly, "According to 2 witnesses, who often go to Hubei Mountain to collect herbs, the source of this night demon outbreak is Hubei Mountain." Jiangxi nodded and said, "If I remember correctly, the 2 people are called Guan Bo and Tang Li, who make a living by picking tiger head grass. Tiger head grass is a unique herb that grows in Hubei Mountain. Due to the outbreak of the night demon, the price of tiger head grass has become extremely high. Tang Li and Guan Bo secretly ran to the mountain to pick herbs, but they didn't expect to witness the night demon rising from the mountain halfway." "Right," Li Jin responded and continued to explain. "It has always been difficult for us to find the place where the night demon came from. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity." Ahem. Guan Yu coughed, raised his hand with an embarrassed look and said, "Captain Li, it is not easy for us to defend Hangjin City in our current situation. Is it too far to find the source of the night demon?" Guan Yu had just been appointed as the chief of staff of the Northwest Army. In his plan and consciousness, stability is the most basic premise. Hearing that Li Jin wanted to find the source of the night demon, Guan Yu felt a buzz in his head, and his first reaction was, "Li Jin is crazy." Zhuo and Guan Yu had the opposite idea. He felt that he had finally met a soulmate after so long. When Zhuo was in media, he often studied the battle reports from all over Blue Star, and knew the classic battles of the Silver Wings Legion. Li Jin's fighting style was unique and well-balanced. He could hold his ground in a chaotic situation, and find a chance in the impossible, and attack decisively. After summarizing many battle reports, Zhuo had the same idea as Li Jin, and had been thinking about finding the source of the night demon. Passive defense will never solve the night demons. Only by finding their source, and solving it from the source, can the night demons be finally driven out. Unfortunately, the passive situation of humans facing the night demons has always existed, and his idea has been in his mind for a long time. After hearing Li Jin's idea, Zhuo raised a handsome arc at the corner of his mouth. Great minds always coincide. In the northeast of Country A, the Changbai mountain range is stationed. On a wide and flat training ground, muffled sounds are heard from time to time, and they continue to resound in the training ground. Bang! 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 Xiao Zheng leaped up, yelled, and punched down with both fists. With a loud bang, the earth wall in front of her shattered. Ah! Behind the earth wall, a sturdy figure screamed and fell out, falling 5 or 6 meters away. Xiao Yuan and Sun Wan stood at the edge of the training ground. He laughed and shouted, "Old Qi, how could the iron wall you boasted about before be broken so easily?" Ahem. Qi Ming stood up, holding his chest, and complained with a dusty face, "Boss, you know how powerful Xiao Zheng is. Why didn't you tell me in advance? The ability of Earth Element Affinity is to control the Earth Element to cover the surface of the weapon, or to use the Shield of Mingyin to protect the shield." Qi Ming thought he was gifted, and after mastering it, he wanted to find Xiao Yuan to help him test the defensive ability of the Earth Shield. Looking at his smug face, Xiao Yuan maliciously recommended Xiao Zheng as a sparring partner, because the girl was idle every day playing with cats and dogs, and catching chickens and ducks from nearby mountain people. Xiao Zheng's original body was a fierce beast, and after turning into a human form, her strength was reduced, but it was still not something that human power could match. After punching 5 earth shields in succession, Xiao Zheng smashed the earth wall that Qi Ming had gathered with all his strength with a beautiful attack. Xiao Yuan shrugged and said innocently, "You are invincible, but you can't even withstand a girl's punch. Do you still want to challenge me?" Xiao Zheng smiled and grabbed Qi Ming's arm, saying coquettishly, "Brother Qi Ming, can you build some more earth shields for me to fight? I want to play for a while." Qi Ming wiped the dust off his head, and couldn't help begging for mercy. "Xiao Zheng, please forgive me. I'm afraid I'm going to die here if I release earth elements continuously." Seeing his frustrated look, Xiao Yuan was in a good mood and said, "Old Qi, you are in good condition now." Qi Ming's mastery of the earth element affinity ability indicates that the second exploration of the fog will be officially launched. Based on the lessons and experience learned from the last time, the Silver Wing Corps and the cruising force will take action again, expanding the number of people to 50 to explore the fog. The 4 of them walked out of the training ground, talking and laughing, and saw Qiao Zhen hurriedly coming from outside. After seeing them, Chiozhin's eyes lit up, waved and shouted, "Finally found you, Deputy Battalion Commander Sun Wan. Someone is looking for you." Looking for me? She had been in the military camp for a long time, and no one had ever looked for her. Sun Wan followed Chiozhin out of curiosity and asked, "Excuse me, who is looking for me?" Chiozhin scratched his head and smiled. "It's Aunt Wu who insisted on seeing you." No matter how you persuade her, she refused to leave the military camp. Aunt Wu is the president of the Women's Federation of several villages including Lawanpa. She is good at talking, and is willing to help others find a match. After listening carefully to Chiozhin's evaluation, Sun Wan murmured, "Could she also want to match me?" Hee. Chiozhin laughed and became more excited. "Aunt Wu's son Han Zixing is a handsome young man in our area, and he has a high school diploma." He couldn't help laughing, but found that everyone was looking at him with a weird look. Xiao Yuan raised his lips, took Sun Wan's hand with a fake smile, and said, "Old Xiao, you and I will lead the exploration of the fog tomorrow, okay?" Chiozhin's smile froze on his face, and he said hesitantly, "So you are together, haha." When Xiao Zheng passed by him, she patted Chiozhin's arm, and whispered in an uncontrollable excited voice, He's dead with Brother Qiu's skills." With Chiozhin's mentality of making up for lost time, he persuaded Aunt Wu to leave by himself and brought back the gift that Aunt Wu insisted on giving to Sun Wan. The aroma of a pot of tea filled the room. Xiao Yuan took a sip from the teacup and let out a long breath. Before he could catch his breath, Chiozhin came in from outside in a hurry, holding a small bronze mirror in his hand. "Deputy Battalion Commander Sun Wan, please take a look at the gift Aunt Wu gave you." "Brother Qiu, I told you to just call me Shaun Wan." After Sun Wan took the bronze mirror, a gentle warmth came from her hand. How could Aunt Wu have such an antique? Xiao Yuan put down his teacup and looked at the bronze mirror curiously. "It looks quite old, right?" She said her son and his friends found it when they went to the mountains to collect herbs, and they wanted to give it to Shaun Wan as a gift. Collecting herbs in the mountains? Xiao Yuan raised his eyebrows and smiled. "It sounds so mysterious. You can pick up a bronze mirror while collecting herbs in the mountains?" That's what she said anyway. "These things are secondary. Are all the things we need ready?" "Everything is ready." Chiozhin agreed straightforwardly. "All are placed at the checkpoint outside the fog, ready for us to use at any time." Xiao Yuan played with the bronze mirror and prayed silently in his heart, hoping that this process could be completed smoothly without any more accidents. Chapter 305. The second exploration of the fog. The number of personnel is doubled compared to the last time. Xiao Yuan, Sun Wan, Lin Lang, Qi Ming, Xian Mao, Chiozhin, Xiao Zheng, and 20 elite members of the Silver Wing Corps, with 30 elite members of the Patrol and Security Forces. The 30 Patrol and Security Forces are proficient in the use of modern weapons, and tracking and identifying routes. This time when entering the fog, Xian Mao and Qi Ming will be the main force in finding the way, and the Patrol and Security Forces are Xiao Yuan's backup. Each of the 30 people had a delicate instrument hanging around his waist, and there were 3 spherical devices under the instrument. This device is called a Pathfinder, and it is a new type of instrument that the think tank of Country A urgently sent to all parts of the country. As the name suggests, the Pathfinder is used for finding the way, but it is different from the general navigation system. The navigation system requires the intervention and transmission of electronic signals to accurately locate in the mountains and on the sea, but the Pathfinder is different. The spherical device hanging under the Pathfinder can be placed at any position to release sound waves. Humans cannot hear this low-frequency sound wave. Each spherical device can continuously release sound waves within a radius of 500 meters. The main device of the Pathfinder can detect the strength of the sound waves, and the location can be known according to the strength. Although this method is relatively slow, in the fog where electronic signals have completely disappeared, the Sonic Pathfinder undoubtedly helped the searchers a lot. After checking the necessary equipment and basic fresh water and food, Xiao Yuan waved his hand and took the lead in stepping into the fog with Lin Lang. The visibility inside the fog was still very low, and the distance of about 3 meters was already the limit. Every 20 meters or so, everyone had to stop and calibrate the direction to avoid deviation. In the silent forest, only the sound of their footsteps could be heard. After walking and stopping for more than 10 minutes, Xiao Yuan swung his knife to cut off the branches blocking his way and suddenly stopped. He walked back and forth for 2 steps, then saw the mark he had left last time and stopped, saying, "It's here, where our rope broke last time." "Oh." Qi Ming followed Lin Lang and walked up quickly after hearing the words. "Boss, it's very quiet here. It doesn't look like there are any wild animals." Xiao Yuan looked at the ancient tree in front of him and said, "Starting from here, we will reach the last position in about 40 minutes. We will place one on this tree." The soldiers of the patrolling unit in the rear hurriedly walked up after hearing the words. The young man deftly took off the spherical device hanging from his waist. Beep! He pressed lightly in the middle of the spherical device, and the device made a sound, revealing 2 openings below. 2 metal drills slowly extended from the opening, and under his control, the drills steadily penetrated the surface of the bark. Just as he was about to let go, the metal drills trembled violently, as if they had hit something hard. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Xiao Yuan approached curiously and asked, "Qin Yuan, what's going on?" Qin Yuan adjusted the angle of the drill until he increased the speed of the drill and successfully penetrated the bark. He wiped the sweat from his forehead and said, "It's okay, maybe this ancient tree has been growing for a long time, and the bark is too hard." Xiao Yuan nodded, subconsciously looked up a few times, and then led everyone to continue walking away. Just like last time, the long rope used to find the way still passed here, slowly extended under the ancient tree, and reached the deeper and deeper fog. A city, first hospital. After Professor Shi Jifeng inspected the wards accompanied by the nurse, he walked to a ward at the end of the corridor. With the victory of the defense of A city, this city, that has endured too much war, began to gradually recover. Displaced people have returned to their hometowns, and the government is continuously sending supplies into the city. Everything is developing in a better and better direction. Professor Shi Jifeng once helped the military dissect the body of the first nightmare, and the nightmare that was killed by Xiao Yuan, and Sun Wan is still fresh in the old professor's memory. He walked to the door, took the medical record, and asked, "How is he doing recently?" The young doctor next to him hesitated and whispered, "Nothing abnormal except that he started to say some inexplicable words." "Oh." The old professor's eyes moved and he asked, "What did he say?" The young doctor thought for a moment and said, "He said that his life would end here, and he would be reborn. They would be new life forms, or something like that." Shi Jifeng nodded, pushed the door open and walked in. The ward was white. White lights, white sheets, white quilts, tables and chairs. Even the soldier sitting by the window looked as pale as paper. Shi Jifeng walked to the bedside and said in a gentle tone, "Zhang Yang, how are you feeling recently?" The man on the bed stared blankly ahead with his dark eyes, and only slowly turned them when Professor Shi Jifeng asked him for the second time. He opened his lips slightly and said in a calm voice, "Dr. Shi, thank you for your care during this period." The old professor looked at the young doctor in surprise and said, "Zhang Yang, do you recognize me?" Professor Shi Jifeng has always been concerned about this patient named Zhang Yang. He was born in the Silver Wing Corps and belonged to the Xiao Yuan Company, but he lost his mind in the mental attack released by the night demon self-explosion and was sent to the hospital. At that time, many people were sent to the first hospital for treatment, and only 12 people, including him, survived. The survivors were still mentally unstable, and they always said some strange things every day. Every time Shi Jifeng came to inspect, Zhang Yang seemed to be a person who was out of touch with the situation, but he didn't expect that it was completely different here. The old professor thought that his condition might have taken a turn for the better, and wanted to continue to guide him. Zhang Yang listened to his words, suddenly chuckled, and said indifferently, "Dr. Shi, do you think we are sick?" The old professor smiled kindly and said, "Zhang Yang, the human brain is the most complex system in the world. You are somewhat disturbed, but you cannot be called sick." Hee. Zhang Yang's smile became even wider, and he said, "Dr. Shi, how can you be sure that we are sick, not evolving?" Shi Jifeng's smile was a little unnatural. Today's Zhang Yang gave him an unusual and strange feeling. He seemed to have suddenly woken up, and his logic was clear, but there was a hint of evil in his words. The old professor asked about his physical condition again, and finally led the doctors and nurses out of the ward. Click. The moment the door was locked, the old professor secretly breathed a sigh of relief. He walked outside with the young doctor, whispering, "Notify the Silver Wing Corps immediately, and ask them to send soldiers to guard Zhang Yang. Teacher, let them come tonight. Isn't it too urgent?" The young doctor reminded in a low voice. "Then, notify them tomorrow morning. This matter must not be delayed." "Okay, don't worry." The young doctor agreed and walked away with Shi Jifeng. In the ward, Zhang Yang's lifeless eyes slowly closed, and when he opened them again, the whites of his eyes disappeared completely, and it was pitch black. Chapter 306. The forest was silent, and the fog was thick. Rushing. The sound came from nowhere, starting out very light and gradually becoming chaotic, as if 7 or 8 naughty monkeys were playing around on a tree. When the chaotic sound of the branches and leaves disappeared, a burst of chewing sounds began, a slow and rhythmic crunch. After an unknown amount of time, everything returned to normal, and dense footsteps were heard from afar. Xiao Yuan, who was dressed in a black military uniform, walked out of the fog first, holding a silver knife, and rushing over here in a few steps. The same position, the same broken wound, the fiber rope fell to the ground and broke from here. Xiao Yuan looked around with the rope and smiled. He waved to Qiuzhen and snorted, "Old Xiao, today we will see which immortal has been blocking our way back." Qiuzhen picked up a stone half the size of a human head under the tree and pressed the bottom. Buzz, the surface of the rock folded up like a magic trick, revealing the miniature camera hidden inside. Xiao Yuan and the others had anticipated this before entering the fog, and in order to find out what broke the rope, they set up a plan. A miniature camera disguised as a rock was placed aside to record, and the group pretended to pass by, but actually waited in the distance. When the rope broke, they had already known the situation. Qiuzhen took out the video storage and loaded it into the playback device, and a circle of people gathered to watch the video playback. The fog floated slowly in the calm lens, and this lens lasted for 5 minutes. Qiming said impatiently, "Old Xiao, can this thing be fast-forwarded?" Qiuzhen smiled awkwardly and explained, "This is how the simple player works, don't be impatient." Xiao Yuan tapped Qiming to signal him to be silent, and the calm picture on the camera suddenly changed. A leaf fell in the camera, opening the prelude to the falling of leaves. The falling leaves fell to the ground with a violent noise, and the ground in the camera raised a cloud of dust. The camera's angle of view was limited, and it could only capture a position about 2 meters from the ground. The dust was so thick that it was difficult to see clearly. When the dust thinned a little, a shadow suddenly appeared above the camera. Oh! After waiting for so long, they finally saw something. Everyone was shocked, and watched the video with eyes wide open. When the thing in the camera revealed its true face, Xiao Yuan couldn't help but be surprised. A thick tree trunk was revealed in the camera, twisting and shaking, and turning twice in the air. Lin Lang took a breath and said, Is this a tree demon?" His words expressed the thoughts of others. Trees come alive and move freely. What else can they be but spirits and demons? The tree trunk in the camera gradually stretched to the ground, and a wrinkled face could be vaguely seen biting the rope. Sunwon exclaimed softly, saying, "Xiao Yuan, is this the face we saw on the tree?" Xiao Yuan nodded, his face full of disbelief. "The world is so big, there are all kinds of wonders." Whoosh! As soon as he finished speaking, he swung to Nan, and a silver light flashed and shot straight towards the ancient tree behind him, making a crisp sound. The battle started in an instant, and the ancient tree trembled after being hit by the silver light, and then the branches and trunks twisted and flew. Snap! Snap! The tree trunk whipped the 2 security guards, and sent them flying far away, nearly knocking them unconscious on the spot. Xiao Yuan shouted and rushed forward with Lin Lang. A tree trunk as thick as an arm was raised high, and whipped him fiercely. Bang! He kicked the ground and dodged the tree trunk. The alloy claws under his ribs shot out, and shot into the tree. After dodging the tree trunk, Xiao Yuan dodged 2 tree trunks in succession with his silver knife and leather shield, and arrived under the big tree. Swish! The silver knife left a series of knife marks on the tree in an instant when Xiao Yuan used it. The bark broke and exposed the inside. Xiao Yuan took a closer look and found that there was a thin red film hidden under the bark. What is this? Xiao Yuan only had time to take a look before 2 strong winds came from behind him. He quickly bent down to dodge. Bang! The 2 tree trunks collided with each other, making a muffled sound. Xiao Yuan grimaced secretly. If this blow landed on him, he would be seriously injured. More than 20 people from the Silver Wings Corps resisted the attack of the demon tree head-on, and the patrolling troops and security troops on the periphery were also not idle. They came out with a lot of weapons on their bodies to deal with various emergencies. 10 people skillfully took off the backpacks on their backs and took out a metal can from it. The fuel poured out of the metal can was golden yellow and had a pungent smell. Qiuzhen commanded the 10 people to pour the fuel on the launcher and shouted, "Fire!" Hoo hoo hoo! With an order, a flame ignited in front of the launcher, and then a fireball flew towards the top of the demon tree. The flames ignited as they flew out, and when they reached the tree trunk, they ignited very fiercely. Each launcher released 5 flames in succession, before running out of fuel and stopping the launch. Wisps of green smoke drifted from the launcher, and the result was that the trunks and branches of the demon tree were ignited with blazing flames. The security forces assisted the patrol forces in preventing the spread of demons. They were not equipped with minging weapons, and relied on this N05 kerosene. N05 kerosene was independently developed by the A Country Military Combat Readiness Center, specifically to deal with the strong bodies of demons. Although this kind of kerosene cannot cause much damage to the night demon, it can cause fatal damage to the demons, so it is widely used in grassroots security forces. The raging fire dispelled the fog, and everyone finally saw the whole appearance of the demon tree. More than 50 trunks extended from the 10-meter-high demon tree, and the trunks moved in the air sometimes quickly, and sometimes slowly, with terrifying agility. Bang! After Xiao Yuan raised his shield to help Lin Lang block a heavy blow, his body flew into the air, and was caught by Sun Wan from the side. After the two fell to the ground, they looked up, and saw that the demon tree covered in flames was still extremely ferocious. Xiao Yuan frowned and murmured, "How could this be? Doesn't kerosene have any effect on the demon tree?" A hint of blue flashed in Sun Wan's eyes. She suddenly raised her finger and shouted, "Xiao Yuan, look, that face is avoiding the flames." The flames spread all over the demon tree, and the wrinkled face was originally on the trunk. Seeing that the trunk was burned through by the flames, it crawled to the other side of the trunk. After seeing the scene, Xiao Yuan had already made up his mind. He waved his hand, and Tunin turned into a shield in front of him, shouting, "The rest of you cover and hold back. Xiaoxin and Lin Lang protect the two wings. Lao Qi is in front. Kill!" Swoosh! 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 At Xiao Yuan's command, the Silver Wing army that was originally surrounding the surroundings simultaneously shot out alloy claws, accurately shooting at the tree trunks. If it was 1 or 2 people, it would be fine, but 20 people firing at the same time could accurately hit and firmly hold a tree trunk. Their coordination and individual quality can be called terrifying. Hey, Qi Ming was flying in the front, and saw several tree trunks hitting him instead of retreating. 2 earth shields appeared in front of him. A violent collision sounded in front of Qi Ming. After more than a dozen tree trunks hit him, cracks appeared on the earth shield. While Qi Ming blocked a round of attacks, Xiao Yuan, Sun Wan, Lin Lang, and Xi and Mao flew out from behind him at the same time. The 4 of them waved the minging knife to block the crazy attacks of other tree trunks. Xiao Yuan and Sun Wan flexibly shuttled through the attacks, and finally reached the edge of the tree trunk. There, a wrinkled face looked at them expressionlessly, and slowly revealed a strange smile. Chapter 307. Swoosh! A feather arrow suddenly shot out from Xiao Yuan's side, and it instantly reached the tree with a blue light. The wrinkled face opened his mouth slightly, and the unrestrained tree trunks around him rushed towards him frantically. For a moment, Xin Mao and Lin Lang were in danger. The ice blue feather arrow hit the tree trunk with a bang, but the wrinkled face squirmed to avoid it. Whoosh! Whoosh! Before it could react, Sun Wan's other 2 feather arrows followed. Xiao Yuan slapped his waist, and the alloy structure cooperated with the feather arrows to block the road around it. Swish! Xiao Yuan raised his knife to block the huge tree trunk, and stepped forward to pierce the wrinkled face with a long sword. Time seemed to stop at this moment. About 2 seconds later, the wrinkled tree bark face suddenly cracked. A stream of blood spurted out from it, as thick as a bowl and with great force. He only felt a huge force hitting his chest, and flew into the air behind. The sound of wind in his ears, accompanied by the shattering of the demon tree trunk flying in the sky, made Xiao Yuan feel unreal, as if he was in a dream. Whoosh! Whoosh! He shot out the alloy claws, and turned a big circle in the air to cushion the impact before falling back to the ground. The demon tree that was still threatening just now has lost its vitality at this moment. The trunks are either stiff or on fire, and it seems that it will be burned. The cracked parts of the tree bark have also returned to normal, and the blood-red film has disappeared. Ahem. Xiao Yuan rubbed his chest, and counted the number of people. Seeing that everyone was slightly injured, he was relieved. The demon tree is powerful. If they are not well prepared, they may not be able to do anything to it for a while. Xiaoxin was directing the flamethrower from behind, his eyes wide open. It took only 3 or 4 minutes from Xiao Yuan's order to them killing the demon tree. The Silver Wing army contained, covered, advanced, and killed in one go, with almost perfect coordination. He walked forward excitedly and said, "You can easily kill this monster. You are worthy of being the ace army of my new army." Qi Ming laughed and said, "Brother Qiu, this is nothing, a small scene. I tell you there are many more powerful scenes than this." Xiaoxin was stunned by what he heard, and he was more and more eager to join the Silver Wing Corps. Snap! Xiao Yuan slapped Qi Ming on the back of his head and scolded him with a smile. "You are the one who talks too much nonsense. Check the equipment and mark it. Let's continue to set off." Taking advantage of the break, Xiao Yuan took off the water bottle to drink water, and saw Xiao Zheng running over mysteriously. Xiao Yuan raised his eyebrows, and looked at her curiously. "What are you doing, like a thief?" Xiao Zheng rolled her eyes at him, and whispered, "You are the thief. I show you something good." As she spoke, Xiao Zheng took out a piece of dry bark from behind her. Upon closer inspection, she found that the texture on it looked like human eyes, tightly closed. "Is this the face of a demon tree?" Xiao Zheng was very satisfied with his surprised expression and laughed. "How is it? Is it a good thing?" Xiao Yuan felt puzzled. He said, "You can find this thing, aren't you afraid of bad luck?" Xiao Zheng snorted, put her hands behind her back, puffed out her chest, and looked like she was preaching, "You humans don't move. This is called the Sinan tree. It is a very precious tree species." "Sinan tree?" Xiao Yuan became interested and said, "Xiao Zheng, tell me more about this." "This Sinan tree." Sinan tree, also known as the soul-separating tree. In Xiao Gang's world, Sinan trees grow in the mountains covered by thick fog all year round, and are rarely discovered. To grow a Sinan tree, you need an old tree that is more than 50 years old, and a magical creature called Sinan bird. Sinan bird can identify directions, and track thousands of miles away, and feeds on morning dew and nectar. The life of Sinan bird is very long. The long-lived Sinan bird can live to about 200 years old, and eventually turn into a colorful mist in the morning sun. They live in foggy mountains. If the time, place, and people are right, the soul of the Sinan bird that turns into mist can attach to the ancient tree and coexist with it. Xiao Yuan thought about it for a while, and said, "Hearing what you said, the Sinan tree shouldn't be as ferocious as it was just now." Xiao Zheng scratched her head and said, "I heard from my 11th brother that the Sinan tree inherits the elemental spirit of heaven and earth, but it is also easily eroded by dark elements. The Sinan tree can accept any element, and is a valuable material for making weapons and armor, but it is precisely because of its characteristics that it brings disaster. Not only is the outside world coveting it, but the accumulation of dark elements will also bring potential dangers to it. The Sinan tree can regulate the balance of elements in its body, but when the external conditions change, such as too much dark elements in the thick fog, it will gradually lose balance. When the dark elements accumulate to a certain extent, the Sinan tree will turn into a dangerous demon tree full of malicious intent." After listening to Xiao Zheng's story, Xiao Yuan found it more and more incredible. Sinan bird and Sinan tree are things that should not exist on Blue Star. Why did they appear in the remote Haixiazi Valley? After restarting the journey, they moved more slowly. In addition to installing the sonic positioning device, they also had to check the ancient trees along the way. The demon tree was fierce and strange, and Xiao Yuan didn't want everyone to walk into the encirclement of the demon tree without knowing it. Fortunately, there were no human faces on the trees along the way, and they groped step by step towards the place where they had seen the white clothes. If there was an aerial photography device at this time, they would find that in the distance in front of them, the rich color was gradually turning into purple, becoming more and more weird. Yanjing Medical University. Xing Zi walked briskly in the corridor of the school, holding a thick stack of documents in her hands. LV Fei, Xing Zi's roommate and best friend, helped her hold the equally unclear documents with a bitter face and walked towards the office at the end of the 3rd floor. She was in her early 20s, with red lips and white teeth, and a cute and pretty baby face. "Xiaoyu, have you really thought it through? Going to the Northwest is not a joke. Don't you think about it again?" "I have been thinking about it for a long time," Xing Ziyu said firmly. "This time I will go to the front line with Sister Mu Shi." "Is it because of your brother?" Lu Fei asked with her big eyes blinking curiously. "Not only because of my brother, but also because I want to see what this world really looks like. You, me, Xiao Luo and many other classmates saw the Night Devil War on the news media. But do you know Fei Fei? When I went to the station to see off brother Xiao Yuan and his comrades, I suddenly had a strange feeling, as if we might not see these people again in this life. We will never see each other again in this life." "Yes." Xing Zi recalled the feeling at that time, her voice trembling slightly. "I want to go to the front line to help more soldiers in need and let them go home." "Xiaoyu." LV Fei's eyes were red, and the words he wanted to persuade her were on the tip of his tongue, but he couldn't say them. "So you don't have to persuade me anymore. This is my wish and dream." The two walked and talked until they reached the office at the end of the corridor. On the doorplate were a few big words written neatly. "Office of the Frontline Medical Team of Yanqing Medical University." Knock, knock, knock. A crisp knock on the door sounded. Wumushi raised her eyes and said, "Come in." Seeing the figures of Xingziyu and Lu Fei, She smiled and said, Xiaoyu and Feifei are here, come in and sit down. Xing Ziyu gently put the documents on the table and smiled sweetly. Sister Mushi, when will our medical team leave? Wu Mushi was dressed in white. Her long hair was tied into a neat ponytail, and a pair of gold-rimmed glasses on her nose made her even more charming and elegant. Chapter 308. Wu Mushi glanced at the information and said, the first medical team of 20 people will leave for the northwest in 3 days. Xing Ziyu looked at her expectantly and asked, what about our second medical team? Wu Mushi took off her gold-rimmed glasses and said, well, the specific time is not yet certain, Bai Xiao. After she called, a young man walked out of the room. He was about the same age as Wu Mushi. He was also dressed in white, handsome and fair-skinned, with a warm smile. What's the matter, Mushi? Xiaoyu wants to ask about the departure time of the second medical team. The second batch will leave in about 10 days. What's wrong, Xiaoyu? Are you anxious now? A little. Xing Ziyu said embarrassedly. I want to help everyone as soon as possible. Everything should be done slowly, don't be anxious. Bai Xiao, as the person in charge of the preparation of the medical team of the A-country military stationed in Yanjing Medical University, was very kind. He comforted Xing Ziyu for a while, and then changed the subject and said, Fei, how is Nangong Luo's injury last time? I heard that he was hanging on the tree for a long time. When she mentioned Nangong Luo, her childhood sweetheart whom she had known since childhood, she was furious. Lu Fei puffed her cheeks and said angrily, he is fine, jumping around all day and refusing to stop. Nangong Luo was born in a medical family. His grandfather and mother were both famous doctors, and his father was a mechanical expert. He inherited the excellent genes of his father and mother, and had a strong interest in medicine and machinery since he was a child. After entering Yanqing Medical University, he was still fascinated by these two fields, and spent every day either in the library or in the laboratory. After the anti-gravity maneuvering device used by the Silver Wings Corps was unveiled in the media, Nangong Luo was amazed. From then on, he began the road of self-developed anti-gravity devices, but unfortunately there were always flaws. If you think about it, you can understand that the device developed by the think tank War Preparation Research Institute of Country A with all the elites in the country, how can it be easily copied? The anti-gravity maneuvering device is an extremely valuable strategic weapon, and the devices issued to each legion have special numbers recorded in the book. Any loss or damage needs to be reported to the legion level, and the legion will be equipped with spare maneuvering devices. Wu Mushi covered her mouth and chuckled, saying, is this the second time he's been hung on a tree this month? LV Fei snorted and said, Sister Mushi, you don't know, he can only get out of bed and start tinkering with some biochemical mechanical rejection eliminator, not letting people have a moment of peace. Biochemical mechanical rejection eliminator? Bai Zhao's eyes flashed with a gleam, and he said casually, how come he can always research new things? What is this medicine for? LV Fei pouted his mouth high, looking indignant. He said that he can eliminate the rejection reaction of the fusion of the human body and the machine. He is a boastful guy. He refused to accompany me to watch a movie. Biochemical machinery, as the name suggests, is a technology that studies the combination of machinery and human body. Currently, mature technology is basically applied to human limbs after they are amputated, using prosthetic limbs made of titanium alloy to help them live. However, although titanium alloy prosthetic limbs can be integrated with the human body very well, they can never replace the conductive function of other metals. There are also many domestic studies on this topic, but they have never been able to break through the technical bottleneck and eliminate the rejection reaction between machinery and human body. Xing Ziyu quietly poked her best friend and said, Fei, Xiao Lu is so smart, maybe he can succeed. Bai Xiao listened to Lu Fei's words and murmured, then I must go and see Nangong Luo's progress if I have a chance. Many soldiers who have lost limbs need his technical help. The four of them chatted happily, and did not notice the emotional changes in Bai Zhao's eyes. Thoughtful, with a hint of danger, as if a beast smelled prey. Captain, we are about to reach the location we arrived at before. Lin Lang compared the mark on the map and whispered. Come on, raise your shields and be on guard. Xiao Yuan shouted to the people behind him, and took the lead and marched side by side with Lin Lang. Captain, does Ruo Ling's analysis make sense? Lin Lang asked while looking around. Ruo Ling thinks that what we saw was a mirage, or an illusion in our minds. There is some truth in it, but prepare for the worst in everything. If it is true, it will be a tough battle. Could the things in the white clothes be real? Lin Lang's scalp tingled when he thought of the situation at that time. Haven't we encountered enough strange things so far? When the enemy comes, we will stop him with our generals. When the water comes, we will block it with earth. As Xiao Yuan was talking, his steps suddenly slowed down. He turned back to look at Sun Wan, who was pulling his sleeve, and saw her pointing at her ear. Xiao Yuan nodded and instantly understood what she meant. There was a strange sound ahead. The fog was thick, and a whispering sound came from nowhere, lingering in the forest. The whispering sound was very low. At first glance, it sounded like there were only 3 or 4 people. After listening carefully, there seemed to be more than a dozen people, both men and women. Xiao Yuan lowered his body and walked towards the source of the sound with the help of Sun Wan. When he passed a bush, the fog cleared and the view in front of him suddenly became clear. In the distance, the old tree appeared again and a long white robe hung on the treetop. When he looked down through the gap in the bush, his eyes suddenly widened. There were more than a dozen humans around the tree, kneeling under the tree and constantly kowtowing and whispering, with a pious and solemn look. Their clothes were no different from those of ordinary humans, and one of the teenagers even wore a baseball cap on his head. Sun Wan listened for a while and whispered, "Xiao Yuan, what they say is very strange. It doesn't sound like human language." Xiao Yuan gently raised his finger to his mouth and said, "Don't worry, let's observe for a while, and see what they are doing." While the two were talking, the situation under the tree suddenly changed. The whispers of the 14 people became more and more urgent, and in the end, they became a series of inaudible sounds. Roar! Someone roared, and everyone stood up except the boy wearing a baseball cap. They closed their eyes, and gradually gathered around the boy, forming a circle. Just when Xiao Yuan was wondering, everyone opened their eyes at the same time, and there was a crazy light in their eyes. The 4 strong men in the innermost lifted the boy up, and the boy faced the sky with his eyes still closed. Roar! 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 The crowd roared at the same time and grabbed the boy's body, and then pulled desperately. The roar became louder and louder, and the boy's body twisted and swayed left and right in the pulling. He groaned in pain, as if he was going to disappear and be torn apart in the next moment. Everyone watched with anxiety, but Xiao Yuan was still looking ahead, not knowing what he was thinking. Just when Lin Lang thought that the young man was about to die, Xiao Yuan beside him suddenly moved. He waved his hand. Silver light flashed and shot towards the ancient tree, and shouted, "Old Qi, break the formation." Chapter 309. Xiao Yuan rushed out of the bushes in one step, kicking off the attack. The alloy claws fired by the Silver Wings Legion shot directly at the crowd under the tree like meteors. Whoosh! Whoosh! The alloy claws suddenly disappeared from sight after entering the front, as if they disappeared out of thin air. The movement of the attack startled the crowd under the tree. They were surprised at first, and then pulled the boy's body more frantically. Qi Ming rushed to the front with a Minging knife in his hand and shouted, "Open!" Swish! The Minging knife was inserted into the ground upside down, and a yellowish gas mass spread from his hand to the entire blade, slowly entering the ground. The ground with the Minging knife, as the core suddenly cracked into several cracks, spreading in all directions, getting farther and farther. The veins on Qi Ming's hands bulged, and a steady stream of earth elements was released from his body. After about half a minute, he suddenly opened his eyes, and shouted excitedly, "Found it!" As he said that, he picked up the Minging knife and ran in one direction. The tiny cracks on the ground were the best compass in his eyes. Qi Ming's walking direction was very strange, twisting and turning in a forest, and sometimes running in the opposite direction of the ancient tree. Hua la la! After passing a dense bush, the scenery in front of everyone became clearer, and a faint strange fragrance filled the air. Under the ancient tree in the distance, the boy who was lifted high let out a desperate and painful cry. Ah! After a heart-wrenching roar, one of the boy's arms was torn off alive, and blood sprayed like a fountain on the people below. They became more and more excited, shouting in an unknown language. The one who tore off his arm was a pretty woman. The huge force that came out of her petite body was enough to tear off the young man's arm. The woman danced and cheered. When she saw Xiao Yuan and the others, she was stunned for a moment, then screamed and rushed toward Xiao Yuan and the others like crazy. Xiao Yuan raised his leather shield and shouted, "Help!" Swish! The silver knife in his hand turned and he rushed towards the woman. The woman was very fast, but had no skills. She seemed to be attacking according to instinct. Xiao Yuan easily left 2 scars on her joints, trying to make her lose her ability to move. Ouch! After the woman staggered to the ground, she rolled on the ground and suddenly jumped up. Her attack was beyond Xiao Yuan's expectation. He stepped back a few steps, raised his shield to block the woman's attack, and slashed her shoulder with a knife. After the blood splattered, the woman continued to move, as usual, waving her hands and continuing to attack. Xiao Yuan took the opportunity of close contact to finally see what was going on. The woman's wounds recovered in a very short time. Xiao was a little flustered as he followed behind to deal with the opponent rushing at him, and shouted, "Captain Xiao Yuan, they are all immortals." As he was shouting, he was accidentally knocked down by the man in front of him, and the man opened his mouth wide and was about to bite his neck. Whoosh! Puff! A burst of warm blood splashed on Xiao face, and an alloy claw emerged from the man's chest, stopping his forward momentum. Click! The barb on the alloy claw moved, firmly locking the man's body and dragging him far away. Xiao sat on the ground in fear, and only recovered slightly after Sun Wan knocked the man down. Sun Wan's voice came from the side, clear and pleasant. "Brother Qiu, the battalion commander asked you to organize a firearms attack." Firearms? Xiao hurriedly got up, thinking that he was really confused in his anxiety. The group of immortals in front of him would definitely not be able to withstand the burning of the flames. "Prepare kerosene and flamethrowers," he shouted to the 10 security force members carrying kerosene and flamethrowers. "Deputy battalion commander, there are many undead monsters coming out from behind." From behind? Ah! Xiao hurriedly pushed aside the reporting team members, and saw more than a dozen people with fangs and claws coming out from behind the team. "Brothers, come and hold me." Xiao gritted his teeth, pulled out his knife and shouted, "You 10 people, finish the assembly as soon as possible." The strength of the people coming out from behind was much worse than that of the people under the tree. Xiao led the people to resist the attack desperately. Bang! 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 The fireballs ejected by the flamethrower fell on the undead, igniting a raging fire and also strangling their body repair ability. Xiao Yuan and the others gathered together, looking at the people who were constantly burning and struggling on the field, and they felt a little uncomfortable. They were obviously no different from ordinary humans, but they attack humans wantonly like beasts. Can they still be called people? Xiao Yuan put away the minging knife and walked quickly to the boy who fell to the ground. Medical staff were examining him. Seeing Xiao Yuan coming over, the young girl shook her head with tears in her eyes and said with a sob, "Captain, he is no longer alive." The young man was dying. The wound on his arm could not bleed much, and his face was as pale as paper. When he saw Xiao Yuan approaching, his eyes flashed with light, and his face flushed unnaturally. Xiao Yuan grabbed his only remaining arm and whispered, "You can tell me what you want to say. We are the Silver Wing Army." Ahem. The young man's mouth was foaming with tears. He opened his mouth and said with difficulty in an inaudible voice, "Be careful. Be careful." Xiao Yuan frowned and leaned close to the boy's face again to listen. "Be careful of what?" The boy seemed to be using up all his strength, saying word by word, "Be careful." "White clothes?" Huh. A cold wind surged around Xiao Yuan, and the body's instinctive reaction, which had been tempered thousands of times in cruel wars, took effect at the critical moment. Before others realized it, the whole person moved to the side by a few centimeters, and then Xiao Yuan felt a chill on his neck. Bang! A loud noise sounded, and Xiao Yuan and the medical team members flew into the sky at the same time. Blood was splashing with their bodies. The dying boy stood up, and his clothes turned into a white shirt in an instant. Chuck! The boy let out a weird laugh that made people's scalps numb. He slowly floated up, and his scalp finally touched the treetops. His whole body was hidden in the long white clothes, floating in the air, just like the white clothes when he first explored the fog. Xiao Yuan used the mobile device to spin in the air, and steadily caught the medical team members before landing on the ground. There was a wound on his neck, oozing blood and burning with pain. As for the female medical team member, she died the moment she landed. She was not an elemental affinity person, so her physique could not be compared with Xiao Yuan. The attack power just launched by the boy was extremely strong. If Xiao Yuan had not had a special physique and instinctively dodged, it would not be as simple as a wound on the neck. Hee hee. The boy on the tree was hidden in white clothes, with only half of his head exposed, and he laughed creepily. "Humans, you can never change that useless sympathy." His voice was shrill, more like a woman's than a boy's, and it sounded strange to his ears. Seeing Xiao Yuan slowly raising the minging knife, he swayed slightly and said, "Xiao Yuan, don't you want to know the whereabouts of your parents?" Xiao Yuan stopped and stared at him. "You? Who are you?" Chapter 310. Giggle. The boy's body was as light as a feather, floating in the breeze. His dark eyes fell on Xiao Yuan, and the corners of his mouth rose. "Xiao Yuan, humans are weak creatures after all. Even you are the same. I ask who you are? Why do you know about my parents?" Xiao Yuan suddenly raised the minging knife and pointed at the boy. His face was so gloomy that water was about to drip out. Sun Wan, haven't you always wanted to know the mystery of your life? I can answer you. Sun Wan's tea-colored eyes flickered slightly. Every word of the boy under the treetop pointed directly to what they wanted to know most in their hearts. Was it a coincidence or magic? The boy's eyes swept across the people present again and finally fell on Lin Lang. He looked at him with interest and said, Lin Lang, the girl you once harmed is now alive or dead, don't you want to know? Lin Lang's body froze in place, and his fists clenched the handle of the knife so tightly that it made a sound. Swish! Lin Lang could no longer bear the boy's sarcastic and condescending tone, and waved his knife and shouted, Enough! It was just an accident, an accident. The boy seemed to have heard the funniest thing in the world, and laughed up to the sky. Accident? Ah ha ha ha. You could have saved her at that time, but you were cowardly, retreated, and watched her die. Is this what you call an accident? Lin Lang was stunned, and the long-lost memory reappeared in his mind again. He would never forget the memory of the riverside that year. Clang! Lin Lang's silver knife fell to the ground. He covered his forehead and retreated painfully, whispering, No, no, I didn't mean it. Negative emotions rose in Lin Lang's mind and lingered. Just when he couldn't help but pick up the silver knife and stab himself, he was suddenly patted on the shoulder. Lin Lang swung the knife fiercely without thinking. Bang! Xiao Yuan clamped his wrist with one hand, like an iron clamp. The silver knife stopped 5 or 6 centimeters away from Xiao Yuan's head, flashing cold light. Captain? Lin Lang woke up from his dream and said quickly, Captain, I just can't control your emotions and want to kill people? Xiao Yuan chuckled and threw the thick mask in his hand to Lin Lang. When I came in, I found that the smell here was wrong. Is it you who did it? I have seen this trick many times, influencing the human mind through the smell in the air. Xiao Yuan breathed in the pungent smell from the mask, and his mind became clear. Oh! Did you find it? The smile on the boy's face gradually disappeared, and he said, Unfortunately, you found it too late. Xiao Yuan raised his eyebrows, and was about to speak when he heard strange sounds coming from the ancient trees around him. A sound similar to that of inflating a balloon sounded, and at least more than 30 ancient trees were covered with fog. After the fog dissipated, more than 30 white long clothes appeared, floating between the treetops. There was a black shadow looming in each long dress, as if something would jump out in the next second. Ah! This scene made everyone exclaim. A young man in white clothes was so strange. How to deal with more than 30 people? Fear, surprise, escape, death, and other emotions lingered in many people's hearts. Do you know what the slaves you killed are for? They are the sacrifices that help me get a new life. Now that the sacrifice is gone, you will become my sacrifice. The young man smiled charmingly and licked his lips. I will take out your eyes and keep them well. Boss, what should we do now? We are surrounded. Xian Mao asked urgently. He had a keen sense of smell and inhaled a lot of gas, so he was in a daze. Xiao Yuan stuck the minging knife upside down on the ground and suddenly laughed. He looked up at the boy and said, Don't pretend anymore. I already know what your trick is. The others were surprised to see Xiao Yuan suddenly laugh, but they didn't expect him to say such a thing. Sun Wan took off the ice blue bow and asked curiously Xiao Yuan, What do you mean by his trick? Xiao Yuan snorted and laughed, saying, Aren't you all surprised? Why did the man in white talk to us for so long but didn't take action? The night demon is cruel. How could someone who is on the same side as the night demon be merciful? The only explanation is, he is waiting. Waiting for the opportunity to have enough power to kill us. Waiting for power? Qi Ming became more and more confused and said, Boss, you said this guy can accumulate energy? It's almost the same idea. Why can this white robe produce entities inside? I think it has a lot to do with the day we saw him. Fear, despair, panic, and other negative emotions will make the white clothes stronger, like now. Xiao Yuan pointed at the white clothes around him, and the shadows that were not obvious just now had become real. Strands of long hair appeared at the collar above the white clothes, floating slowly. If I'm not mistaken, you are the monster that gathered the negative emotions of fear in our hearts that day, right? That's why you look like a ghost that is neither male nor female. A collection of negative emotions? Qi Ming slapped his head, and suddenly realized, no wonder this guy knows the inner thoughts of each of us. The smile on the boy's face gradually disappeared and turned cold. He opened his mouth slightly to reveal his scarlet tongue and said, What a disgusting guy. Wouldn't it be better to just die quietly like those stupid pigs before? Roar. The boy's mouth suddenly widened to an exaggerated arc and burst into a shrill cry. As his cry sounded, Waves of air flowed between the white clothes, and the fluttering white clothes left the treetops at the same time after reaching a certain node. 30 or so people with long flowing hair were seen in their long white clothes, elegant and dangerous. Form a formation, defend. After Xiao Yuan gave the order, he shouted, try to control the fear in your heart. The more afraid we are, the stronger they will be. 20 people from the Silver Wing Army and 20 people from the patrolling force formed a circle of defense, holding leather shields and silver swords. 10 people from the security force stayed in the middle. When it comes to this level of battle, the weapons in their hands can no longer help. Xiao Yuan recalled a scene during a mission where hundreds of white clothes were hung on trees in a mountain forest, and then he understood what was going on. Compared to that place, it was a place where fog appeared, and the hanging white clothes were powerful weapons in the fog. But there was no fog at that time, and no one took the clothes in the wilderness seriously. At this time, he could only secretly pray that other people who were carrying out the mission would be able to turn danger into safety when they encountered the white clothes forest. After circling in the air for several times, the speed of the white clothes suddenly increased. They kept attacking the outer defense. Fortunately, the Mingyin knife could block the attack. Hearing the fierce collision sounds in his ears, various action plans kept emerging in Xiao Yuan's mind. Clang! After swinging his sword to repel a man in white, Xiao Yuan shouted to Qiuzhen, Old Xiao, how many times can the flamethrower be released? Qiuzhen blocked the attack and shouted, only enough for the last release. Xiao Yuan couldn't help but cursed. Try to attack with flames, and if you are lazy and don't prepare more kerosene next time, I promise to throw you into the mountains to feed the black bears. Who? Fireballs flew into the sky and landed accurately on the white clothes, and a layer of scorching flames ignited. From the white clothes came waves of terrified shouts, shrill and miserable. Chapter 3:11. The flames were hot and burning fiercely. After the flames were ignited, the white-clothed man wailed and danced in the air. It lasted for about a minute before the flames gradually went out. Xiao Yuan still had a glimmer of hope in his heart. If N05 kerosene could kill the white-clothed man, they would save a lot of trouble. Unfortunately, after the flames burned, the white-clothed man only had a section of his white hair burnt, and there were no other changes. After the flames went out, the white-clothed man became more ferocious and brutal, circling and rushing towards the crowd fiercely. The huge force contained in it made the defense circle shaky. The situation of the humans on the field gradually fell into a passive position. Xiao Yuan observed the situation around him, and finally decided to take action. The future is unknown. His elemental control ability is at the primary level, and the number of times he can use elements every day is limited. If he wants to further explore the fog, he must use his ability at the key points. Snap! Xiao Yuan slapped his waist, and he flew into the sky under the traction of the maneuvering device. A red light appeared on the blade of the Mingyin knife, which looked warm and bright. A white-clothed man who had just hit the man from below came up, and when Xiao Yuan swung his knife to cut him, a black gas suddenly emerged. Swish! 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 Xiao Yuan swung 3 consecutive swords at Bai's vital points, and black air came out without exception, accompanied by a shrill howl. Bai seemed to be in great pain and turned around and crashed into the ground. Swoosh! Sun Wan had already been paying attention to Xiao Yuan's battle situation below. When Bai turned around, she drew her bow and shot an arrow, aiming at the long hair that flowed out of Bai's collar. The ice blue feather arrow flew through the air, shot into Bai's long hair from the collar, and directly penetrated Bai's entire body. The surface of the ice blue feather arrow was covered with a layer of crystal water vapor. The seemingly soft water vapor was formed by Sun Wan's mobilization of water elements, and it was incredibly powerful. The body of Bai was stiff in the distance. After the whole body was pierced, the remaining water elements inside made it temporarily unable to move. Sun Wan raised the longbow, and after a blue light flashed on the surface of the longbow, the feather arrow flying in the air flew back like life. Swish! The moment Bai was fixed by Sun Wan, Xiao Yuan's attack also fell. The hot flames on the Mingyin knife ignited, and it fell fiercely above Bai, and the blade cut it in the middle of Bai. Hiss! The white clothes shattered, revealing something hidden inside, a dark thing that looked like a heart, with long black hair extending from it. The power of the fire element was too overbearing. After the white clothes shattered into ashes, the black gas on the heart was also split in two by the Mingyin knife and ignited. Roar! The black heart beat violently a few times and exploded under Xiao Yuan's gaze. The moment the heart disappeared, Xiao Yuan heard a series of piercing screams and roars, including men and women, old and young. Without time to think about what was hidden in the voice, He suddenly flipped his body in the air and dodged the attack of the two white-clothed people. Unfortunately, there were too many white-clothed people. After seeing Xiao Yuan kill his companions, they rushed towards Xiao Yuan like crazy. After teaming up with Sun Wan to kill 3 more white-clothed people, Xiao Yuan's elemental power temporarily became tired. Bang! Bang! He was unable to dodge, and was hit by the white-clothed people, and fell back to the ground helplessly. A cold breath spread from the place where Xiao Yuan was hit. At the same time, his hands and feet felt cold and stiff for a short time, and dark negative emotions hovered in his mind. It took a long time for Xiao Yuan to regain consciousness. It seems that there is a reason why the members of the patrol force who escaped the fog were mentally ill. The impact of the white clothes on the human body will have an impact on the human spirit, which is similar to the impact of the voice of the night demon on the spirit. However, the power of the white clothes is obviously more powerful. The mental abilities of the Silver Wing Legion members are very high, but they will temporarily lose control under the influence of the white clothes. Cough cough. After Xiao Yuan coughed twice, he felt that the cold feeling in his chest dissipated a lot, and said with difficulty, "This can't go on, there are too many white clothes." The white-clothed man absorbs the negative emotions of humans to generate power. He had not noticed that the white-clothed man had absorbed too much power before. He and Sun Wan had to combine their strength to kill 4 white-clothed men. How could they deal with the remaining 30 white-clothed men? The khaki mist between Qi Ming's hands rose left and right, helping everyone to resist the attack of the white-clothed man. His hands turned red because he had pushed the elements to the extreme, and he shouted, "Boss, I can't hold on any longer." Xiao Yuan took a breath and raised the Minging knife, shouting, "Defense formation, move. Retreat." After saying that, he looked at the boy still hanging on the treetop unwillingly, gritted his teeth, and led everyone back to the original path. The boy showed a mocking smile on his face, and said, "You want to leave now?" I said, "All of you must stay here." Huh! A burst of black wind surged around the boy's body in white clothes. After the wind swirled around, the light in the sky gradually dimmed. Finally, the light on the entire battlefield became like night, and the white clothes circled and attacked, making shrill cries from time to time. A small forest was transformed into a place like a Shura ghost land by the young man's tricks. Where had the patrol troops and the security troops ever seen such a scene? The stronger the fear in their hearts, the stronger the ability of the white-clothed man, and the more frequent and fierce the attacks. Bang, bang, bang. From time to time, people on the field were hit, and after a wave of cold air spread throughout the body, someone finally couldn't bear it. Ah! A young man from the patrol troops opened his eyes wide, as if he had seen the most terrifying thing in the world. After he left the team, he ran away like crazy, ignoring the calls of Chiozhen and others behind him. A white shadow fell from the sky, caught him like an eagle catching its prey, and lifted him into the sky. The young man screamed miserably, and it was unknown whether it was because he saw the illusion in his mind, or because of the fear of being lifted into the air. The man in white laughed Jejia and shook violently in the sky. The young man was thrown down alive, and there was a muffled sound when he fell to the ground, and blood splattered everywhere. Abio, Chiozhen's eyes were bloodshot. Seeing his comrade die in front of him, he was like crazy, and was about to rush out to fight Bai Yi. Lin Lang grabbed Chiozhen's arm tightly and shouted, "Get out now, you want to die." "I will kill it! Kill it!" Chiozhen shouted while waving the Minging knife. His mind was on the verge of collapse. Xiao Yuan raised his hand, and Tunan released a soft light that illuminated a large area. He didn't have time to care about Chiozhen's emotions. He commanded the 20 Silver Wing army to maintain the formation as much as possible to resist the attack. Qi Ming's elemental power was finally exhausted after enduring hundreds of attacks, and completely dissipated. He panted and tried to gather elemental power, but found that his body seemed to be hollowed out, and weakness and headaches followed. The earth element has strong defense, and it consumes very little elemental power when defending, but it can't withstand so many attacks. He staggered and hid in the defense circle, panting heavily. "Boss, are we going to die here today?" Xiao Yuan held up the Minging knife, and brilliant sparks appeared on the blade, which suddenly appeared above the crowd. Every time he swung it, a lot of black energy would be knocked out of Bai Yi's body, but Bai Yi's strength was getting stronger and stronger. After hearing Qi Ming's words, he smiled heartily and said, "Aren't there enough difficulties we have encountered? Old Qi, it's not like you to give up so easily." Chapter 312. Qi Ming touched his huge head and smiled bitterly. "Boss, you still want to make fun of me at this time. I don't have much strength left." Swish. 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 Xiao Yuan urged the fire element in his body to resist the crazy attack of Bai Yi again and again. The overall speed of the team was very slow, especially when it reached the area where the light was refracted. After another fight, Xiao Yuan cut down Bai Yi with a knife, and Tu Nan drew a circle in the air and hit another white-clothed man. Feeling the consumption of the elemental power in his body, he couldn't help but feel anxious. If he continued to consume at this rate, his elements would be temporarily exhausted in another 10 minutes. By then, thinking of this, Xiao Yuan's attack became more fierce. The exploration team fell into the boy's trick at the beginning. He used the fear in people's hearts to form a powerful white-clothed man. The white-clothed man's ability should not be strong, otherwise he would have taken action when Xiao Yuan and his group entered this area. Human thoughts are always the most difficult to control. Once fear arises, it will continue. Xiao Yuan really couldn't think of how to break Bai Yi, who was growing stronger with fear. The only way was to guard against it, and wait for the opportunity. Bang! The flame on the Minging knife became weaker and weaker. Xiao Yuan cut through Bai Yi's defense at the cost of being hit. Bai Yi screamed, flew into the sky, was shot by Sun Wan, and was pierced by Tu Nan and died. Hoo! Xiao Yuan's breath became heavier and heavier, and the Minging knife, which was originally as light as nothing, also became heavier. Using the elements without regard to the limits of his body, the speed of physical overdraft exceeded his imagination. In more than 10 minutes, they didn't even walk 1,000 meters. How could they complete the long journey home? He comforted Xi Ming with his words, but in fact, he was more anxious than anyone else. Looking at the remaining 20 or so white clothes in the sky, he felt despair in his heart even though he had experienced many dangers. Xiao Yuan frowned, and his hand subconsciously touched the anti-gravity maneuvering device on his waist. If it didn't work, he had to give it a try. Click! He pressed the button on his waist, and was about to take further action when a strange cry suddenly came from the sky. Ha ha! You idiots! How dare you come here so easily? Xiao Yuan's tired spirit was lifted after hearing the sound. He looked at the dark sky and shouted, Lord Yuga. You are here! Lord Yuga screamed and cursed. I took a nap, and you came here, making me worry. There was a sound of flapping wings and a violent friction of air in the sky, as if two different air currents were colliding. Bang! After a while, the blackness in the sky suddenly disappeared, revealing a gray and hazy sky covered by a layer of fog. A fat figure was flying in the sky. If it weren't for the golden and red patterns on its body, it would look like a big fat hen. The boy's head stretched out from the white clothes, slowly floating in the air, and looking at Lord Yuga fiercely. Where did the fat hen come from? Lord Yuga flew into a rage after hearing the word fat hen and cursed, You coward, come out of your shell if you dare, and see how I punish you. The young man's eyes flashed with brilliance, and he muttered something, shouting, You want to snatch the prey from me? Dream on! As soon as he finished speaking, the whites of his eyes completely disappeared, and streams of black air seeped out of his white clothes and attacked Lord Yuga. Lord Yuga flapped his wings, and the flame pattern on his body released a fiery red air mass that enveloped his body, purifying the black air one by one. Gaga! Its body circled in the air and landed in the crowd. Strangely, the white-clothed man who was so ferocious just now was avoiding it like a plague god. Seeing Xiao Yuan was about to speak, Lord Yuga slapped him and said, Quick! Get out! The young man, who had seen Lord Yuga's power, tried his best to urge the white-clothed man to attack, but the remaining white-clothed man was like an idiot, shrinking and not daring to move forward. Seeing Xiao Yuan and his men disappear from his sight, the young man roared angrily, and the remaining 20 or so white-clothed men around him burst at the same time. A bunch of black heart-like things slowly flew towards him, and were greedily swallowed up by the young man. Finally, the people who escaped from the danger finally left the fog before dusk with the guidance of Lord Yuga. The moment they left the fog, many people fell to the ground with their legs weak, gasping for breath. After Xiao Yuan helped Sun Wan sit down, he hugged Lord Yuga on his shoulders and said, Lord Yuga, why are you here? Yug smacked his lips and said, Lord, I wanted to go to the fog after I woke up, but who would have thought that you would leave first? Lord Yuga fell into a deep sleep after arriving in the northeast. This guy has a special physique, and can sleep for 4 or 5 days. The most outrageous thing is that he is very irritable when he wakes up. He must eat melon seeds and drink tea, otherwise he will yell at people. After waking up this time, he learned that Xiao Yuan and others had entered the fog, so Lord Yuga flew in. Fortunately, Lord Yuga woke up early, otherwise dozens of them would have died there. After listening to Xiao Yuan's detailed explanation of the whole story, its little eyes rolled around and shook its head. Seeing its appearance, Xiao Yuan knew that it had the bad habit of pretending to be profound again. So he asked with an open mind, "Sir, is there anything wrong with our battle this time?" "Haha." Sir Yuga raised his neck and said, "The reason why you fought so hard and almost lost yourself is mainly because of the selection of players." "Selection?" Xiao Yuan raised his eyebrows and said, "The players I selected are all the most elite main combat personnel." Lord Yuga shook his head and began to tell everyone the origin of Bai Yi. Bai Yi's real name is Heart Ghost, which thrives on human negative emotions, especially fear. The power of the Heart Ghost is very weak, and its core is a heart-shaped black half-biological and half-spiritual substance. If the Heart Ghost grows in the deep mountains and old forests, it will gradually merge with the environment, especially the fiber structure. After merging with Bai Yi, the Heart Ghost should have been alienated by the fog and became stronger than before. When Xiao Yuan and others entered for the first time, the strongest of the Heart Ghosts awakened first. As for the boy they saw the second time, Lord Yuga guessed that he should be the human form of the Heart Ghost. The madman other than him was a human. At that time, he was using the group of humans to perform a ritual, but unfortunately, he was interrupted by Xiao Yuan and others. As for the meaning and function of this ritual, Lord Yuga was not clear. After all, his memory was incomplete. The second exploration of the fog ended with the embarrassed retreat of humans. Xiao Yuan looked back at the mist. He had a strange feeling. If the secret of the mist could be solved, perhaps humans would be one step closer to the secret of the night demon. At the core of the mist, a cloud of dark blue mist was lingering. In the middle of the mist, a huge eyeball was quietly closed. When Xiao Yuan looked back, it suddenly opened. Chapter 313. A City, First Hospital. The night breeze in the southeastern coastal city in mid-May was warm. When Xiao Yuan and others in the northeast were wrapped in military doctor coats at night, people here had already started wearing short sleeves to go out. 2 soldiers from the Silver Wings Army were guarding the 13th floor staircase of the hospital's inpatient department, chatting casually. Their mission was to guard the patients on this floor, a group of retired veterans who had lost their minds after being attacked by the night demon. "Ding Lu, do you think Professor Shi is too sensitive? They have nothing in their hands. How could there be any danger?" "TSK." Ding Lu rolled his eyes at the soldier opposite him and said, "Zhou Jia, you have grown up and dare to question the order of the Legion Commander? Hee, aren't you also unwilling? We are the same. To be honest, now is the busiest time for training in the Legion. Who doesn't want to learn more skills to rely on themselves? Old Ding, do you know how the people in here live?" Zhou Jia whispered. "I heard that when we were in Sheer City, the night demons in the sky exploded with 2 strong sonic attacks, and their spirits collapsed. So powerful?" Zhou Jia grinned secretly. As a third-term recruit of the Silver Wing Corps, he had never formally fought against the night demon. "Hee, are you scared?" Ding Lu leaned against the wall and sighed. "Among the second-term recruits who joined with me, only 3 of the 8 people in a team survived. From then on, I understood that if I want to eat the bowl of rice of the Silver Wing Corps, I have to work hard to become stronger, otherwise I might lose my life outside one day. By the way, why haven't the brothers who are changing shifts outside come in yet?" "It's time," Zhou Jia said strangely after confirming the time. There were 3 teams of 12 people guarding the 13th floor of the first hospital, with 4 people in each team guarding the gates upstairs and downstairs. At 12 o'clock in the morning, it was time to change shifts. In the past, there were soldiers who came to change shifts at this time, but today they were late for a while. Zhou Jia stretched his head to look at the stairs and asked curiously, "What's going on today?" "Lao Wang and his friends are never late." The speaker did not mean it, but the listener took it to heart. His simple words changed the meaning when they fell into Ding Lu's ears. Having just experienced the attack and defense of Sierra City, he has an extremely keen sense of smell. Abnormal things often hide dangers, and he always keeps this in mind. Snap! Ding Lu turned on the long-distance intercom on his shoulder and said, Old Wang, please answer if you hear me." There was silence on the other end of the intercom, which made Ding Lu's heart sink gradually. He and Zhou Jia looked at each other and said, "Send a message to the headquarters to report the abnormal situation here." Z. There was a vague sound of electricity in the intercom, and a faint voice came from it after a while. The sound was too quiet, so Ding Lu put his ear against it and listened carefully, and finally heard the frequency clearly. Da-da-da. Ding Lu's eyes suddenly widened, and there were 3 long and 2 short sounds. This was the warning signal from the Silver Wing Army. Ding Lu pulled Zhou Jia over and hid aside, and asked anxiously, "Have you delivered the message to the headquarters?" Zhou Jia nodded, and asked anxiously, Ding Lu, what's going on?" "What's going on?" Ding Lu checked a mobile device then snorted and laughed. I don't know what's going on, but it's not that easy to make trouble for the Silver Wing Army. The elevator in the middle of the corridor suddenly lit up, attracting the attention of both of them. Looking at the elevator slowly rising from the first floor, Ding Lu gritted his teeth and pulled Zhou Jie towards the elevator. The hospital in the early morning was already cold and gloomy. Ding Lu and Zhou Jie stood on both sides of the elevator, with their knives unsheathed and their arrows on the string, ready to fight. The elevator rose to higher floors, and they had never thought that the speed of the elevator would rise so slowly, so slow that every minute and every second was torture. Zhou Jie stared at the elevator, and finally the elevator slowly stopped on the 13th floor. Ding! A crisp sound rang out, and the elevator door slowly opened. Zhou Jie's hands trembled slightly, ready to attack at any time. Inside the elevator, a nurse in a nurse's uniform stood in the elevator, with a wooden look. Apart from her, there was no one in the elevator, which made Zhou Jie feel relieved. He said to Ding Lu, I told you nothing. Before he finished speaking, Ding Lu shouted unexpectedly, Something is wrong, there is a smell of blood. The nurse standing in the elevator stood in the middle of the elevator, and slowly fell forward, making a muffled sound. Ah! Zhou Jie screamed in horror. The nurse's clothes on her back were stained with blood, and there was a palm-sized wound in the middle. The strange thing was that there was almost no blood flowing out of the wound, and even the muscles were unnaturally white. It seemed as if something had sucked her blood dry. The moment the nurse fell, two black shadows fell from above the elevator and rushed towards the two of them like the wind. Whoosh! Whoosh! Ding Lu's alloy claws shot out immediately, forcing the two figures close to Zhou Jie back. When he wanted to see the other person's face clearly, the lights in the entire corridor suddenly went out. In the darkness, he could only see two pairs of green eyes shining, which reminded him of the wild wolves he had seen in the forest in his hometown when he was a child. Swish! Ding Lu rushed forward with a mean knife and shouted, Zhou Jie, if you want to live, cheer up. Zhou Jie had never participated in actual combat and lacked courage, but under Ding Lu's leadership, he had to bite the bullet and fight. The enemy's strength far exceeded Ding Lu's imagination. After desperately blocking more than a dozen moves, his eyes blurred. Something seemed to have turned into a living thing in the darkness, and pounced on his face. Ding Lu subconsciously grabbed it. It was furry, and had two pairs of fleshy wings. Was it a bat? Ding Lu wanted to shake off the bat, but he didn't expect the bat in his hand to suddenly turn into a ball of black gas and smear on his face. He couldn't even scream, desperately grabbing the black gas on his mouth and nose. His eyes were bloodshot. A black figure slowly squatted down, looked at him, who was still struggling, and sighed softly. Click! Ding Lu used up his last bit of strength to turn on the emergency light on his belt, which reflected the figure in front of him. She was a woman, and although she was wearing a veil, her delicate and beautiful features could be vaguely seen. The woman subconsciously turned her cheek to the side, and her collarbone fell clearly into Ding Lu's eyes. There was a tattoo on the collarbone, a bright red maple leaf shining under the light. Crack! The emergency light shattered, the light disappeared, and Ding Lu's consciousness also dissipated in the darkness. The woman raised her cheek from Ding Lu's neck, and her red lips were covered with sticky blood. She licked her lips with a sense of satisfaction, and said to her companion, who was still pounced on Zhou Jie and sucked greedily, Let's go! The tall and strong man was shocked when he heard the words. He touched the corner of his mouth, stood up and smiled, and walked towards the corridor with the woman. 12 retired veterans of the Silver Wing Corps lived in the wards on this floor, which was also the meaning of their visit this time. The woman's fingers slid across the doors of the wards, and finally landed in front of the door of the innermost ward. She stretched out her slender fingers, and seemed to gently stroke the door lock. Squeak! The door of the ward slowly opened, and a figure was standing in front of the window looking at the night sky. Hearing the door open, he slowly turned around, and his expression could not be seen in the dark. You are finally here. Chapter 314. The woman walked lightly towards Zhang Yang, who was standing beside the bed. Her eyes flickered, her red lips parted slightly, and she smiled. Oh? Did you know we would come here? Zhang Yang stared blankly in a certain direction, and it took a long time after the woman finished speaking before he twisted his neck. He gently raised his finger, circled it around his ear, and said, Listen. Listen. The woman looked at Zhang Yang's strange behavior and asked, What are you listening to now? Zhang Yang smiled mysteriously, his tone was slightly proud. The voice of God. The woman was stunned for a few seconds, and couldn't help but giggle. You said you can hear the voice of God? Seeing Zhang Yang nodded seriously, she asked, What is the God in your mouth saying now? He listened for a while, and whispered, You will bring me closer to my God and bring me a new life." The woman's slender fingers moved slightly. She turned around and looked at the tall and strong man guarding the door, and snorted, "Take it away." Zhang Yang walked out of the ward slowly. When he passed by the small table in the room, he hesitated and took away a small doll placed on it. Country A, Chonbai Mountain Range Station. Xiao Yuan sat leisurely in a jeep, holding a glass of lemonade and looking at the patrol troops training in the distance from time to time. Sun Wan, Xiao Zheng, Qi Ming, Lin Lang, and Wang Ruoling sat around a round table on one side, exchanging the latest news in Country A. Northwest Corps commanders with Shu arrived in the northwest, and began to arrange the Hangjin defense line. Gao Yi, the commander of the Northwest Guard Corps, will fully assemble the supply troops and the guard troops to cooperate with the new army to resist the Night Demon. 12 veterans of the first hospital of a city mysteriously disappeared in the early hours of last night. The fog has further expanded, and residents have fled from all over the country. Silver Wing Corps, savior or destroyer. Time and Youth Beauty, the leading darling of beauty worldwide. Wang Ruoling took a breath after reading all the news in one breath, and said, "I don't know when Lulu can come. I miss her so much." Liang Lu stayed in Yanjing to help her father deal with affairs. It happened that the competition between Time and Youth Beauty became more and more intense. After experiencing an assassination incident, Liang Lu protected her father very well, and almost never left Liang Zhongman's side. Xiao Yuan drank a sip of mint water and said, "It will probably take another half a month." Ruoling, if I heard it correctly, the supply troops of the Northwest Army are in Gao Yi's hands? Wang Ruoling blinked and smiled. "Captain, you must feel incredible too." I was surprised when I heard it. Gao Yi's reputation was not good in the army or among the people. Of course, it was very good before the war in the Northwest became bad. After the Northwest lost 2 cities in succession, hundreds of thousands of people were displaced and suffered heavy casualties. As the initiator, who had been obstructing the establishment of the new army, Gao Yi instantly turned from a hero, who protected the peace of one side, into a target of public criticism. Xiao Yuan raised his eyebrows and said, "Although it is incredible, it is also expected when you think about it. After all, the new army is getting stronger and stronger." With the popularization of the second-generation gene potion, taking the Silver Wing Legion as an example, more and more people began to show the ability to control elements. Xiao Yuan's elemental affinity has reached its current state, and it has considerable resistance to firearms. For ordinary people, the wounds left by firearms attacks that are fatal to death can only affect his actions. Although other elemental affinity people are not as powerful as Xiao Yuan, they will reach this level sooner or later as time goes by. The era of firearms has gradually withdrawn from the stage of history since their generation. As the Silver Wings Legion won a series of victories, different voices were inevitably heard when people cheered. Savior? Destroyer? 2 different voices argued endlessly when a group of people appeared in the human group. They have the same appearance as humans, but can do things that ordinary people think are incredible. Will elemental affinity become an existence above humans, starting from the Northwest Corps, the supply troops, and the regular main combat troops of the new army began to separate, which is also a means to prevent the new army. At this stage, the new army is actually heavily dependent on logistical supplies, including food, maintenance of anti-gravity maneuvering devices, and configuration of fluorite. Sun Wan fiddled with a small yellow flower between her fingers and said, "It seems that the progress of fog exploration in other places is not smooth." "Yes," Wang Ruoling responded briskly. "The fog in the whole country caused a lot of panic, and many people left their hometowns with their families. They enjoyed their rare leisure time comfortably, eating and chatting." In the distance, Xiaozhen and a dark-faced young man came over. He looked gloomy, as if someone owed him money. Xiao Yuan drank the last sip of lemonade and glanced at Xiaozhen. Xiaozhen's winking look was very funny, and Xiao Yuan couldn't figure out what he wanted to say after thinking for a long time. The black-faced young man walked over and said in a loud voice, "Hello, Captain Xiao Yuan, I am Wu Guang." "Oh!" He is the captain of the patrol unit, Wu Guang, a soldier who has been on a mission and has just returned. Xiaozhen said that Xiao Yuan knew a lot about him. He described Wu Guang as serious, old-fashioned, and resolute. Xiao Yuan smiled in his heart, thinking that Xiaozhen should give him another precise label, loud voice. After the two introduced each other, Wu Guang went straight to the point and said, "Captain Xiao Yuan, your actions are too reckless." Xiao Yuan was slightly startled and said, "Captain Wu, this is... Where do I start?" Wu Guang looked serious and pulled Xiao Yuan and said, "I heard Xiuqiu tell you about the process of your 2 actions. It was too risky." He is a professional soldier who has received professional training. In his mind, demons and night demons are extremely difficult opponents. Every time they organize to fight against demons, it is a top priority, for fear that some demons will escape the blockade. After listening to Wu Guang for more than 10 minutes, Xiao Yuan felt overwhelmed. He waved his hand and said with a smile, "Captain Wu, since you are a few years older than me, I will call you Brother Wu." Xiao Yuan paused and said, "I admit that the 2 explorations into the fog were too hasty, but you also know that the current domestic situation is very urgent. In recent hot news, fleeing from home has become a word that has long occupied the hot search list. The fog and the demons are becoming a cancer that threatens ordinary people. Xiao Yuan does not have so much time to wait for Wu Guang to return, and Wu Guang does not know much about the war of the night demon and can't help much." After Wu Guang listened carefully, his dark face showed no expression. When Xiao Yuan thought he was unhappy, Wu Guang said in a muffled voice, "No matter what, I hope you will be careful next time you act. Safety first." Xiao Yuan and Sun Wan looked at each other and smiled helplessly. "Okay, I promise Brother Wu that I will make a thorough plan before the next action." After getting Xiao Yuan's guarantee, Wu Guang finally smiled. He looked at Xiao Yuan and said, "Brother Xiao, don't blame me for being afraid that you will have an accident. After hearing that you were acting, I hurried back from the ancient tomb 100 miles away." "Ancient tomb?" Xiao Yuan asked curiously. "Brother Wu is still in charge of the ancient tomb? Isn't that the job of the archaeological team?" Chapter 315. The Changbai Mountains are vast and long. In ancient times, the Changbai Mountains belonged to the borderland of the A Kingdom. It was cold and remote. Xiao Yuan couldn't imagine any large ancient tombs here. Wu Guang looked dull, but he was definitely talkative after getting to know him. He said excitedly, "The earthquake that occurred a few days ago caused the Gaoli Valley, 100 miles away, to collapse, and an ancient tomb was exposed inside." Goryeo Valley. When Xiao Yuan heard the word Goryeo, he couldn't help but think of a person in the Goryeo Sejong Corps, the girl who vowed to repay her gratitude, Li Jiun. The I-City archaeological team has limited personnel, and they have to work overtime, because 2 ancient tombs appeared near the Changbai Mountains at the same time. Especially the ancient tomb in Jeolagu, because no one noticed it at the beginning. It is said that many things were lost inside. The A government has always attached great importance to the protection of cultural relics, and urgently transferred Wu Guang to preside over the security work. Xiao Yuan thought for a while, and said to Sun Wan, "Shaun Wan, take out the bronze mirror sent by Aunt Wu, and show it to Brother Wu." When Wu Guang heard the 3 words Aunt Wu, his face froze, as if he was choked by drinking water, and felt uncomfortable. Sun Wan followed his words, took out the bronze mirror from her pocket, and handed it to Wu Guang. The bronze mirror was warm to the touch, and the surface was polished to a smooth and shiny finish, except for the mottled copper rust on the delicate handle. Wu Guang took the bronze mirror with a strange look on his face, and looked at it for a while, saying, "Brother Xiao, is this bronze mirror really given to Sister Sun Wan by my aunt?" Xiao Yuan nodded, and then realized that Wu Guang was addressing Aunt Wu. Xiao Zhen added in a low voice, "Aunt Wu's original name was Wu Tsuemei, and she is the battalion commander's aunt." Wu Guang's face was almost wrinkled with entanglement. He held the bronze mirror in his hand for a long time and said, "If I am not mistaken, the bronze mirror is most likely from the ancient tomb." Ah, the people around him did not expect him to say this. Xiao Yuan looked around and saw that there was no one else and whispered, "Brother Wu, don't talk nonsense about this. The cultural relics in the ancient tomb are state property. If an individual moves the cultural relics, he will be punished." Wu Guang held Xiao Yuan's hand and looked earnest. "Brother Xiao Yuan, my aunt is not well educated, but she will never move cultural relics. I will investigate this matter to the end. I hope you." Xiao Yuan understood what he meant and said, "Brother Wu, please rest assured. We will keep it a secret. You can just investigate." With his assurance, Wu Guang felt relieved. The sudden appearance of the ancient tomb artifacts disturbed Wu Guang's mind. He was no longer in the mood to chat with everyone and stood up to say goodbye. Looking at Wu Guang's hurriedly leaving back, Qi Ming sighed, "Having troublesome relatives is enough to give Captain Wu a headache. The mountains are closed, and the roads are difficult to travel. People living in the mountains are simple and enthusiastic, but they often lack legal common sense and knowledge." Although Wu Guang is the battalion commander, he is born in a mountain village and is always subject to social etiquette. Privately moving national cultural relics is definitely a serious crime in the world outside the mountain, but here Xiao Yuan and others do not pursue it, and it will not cause any trouble. Xiao Yuan stroked Tu Nan and said, "I am more interested in how Aunt Wu, a housewife, could come across cultural relics hundreds of miles away. Xiaozhen saw that Xiao Yuan seemed to want to investigate further, and hurriedly said, "Captain Xiao, Aunt Wu, she would never do such illegal things." Seeing everyone's eyes looking at him, he continued, "Captain Wu lost both his parents when he was young, and he grew up relying on Aunt Wu and the villagers. He really cares about them." Xiao Yuan's dark eyes moved, and he said in surprise, "Captain Wu, he is an orphan?" Xiaozhen nodded with difficulty. If it weren't for dispelling Xiao Yuan's doubts, he didn't want to say these words. Wu Guang's parents died in a wildfire rescue more than 10 years ago, and he became an orphan afterwards. Fortunately, Aunt Wu is a kind person and raised Wu Guang like her own child. When he grew up, Wu Guang was a down-to-earth person. He was good at both work and farming. Later, he went out to work. After several years, when he came back again, he had become the battalion commander of the patrol unit. Aunt Wu was outside the military camp and refused to leave. No one dared to force her away. It was all because of Wu Guang. After listening to Xiaozhen's words, Xiao Yuan felt something. His experience was very similar to Wu Guang's. He lost his parents when he was young and grew up under the care of his aunt and uncle. He suddenly felt better about Aunt Wu's influence. Xiao Yuan laughed and said, "Old Xiao, I don't intend to hold Aunt Wu responsible. Besides, I believe she is not that kind of person." He looked at the dark clouds in the distant sky. The dark clouds were as thick as ink. A spring rain was coming. Changbai Mountain Range, Daogang North Mountain. This is a mountain close to Luwanpa and Haixiazagu. It is also the ancient ruins that the I City archaeological team is currently excavating. The ancient ruins are located at the foot of Daogang North Mountain and are huge in scale. The entrance is a corridor that is wide enough for 2 carriages to run side by side, and it is 100 meters long. After entering, the space suddenly opens up and a square hall appears. The length and width of the hall are equal. Both are exactly 100 meters. There are 10 stone pillars on each side, with complicated patterns carved on them. In front of the stone pillars, the thick dust that had accumulated in the 2 narrow pools for who knows how many years has been cleaned up. In the middle of the hall is a road that extends to the end, and on both sides of the road stand bronze oil lamps with simple shapes. At the end of the hall, a stone door opened to both sides, and a young man and woman walked out of the door. The girl took off the mask on her face, breathed in the fresh air here, and couldn't help complaining, "Chu Jian, can you smell it? I really can't stand the smell inside." Chu Jian looked at his fellow junior sister Zhu Xiaohui, who took off her mask and laughed. "You can't stand this little smell?" Zhu Xiaohui patted the dirt on her work clothes and rolled her eyes at him. "How long have I been a student? I still need to adapt more." On the stone door beside them, there are 2 guards carved, which are very strange. The door gods of ordinary people are historical generals holding sharp weapons and looking majestic, but the guards on the stone door are different. The guard on the left has a fish lower body and a human upper body, wearing iron armor and holding a spear, and looks majestic without anger. The guard on the right has a fish lower body and a human upper body, wearing iron armor and holding a steel fork, but the head is a monster. The monster has protruding eyes, a wide mouth and nose, and a mouth full of sharp teeth, which is as scary as a Shura monster. Upon closer inspection, the skin under the iron armor was covered with dense scales. The 2 door gods on the left and right looked weird under the light. Chu Jian and Zhu Xiaohui took a breath and put on masks and walked inside. There was an equally narrow corridor inside the stone gate. The corridor was about 50 meters long, with symmetrical lamps on both sides of the wall, but unfortunately they had already run out of oil. At the end of the corridor was a circular space, and the magical thing was that the entire space here was a sphere. The sphere is divided into 2 halves by a stone bridge, and there is a circular platform in the middle of the stone bridge. On the platform, there is an ancient bronze tree, which is 3 meters high and has twisted branches. After measurement, the twisted arc and interval are surprisingly accurate. The bronze leaves are dotted with 9 golden crows in the shape of flying wings, with different shapes and lifelike. After crossing the stone bridge, you will enter the artificial stone lake where people are working in full swing through a stone gate. Chapter 316. The artificial stone lake is circular, with a diameter of 300 meters, cleverly taking advantage of the mountain and rocks. Like the space where the bronze tree is located, the circular proportions of the artificial stone lake perfectly match the circle in geometry. It is incredible how humans built such a building thousands of years ago. Thick silt is piled up in the stone lake. The silt has been soaked for countless years, and smells extremely fishy. Mountain people from nearby mountain villages gathered here, and slowly emptied the silt out of the ruins under the command of Li Xian, the village party secretary of Luanpa village. This long and arduous work is nothing in the eyes of the mountain people. After all, the daily salary of hundreds of yuan is much easier than farming. A slender stone bridge is laid on the artificial stone lake to the other side, and a dark metal door is embedded in the stone wall on the other side. In front of the door, a gray-haired old man is carefully observing the pattern on the door, and he is amazed. This old man, over 60 years old, is the leader of the I City archaeological team, Hao Aigua, a famous archaeologist and historian in Country A, and also a professor of the history department of I City University of Technology. The middle-aged man beside him, wearing work clothes and carefully rubbing the pattern, had a pair of glasses as thick as the bottom of a bottle. His messy hair had not been washed for a long time, but it did not affect his excitement at all. He was the deputy leader of this archaeological team, Professor Hao Aigua's favorite student Shirsha, and also a famous archaeological madman in the industry. Professor Hao Aigua pointed to the pattern in the middle of the metal door and said, "This pattern appears in the entire corridor, on the stone pillars, and on the stone plate under the bronze tree." Shirsha carefully put away the rubbing paper and said, "Teacher, the plant depicted in the pattern is strange. Have you seen it?" The old professor's fingers stroked the metal door. The plant depicted on it had 2 layers. The petals of the inner layer were small and delicate, gathered together, and stretched outward. The petals of the outer layer had sharp edges, and the petals were dense and even. The inside and outside contrasted with each other, like a burning flame. Professor Hao Aigua shook his head and said, "Among the plants I have learned over the years, there has never been a flower like this." He thought for a while, and reminded, "Shirsha, send the rubbing to the think tank of Country A later to see if the information can be found in Jiugong's Tianji system." Shirsha nodded in response. When he heard the footsteps behind him, he frowned and said in a bad tone, "Xiao Zhu, Xiao Chu, where have you been?" Zhu Xiaowei secretly stuck out her tongue and didn't dare to talk for a while. Chu Jian hurriedly said with a smile, "Teacher Shi, let's go see the bronze tree. Didn't you say that the origin of the bronze tree is not simple?" Chu Jian and Zhu Xiaowei are both students of Shirsha. They are very afraid of their rigorous and persistent teacher. Professor Hao Aigua looked at the two of them lovingly, who looked like elementary school students, who were afraid of being scolded, and gently helped them out. "Oh, it's rare that you all have a spirit of exploration. Tell us what you think of the bronze tree." Chu Jian and Zhu Xiaowei looked at each other, and finally, under Chu Jian's eye signal, Zhu Xiaowei had to stand up. She cleared her throat and smiled sweetly. "Then I will speak my opinion in front of the teacher and Professor Hao. The bronze tree is 3.3 meters high, with 9 branches, and 9 golden crows on the branches, from which we can infer its function. In ancient times, the legend of Hou Yi shooting the sun was circulated in Country A. The people who built the bronze tree should have regarded the bronze tree as the incarnation of the Fusang god tree. Then, the bronze tree should be used as an auspicious object, placed in the ruins of their activities at that time to symbolize auspiciousness." She said everything in her mind in one breath, secretly glanced at Shirsha's slightly nodding expression, and secretly breathed a sigh of relief. After listening to it, Professor Hao Aigua smiled and said, "Young people have flexible thinking. Well, Xiaowei said it very well." After a pause, he continued, "Then let me add one more thing, Xiaowei Xiaojian. Did you notice the stone plate under the bronze tree? The bronze tree is inlaid on the stone plate at the bottom. There are some exquisite grooves and protrusions on the front of the stone plate. The shape of the groove is very similar to that used for placing candles and sacrifices. Combined with the location, the old professor is 70% to 80% sure that it is used to place candles and sacrificial supplies." Professor Hao Aigua finished his story slowly and said, "Can we think of it this way? In addition to symbolizing auspiciousness, the function of the bronze tree is also that it is a sacrificial vessel? It is true that there is a legend of Hou Yi shooting the sun in the history of Country A, but most ancient people in ancient and modern times, both in China and abroad, worship the sun. The bronze tree was shaped with great skill. Given the limited technology in ancient times, they took great pains to create it, and they did not intend to associate it with shooting the sun. Worship. The bronze tree symbolizes their worship of the golden crow, the sun, so it is natural to offer sacrifices under the bronze tree." After listening to it, Zhu Xiaowei and Chu Jian were simply impressed. He was able to come up with so many professional and logical guesses based on just a bronze tree. He is indeed an expert, who has been immersed in archaeology for half his life. Ah! While they were still talking, a burst of exclamations and noise came from the center of the artificial lake. Professor Hao Aigua was shocked and hurriedly led a few people to the center of Shihu Lake. In the lake on the left, Li Xian was shouting and directing everyone to carefully clean up the silt. The construction of Shihu Lake was very clever. There was an inlet in the east, south, west and north of the entire lake, which had been artificially sealed. The inlet was built in the shape of a fish head, and clean water was continuously injected into it, otherwise the silt inside would have turned into dust after thousands of years. Professor Hao walked slowly along the ladder to the place where he found the situation, and stepped into the soft mud. Li Xian hurriedly held the old professor's arm, fearing that he would be in trouble, and he would not be able to continue his job as village party secretary. Professor Hao Igua waved his hand to indicate that he was fine and asked, "What happened?" Li Xian pointed to a middle-aged man standing in the crowd with a low brow and said, "Professor Hao, Han Yu from our village just screamed like a ghost. Let him tell the story himself." Han Yu's skin was dark red, and he was a little embarrassed to be stared at by so many people for the first time. He finally explained the matter clearly after a long time of stammering. It turned out that he suddenly hit a hard object while digging the silt, and the sound was not quite the same as that of a rock. The archaeological team once emphasized that the cleaning work of the entire ruins must be done carefully, and not to damage national cultural relics. Han Yu was worried, and hurriedly lowered his body to dig through the silt to check. As a result, in a flash, a fish passed by his eyes. To be precise, it was part of the body of a big fish, covered with scales and slippery, which felt very real. Han Yu was timid since he was a child. He came to work in the archaeological team here because he couldn't stand the nagging of his wife, Wutsueme, at home. Suddenly, Han Yu was frightened and sat down in the mud shouting, "Fish! There are big fish in the mud." The last layer of mud was left after the mud cleaning work. How big a fish could there be in the thin mud? But according to his description, the thing was at least the size of a human. There was no mistake. After listening to it, Professor Hao Igua pondered for a while, and waved his hand. "Continue to clean the nearby mud, let's see what it is." More than a dozen people were busy, and worked very fast. After a while, someone shouted, "Professor Hao, we found it here." "Oh! So fast?" Professor Hao Igua looked in the direction of the voice, and was stunned when he saw it clearly. Chapter 317. A white skeleton appeared in the mud, glowing white under the light. The skeleton had been in the mud for who knows how many years, but it was still not stained by mud, which was very strange. Professor Hao Igua was old, but at this time, he was as flexible as a young man. He came to the bones, and cleaned the surroundings faster and faster. After about 10 minutes, the original appearance of the bones was finally revealed. Fish bones. A huge skeleton appeared in front of everyone. The fish bones were so huge that the fish head alone was no less than the size of 2 adults. The skeleton behind was also not small, especially at the tail. There were 2 fan-shaped bones. The 2 fan-shaped bones have sharp bones at the tip like a fish tail, which is very different from the fish we usually see. Professor Hao Igua observed for a long time and said solemnly, "This fish may be a new type of fish. If a restoration diagram can be made of the shape of the bones at the tail of the fish bone, it will be found that this fish has 2 tails. Is it an accidental mutation, or is it the same as its own species? In any case, this fish skeleton specimen is of great research value. The collection of fish bones requires professional equipment." Professor Hao Igua urgently called the Ice City headquarters to explain the situation. Looking at the increasingly clean Shihu after cleaning, the old professor felt more and more happy. He waved his hand and said, "Let's go. Let's continue exploring." Shirja said worriedly, "Teacher, your body needs a rest. Working for more than 10 hours in a row is nothing for young people, but Hao Igua is over 60 years old after all, and Shirja is afraid that his body can't bear it." Perhaps because of his good mood, the old professor looked energetic. He smiled gently and said, "I know my physical condition, it's okay." After that, Professor Hao Igua led the 3 people to the metal door. The door gods carved on the metal door were lifelike, and Zhu Xiaohui always felt that they would come alive every time she looked at them. Somehow, the feeling seemed even stronger now. When the metal door was slowly pushed open, a rotten smell came from inside. Several people waited for more than 10 minutes, and after making sure that the air inside was fine, they entered one after another. This stone room was much smaller than the previous space, and the furnishings were simple. The square stone room is about 10 meters long and wide. A heavy stone coffin is placed in the middle of the stone room. After Chu Jian and Zhu Xiaohui quickly set up a temporary light, the whole stone room was illuminated. In addition to the stone coffin, there is a stone mural on the back wall of the stone room. A striking symbol is clearly displayed in the middle of the mural. In a ball of blazing flames, a vivid dragon is swimming, Around this symbol are 4 huge stone murals. The characters in the murals are concise and vivid. I don't know how many years have passed. This is... Professor Hao Aigua's voice trembled slightly, and he said excitedly, "This is the totem of Liwa country." Liwa country? Zhu Xiaowei and Chu Jian looked at each other and asked curiously, "Professor Hao, why have we never heard of Liwa country?" Shizhe walked to the front of the mural in disbelief, with a light in his eyes. "You are late to the party. I only learned about it when I participated in a research activity with my teacher more than 20 years ago." More than 20 years ago, Shizhe was a student who had just entered the university majoring in archaeology, and his teacher was Professor Hao Aigua. At that time, Professor Hao Aigua was an associate professor of the history department of Bingcheng University of Technology, and he was considered to be a young and promising man. He was proficient in history and archaeology, and was particularly knowledgeable about the handwritten historical records circulated among the people. The seminar that year was hosted by Wen Sun, a famous historian in A. The seminar hosted by Wen Sun conducted a profound review of several countries that disappeared in the history of A. The ancient country of Lulan, the ancient country of Fengxiong, and the Liwa country recorded in the documents that Hao Aigua accidentally discovered when he visited the people. The Liwa kingdom in the documents he discovered was not recognized by historians at the time, because there was no other documents or unearthed cultural relics to prove it. Wen Sun was very interested in the Liwa kingdom, and the various bizarre events recorded in the documents. With his efforts, the documents discovered by Professor Hao Aigua were included in the Yanjing National Library, and became the only remaining documents recording the Liwa kingdom. The documents of the Liwa kingdom that Professor Li Jiogong browsed in the Yanjing National Library were discovered by Professor Hao Aigua. For many years, even Professor Hao Aigua himself had no hope for the discovery of Liwa country. He did not expect that now he would face difficulties again. How could he not be happy? If Liwa country can be officially included in the history textbooks, he will be remembered forever by the history community. For the old professor, who is over 60, and is approaching the end of his life, nothing can make him more happy and relieved than this. The old professor raised his hand, and touched the Liwa totem on the stone wall, and even his fingers were trembling slightly. He murmured, "I have traveled thousands of mountains and rivers, but I did not expect to meet you here. Life is so regretful that I die without regrets." Professor Hao Aigua took 2 steps back, and said to Chu Jian, "Xiao Chu, go find someone to clean up the dust on this mural." Chu Jian agreed and strode out. Zhu Xiaowei stood there, looking at the fire totem in the center of the mural, and gradually lost her mind. The flame gradually enlarged in her eyes, and finally peeled off from the stone wall, and jumped and tumbled. Huh! A golden dragon suddenly flew out from the hot flame at the top of the flame, with fangs and claws, whiskers and tails, and pounced towards Zhu Xiaowei. "Ah!" she screamed, staggered back and sat on the ground. Hao Aigua and Shizhe were looking at the murals, and turned around to look at her when they heard her scream. Professor Hao Aigua asked with concern, "Xiaowei, what's wrong with you?" Zhu Xiaowei stood up awkwardly, patted the dust off her body, and said, "Professor Hao, I'm sorry, I just fell down accidentally." Shizhe was relieved to see that she was fine, and said, You are always impatient, be careful." The 8 people who followed Chu Jian back were divided into 2 groups. They were all professionals of the archaeological team. 4 people held vacuum cleaners to absorb dust on the stone wall, and the other 4 arranged instruments around the sarcophagus. 4 metal pillars were placed at the 4 corners of the stone platform, where the sarcophagus was located. When the button was pressed, the pillars made a buzzing sound. The drill bit drilled out from the bottom of the metal pillar steadily drilled into the stone, and stood on the ground. After the staff placed 4 strange-shaped instruments on the top of the metal pillar, 5 light curtains appeared. Then, the metal column gradually rose, and the light curtain rose with it, surrounding the entire sarcophagus and the light curtain. This strange instrument is a special equipment of the I-City archaeological team, called Coffin Opening Detection Device. Not only can it judge the strength of the energy in the coffin to prevent danger, the light curtain can also disinfect the human body and prevent archaeologists from being infected with unknown germs. After everything is ready, the coffin is officially opened. Accompanied by the heavy friction sound between the coffin lid and the sarcophagus that had been silent for an unknown period of time was slowly opened, revealing its appearance. Professor Hao Aigua and others, who were fully equipped, surrounded the sarcophagus. Zhu Xiaowei looked carefully and looked at Professor Hao Aigua, whispering, "Professor, what's going on?" Chapter 318. The sarcophagus was heavy, and it was empty after it was opened. Professor Hao Aigua leaned forward to take a closer look, and finally his eyes fell on the center of the sarcophagus. At the bottom of the sarcophagus, there was a complex totem, and in the center of the totem, there was a circular wavy stone sculpture. When Professor Hao Igwa touched it lightly with his palm, he felt a chill. He increased the strength of his hand and twisted it counterclockwise, and the wavy stone sculpture actually moved. Boom! After the stone sculpture turned, a crisp sound of a mechanism came from the bottom of the sarcophagus, and then the whole stone chamber shook violently. The stone wall where the 4 murals were located slowly opened to both sides while shaking, revealing the hidden space behind. Professor Hao Igwa looked at the secret room behind in disbelief, and exclaimed, "This kind of mechanical technology can be said to be the culmination of ancient mechanical science in my country A. It was difficult to open up space in the mountains with ancient productivity, let alone build a complex mechanical device." Zhu Xiaohui had sharp eyes. After carefully looking at it, she swallowed her saliva and said, "Professor Hao, do you think there is anyone in there?" Shirja could not help but scold him. "Xiaohui, stop talking nonsense. How can there be people in an ancient tomb that has not been occupied for thousands of years?" Zhu Xiaohui stuck out her tongue and dared not speak casually. With the help of the light, the group walked into the secret room carefully. The size of this stone room is basically the same as that of the stone room of the artificial stone lake. There is a high platform in the middle of the stone room. The height of the high platform is about 5 meters. The appearance of the high platform can only be seen after the lights are turned on. The whole high platform is divided into 2 parts. The first part is the base below, which has exquisite stone carvings. 2 dragons were around, with clear scales and claws, and the dragon god was covered with burning flames. The flames were bright in color, and still remained after thousands of years, but they quickly faded away when the stone wall was opened. The second part was the stone platform above, with stairs winding around the platform and going up. From the position of the crowd, it was clear that there was a person sitting on the stone platform, sitting cross-legged on the ground. Professor Hao Igwa walked to the bottom of the stone platform surrounded by the crowd. When he stepped on the steps, a bright light came from above. The 8 oil lamps standing on the top of the stone platform actually burned by themselves, and they were very bright in the dim cave. Zhu Xiaohui followed Professor Hao Igwa's instructions, and used the recording machine in her hand to shoot the scene they saw. The old professor walked forward excitedly, and explained to the camera lens. The 8 oil lamps on the stone platform were peculiar in shape. There were many human-shaped lamps in ancient country A, such as the palace-made lamps in the Han dynasty. However, the lamp in front of him was shaped like a mermaid. The mermaid raised her hands, and the place where her palms were raised was where the wick and lamp oil were. Hao Igwa pointed at the burning oil lamp and said, "If I'm not mistaken, the lamp oil here must be the oil extracted from the mermaid's body. Mermaids are born in the sea. They are good at singing and love water, and the oil extracted from mermaids' bodies is also called mermaid cream. Mermaid cream has a low ignition point and burns very slowly. The oil used in the ever-burning lamp that was once popular in the ancient palace of country A was mermaid cream, and the oil a little bigger than a fingernail could burn for several months. What is even more peculiar is that the mermaid cream can be preserved for hundreds, or even thousands of years, after being processed by secret methods. Unfortunately, the number of mermaids gradually decreased due to excessive hunting and eventually disappeared." Zhu Xiaohui listened attentively and asked, "Professor Hao, are mermaids the same as the mermaids seen abroad?" In recent years, foreign sailing teams have seen many times what appear to be mermaids, and even deep-sea divers have accidentally recorded images of mermaids. In that famous video, the mermaid has no hair, big eyes, a bulge in the middle of his head, fine green scales all over his body, and an ugly appearance. However, in the ancient documents of country A, mermaids have beautiful voices and graceful figures, and the dignitaries in Beijing competed to raise them. Professor Hao Igwa listened with a smile and said to everyone, "Student Xiaohui asked a very good question. Why are there records in various parts of Blue Star, but the records in my country are different from those in foreign countries?" Chu Jian saw his eyes on him, his old face flushed, and he said with a stiff face, "Professor, I think it is because the foreigners saw it too vaguely during the voyage. Medidi and Tan's mermaids are mostly vicious. Although they have beautiful voices, they are cannibalistic and violent, and are a great enemy in navigation." Hao Igwa listened to his point of view gently and said, "It makes sense, but not entirely. Can we think that mermaids and mermen belong to different branches of the same species? Just like there are Arabian horses and dwarf horses in the same species of horses, the old professor's guess is the same. Mermaids and mermen are both creatures living in the sea, and both groups have had experience of contact with humans." As everyone was talking, they finally approached the person sitting on the stone platform. Under the light, The person was wearing a black cloak, and the cloak was made of unknown material, and was preserved intact. The man under the cloak had already turned into bones. He put his hands together, and there seemed to be something between his fingers. Professor Hao Igwa leaned down and carefully shone the light, and found that the thing inside was a bead. The bead was the size of a baby's fist, transparent, but there were 2 clouds of mist flowing inside. The 2 clouds of mist, one black and one white, condensed and did not disperse, attacking each other. When exposed to the light, they seemed to feel something agitated. After seeing it clearly, the old professor's heart moved, and he stood up and said, "The cultural relics here are too valuable. We need to wait for the professional equipment from the headquarters to arrive. The skeletons and cultural relics in this pile that stood still 2 years ago are too precious, and any rash movement will definitely cause damage." After weighing the pros and cons, Hao Igwa decided to wait for the professional equipment from the headquarters to arrive the day after tomorrow before conducting research. He led everyone away, not noticing the strange light in the eyes of one of the staff members, who followed him in. The staff member, wearing a peaked cap, took a deep look at the skeleton in his hand, raised his mouth slightly, and followed the old professor out of the secret room. Beside the artificial lake, the archaeological team sat around the campfire, roasting their fire and analyzing the results of today. Hao Igwa was wrapped in a thin blanket, holding 4 mural photos, like his most beloved treasures. He looked at them and said, "Shirja, let our staff work hard tonight. Don't relax when on guard and take good care of the cultural relics." The simultaneous appearance of 2 ancient sites in the Changbai Mountains was beyond their expectations, and they were inevitably short of manpower. Although there are not many cultural relics in the Lihua ruins, they are all ancient cultural relics with great research value. Shirja nodded and said, "Teacher, don't worry, Lao Zhou and his team have always been safe and sound." Everyone chatted, and the topic finally returned to the mural in their hands. Zhu Xiaohui said with interest, "Professor Hao, you know a lot about the Lihua Kingdom. Please analyze the content in it for us." Chu Jian also echoed, "Yes, yes, yes, Professor, please tell us about it so that we can broaden our horizons." Professor Hao Igwa smiled kindly, pointed at Chu Jian and said, "Xiao Jian, it would be better if you put more interest in listening to stories into studying." Chapter 319. Professor Hao Igwa picked up the first photo and explained it to the students gathered around the fire by the light. The murals on the stone wall are skillfully carved, with a simple and vivid style, very characteristic of the ancient times. "Professor Hao, you said that the Lihua Kingdom existed before the Shang and Zhou dynasties, but why didn't their civilization survive?" "Haha, there are very few legends of the Lihua Kingdom left. The current saying is that something happened in their country, which led to the destruction of the entire civilization. What kind of change will destroy the entire civilization?" Zhu Xiaohui tilted her head and thought, "The bronze tree is exquisitely crafted. I think the technology of Lihua country is very powerful. There shouldn't be any civilization that can fight against them in ancient times? In ancient times, natural disasters were more powerful than man-made disasters. It is not impossible that Lihua country was destroyed by natural disasters." After the old professor patiently answered Zhu Xiaohui's doubts, he began to interpret the contents of the murals for everyone. The first mural depicts a scene of stability and prosperity. People come and go in the bustling city, and the people live and work in peace and contentment. The people in the painting are wearing long gowns and Chinese costumes. In the middle is a palace-like building with a person standing on it, wearing a crown and surrounded by other people. In the second mural, a person wearing a crown is offering sacrifices on a high platform. Something falls from the sky, with flames all over its body. It turns out to be a swimming dragon. In the third mural, people are running away from the once bustling streets, the palace is in ruins, and a group of armored people are defending in front. Strangely, there is no enemy in the direction where their weapons are pointing, but a round, eyeball-shaped thing. There seems to be a winged creature in the middle of the eyeball, but due to the age, it has fallen off. The specific appearance of the creature cannot be seen clearly. In the fourth mural, a group of people built a large-scale mountain altar in the deep mountains. In the innermost part of the building, a wooden box is placed, and a huge dragon head is exposed in the stone wall on the top of the wooden box, as if guarding the wooden box. The overall narrative style of the 4 murals is concise, especially the third mural conveys the most bizarre message. The war that Lihua nation experienced was not caused by other human civilizations, but by a kind of monster crawling out of the eyeball. Chu Jian was most interested in these strange and supernatural things. He said excitedly, "Professor Hao, do you think Lihua nation was attacked by unknown creatures and then quickly perished?" This possibility is small, but it is possible. Professor Hao Igwas smiled and said, but we have to use a more scientific perspective to judge. There may be another answer. In ancient times, the dragon symbolized auspiciousness, so could the monster crawling out of the eyeball be a virtual symbol? For example, plague, cholera? The people in the fourth mural built an altar, which could also be a manifestation of offering sacrifices and praying for blessings. The sudden appearance of the Lihua civilization made them all very excited. The discussion ended in the early morning hours, and soon the sound of their even breathing could be heard. At 2 o'clock in the morning, in the silent ancient ruins, a figure jumped under the altar in the secret room like a clever monkey. The 2 guards who were responsible for guarding the entrance fell to the ground and fainted, and he easily sneaked in. He was tall and lean, dressed in black as if blending into the darkness, with a black scarf covering his face, revealing 2 gleaming eyes. His eyes were large and bright, and he took 2 steps at a time in the darkness, with the help of the faint light, to reach the altar. The 8 mermaid lights on the top of the altar began to jump up and down the moment he stepped on the top. He raised his eyebrows, observed for a while, and slowly lowered his body when he saw no other unusual movements. Click! The miniature light above his head turned on, and the beads between the palms of the white bones wearing a black cloak revealed their true form. He took a breath of cold air, and the black and white mist between the beads became more active under the light, showing its strangeness. His hands gradually approached the black and white beads, and the light above his head swayed more violently. When his hands touched the beads, his body suddenly stiffened, and 2 extreme temperatures, one hot and one cold, spread throughout his body. Ah! He exclaimed and couldn't help but want to pull out his fingers, but he couldn't pull them back. While he struggled hard, the light of the mermaid lamp above his head had turned into a terrifying green for some reason. Huh! The flames jumped up automatically without wind, and after reaching the peak, the 8 mermaid lamps went out at the same time. The man's fingers finally pulled back from the beads, and then a huge airflow burst out from above, and his body flew into the air and fell under the altar. Boom! 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 A roar sounded in the quiet cave, and he struggled to stand up and heard waves of violent waves and the sound of thousands of troops fighting. The sound was real and sudden, and even though he had experienced countless strange things in his life, he did not dare to stay any longer and left the secret room like a fugitive. Under the altar, 2 dim figures slowly emerged, becoming clearer and clearer. Xiao Yuan, who was sleeping, suddenly woke up. He subconsciously reached for the silver knife beside him and stood up. Swish! A flash of silver light appeared, and Xiaozhen, with a horrified face, stood there with his hands raised, stammering, Captain Xiao, it's me. Xiaozhen? Xiao Yuan raised his eyebrows and said, Old Xiao, why are you here so late? Do you want to attack me at night? Xiaozhen was so anxious that he almost cried, and hurriedly explained, You still have the mind to joke. The landslide archaeological team is trapped in the ancient ruins. Ah! Xiao Yuan was startled, and quickly put on his equipment and ran out of the tent with Xiaozhen. After he walked out, the whole military camp was in chaos, and Wu Guang was standing on a high place directing everyone. When he saw Xiao Yuan, his eyes lit up, and he jumped down a few steps to Xiao Yuan's side and said, Brother Xiao Yuan, you came at the right time. The people in the ancient ruins are besieged. I hope you can rush to help. Perhaps because of the landslide, the demons in the fog also showed unusual movements. Wu Guang was responsible for blocking the demons, and did not dare to leave at will, so he could only hand over the rescue mission to Xiao Yuan. Xiao Yuan didn't waste any words and said, In that case, we will rush to the ancient ruins immediately, and you should be careful too. Wu Guang forced a smile on his dark face and patted his shoulder. When we come back, we will drink together. The 2 got on the jeep and drove in 2 directions. Xiao Yuan couldn't help but look back at Wu Guang, and his uneasiness became stronger and stronger. He shook his head to get rid of the distracting thoughts in his mind, and began to discuss the rescue plan with everyone. The person who ran back from the landslide site to ask for help was Li Xian, the village party secretary of Luwanpu. He narrated the whole process in shock. The archaeological team and the workers who participated in the cleaning of the ruins all lived on the shore of the artificial stone lake. The night wind in the northeast during this season is cool, and the humidity in the mountains is even heavier. Living in the tent in the cave is warm. Li Xian is old and has some stomach problems, so he gets up at night to relieve himself. At about 2 o'clock in the morning, he went to the toilet outside the cave. As soon as he squatted down, he heard a loud bang. Li Xian was so scared that he sat on the ground. When he hurriedly ran to the entrance of the cave with his pants up, he found that the entire entrance of the cave had been blocked by huge rocks. The mountain shook for a while, and then stopped shaking. He was lucky enough to ride the small motorcycle left outside to rush back to the village for help. Chapter 320. It was already past 3 in the morning when Xiao Yuan and his party arrived outside the ruins. It was pitch black around the cave entrance. Emergency lights were set up to illuminate the surroundings. The passage that had been cleared at the entrance had been sealed. The blue boulder blocked the gaps tightly. Xiao Yuan raised his hand and shot Tu Nan out. Crack! The sharp tip of Tu Nan pierced into the blue stone for about 10 centimeters. After he took back the boulder, he frowned secretly. The hardness of the stone was stronger than he had imagined. Lin Lang followed behind him and whispered, "Boss, we have learned that there is no other entrance to the ruins. What should we do?" Xiao Yuan took a few steps back and looked up at the towering mountain. He was unable to make a decision for a moment. Changbai Mountain, formerly known as Buxian Mountain. The mountain range is located at the border between Country A and Goryeo, in the northeast of Country A, and there have been few earthquakes for many years. There are a large number of archaeological team members and nearby mountain people in the ruins. Now the situation is unclear, and any delay would be irresponsible for their lives. The opinions of the professional blasters of the security force tend to be conservative. If they use blasting to break the boulder, they must first measure the thickness of the boulder. After knowing the thickness, use the right amount of gunpowder to break the stone door. The blasting process will generate shock waves, which may cause the mountain to tremble again, and it will take a long time. Xiao Yuan thought about it, and finally made up his mind. The armed system of the RV has been unlocked, but has never been used. He whispered to Sun Wan for a while, and stood in front of the cave. After a while, the RV slowly drove in the eyes of everyone. The RV with an ordinary appearance even looked a bit shabby. Li Xian watched from the side, jumping anxiously. "Oh, Captain Xiao Yuan, don't make trouble. How can this broken car break the stone?" The glass in front of the RV was completely dark in the darkness, and the scene inside could not be seen clearly. A penguin and a fat duck in the driver's seat were working together to park the RV about 10 meters away from the cave. Seeing Sun Wan making a gesture, Xiao Yuan shouted loudly, "Everyone retreat, pay attention to the splash of gravel." Qi Ming knew a little about Xiao Yuan's magical RV, but he was also unsure. He leaned over and whispered, "Boss, is your car okay?" Xiao Yuan pulled him back a few steps and smiled confidently. "Don't worry, when have I ever done something I was not sure of?" Qi Ming grinned and wanted to refute a few words, but then he heard a buzzing sound from the RV. Amid the sound of mechanical changes, a black cannon device rose from the front of the RV. Buzz! The barrel of the cannon lit up, and everyone found that there was a hollow semi-transparent groove on the side of the barrel. When the buzzing sound continued, the whole RV was shaken, the light in the groove flowed, and the golden liquid gradually filled up. Ding! After the semi-transparent long groove was full, the barrel extended more than 1 meter, and under the attention of many eyes, it fired loudly. A dazzling golden light was emitted, accompanied by a crisp ding-ding sound. Everyone who was watching couldn't help but exclaim. They knew that the bluestone was broken, but their eyes really hurt. Under the strong light, Xiao Yuan felt a blackness in front of his eyes, and the stinging sensation quickly spread to his eyes, and tears flowed. Xiao Zhang's pupils are different from those of ordinary people. Her eyes are particularly sensitive to light. While wiping the tears from her face, she said with a smile, "Brother Xiao Yuan, did you do this on purpose?" Xiao Yuan laughed awkwardly and said, "I'm sorry, this is my first time using it too, hee hee." After his vision returned to normal, Xiao Yuan looked towards the cave entrance. The bluestone that originally blocked the entrance was evenly scattered on the ground, and it looked at least 3 meters thick. He secretly thanked himself for bringing the RV, otherwise it would take a lot of time to use conventional means. Xiao Yuan waved his hand and said, "The Silver Wing Army will go in front, the security forces will go behind, and the medical team will follow." Xiao Yuan and Lin Lang walked at the front of the team, holding leather shields and silver swords as usual. After the bluestone at the entrance was crushed and they entered, they finally understood where the boulder came from. It turned out that there was a regular blue boulder hidden above the entrance of the cave, which may have fallen down after the mountain shook. Now the boulder disappeared, and there was a big empty hole on it. There were many stones scattered in the narrow corridor, and it can be seen that the previous mountain shaking did happen. Sun Wan walked behind Xiao Yuan with a license light in her hand. After walking out of the corridor, she raised the light and shone it into the distance. Stone pillars stood on both sides of the empty hall, and 2 doors at the end of the hall were closed. Xiao Yuan stood in front of the door and looked up at the 2 door gods on the left and right. He looked at Sun Wan calmly, and saw surprise in each other's eyes. The mermaid on the left side of the door in front of him was too similar to the little grandson of the director of the Lihua Museum, Qing Yu, who was turning into a mermaid. Sun Wan drew a circle on the fish tail of the door god on the right with her slender fingers and said, "Is this a creature?" Xiao Yuan then noticed that there was a slender creature coiled around the tail of the right door god. The creature looked like a sea snake, but it had two pointed ears on its head and fins on its back and sides. Its eyes were dark, and its shape was strange. It was a creature on the door god, but it also revealed an evil spirit. It looked awkward no matter how you looked at it. Xiao Yuan took a quick look, and then paid no more attention. He stretched out his fingertips, and stroked the waist of the merman, and exerted force with his arm. Squeak! The door slowly opened, revealing another narrow passage, which was pitch black. When he stepped into it, Xiao Yuan's hair suddenly stood up, and a familiar feeling came over him again. Brutal, fierce, and bloodthirsty, he slowly raised his right hand, clenched his fist, and circled 3 times. The Silver Wing army behind him was instantly alert, forming a defensive formation and waiting for the battle. Tick tick. 2 drops of water fell from above, landing on the tip of his nose, and the fishy smell lingered between Xiao Yuan's nostrils. The front of the corridor was covered with a layer of water stains, and the military boots made a clear sound when they stepped on it. Under the illumination of several light sources, Xiao Yuan gradually approached the unique bronze tree in front of him. Under the light, the bronze tree was emerald green, releasing charming brilliance. Li Xian was walking in the middle of the team. When he saw it, he was surprised and said, "Why is this iron tree shining?" After hearing his voice, Xiao Yuan was secretly cautious in his heart, and all his attention was focused on the bronze tree. When he stepped within 5 meters of the bronze tree, a loud bird cry came from the tree. Then the whole bronze tree shone brighter, as if it had come alive, and flames burst out from the 9 golden crows. The golden crow at the top spread its wings and flew up, circling in the air, and suddenly spit out a flame from its mouth, hitting Xiao Yuan in the face. He couldn't help but scream in pain and retreated backwards. Boss! Boss! While Xiao Yuan was still immersed in the pain of the burning flames, he woke up. Without the flames and the revived golden crows, the bronze tree stood there. The emerald green light on the tree remained, and the golden crows spread their wings and raised their heads, seeming to be very proud. Xiao Yuan shook his head, indicating that he was fine, and said, "Try not to look at the light on the top of the bronze tree." After that, he walked around the bronze sacred tree on the stone bridge and walked to the back. The stone door at the entrance was still closed. Xiao Yuan pressed his hands on it and pushed hard, but there was a clattering sound. Li Xian, who was walking in the crowd, screamed in fear, and Xiao Yuan turned around. In his sight, a long and narrow creature jumped up and pounced on Li Xian, with its white fangs and a chilling aura. Chapter 321. The stone bridge is long and narrow, and the water under the stone bridge on both sides is dark. The creature similar to a sea snake opened its mouth and was about to bite Li Xian's neck. Clang! Sun Wan was closest to him, holding Li Xian with one hand and retreating, while raising the minging knife with the other hand to chop at its fangs. The creature spun in the air and fell back into the water. After about 2 seconds of silence, the whole pond seemed to be boiling, and creatures jumped high from the water and attacked everyone. For a moment, the bridge was in chaos. After Xiao Yuan killed 3 strange fishes in a row with the minging knife held upside down, he took a flare from his waist and threw it into the pond below. After the bright light entered the water, it was knocked all over the place by the tumbling strange fishes. He took a quick look and saw that there were at least 1,000 strange fishes. Xiao Yuan called out, and he and Qi Ming stood at the front and pushed the stone door desperately. Whoosh! 2 flames spread along the tunin on his palm and melted into the stone door the moment they touched it. The stone door, which had been motionless, shook slightly. Seeing this, Qi Ming also urged the earth element in his body and pushed hard. With the efforts of the 2 people, the stone door finally made a stagnant sound and slowly opened. As Xiao Yuan pushed the door open, he felt a chill behind his ears. Whoosh! An ice blue feather arrow flew past his temples, cutting off a strand of his black hair and slowly falling. At the tip of the feather arrow, a strange fish that attacked Xiao Yuan was pierced through the heart. He was frightened and broke into a cold sweat. Looking back, he saw Sun Wan smiling and making a victory gesture to him. Bang! After closing the stone door again, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. The strange fish on the narrow bridge was indeed troublesome, and the stone door was also very strange. It was not a heavy stone door, but it needed the injection of elemental power to open. Xiao Yuan came to the largest stone lake in the entire ruins, and looked around to see the rippling water in the stone lake. The tents stationed by the lake set up lights around them, and reflected on the water, which was full of dreamy colors with the ripples. The quiet stone lake was silent. No one spoke, no one called for help, as if there had never been anyone here. After checking several battalion commanders, Xiao Yuan turned to look at Li Xian. Li Xian was also dumbfounded. He stammered, "Captain Xiao, I don't know what happened." The lake that had been cleaned up was filled with water again, and all the people on the lakeside disappeared. He swallowed and said with difficulty, "Could it be that they offended the mountain god, and their souls were locked up by the ghost?" Xiao Yuan looked at the metal door on the other side. The two doors were dark and shiny under the light. Swish! He waved the long knife in his hand, and said, "Logistics and medical staff stay here first. The Silver Wing Army goes first." The water that suddenly appeared in the lake was really strange. The mountain tremor was even more strange. According to Li Xian's description, the mountain trembled violently. Why was it not obvious in the ruins? The stone bridge in the lake was in the shape of a cross, intersecting horizontally and vertically on the lake. The depth of the stone lake is 3 meters. Walking on the bridge and looking down, it is indeed pitch black. I don't know if it is because the water itself is turbid or the light is too dim. Xian Mao twitched his nose and said, "Boss, the fishy smell here is even stronger." Qi Ming tensed up when he heard this and looked at the water vigilantly. "Sure, who is so big? How many strange fishes are there?" Plop! Xiao Yuan ignored Qi Ming's words, and threw a flare into the water in the same way. The flare slowly floated to the bottom of the water, 1 meter, 2 meters, 3 meters, 5 meters. Xiao Yuan's eyes fixed. Judging from the depth of the flare, the depth of the entire Shirhu is about 6 or 7 meters, or even deeper. Qi Ming had a hot temper. Seeing this, he snorted and said, "How did Li Xian become the village party secretary? He is full of nonsense." Sun Wan beside him took off her longbow and said, "He can't not understand the basic depth. When he left, there was no water in the lake, but now it is full of water." Her beautiful brown eyes looked at the center of the lake on both sides. Maybe the lake itself has changed. The group walked along the stone bridge and soon reached the middle. At the intersection of the horizontal and vertical parts of the stone bridge, there is a circular stone platform, and a stone sculpture stands in the middle of the stone platform. The stone sculpture has a unique shape, with a wave of water swirling up, and 2 big fish jumping and tumbling at the top. At the mouth of the big fish, there is a round bead. The 2 big fish are carved in a freehand style. The interesting thing is that the tails of the 2 fish are different from those of normal fish. They have 2 tails. Sun Wan followed Xiao Yuan, and stopped suddenly, when she was about to pass by the statue. She frowned slightly and whispered, "Did you hear any strange sounds?" The others looked at each other, and were all confused by her words. Xiao Yuan walked over quickly and asked, "Sun Wan, what did you hear?" Sun Wan's hearing was better than that of ordinary people, and she could often hear many different sounds. Sun Wan closed her eyes, and felt the sound coming into her ears. Water is flowing slowly. The elements in the water gather together. Something is growing and swimming. I can feel it. It's moving. Sun Wan opened her eyes, and pointed her finger at the lake surface 7 or 8 meters away, with a firm look on her face. Bang, bang, 2 flares were fired as she pointed at the lake, directly into the water. With the bright light, everyone saw an incredible scene, a fish. Or to be more precise, half a fish, swimming in the water. The big fish, several meters long, was swimming, with scales growing on its front half, and a huge head the size of 2 adults. But the back half of its body revealed white bones, with water surging on the surface of the bones. As the water gathered, the skin and flesh grew at a speed visible to the naked eye. The flare startled the strange fish, and it woke up from a dream. It turned its head, and saw the people on the bridge. There were huge whiskers on both sides of the big fish's mouth, and its eyes were bright. It flapped its tail, and swam flexibly in the water toward Xiao Yuan and others. Roar! It was obviously a fish, but it let out a muffled roar when it opened its mouth. The roar was low, like a ship's whistle dropping a few tones. Xiao Yuan noticed that there were actually 2 tails at the tail of the big fish. The big fish swam faster and faster, and suddenly jumped out of the water when it was a few meters away from the stone bridge. Its big mouth opened into an exaggerated arc, with sharp teeth interlaced in its mouth, biting towards Sun Wan in the crowd. Whoosh! 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 The sound of the alloy claws flying out came one after another. The scales of the big fish were smooth, and many alloy claws passed by but missed. People dodged, and a fishy wind passed by, and the big fish jumped over the bridge and fell into the lake on the other side. Plop! After falling into the water, it turned its body flexibly and rushed over at a faster speed. Seeing this, Xiao Yuan shouted, "Raise the shield, fire, cover!" Bang! He stepped back a few steps, and under the cover of others, he jumped up and rushed towards the big fish. The alloy claw flew past him, clanging and hitting the big fish. The claw shot by someone happened to be stuck between the big fish's teeth and locked successfully. Xiao Yuan raised the silver knife to Nan, and a silver light flashed. Bang! He hit the front of the big fish, and a fishy smell hit him in the face, almost making him faint. Xiao Yuan was knocked off balance by the collision, and just landed beside the big fish. He gathered his strength and stabbed the silver knife fiercely at it. Chapter 322. Puff. The silver knife cut a wound on the big fish, but no blood was spilled. After a few scales fell off, the big fish fell into the water. A figure was pulled by the motorized device that locked the big fish's teeth and flew up from the bridge. The petite Xiao Zheng screamed and was dragged into the lake. Xiao Zheng's original body was a fierce beast, and her fighting skills on land were strong, but her skills in water were naturally reduced by several %. Mammals are naturally afraid of water, and Xiao Zheng showed it vividly. Listening to Xiao Zheng's loud scream, Xiao Yuan adjusted the motor and flew towards her under the propulsion. Plop! Xiao Yuan finally arrived just before Xiao Zheng fell into the water, and both of them fell into the water. The people on the shore were panicked after seeing everything, and Qi Ming was about to jump into the water, but was stopped by Lin Lang. The situation in the water was unclear, and if he went in now, he would not be able to help, not to mention that he would be in danger. Qi Ming was so anxious that he jumped up and down, and said in a hurry, "What should we do? The boss and Xiao Zheng have been dragged in." Lin Lang thought for a moment and said, "First gather all the flares, find their location, and be alert." Before Lin Lang finished speaking, Sun Wan beside him whispered, "It's too late, I can move freely in the water, so I jump in first." Sun Wan took off her military jacket and longbow, and jumped into the water before others could react. Lin Lang then remembered that Sun Wan was a water element affinity, and it was much easier for her to move in the water than for ordinary people. Her slender figure was agile, and she dived into the water in a few steps like a fish. The world in the water was very quiet, and the lake water was icy cold. A layer of light blue light slowly rose around Sun Wan's body, making her move more conveniently under the light, and the cold gradually faded away. She opened her eyes, and found that the lake water was not as dark as it looked from above, but clear. Flares fired by others flashed on the water from time to time, and after falling into the water, they illuminated the surroundings. In the distance ahead, a huge shadow passed by at a very fast speed. Behind the shadow, there was a faint red light, and a low roar was faintly heard. The sound from the water was faster and clearer. "Xiao Zheng?" She was startled and held a Minging knife in her mouth, swimming towards them with her hands and feet. The artificial lake was clearly 3 meters deep, but now it was unknown how deep it was, and it was pitch black below. Sun Wan slowly floated to the surface of the water to catch her breath, just in time to see the huge waves rolling in front of her. Xiao Yuan flew on the top of the waves, a flame ignited on his weapon, and the big fish's huge mouth was about to swallow him in one bite. Buzz, the dragon eye on the surface of Tu Nan's long sword shone with brilliant brilliance, and the flame rose by no less than 3 times as if fuel was injected. The big fish seemed to be held by something in its lower body, and it lost its strength just as it reached Xiao Yuan. He seized the opportunity and shouted, and the long knife with flaming flames was slashing at the big fish's head. Roar! The knife was extremely powerful, and a puff of black smoke burst out from the huge fish head. After the black smoke dissipated, the fish head turned black for more than half a month. A deep knife mark was left in the middle of the fish head, and the strange aroma of grilled meat filled the air. Xiao Yuan also fell into the water, but the big fish was not dead yet. It struggled and splashed the water, using its last bit of strength to pounce on him. Sun Wan arrived just in time, and she drew a circle in the water with her silver knife. Under the light blue light, the water flow gathered into a water shield, and then it broke after a few seconds of shaking. Taking advantage of the rare time, Sun Wan pulled Xiao Yuan, who had temporarily escaped due to excessive use of elemental power, away. In the water, she realized that the big fish's strength became so weak because Xiao Zheng bit the fish's tail tightly. Ji's body was 2 circles smaller than the big fish, but its spirit was not inferior to that of the big fish. Staring with 2 big eyes like copper bells, She was still struggling to tear at the fish's tail after the big fish died, and her big claws were desperately holding the fish's bones. When Xiao Yuan, Sun Wan and Xiao Zheng, who had regained her true form and lost consciousness, came out of the water, the others swarmed around them. Xiao Ding's face was pale, and her eyes were closed. She was only wearing Xiao Yuan's military coat to barely cover her body. Her snow-white skin was extremely conspicuous in the cave, and had a special beauty. After handing Xiao Zheng to the female doctor of the medical team, Xiao Yuan stood on the shore and took a long breath to relieve the fatigue in his body. After a few minutes of rest, he straightened up and checked his equipment, saying, "There are 2 more stone chambers inside, and Professor Hao and the others are probably inside." Lin Lang supported him and whispered, "Boss, why did I see a big lion dog in the water just now?" "Lion dog? What do you mean by that?" Xiao Yuan almost laughed when he heard him describe Xiao Zheng as a lion dog, and grabbed Lin Lang's arm and said, "You are dazzled, whose lion dog ran into the water?" Seeing that Xiao Yuan did not admit it, Lin Lang did not ask any more questions, but he always felt that something was wrong. Xiao Zheng went into the water once, and when she came out, all her clothes were gone. Could she have anything to do with the lion dog? Xiao Jing's original strength was strong, but unfortunately her strength was greatly reduced after she changed in the water, and she finally fainted after using up all her strength. Xiao Yuan didn't care about Lin Lang's doubts. After confirming that Sun Wan was not injured, he walked towards the last door. The imagined obstacle did not appear, and the door was easy to open. As everyone was ready, the door opened, and the dim room appeared in their eyes. The sarcophagus in the middle was opened, and the stone wall behind the sarcophagus was half open, revealing the vast space inside. After entering the stone chamber, Xiao Yuan's eyes never left the murals on the stone wall, and he even threw the rescue mission out of his mind. The symbol of the Lihua nation. Xiao Yuan would never have thought that he would see the Lihua totem again at the foot of the Changbai Mountains thousands of miles away in the southeast. His steps were heavy, and even his breathing became a little faster. Some of the 4 murals were retracted into the stone wall, but the general outline of the murals could still be seen. The style was exactly the same as the murals in the cave during the new recruits' deep mountain competition. A strange murmur came faintly from the space between the stone walls. Xiao Yuan and Sun Wan looked at each other, and quietly poked their heads out to look inside. The vast space was dark, and 8 emerald green lights lit up on the altar in the middle, with a man in a cloak sitting in the middle. There was a circle of people around the altar. They knelt on the ground with their heads bowed, muttering strange words. This group of people included old and young. Most of them were wearing the work clothes of the archaeological team, and the clothes commonly worn by mountain people, and they were the members of the disappeared archaeological team. Xiao Yuan walked inside, and walked forward along the stone road covered with water. Xinmao hid behind him and said, "Boss, what are they doing? They seem to be possessed by evil spirits." "Don't talk nonsense." Xiao Yuan whispered, "Pay attention to your surroundings. Don't let them take advantage of you." "Huh?" As soon as Xiao Yuan finished speaking, the merman lamp on the altar suddenly shone brightly, and 2 vague figures slowly emerged in the emerald green light. The 2 figures swayed like candle flames in the wind. Finally, when the shadows stabilized, 2 sharp eyes fell on Xiao Yuan and others at the same time. Chapter 323. One on the left and one on the right, 2 figures gradually became clear, and they were the door gods on the stone gate before. The 2 door gods were majestic, with long spears and steel forks, and covered with iron armor. Their eyes were sharp, and when they looked at people, they brought invisible psychological oppression to people. Xiao Yuan and others stood where they were, and did not dare to act rashly. After an unknown period of time, the door god on the left suddenly spoke. He had a handsome face. If you ignore the fish body and fish tail in the lower body, he would be a pretty handsome man. The mermaid's voice was melodious, and it made people feel like spring breeze when they heard it. "You finally came." "Excuse me, are you talking to me?" Xiao Yuan asked suspiciously. The mermaid's accent was strange, and he understood the meaning after careful analysis. "How long has it been? How long has it been since our agreement? 1,000 years? Or 3,000 years? Ahem, mermaid. Brother mermaid, you recognize the wrong person, right?" "Xing Tu." The mermaid suddenly said 2 words, with a serious face. "What? My name is Xing Tu. You can call me that." "I forgot. Thousands of years have passed. Your lifespan is too short. You have already forgotten us, right?" "Yes. I'm sorry, I really don't know you." "It doesn't matter." Xing Tu's voice was like a bell, and the light on his body became brighter and brighter. "You kept our promise. After we built the demon sealing altar under the order of our king, You said that one day, you would return according to the guidance of the high priest. We always believed that you would return. Hee hee. Xiao Yuan was so confused by the mermaid's retort that he could only laugh dryly. He pointed at the people kneeling under the altar and asked, Brother Xingtu, what's wrong with him? Xingtu's eyelids moved, and his voice became colder. They tried to get their hands on the key to the demon-sealed land, and they must kneel here to apologize. Kneel down and apologize? Xiao Yuan secretly breathed a sigh of relief, and it was not a serious matter. As soon as his thoughts finished, he heard Xingtu say lightly, if they keep kneeling for 10 years, their sins will be paid off. 10 years. Xiao Yuan's eyes almost popped out when he heard this. You are too arrogant. You always ask for 10 years. He coughed and negotiated. Brother Xingtu, they are all innocent ordinary people. Do you think you can let them go? As Xiao Yuan finished speaking, the door god on the right side of Xingtu, who had been silent all this time, suddenly moved. He stabbed the steel fork in his hand into the ground. Boom! The whole stone cave trembled, and a cold air wave came from the top of the altar, pushing everyone back a long way, and people and horses fell. What a powerful fellow! Xiao Yuan looked at the mermaid on the right in surprise. As a mermaid, it had a fish head, a ferocious appearance, and was powerful even without anger. If they really started fighting, Xiao Yuan estimated that even if they were tied together, they might not be able to defeat it. Xingtu looked at Xiao Yuan deeply, and he didn't know if it was his illusion, but he felt that there was sadness in Xingtu's eyes. After a while, Xingtu said calmly, You have really changed. In the past, you would never let go of those who defiled the altar. He gently waved his spear, and the psychedelic light blue dots fell on the heads of the people around him like brilliant stars. The person who was still murmuring with his head down felt like he was hit hard, and his body softened and fell to the ground. Xingtu put down his spear and said, They will wake up soon. Now you come up. The key to the demon-sealed land should be given to you. Sun Wan held Xiao Yuan's hand uneasily, shook her head at him, and the minging knife in her hand moved slightly. Xiao Yuan held her little hand, signaling her not to act rashly. He hesitated for a moment, then walked up the steps of the altar. The mermaid on the right obviously followed Xingtu's lead, and Xingtu's strength was much greater than his. They couldn't deal with a mermaid, let alone the hidden Xingtu. In the current situation, is there any other way besides obedient? Even if he was more afraid than trusting, he could only walk up the steps. Xiao Yuan had never felt that the short steps were so painful, and finally, his military boots stepped on the last step. Standing here and looking at Xingtu, and the mermaid on the right from a close distance, the shock it brought to people was another feeling. Although they were transformed by light and shadow, their bodies were clearly visible, with fine scales and iron armor, and even the cold light on the weapons could be felt. Who is this? Xiao Yuan looked down and found that the person who was sitting on the ground was actually a skeleton. The disciple of the high priest, Qing Chong. He was also waiting for me here? Yes. Then he died of old age here? To be precise, he died of sitting after not drinking or eating for 10 days. Ah? Xiao Yuan was dumbfounded again when he heard this, thinking to himself, what kind of group is this? They make people kneel for 10 years at any time, or starve to death. The Chaos Pearl needs to be nourished by human spirits. Qing Chong's spirit is the most powerful among the disciples of the high priest. If he does not pass away soon, the Chaos Pearl may be contaminated by the energy of grains, and all the sacrifices will be in vain. So serious? Xiao Yuan received too much information today, and he could not react to the deep meaning of Xingtu's words for a while. But he still respected those who dared to prove the truth with their own bodies. Putting aside his previous thoughts, Xiao Yuan put down the minging knife, tidied his clothes, and knelt in front of the skull respectfully and kowtowed. When he looked up, he found that the skeleton, which had originally clasped its hands, had opened its palms at some point. On his palm, a transparent bead shone with a faint light, and black and white cheese swirled inside and floated slowly. Xiao Yuan looked at Xingtu, and at his signal, he picked up the chaos bead with both hands. Whoosh! When the chaos bead left the skeleton that had existed for thousands of years dissipated, turned into dots of fluorescent light that rose into the sky, and finally disappeared. Xiao Yuan seemed to be hit by something in his heart, and the uncomfortable feeling made him stay where he was, and he didn't get up for a long time. The chaos orb slowly changed in Xiao Yuan's palm, and the two black and white mists inside gradually calmed down, no longer as chaotic as before. Xingtu retracted his eyes that were looking at the fluorescent light in the sky and said, Qing Chong can finally be free, and the future depends on you to continue walking. Xiao Yuan was at a loss holding the chaos orb, Brother Xing Tu, can you explain it clearly? What's going on? Xing Tu and the other mermaid looked at each other and smiled at the same time. He looked at Xiao Yuan's cheek and said, "You look like him, but you are not him now. Don't worry, everything will be clear when your memory is restored." Bang! Bang! Xing Tu and the mermaid smashed their weapons on the ground at the same time, making a heavy muffled sound, and their bodies slowly dissipated in the flickering lights. The fluorescent light that their bodies turned into flowed, and all entered the chaos pearl in the darkness. Xiao Yuan suddenly felt something awakening in his mind, and he tried his best to find it. It was only a layer of window paper, but it was difficult to peek. He simply stopped struggling, gently picked up the cloak left by Qing Chong, and whispered, "You have worked hard for 1,000 years of protection." Chapter 324. Boom! After Xing Tu disappeared, the entire cave shook violently, as if it was about to collapse. Xiao Yuan had no time to feel sad, and commanded the Silver Wing army to take the unconscious people away from here. The 5-meter-high altar cracked in the shaking, and the 8 mermaid lamps suddenly rose up with dazzling light, and then went out together. The altar collapsed at the moment the mermaid lamps went out. This altar, which had existed for who knows how many years, finally disappeared after completing its mission. Hearing the loud noise behind him, Xiao Yuan frowned slightly, and the vague pain made it difficult for him to concentrate. Sun Wan was careful and noticed the abnormality in his expression. "Xiao Yuan, what's wrong with you?" Xiao Yuan smiled and shook his head, saying, "It's okay, the memory reappearance that Brother Xing Tu mentioned may start soon." He shook his head, and forcibly suppressed the vague images that appeared in his mind from time to time. The resettlement site outside the ancient ruins was brightly lit. A total of 28 people from the archaeological team and the mountain people were all lying in it. Fortunately, there were no casualties this time. Professor Hao Igwa woke up an hour before dawn. He was old and recovered very slowly. From the archaeological team students, who woke up first, Xiao Yuan had already understood the general situation. At about 2 o'clock in the morning, people woke up with a loud noise. The whole cave shook violently, making people feel that a disaster was about to happen. People who wanted to escape from the Shirhu passage were blocked by a white-boned fish. Not only that, according to their description, there was a monster wearing armor and holding a steel fork on the bridge. The monster had a human upper body and a fish lower body, and looked very similar to the mermaid in fairy tales. The only thing on its head was a strange fish head, so everyone fled to the secret room at the end in panic. After rushing in, they saw a green light in their eyes, and then everyone fell into a coma, lost consciousness, and woke up outside the ruins. Zhu Xiaoyi's language was rich, and her descriptions were vivid and joyful. Xiao Yuan felt that she was more suitable to be a crosstalk artist than an archaeologist. "Professor Hao, how do you feel?" Xiao Yuan walked quickly to the old professor and asked with concern. "Haha, you are the commander of the Silver Wing army this time, Xiao Yuan?" Professor Hao Igwa smiled brightly. "That's right. You have achieved so much at such a young age, not bad." After saying "not bad" twice in a row, he sat up from the bed with difficulty. "Slowed down." Xiao Yuan quickly reached out to support the old professor and said, "You just woke up. You should lie down for a while." "It's okay. Life is about movement." The old professor walked to the cave entrance with his support and said, "What's the situation inside the ruins?" "Inside? The innermost altar stone chamber, and the stone chamber where the sarcophagus is located have all collapsed. It will probably take a long time to clean them up." "Is that so?" A trace of heartache flashed in the old professor's eyes, and he sighed. "I wonder if the murals are still there, which are precious cultural relics that can prove the existence of the Lihua country." Xiao Yuan's eyes moved, and he asked softly, "Professor Hao, what do you think is the cause of this disaster?" According to Xing Tu's description, someone touched the Chaos Pearl, which caused them to appear and the mountain to shake. But Zhu Xiaoyi swore that they had never touched the Chaos Pearl. Before the professional equipment arrived, anyone who touched the Chaos Pearl and the bones was a scum who damaged the cultural relics and historical culture. Xiao Yuan felt uncomfortable listening to it, but he could confirm that someone had secretly touched the Chaos Pearl, but it was not from the archaeological team. He swept his eyes over the people who were resting, remembering each of their faces in his mind. The faces in his mind were enlarged one by one, and then rejected. There was almost nothing strange about them. "Wait," Xiao Yuan's heart moved. One of the people seemed familiar. He showed a playful look on his face, and walked to a person sitting in the corner and stood still. The man half lowered his head, and showed a small part of his face. When he saw Xiao Yuan coming, he raised his head as if nothing had happened. There was a lot of dust on his dark face, and he looked like a cat with a gray face. "It's you, Luzwa," Xiao Yuan said in a firm tone. He chuckled, the dull look on his face disappeared, and he raised his face. "Good eyesight, Captain Xiao. Not only do I have good eyesight, I also have a good memory." Xiao Yuan approached him and said word by word, "A traveling merchant entered the ancient ruins. Don't you want to explain? High salary, good treatment. Can this reason answer you?" "Oh, Captain Xiao, Luzwa did join our archaeological team some time ago, and I introduced him." Li Xian walked up and explained with a smile. "That's a good reason." Xiao Yuan looked at Luzwa, who had a calm expression, and said quietly, "Then please answer me another question. Where did you get this bronze mirror?" Xiao Yuan shook the bronze mirror in his hand, and it was the bronze mirror that Aunt Wu gave to Sun Wan. Luzwa's eyes froze, and he stared at the bronze mirror in disbelief, and didn't say anything for a long time. I don't know what you were talking about." "Don't know what I am talking about?" Xiao Yuan raised the corner of his mouth and said, "Then I will tell you the origin of this bronze mirror." The bronze mirror set by Aunt Wu fell into Xiao Yuan's hands. When he told Wu Guang about this, Wu Guang took it very seriously. He was not a country bumpkin. Having received modern education and military training, he understood the crime of privately moving national cultural relics. After returning home, Wu Guang finally got the origin of the bronze mirror from Aunt Wu by threatening and intimidating her. It turned out that when she was packing her son Han Zixing's clothes, she found the bronze mirror at the bottom of his closet. Aunt Wu didn't have much experience, but she thought the bronze mirror was good and wanted to give it to Sun Wan in the name of her son. It's no wonder she was anxious. Han Zixing, her only son, was still unmarried at the age of 25 or 26, which was not young in the mountains. Seeing her son running around the mountains and selling mountain products all day and not coming home, she was anxious. Sun Wan looked pure and beautiful, and she would be a top-notch beauty even in Beijing. Aunt Wu saw it with her eyes and loved her in her heart, so she gave Sun Wan a bronze mirror as a gift to leave a good impression. How could she know the origin and value of this thing? After learning the truth, Wu Guang went to the nearby town overnight and brought back Han Zixing, who was still eating and drinking with his friends. The two grew up together, and Wu Guang was as close to him as his own brother. Under his pressure, Han Zixing couldn't hold back and told the whole story, but the result was shocking. It turned out that Han Zixing had been cooperating with Luzwa, a traveling merchant in the mountains, and the two of them often went into the mountains to rob tombs. Chiangmai mountain range is said to be the North Dragon in terms of geography and feng shui. During the feudal period, the entire northeast was long used as a place for enfeoffment, and the enfeoffed royal families came here and were mostly buried in the mountains. After thousands of years of accumulation, there are many kings and nobles in the mountains, and there are also many ancient tombs. Han Zixing and Luzwa met by chance, and both of them were bold and daring, so they hit it off immediately. One of them sold mountain products, and the other was a traveling merchant who traveled through the mountain villages and mountains, taking the opportunity to collect clues from the villagers, especially the elderly. This bronze mirror was an item left by the two men after they robbed the tomb last time, and had not been sold. It was not that no one was willing to buy it, but that this item had a unique function that just happened to be used by them. Chapter 325. The bronze mirror is simple and smooth. According to Luzwa, a trace of a goldfish will appear on the bronze mirror after it is heated. When holding the bronze mirror, no matter where it faces, the head of the goldfish will face one direction, the north. Xiao Yuan tapped his finger lightly, and sporadic fire elements fell into the bronze mirror. A vivid goldfish was embedded in the mirror, slowly turning its body and turning its head to the north. Hey! Secretly amazed, he deliberately adjusted his position, and the goldfish really changed its position again, and its head was still pointing to the north. This northern fish mirror, which was made in an unknown era, is simply a disguised compass. After Xiao Yuan withdrew the fire element, the goldfish gradually disappeared and returned to its original appearance. Xiao Yuan handed the mirror to Professor Hao Igua and said, "Professor Hao, the bronze mirror is precious, so I'd better give it to you for safekeeping. We have to return to the base first." There were frequent movements in the fog in Haixiazigu tonight, and he was always worried and wanted to go back to take a look. Professor Hao Igua nodded in understanding and said, "In this case, please ask Captain Xiao to take him back and hand him over to the town's police station." After a few more words, Xiao Yuan said no more and prepared to lead the people back. He had just got into the car when he heard the sound of a motor vehicle not far away. Bang! A young soldier covered in blood jumped down from his body and ran to Xiao Yuan with his hands and feet. He grabbed Xiao Yuan's military belt and cried, Captain Xiao, it's bad. Our captain. Xiao Yuan's heart skipped a beat, and he hurriedly said, what happened to Brother Wu? The young man's eyes were red and his voice was trembling. The captain was trapped in the fog in order to cover the retreat of the mountain people. In the dark laboratory, a tiny light suddenly lit up. An arm was suspended in a special glass cover, but it was not entirely an arm when you looked closely. At the wrist of the arm, the joints showed a metallic machine, and the whole arm was a combination of machine and human body. The young doctor, who was about 23 or 24 years old, wore goggles, and was dressed in white. Even his hair was a little gray. His handsome face had bright eyes, and he stared at the arm in the glass cover seriously, with rows of data quickly passing by on the data meter. Biomechanical rejection reaction eliminator, 105th test. The reaction is normal. The rejection reaction has been eliminated in 98% of the sites, which is 1% higher than the last experiment. Experimental data storage, recording completed. The young man let out a long breath and took off his goggles, and the light in the entire laboratory was brightened. Dong dong dong. There was a knock on the door of the laboratory, and before he could answer, the door opened and a pretty girl walked in from outside. LV Fei looked around and found him in the wide experiment full of instruments. Nandong Luo, do you have a bad memory? Fei Fei, why are you so angry again? Nandong Luo turned off the computer carrying the data and asked curiously. Hee. Why am I so angry? LV Fei was almost laughed at by him. You promised me to go to the movies yesterday. What happened? Did I? Nandong Luo scratched his head and looked suspiciously at the angry LV Fei in front of him. Big idiot, big pig head. LV Fei waved his little fist angrily, and it rained on Nandong Luo like raindrops. Ouch! Spare me, lady, spare me. Spare me? You still dare to beg for mercy. This is the nth time you have stood me up this month. I promise, this is the last time. Nandong Luo said solemnly, I have good news for you. Really? Lu Fei took a breath and glanced at him doubtfully. What good news can you tell me? Hee, my mechanical biological repellent eliminator will be perfectly successful after one last debugging. As for her childhood sweetheart Nandong Luo, LV Fei had completely given up on his emotional intelligence. He had been smooth sailing since childhood, and could accomplish whatever he wanted. He was a genius in the eyes of his teachers and classmates, but he was like a wooden man in terms of emotions. LV Fei once complained that when Nandong Luo was born, all his skill points must have been added to his IQ. He was a real genius. She looked defeated and pouted, saying, So you can't date me tonight, right? Nandong Luo smiled awkwardly and said, I will stay up all night tonight to make the recipe perfect. I will always be with you in the future. LV Fei looked at the excited expression on his face and felt soft in her heart. Then I will buy you some food. You didn't eat dinner, did you? Nandong Luo was a complete workaholic when he was working. Not only did he not eat dinner, he didn't even eat lunch. He patted his empty belly and said, Fei Fei, you are still good to me, hee. LV Fei looked at his silly look, and the anger in her heart had long dissipated. She walked out of the laboratory building and walked briskly towards the food street near Yanjing Medical University. On the way past the food street, there was a tree-lined road without street lights, quiet and dark. She held her mobile phone, flipped through the messages on her mobile phone, and murmured, The battle ahead is fierce, I'm afraid it won't be long before we set off. The senior leaders of the Northwest Corps, led by Zhui Shu, arrived in the Northwest and fought 3 battles with the Night Demon in just half a month. The 3 wars had their respective victories and defeats, and the 3rd battle was particularly brutal. The Northwest Corps, Silver Wing Corps, and Storm Corps had a total of 25,000 combatants and 50,000 security forces defending Hangjin City. After the 3 wars, the 3 major corps suffered more than 3,000 casualties, and the security forces also suffered more than 5,000 casualties. Country A and even Blue Star, which had just stabilized, were once again shrouded in the haze of war under the restlessness of the Night Demon. The panic and life of the people were also affected in this battle, and the fog continued to expand. Country A's prevention and control is very effective in the Blue Star, but even so, there are still demons slipping away from the protection circle. The situation in Jones District and Medi District is more serious than that in Country A. Browsing the messages, Lu Fei suddenly stopped. She felt that something seemed wrong around her. The night wind blew, and the entire tree-lined road was shrouded in the night. The crisp sound of high heels stepping on the floor tiles came from the front, and every sound fell heavily on Lu Fei's heart. The woman had a slender figure. With the help of the flashlight on her phone, LV Faye saw that she was wearing a red dress. Bright red as hot blood. She continued to look, and when her eyes fell on her collarbone, and she wanted to continue looking up, her eyes blurred. The woman came to her side, like a ghost, and LV Faye suddenly felt a pain in the back of her neck, and then she lost consciousness. In her last moment of consciousness, she clearly saw a red maple leaf on the woman's collarbone, which was particularly dazzling. The woman played with LV Faye's phone and dialed a number. Lu Fei, in our hands. What do I want to do? Don't be nervous, I'm just making a deal with you. Snap! She turned off her phone, and the smile on her lips became more charming. Lu Fei's petite body was as light as a feather in her hands. Yanjing Medical University, laboratory in the research building. Nandong Luo stood there with a sullen face, and the phone was squeezed at his palm and made a soft sound. Chapter 326. On a full moon night, a full moon hangs high in the sky. People always use bright moonlight to describe the moonlight. However, when Xiao Yuan and his group drove to Luanpo, the moon in the sky changed. The full moon was stained with a layer of red, which looked particularly strange. The fog that was originally limited to Haixiazagu has expanded by nearly double, and the concentration of fog has dissipated a lot. 1 kilometer away from Haixiazagu, the fog is so thick that it is impossible to drive. Xiao Yuan got out of the car, took out the Bayou mirror borrowed from Professor Hao Igua, and activated the fire element. The goldfish swam vividly, and its head turned in one direction. With a compass that would never fail, Xiao Yuan and his companions moved very quickly. Clang! There were faint sounds of fighting and shouting in the front, and Xiaozhen's voice was the loudest. Brothers, those who insist on asking for help will come back soon. The battalion commander is still inside. We must rescue the battalion commander, otherwise we will never go back. Deputy battalion commander, there are more than a dozen demons coming from the front. Hold on, don't let the demons get through here. Xiaozhen raised the Minging knife and slashed at the demons with their fangs and claws. After killing 3 demons in a row, he was accidentally knocked down. Roar! The demon's hands desperately grabbed Xiaozhen's legs, lying between Xiaozhen's legs and opening his mouth to bite his vitals. Xiaozhen screamed in fear, and the calmness he had been pretending to maintain finally couldn't be maintained. Damn demon, the place you chose is too obscene. He cursed the demon in his heart. The expected severe pain did not come. When he opened his eyes, he saw Xiao Yuan kicking the demon away. The dark silver knife cut the demon's neck cleanly and neatly, and the body turned into ashes and dissipated in the air. Xiao Yuan, Xiaozhen climbed up with a tumble. He had never felt so kind to Xiao Yuan's handsome face as today. The battalion commander was trapped in the dense forest. He led the security forces alone to resist the demon, who was trying to break through the checkpoint blockade like crazy. On the one hand, he had to worry about Wu Guang's safety, and on the other hand, he had to boost morale. When the demon was about to bite his vital roots, Xiaozhen was really scared, because he was the only descendant of the Qiu family. Xiao Yuan pulled him up and said, "Old Qiu, to make a long story short, where is Brother Wu now?" After recovering from the shock, Xiaozhen briefly explained their current situation. After Wu Guang and Xiao Yuan parted at the base, they went to Haixiazagu. What no one expected was that the whole fog had undergone a huge change again on the night of the full moon. Not only did the area expand, but the number of demons also increased. The villagers in Luanpa village were also surrounded by fog. Wu Guang commanded to resist the night demons while protecting the villagers to retreat. Everything was going according to his plan, but something went wrong. 5 children in the village ran into the fog and disappeared in the paleness. Wu Guang quickly led a team to chase them. Xiaozhen waited for a long time, but Wu Guang did not return. Instead, he waited for the helper who returned from the fog. Wu Guang was trapped by the demons during the rescue process, and it was difficult for them to break out with the child. Xiaozhen heard this, and split the team into 2. One part guarded the checkpoint, and the other part went deep into the fog to rescue Wu Guang, and finally became what Xiao Yuan saw. After listening, Xiao Yuan thought for a while, and patted Xiaozhen's shoulder. "You retreat to the back first, follow me." Swish! 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 The sound of the silver sword coming out of the sheath was continuous, and 50 silver-winged soldiers walked in front under the leadership of Xiao Yuan and others, and Xiaozhen and others followed behind. There were many demons, but they were killed one by one under the stranglehold of the Silver Wing army. Xiao Yuan used the northern fish mirror to move forward without worrying about losing his direction, and fought all the way. Roar! After Xiao Yuan killed countless demons, he heard a shrill roar from the front, which seemed to be the cry of some beast struggling to death. The closer they got, the clearer the sound became. When they were more than 100 meters away from the sound disappeared. Woo woo woo! A faint whimpering sound came, and the strong light broke through the fog, illuminating the area about 10 meters ahead. Through the thinning mist, everyone couldn't help but gasp. The huge cocoon pupa hung upside down on the tree trunk, whimpering faintly and swaying slowly. Chijin had never seen such a scene before, and said with difficulty, "Where did such a big silkworm pupa come from?" Xiao Yuan made a warning gesture and shook his head. "It's not a silkworm pupa. The outer layer is spider silk." Spider silk? Qi Ming looked at the spider pupa that was more than a person tall and swallowed his saliva. "Boss, how big a spider must it be to weave such a big thing?" Qi Ming hated this multi-legged insect the most since he was a child. Just thinking about it gave him goosebumps. Xiao Yuan swung the silver knife and looked around. He walked forward slowly, not noticing the dense spider webs on the ground under his feet. Sun Quan and Xiao Yuan stood side by side in front of the cocoon woven with spider webs, and cut it with the silver knife. The spider web was tougher than steel wire of the same thickness, and it didn't break even with one cut. Sun Quan took off the longbow, and used the sharp blade at one end to cut the spider web, revealing the living creature inside. A wild boar emerged from inside, its whole body twitching, its black eyes helplessly looking at the two. Seeing this, Xiao Yuan casually cut off the spider web, and the wild boar fell to the ground with a bang motionless. Lin Lang looked at the fat wild boar, and said, "I heard an old man in the countryside talk about a giant spider, which is similar to the current situation. That kind of giant spider likes to trap its prey in a spider web and inject toxins. The effect of the toxin is strange. It can paralyze the prey's body, but the nerves in the body and the mind are still intact. The giant spider will slowly enjoy its prey, and the prey can clearly sense the process of being enjoyed during this process. It is horrifying to think about it." Xiao Yuan bent down and patted the fat body of the wild boar, saying, "Big fat pig, you are lucky today." Before he finished speaking, he suddenly felt his feet slip. He fell forward, his feet were dragged backward, and he flew into the sky like a hanged man. The 7 or 8 people standing in front were all hung up in the sky. Hula la. The trees and bushes around them made a series of noises at the same time, and red light emerged from the darkness. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be 8 eyes arranged in 2s and 2s. For large spiders that had been hiding for who knows how long revealed their true appearance, with sharp barbs growing on their 8 slender legs. "Ah!" Qi Ming made a sharp cry. Xiao Yuan never thought that a big and strong man like him could shout like this. For a moment, the whole forest was in chaos. The spider webs hidden on the ground rose at the same time, and the large web woven into it caught more than a dozen people. Squeak! The giant spider waved its 8 legs, and crawled on the ground at a high speed. One spider jumped high and rushed straight toward Xiao Yuan. Its big mouth was filled with crystal mucus, and its red eyes seemed to have seen some new prey. The fishy smell came with the spider, but Xiao Yuan seemed to be stunned. When the spider was about to bite Xiao Yuan, he suddenly moved. Exerting force from his waist, Xiao Yuan swung his knife to cut the spider silk, and the alloy claws on his waist shot out of his body and flew out instantly. Clang! The silver knife chopped on the spider's feet, bursting out a series of sparks, and kicked off the prelude to the melee. Chapter 327. Whoosh! The night wind blew past my ears. Xiao Yuan leaped in the air. The cold light of the silver knife flashed and cut the spider silk. The 3 silver-winged soldiers who were hung upside down fell to the ground, resisting the giant spiders that were rushing towards them. The largest of the 4 spiders seemed to know Xiao Yuan and attacked him desperately. With a snap, the spider's legs fell on the tree trunk, smashing the thick bark into pieces. Xiao Yuan raised his eyebrows, not daring to underestimate its seemingly slender spider legs. Whoosh! The spider raised its head, and 2 white threads spurted out of its mouth. Xiao Yuan instinctively waved his knife to block it. The viscosity and hardness of the spider silk were stronger than he had imagined, and Xiao Yuan was entangled in the spider silk for a moment. He snorted coldly, and did not retreat but advanced. The alloy claws were accurately nailed on the spider's body. Xiao Yuan's body was as fast as the wind, and he was in front of the spider in an instant. Roar! The spider saw him approaching, opened its mouth and bit him. The poison gland in its mouth had already prepared a paralyzing venom, which could be injected into the prey's body for a few minutes to make it wait for death. A red light flashed on the silver blade of the Minging knife, and the fire element combined with the blade made it extremely sharp. Swish! 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 Xiao Yuan took advantage of the opportunity in front of the spider and slashed 3 times, slashing at the spider's legs. Before the spider could react, its body involuntarily leaned forward. Xiao Yuan moved his left hand, and Tu Nan turned into a shield to block the spider's hateful attack. The next second, Tu Nan suddenly turned into a long knife. The fire element on the blade of his two-handed long knife was bright red, and it delivered a fatal blow in the night. Puff! Hiss! The two knives pierced into the spider's head, and a stream of green mucus splashed out, which was then evaporated by the fire element on the Minging knife. The smell of burning was everywhere. Xiao Yuan frowned in disgust and dodged far away. When he killed the giant Spider King alone, the other 3 spiders were also killed by the Silver Wing Army's Joint Security Force. Xiao Yuan counted the number of people, leaving 10 people to clean up the battlefield and protect the wounded, and the rest continued to move forward. They encountered no less than 3 waves of demons along the way, with a number of about 20 each, and this was just the ones they encountered. The fog was vast, and there were many demons that we had not seen yet. Under an ancient tree, a white spider cocoon was hanging upside down. The young man in the cocoon had his eyes closed, and his pale face twitched from time to time. His arms were hanging outside the cocoon, and 5 children around 10 years old were surrounding him. When Xiao Yuan and others arrived, the 5 children were gathering around the young man, making slight chewing sounds from time to time. Xiao Yuan's steps were very cautious. This was their 3rd time here. Above the ancient tree, the white clothes that were originally hanging disappeared, and in their place was Wu Guang, who was hanging in the cocoon. His dark face was unusually pale in the mist, and his tightly closed eyes slowly opened after hearing the footsteps. Ah! Wu Guang opened his mouth slightly, trying to make a sound, but his stiff tongue prevented him from saying a word. Be alert, move forward. Xiao Yuan was worried about Wu Guang's safety, but he was still alert to the surroundings. Although they had destroyed a lot of the white clothes last time, there were still many left, so he had to be on guard. Xiao Yuan slowly approached Wu Guang, and the closer he got, the more he felt something was wrong. The 5 children did not move at all when they heard their voices. Their young bodies were facing away from everyone, and the sound of them chewing became clearer and clearer. What were they eating in the wilderness? An ominous thought gradually emerged in Xiao Yuan's mind. When everyone approached, they all felt a chill. Several soldiers from the security force couldn't help it, and ran to the side with their mouths covered and vomited loudly. Xiao Yuan's eyebrows were about to wrinkle into a small lump, and Wu Guang's left arm was bleeding. The front half of the entire left arm, until the elbow, had turned into white bones, and all the skin and flesh had entered the mouths of the 5 children. The 5 children ate with gusto. Their hands and faces were covered with sticky blood. The giant spider's toxin was strange, and his left arm, which had lost its skin and flesh, actually began to scab. Otherwise, with such an injury, Wu Guang would have died of excessive blood loss. Pa! Qi Ming slapped the face of the child who ate the most happily, and his big hand shook with anger. Captain Wu was kind enough to save you, but you are so bad. Xiao Yuan raised his hand to hold Qi Ming, and shook his head. These children had obviously lost their minds. What's the point of blaming them now? Several people worked together to rescue Wu Guang from the cocoon. He blinked at Xiao Yuan with a questioning look. Xiao Yuan quickly held his hand and said, Don't worry, Brother Wu, the checkpoints outside are tight, and the demons are under our control. Hearing this, he finally felt relieved and fell asleep after he breathed a sigh of relief. His performance made Xiao Yuan feel more and more uncomfortable. Without his left arm, Wu Guang's military career was over. For a village kid like him, who came from the grassroots, it was too cruel. Woo! The 5 children turned around slowly. When they could no longer see the food in front of them, they instinctively fixed their eyes on other people. Their faces, which should have been tender, showed greed, like hyenas on the grassland. A strange whimpering sound came out of their mouths, and the child in the front had a layer of gray in his eyes, and suddenly rushed toward Xiao Yuan. Xiao Yuan raised his left hand, and pressed it on the child's head. Unexpectedly, he was still very strong and was about to bite him with his teeth and claws. Others stepped forward to restrain the roaring children, and the scene became chaotic for a while. Choo. A faint laugh came from the woods, and the voice was indistinguishable between male and female. Pieces of white clothes appeared on the treetops around the crowd, surrounding them in the center. On the ancient tree where Wu Guang was hanging upside down, a young man in white clothes appeared again, and the laughter came from his mouth. He looked at Xiao Yuan and others with interest, and said with a smile, Xiao Yuan, we meet again. Humph. Xiao Yuan snorted coldly, and the silver knife came out of the sheath with a sha sound, pointing at the young man who was swaying on the treetop. Seeing his murderous look, the young man understood. What's wrong? You can't stand such a small battle? don't you think? He changed the subject and his tone became grim. Do they look real and cute? Xiao Yuan gestured to the others and slowly stepped back. I have always been curious about your name and identity, and why you are willing to help the night demon. The boys seemed to be unable to see Xiao Yuan's small movements and his way of delaying time, and said faintly, My name? You can call me Qianfeng, the demon envoy Qianfeng. It seemed that he had not spoken to anyone for a long time, and Qianfeng was very happy to talk to Xiao Yuan. He showed a sincere smile on his face and said, Xiao Yuan, why don't you stay here? Stay with me, and I can let the others go. Accompany you? Xiao Yuan's mouth twitched, thinking that this guy might be a rabbit. The boy looked at him obsessively, as if he was looking at a delicate work of art. I will cut off your head and make it into a lantern, and your soul will remain in it forever. Hee hee. Xiao Yuan chuckled, raised his head and said, Maybe, I can consider it. Qianfeng's smile became even bigger, but in the next second, there was no strong light blocking his eyes. Kill! Xiao Yuan's voice came from behind the strong light, murderous. Chapter 328. The fierce battle begins. The Silver Wing army uses the time to argue with Qianfeng to form a defensive formation to fight against the surging white clothes. More than 70 white clothes attack from all directions, and there is a lot of black air inside. After experiencing the fear nourishment of humans twice before, the strength of the white clothes has increased a lot, and they attack everyone like ghosts. Qiozhen saw that the battalion commander, who had been with him day and night, was half dead, and a surge of blood rushed up. After blocking 2 attacks with his sword, he waved his hand and shouted, Brothers, use kerosene. After the lesson learned from the last battle, Qiozhen prepared a full 50 cans of kerosene to deal with by next time. Bang! 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 The flame launcher was turned on, and after 3 rounds of volleys, there were more than a dozen blazing fireballs in the air. As the N05 kerosene burned, streams of black gas emerged from Bai and evaporated into the air, and the originally swift speed also slowed down. Seeing that the flame launcher was effective, Qiozhen hurriedly prepared for the next round of firing. They stabilized their position, and the battle between Xiao Yuan and others and Qianfeng had just begun. When summarizing the second fog operation, they came to a conclusion that the many white-clothed people were not the biggest threat, but the young men floating in the air was the key. An important reason for their predicament was that they did not decapitate the young man at the beginning of the battle. Bang! The white-clothed people floated in the air, and the sleeves gently fell on Xiao Yuan's chest. His flying body was like being hit by a heavy hammer and flew backwards. Qianfeng's head poked out from the collar, and the body in the white clothes had long disappeared, occupied by a ball of thick black fog. Seeing Xiao Yuan injured, Qianfeng rushed towards him like lightning. A black arm emerged from the sleeve of the white robe. The arm was slender, but a broken blade appeared where the palm should be. Clang! Sun Wan blocked his attack with her sword, and with a cry, water elements flowed out from the blade. A cool breath spread between her and Qianfeng and puff. The broken blade touched a thin layer of water film. The extremely strong impact of the broken blade sank into the water, and its speed was slowly weakened. When it broke through the water film, its power was reduced by half, and Sun Wan picked it up and flew it away with a sword. Qianfeng seemed a little surprised by Sun Wan's ability. He retracted his arms and circled in the air. His body suddenly swelled. In fact, it was the white clothes outside that swelled. I don't know what was inside the bulging clothes. Roar! Qianfeng roared, and 4 arms appeared from his sleeves and under his hems at the same time. They were all black and narrow. The front was a broken blade. After the 4 arms appeared, Qianfeng showed a cruel smile on his face. Go! The arms that continued to extend were like 4 poisonous snakes, quickly attacking Xiao Yuan and others. The water film that had experienced a defense was dispersed the moment it touched the 4 arms. Sun Wan raised the Minging knife and blocked 2 heavy blows in a row before he could only dodge. The black arm's strength was extremely terrifying without the water film blocking it, and it penetrated deep into the ground. Xiao Yuan flew into the air to meet the black arm, swung the long knife, and slashed with sparks. Swish! The firelight drew a beautiful arc in the dim forest, and the moment it slashed the black arm, Xiao Yuan felt like he was slashing on a steel plate. The violent vibration from the confrontation almost made him drop the knife. Crack! Xiao Yuan clearly heard a cracking sound, and a crack appeared where the dark silver knife hit him. Dense black air rolled out from the crack, and the whole arm became thinner at a speed visible to the naked eye, and finally barely stopped cracking. This arm curled up like a frightened little animal, and the other arm rushed towards Xiao Yuan. The length of the broken blade was about half a meter, and every time they collided, there was always a strange force and cold air surging around. Xiao Yuan was not unfamiliar with this feeling, dark element, among the many magical animals and plants related to the night demons that he came into contact with. Most of them were mixed with the shadow of the dark element. The dark element, which is opposite to the light element, is born with the characteristics that make humans uncomfortable. It is cold, gloomy, and makes people dull. Negative emotions increase mental confusion. It is like a nightmare seed in Pandora's box. In a moment of carelessness, the leather shield was pierced by the sharp blade, and Xiao Yuan activated the mobile device to fly backwards to avoid the sharp edge. Qianfeng saw that the time had come and swept across the battlefield in a white robe, pressing toward Xiao Yuan, who was fleeing to a dead corner of the forest. Whoosh! His speed reached the limit of the naked eye, and he was in front of Xiao Yuan in an instant. The black hand that had been retracted before also attacked. One lifted the leather shield, and the other stabbed directly at his heart. Looking at Xiao Yuan's face, the fear and despair he hoped to see did not appear as expected. The corners of his mouth rose, as if everything was in his mind. With a wave of his hand, a silver-white shield appeared and blocked the fatal blow. Clang! Xiao Yuan's body hit the ancient tree, shaking the leaves to fall one after another. Qianfeng opened his mouth, and a dark tongue jumped out. If you look closely, you will find that it is not a tongue at all, but a black snake composed of a ball of black air. The black snake arched its body and rushed toward Xiao Yuan's cheek like an arrow from a bow, with a fierce light in its red eyes. Qianfeng's confident expression fell into Xiao Yuan's eyes, and he snorted coldly and slapped the sachet on his waist. Boom! Under the traction of the fire element, the things hidden in the sachet broke free and flew out. A golden red tail feather floated in the air and exploded in Qianfeng's surprised eyes. Strangely enough, the tail feather did not explode in a large range, but it emitted a circle of soft light, which fell on Qianfeng and the white clothes floating around, but was extremely powerful. The white clothes in the sky fell one after another, and in the end only 13 or 14 of them were still struggling. Qianfeng was the closest, and the impact was the strongest. He cried out and fell to the ground, and was caught by Lin Lang, who had been lying in ambush. Puff! Lin Lang held the silver knife tightly in both hands and stabbed it into his back, with a soft white light shining on the blade. Light element? A huge black gas suddenly burst out from Qianfeng's body, pushing Lin Lang far away. His head moved slightly in the white clothes, revealing a playful smile. Light element and feather of wisdom. Very good, very good. Ahem. Xiao Yuan stood up with the help of Sun Wandi. The severe pain in his chest made it difficult for him to take every step. He stood far away from Qianfeng, looking at Qianfeng's body that was flickering with a triumphant smile on his face. Demon envoy? That's all, ahem. Qianfeng was not upset by his words, but smiled. Xiao Yuan, I am very satisfied with your performance today. I look forward to the day when we really meet. What do you mean? Xiao Yuan raised his eyebrows, and heard a different meaning from his words. Shename is called a real encounter? Qianfeng looked at him with a half-smile. His whole body became blurry. His voice was ethereal, revealing a sense of pleasure. Let me tell you a little secret. Between living and eating their saviors, those children chose to live. They are awake, and they are the real demons. Qianfeng's voice dissipated in the wind, and with his disappearance, the white clothes floating in the sky also lost their souls and fell to the ground. Whoosh! The sound of the wind in his ears became louder, and Xiao Yuan faintly heard the sound of birds singing. This is the sound of birds chirping in the originally silent environment in the fog. Does it mean that everything is over? The fog faded at a rapid speed and gathered in one direction. Xiao Yuan looked up and found that the morning sun had appeared in the east, and the first ray of morning light illuminated the Longhua sunshine in Haixiazigu. He endured the huge pain in his chest, and ran towards the direction where the fog gathered with Sun Wan. Chapter 329. The fog in the sky seemed to be attracted inexplicably, and gathered in one direction at the same time. The scene at that time was very strange. The fog in a radius of 10 miles was rolling and rushing at a very fast speed. From a distance, it looked like a white dragon crossing the sky. Xiao Yuan covered his chest and ran all the way. After about 7 or 8 minutes, he finally arrived at the center of the fog. Surrounded by dense ancient trees, there was a wide open space in the middle. The grass on the ground was charred and had traces of being burned. Xiao Yuan pushed aside the bushes and looked inside, just in time to see the moment when the fog finally disappeared. A huge round stone was in the middle of the open space, and all the white fog was sucked into it. Xiao Yuan carefully circled around and found that the place where the fog entered was slowly closing. Alive? The black pupil looked at Xiao Yuan and others before closing, and the look in the dark eyes made him feel cold in his heart. What kind of eyes were those? Violence, bloodthirstiness, greed, hunger, killing. It seemed to be a fusion of countless negative emotions in it, and just looking at it made people feel cold hands and feet. Bang! The eye closed, and the only part of the round stone that could move slowly petrified as the eye closed. After a careful look, it was discovered that the whole round stone was actually in the shape of a large eyeball. The part that just closed was where the pupil was. The stone was so realistic that even the fine blood vessels on it were complete. If it wasn't so big, people would believe that it was an eyeball taken from a human body and petrified. Sun Wan looked at the rising sun in the sky and held Xiao Yuan's hand tightly. Is everything over? Ahem. Xiao Yuan couldn't help coughing twice more, and held her delicate and cold jade-like hand. Well, finally. It's over. He let out a long breath, and couldn't help but think of Qianfeng's words again. Waiting for a real meeting? Qianfeng, Qianling, Qianya, how many secrets do they have that we don't know? Listening to the cheers, and the renewed vitality in the forest, he felt both relieved and worried. Yinqing Medical University, first affiliated hospital. The sun was shining brightly outside the window, shining through the glass window into the spacious and exquisite ward. Nandong Luo was sitting on the bed, bandaged, and with a heavy plaster cast on his leg. He looked miserable. LV Fei held his only left hand, crying like a pear blossom in the rain, as if she was about to faint. Xing Ziyu gently patted LV Fei's back and comforted her. Fei Fei, Nandong is fine, don't cry, don't cry. Woo woo woo. As soon as she comforted LV Fei, she cried even harder, and said breathlessly, It's all because of me that Xiao Luo is like this. Woo woo woo. Nandong Luo and Xing Ziyu looked at each other. She sat next to Lu Fei and said, Fei Fei, this is not your fault. Those bad guys wanted to steal Nangong's scientific research results, so they kidnapped you. That night, Lu Fei went to the snack street to buy food for Nandong Luo, who was busy with the experiment, and didn't have dinner, but disappeared mysteriously. After Nandong Luo received a mysterious call, and confirmed it, he knew that Lu Fei was indeed missing. In desperation, he had to go to the scheduled location to exchange Lu Fei according to the other party's request. He told Lu Fei's best friend Xing Ziyu about this matter. The two of them thought that time was running out, and the other party's request was too tight. Nandong Luo took his experimental data to the designated location to exchange for LV Fei. As a result, he met LV Fei, but after the transaction, the other party suddenly changed his face and wanted to kill him. Nandong Luo is indeed a genius. He has made preparations for his genius in medicine and mechanics. In the past, he imitated a set of anti-gravity maneuvering device, which he hid under his coat at his waist. When the other party wanted to kill him, this kid activated the copycat anti-gravity maneuvering device and forcibly broke through the other party's encirclement. The robbers were very vigilant and had set up sentries outside early. The police officers from the security bureau with him were lying in ambush on the periphery. Nandong Luo used the maneuvering device and the propeller he developed to leap and run all the way, and finally reached the ambush of the police. As a result, the robbers retreated after seeing the security guards, and Nandong Luo's maneuvering device and propeller malfunctioned. In order to protect Lu Fei and his arms, he suffered multiple fractures and countless abrasions. Nandong Luo, who was wrapped like a zongzi, was in a good mood, and raised his mouth. Fei Fei, you always say that my research is whimsical, but now it is proved not to be. Seeing his playful smile, LV Fei was furious. You're still smiling. It was so dangerous this time. I thought you were going to die when you hit the tree. As she spoke, her eyes turned red, and the tears that had just stopped were about to flow again. Xing Zi winked at Nandong Luo and quickly changed the subject. Fei Fei, do you remember anything about that group of people? It took LV Fei a total of 6 hours from being kidnapped to being rescued. The robbers' plan was very cautious. They deliberately chose the night and a very short time to propose the exchange conditions in order not to give Nandong Luo and the police time. LV Fei recalled the situation at that time and shook her head. After I was captured, I woke up several hours later, which was when Xiao Luo came to save me. She thought about it carefully and said, I know them about the same as Xiao Luo, except the red maple and jasmine scent. Red maple and jasmine scent? Nandong Luo held her hand and said, Fei Fei, tell me in detail. LV Fei described the scene she saw, and the smell she smelled before she was knocked unconscious. The red maple on the man's collarbone was the only thing she could remember. Xing Ziyu thought for a moment and analyzed. The red maple tattoo on the collarbone and the jasmine sit all over the body. The murderer is a woman? LV Fei nodded and said, the security sister who took my statement said the same thing. She touched the plaster on Nangong Luo's leg with heartache and asked, Xiaoluo, does it hurt? It hurts. Nangong Luo was born into an elite intellectual family. His parents and grandparents have cared for him since he was a child. When has he ever suffered such an injury? In front of Lu Fei, Nangong Luo put on a calm look, smiled and shook his head. It doesn't hurt, but I have to wait until I recover before I can go to the movies with you. LV Fei and Xing Ziyu looked at each other, hesitated for a while, and said, Xiao Luo, Xiao Yu and I will leave for the Northwest next week. So soon? Nangong Luo's heart tightened. His fascination with scientific research does not mean that he does not understand the current situation. The battle in the Northwest is much more tragic than imagined, especially after the full moon last night. The attack intensity of the night demon doubled. Many officers of the Silver Wing Army in Beijing were transferred to the front line to train the new troops of the Northwest Army and command the battle. He opened his mouth, but couldn't say what he wanted to say. After a while, he raised his hand and touched Lu Fei's hair, and his voice was unusually gentle. I know this is your choice, but you must take care of yourself at the front line. Looking at Lu Fei, who was reluctant to leave, Nangong Luo seemed to know her again for the first time. I don't know when, the girl who grew up with him and grew up naughty became graceful. Xing Ziyu quietly left the ward, giving them a chance to be alone together. She took out her cell phone, and a message popped up on Country A's Super Blog. The first fog in the Blue Star was broken. On the headline of Super Blog, a huge stone eyeball came into view, with dozens of Silver Wing Army and patrolling and security forces standing beside it. The young man in the lead, covered in dust and with a handsome face, was her brother, who was very familiar to her. Chapter 330. Country A, Chonbai Mountain Range Station. Xiao Yuan sat on an abandoned old tank, holding a half bottle of wine in his hand, his face slightly red. He clinked glasses with Wu Guang beside him, and drank a mouthful of strong liquor. Ha! Xiao Yuan let out a long breath. The spicy wine was like a throat, dispelling a lot of the depression in his heart. Good wine. He praised. It's worthy of being a wine from the frontier, refreshing. Ha ha ha. Wu Guang looked at the vast forest in the distance and said, good wine goes with the beautiful scenery. I should drink another bottle. Cheers. Brother Wu, we should be leaving here soon. Xiao Yuan said drunkenly, looking at the scattered bottles of wine around them. So soon? You've only rested for a week. The Northwest New Army is undertrained and suffered heavy losses on the battlefield. Even the deputy battalion commander in Beijing was urgently transferred to the Northwest. Is that the Liang Lu you mentioned? Xiao Yuan hesitated, but still asked, Brother Wu, what are your plans for the future? The front half of Wu Guang's left arm was eaten by 5 lost children. Although his life was not in danger, his military career was over. Xiao Yuan intended to recommend him to the Silver Wing Corps. The logistics position in the Silver Wing Corps was well paid and suitable for his current situation. After listening to his suggestion, Wu Guang smiled generously. Brother Xiao Yuan, thank you for your kindness. The Silver Wing Corps was the place I most yearned for. His face showed a look of longing. The Silver Wing Corps is the first new army to be established. It has always been invincible. The highest dream of our cruising unit is to be able to enter it and fight against the Night Demon. But you have seen my current situation. He shook his empty left sleeve. Logistics is equally important. I don't want to drag down the logistics support, and I don't want to waste the country's precious resources. Brother Wu. The more calm he acted, the more uncomfortable Xiao Yuan felt. He didn't know what to say. This is my hometown. I plan to stay here and be an instructor for the cruise troops. The Night Demon War is protracted. If I can't go to the front line to help you, I will work hard to defend my homeland in the rear. That's good. Wu Guang patted the old tank under them and smiled. Just like this old friend, stick to your post here. Xiao Yuan's eyes were red. After drinking the strong liquor in the bottle, he put his arm around Wu Guang's shoulders. Brother Wu, I will come back to see you after the battle on the Northwest Front. Wu Guang patted Xiao Yuan's shoulders. His eyes showed a little loneliness, but his tone was still loud. Okay. We wait for you. The two chatted and drank until they were drunk. Xiao Yuan forgot how much he drank. He rarely drank after awakening the affinity of fire element, and he had never been drunk before, but this time he was completely drunk. Wu Guang's military dream was shattered by Qian Feng, and those murderous children were protected by him. No one knew that they had once cruelly eaten their savior, and even Aunt Wu thought that his arm was injured by a demon. Xiao Yuan had a dream in his sleep, in which he floated in the clouds, his body moving with the wind. He floated along the trajectory of the wind, not knowing where to go. His whole body was bathed in warm ice, and Xiao Yuan felt a halo covering his whole body. Suddenly, the calm clouds rolled, and a head poked out from a huge white cloud. How big is that head? If that head is a basketball, Xiao Yuan is just a small stone the size of a fingernail in front of it. Woo! When its whole body came out, Xiao Yuan could see the original appearance of the giant beast. A whale-like creature was flying in the air. Its whole body was blue, almost the same color as the clear sky. It made a clear cry, low and melodious, echoing in the sky. Kuan, such a word immediately appeared in Xiao Yuan's mind. The giant beast in front of him was too similar to the Kuan recorded in the classics. Kuan's body floated slowly in the sky, leisurely and comfortable. There seemed to be a person standing on its back, with white clothes and black hair. When Xiao Yuan tried his best to see the person clearly, a gust of wind blew by, and his body began to fall involuntarily. He knew in his heart that this was a dream, but the feeling that was too real still made him exclaim. The wind blew on both sides, and the scenery in Xiao Yuan's eyes changed rapidly. When he fell to the ground, he shouted and opened his eyes suddenly. Carved beams and painted buildings, ancient and elegant. In the solemn hall, people standing on both sides were wearing right-side-up straight hem robes, with black and red straight hems that were majestic and solemn. Xiao Yuan looked at the people around him, and for a moment he was stunned and didn't know what to say. General Gu, do you have any objections to your Majesty's ceremony of offering sacrifices to the heaven? An old man with white hair and beard stood straight and asked him. Old man, you are too serious. Just now, my old waist injury was aching, so I was rude. Please forgive me, Your Majesty. Before Xiao Yuan could react, his body took the initiative to move and started talking, and his voice was exactly the same as his. Above the hall, a man in golden clothes sat upright. Hearing Xiao Yuan's reply, he nodded with satisfaction and said, in this case, the ceremony of offering sacrifices to the heavens will be held on an auspicious day chosen by the Xianjian. It was not until the end of the court meeting that Xiao Yuan understood the current situation. The person he was with, or dependent on, was named Gu Chanfeng. What he didn't expect was that the symbol painted with gold on the wall behind His Majesty in the hall was actually the symbol of the Lihua Kingdom. I traveled through time? Xiao Yuan was still confused, and someone behind him was jogging and shouting, Master Gu, wait! Gu Chanfeng turned around, and saw a young man dressed in the same way running towards him. He had a pale face, and couldn't help panting after running a few steps. Gu Chanfeng supported him and teased, Master Qing, you usually write quickly and tirelessly, how come you can't do it after running a few steps? Master Qing finally took a breath and walked out side by side with him. Wherever they walked, they saw palace walls, and every carving showed the ingenuity of craftsmanship. He held Gu Chanfeng's hand and whispered, You still have the mind to joke? His Majesty held a ceremony to offer sacrifices to the heavens. Don't you know what he will do after that? Gu Chanfeng looked around and lowered his voice. His Majesty has made up his mind to go to war with the kingdom of you. General Zhang's persuasion is useless. What can I do? Lord Qing's face was almost wrinkled. He said, My second brother came home a few days ago and said that the high priest had read the divination. This ceremony of offering sacrifices to the heavens may bring disaster to me for 100 years. Oh? Xiao Yuan shuddered when he heard this. The high priest, offering sacrifices to the heavens, the kingdom of you. These pieces of information filled his mind, as if they were indicating something. He wanted to continue listening to the conversation between Gu Chanfeng and Lord Qing, but suddenly the cry of Kuan sounded again in his ears. His body was getting farther and farther away from the ground. He stretched out his hand to grab Gu Chanfeng, but caught nothing. When he flew into the sky, the whole picture of a magnificent ancient city fell into his eyes. Is this the capital of Lihua country? The scene in his eyes became more and more blurred, and a face appeared in front of him in a daze. Hum, hum, hum. Hum, hum, hum. Xiao Yuan opened his eyes with difficulty, couldn't help but exclaimed, and jumped up from the bed. A fat pig's head was nudging his cheek. Touching the sticky saliva on his face, he couldn't help but jump up and curse. You dead fat pig, I saved you with kindness, but you repay me with hatred, right? Chapter 331. Xiao Yuan stood on the bed and cursed, but the wild boar had no idea that he had done anything wrong, and was shaking his head happily. It was almost killed after being caught in a giant spider web, and was later saved by Xiao Yuan. The wild boar that escaped death was very smart. After regaining consciousness, it followed the Silver Wing army back to the base. It was strange that most wild boars were wild and difficult to tame, but it was not afraid of humans. After arriving at the base, it settled down peacefully. The wild boar was raised by the base, and it was not idle every day. In addition to following the patrol troops on patrol, it also got along with the cats and dogs in the nearby mountain village. Among the many people in the camp, the wild boar is the closest to Xiao Yuan. Xiao Yuan is annoyed that the wild boar disturbed his sweet dream. He vaguely feels that the Lihua country in his dream may be related to the memory recovery that Xingta said before leaving. Paw, he patted the wild boar's big head and led it out of the tent. The sound of training in the camp came from afar. Qi Ming and Lin Lang were competing in the training ground. Lin Lang's physique is friendly to the light element. According to his talent, it will take some time before he can use his ability. In order to complete the breakthrough of the fog, Xiao Yuan asked Lord Yuga to help Lin Lang awaken his ability in advance. After he persuaded and begged Lord Yuga to provide him with good tea and 10 kilograms of milk-flavored melon seeds, Lord Yuga reluctantly agreed. Afterwards, Lin Lang was dragged into the plantation of Penguin Motor by Lord Yuga. The golden red tail feathers used by Xiao Yuan in the battle also came from Lord Yuga. The power of this fat guy's tail feathers is really powerful. The dozens of white clothes carefully arranged by Qianfeng were defeated under the impact of kerosene and tail feathers, making Haixiazigu the first fog to declare its destruction. The huge stone eyeball is now stored in the parade ground, and a group of people are watching it. Xiao Yuan stretched his body, and his joints crackled. The man and the pig walked over leisurely, and found that Lord Yuga was standing on the stone eyeball, commenting on it. It knocked with its claws, and said after a long pause, "Xiao Nuan, try to see if the water element can enter it." Sun Wan drew out the Minging knife, and gently pressed it against the stone eyeball, and the blade trembled slightly. The light blue light slowly flowed from top to bottom to the tip of the knife. Ding! When the water element touched the stone eyeball, a light sound was heard, and then the water element continued to gather. Circles of water rippled at the contact point. After a while, Sun Wan put away the water element, and shook his head to indicate that it was not possible. Lord Yuga smacked his lips, and said in surprise, "It looks like a stupid stone, but the elements cannot enter it." Interesting. Xiao Yuan moved his wrist, and said from behind, "Old Qi's earth element can't penetrate it either?" The earth element has strong defense, and its characteristic is that it can easily enter rocks and soil. Qi Ming used this characteristic to find his way in the fog. Wang Ruoling pointed at Lin Lang, who was fighting with Qi Ming, and said with a smile, "Not only him, Brother Lin's light element has also been tested, and it has no effect at all." Shua! Xiao Yuan raised the dark silver knife, and slashed it down without warning, hitting the eyeball where the eyes were closed. Ding! The same sound as Sun Wan's water element falling on it appeared again, as if no matter how strong the attack was, it would make such a loud sound when it fell on it. Xiao Yuan touched the stone giant eye that had not changed at all in a strange way, and laughed. Does it need the wind element to work? The four of them each used an element, but they still couldn't figure out the stone eye after trying them all. After counting, only the wind element was left. Master Yuga paced back and forth on the stone eye and said, "Not necessarily. We haven't tried the dark element yet." Dark element? Xiao Yuan shuddered and asked, "Master, are you saying that the dark element can react with the stone eye?" "Ha." Master Yuga screamed, "I'm just guessing. If you want to verify it, you need to find someone who can use the dark element to try it out." "Aren't you talking nonsense?" Xiao Yuan resisted the urge to roll his eyes. The probability of dark elements appearing in humans is extremely small. The probability of finding a dark element affinity is not much different from the probability of being struck by lightning while walking on the road. Sun Wan put away the Minging knife and said, "What is the search result of the Tianji system?" Since discovering the ancient ruins of Lihua country, Xiao Yuan has become more determined to find the location on the map passed down by Qingyan's ancestors. But things did not go as planned. Although there were ancient ruins as a reference, there were no signs of other buildings on the map except for the target place. Although the Tianji system is powerful, it cannot search for a location in the vast Changbai Mountains in a short time with a small map. The main forces of the Silver Wing Army are currently heading to the front line. According to the plan, they will leave tomorrow. Xiao Yuan has communicated with the think tank of Country A. They will open the highest authority to search the Changbai Mountains within 3 days. What Xiao Yuan can do in these 3 days is to wait patiently. If he still can't find it after 3 days, he will also rush to the front line to cooperate in the battle. In the overcast sky, the night demons fell like raindrops. Each of them had a hideous look, their wings fluttered in the wind, and their fangs were white because of the Shuriyaksha. Bang! 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 The flying night demon exploded, and waves of harsh sound waves entered his ears. His consciousness gradually became confused, as if thousands of voices were constantly whispering and crying in his ears. His head was splitting, and he almost lost the ability to think. Suddenly, all the sounds disappeared, and he held a meaning knife and slashed at his comrade, who was wearing the uniform of the Silver Wing Army beside him. Swish! The blood splashed and fell on his face, but it made him extremely excited. Huh! John Yang opened his eyes from the darkness. How many times has this dream repeated? A strange picture appeared in his eyes. There were countless sophisticated instruments all over his body, and strings of data passed over his face. Final test completed, rejection reaction eliminated, allowed to leave the warehouse. Open the warehouse. A crisp and pleasant female voice fell into his ears, and John Yang's eyes suddenly lit up. The cocoon cabin opened, and he slowly stood up and looked around. This was a huge metal room, about 1,000 square meters. There were 3 people standing in front of him. The one on the left was wearing a white coat and glasses, and looked well dressed. He knew the one on the right, the woman who picked him up from the first hospital of A City. The red maple on her collarbone was unforgettable. The one in the middle looked like a man, tall and wearing a layer of metal armor, and the mask on his face was also a light silver. The man looked at John Yang and nodded with satisfaction. John Yang, you are the first one to wake up, very good. His voice was strange, mixed with a strong electronic sound. John Yang walked out of the cocoon cabin, and suddenly felt something was wrong. He raised his hands, and his eyes widened. The 5 fingers on his hands had turned into metal fingers without knowing when. As he thought about it, the color on the metal fingers changed and became normal fingers. There was no difference at all. John Yang slowly raised his head and asked, "What's wrong with me?" Hee. The man chuckled and said word by word, "Welcome, Rebirth." Chapter 332. Yinqing Medical University, School Gate. Wu Mushi, Yu Huai, Li Luo, Xing Ziyu, Lu Fei and other 12 medical teams set out on a convoy to the northwest. In addition to 3 special vehicles for medical staff, the medical university also equipped them with 4 vehicles, which were filled with sufficient medical supplies and equipment. Especially the large truck at the end, with a huge truck door closed, and neatly stacked medical supplies to support the front line. Bidding farewell to relatives, teachers and friends who came to see them off, the second batch of medical teams from Yinqing University officially set off. Lu Fei leaned against the car window, and seeing the familiar people getting farther and farther away from her, her eyes were red. Wu Mushi saw that the atmosphere in the car was a bit dull, and broke the silence. "Xiaoyu, Fei, let me introduce you." She smiled and stretched out her hand to introduce Li Luo, a top student in our university, and also Professor Wenyuan's favorite disciple. Yu Huai didn't wait for her to introduce, and waved to the 2 girls in a friendly manner. Yu Huai, a promising young man with good looks, currently single. Li Luo rolled her eyes at him and said, "Just introduce me. Why are you so narcissistic?" She winked mysteriously at the 2 somewhat reserved girls. "Be careful of scumbags." "Hey," Yu Huai pretended to be angry and explained quickly. "How can you slander someone's innocence out of thin air?" 2 junior sisters, don't listen to her nonsense. I am a famous young man in the college." The 2 of them talked back and forth, making Xing Ziyu and Lu Fei giggle, and their tense nerves gradually relaxed. They were about the same age, and were students of the same school, so they quickly became familiar with each other. They chatted about all sorts of things, and finally the topic fell on a recent big news. "I heard that the fog in Haixiazagu, Changbai Mountains, has been cleared, and the one who led the operation was Xiao Yuan. This guy is really amazing." Hee. Yu Huai smiled when he heard it. "We are on business in the southeast, haven't you seen his methods a long time ago? I am just surprised at the speed. After all, the cruising troops suffered heavy casualties in the early exploration. The cruising troops were formed not long ago, and it is difficult to rely on them to clear the fog." Wu Mushi shook his head slightly. Otherwise, the 5,000 people of the Silver Wing Legion would not have rushed to all parts of the country. "That's true." Li Luo fiddled with the corner of his clothes and said, "If 5,000 Silver Wings could support the front line, maybe the situation would be different now." Her words caused the carriage to fall into silence. The current situation on the front line was not good. After 3 consecutive battles, another battle broke out in the northwest yesterday, affecting half of Hangjin City. The position of the joint army was breached, and the defense line in the city was lost and defeated. Li Zhenhao, and Zhuoshu overcame all the opposition and adopted the tactic of dropping kerosene from the sky to cut off the retreat of the night demon, and then recapture the position in the city. The raging fire trapped the night demon and burned down more than half of the buildings in the outer city. At this time, the Northwest campaign showed its arduous and tragic side. Medical resources from all over the country continued to gather in Hangjin City. There were many medical teams from Yanjing Medical University, who went to the front line in various parts of country A. Xiaoyu, did your cousin write to you? Wu Mushi asked softly. Yes, my cousin took pictures of the giant stone eyeball they seized, and the fat wild boar he rescued during his mission. Fat wild boar? Li Luo quickly came to her side, and couldn't help but chuckle when he saw the scene in the photo. In the photo, Xiao Yuan stood proudly in the military camp, and the huge stone eyeball beside him was particularly conspicuous. A fat wild boar stood beside Xiao Yuan, trying to squeeze in between him and Sun Wan. The fat wild boar did not forget to look at the camera, grinning and making a funny expression, with a silly look on its ugly face. Wu Mushi covered her mouth and chuckled, and asked, Xiaoyu, where did this wild boar come from? Xing Ziyu subconsciously glanced around and asked, Sister Mushi, this? Can I tell you? As for the process of the Silver Wing Army's execution of the mission, Xiao Yuan had told her not to spread it. If she hadn't been begging him, Xiao Yuan wouldn't have told her about the rescue process. Li Luo grabbed Xing Ziyu's waist and said, It's okay, we are all family here, tell me. Seeing that everyone around her was looking at her expectantly, even the driver, who was always serious in front of her, secretly pricked up his ears to listen. She took a deep breath and said, Okay, the story starts with Brother Xiao Yuan rushing back from the ancient ruins to support the fog. They were talking excitedly in the car in front, and the last large truck was driving steadily behind. There was a person sitting in each of the main and co-pilot seats. The person in the main seat was slightly fat and had a ruddy face. The person in the co-pilot seat wore a baseball cap and looked at his phone nonchalantly on his thin face. Brother Wang, what do you think of these three people? Can they offer such a high price to let us help them smuggle across? We don't know where he comes from, but he's really stupid and rich. Old Wang straightened up. A price of 500,000 country dollars, he didn't even blink. Brother Wang, this deal is almost as good as our half-year work. You can see the dividends at the end of the year. After that, the fat man laughed a few times. Pa! Old Wang slapped him on the head. Look at your little achievements, Shai Su. I'm called the broker Lao Wang for nothing. Follow your brother Wang, you can have everything. Yes, brother Wang is right. Fatty Shai Su scratched his head and changed the subject. But those three girls are really pretty, just like fairies in the sky. What's wrong? Are you attracted to her? Old Wang glanced at him teasingly. Brother, what you said, whether you like her or not, you can't like me, right? I just want to work hard and go back to my hometown in a few years to buy a house and get married. Oh, you are quite self-aware. Brother Wang taught me well, The two chatted happily, and the compartment of the truck they were driving was pitch black. Suddenly, a bright light appeared in the corner of the compartment, and three little heads poked out. The girl holding the mobile phone was the first to get out from under the pile of medical masks, and let out a long sigh. She was wearing a bright yellow coat, and had a pretty face. She was curiously looking around. It was Wan, the girl Xiao Yuan had met in the restaurant. The two girls beside her were naturally his best friends Ouyang Shui and Fan Xuanxuan. Fan Xuanxuan pulled off the curtain covering her body, and said with disdain, This big liar, who received a lot of money from us, actually let me stay in this place. Ouyang Shui smiled bitterly and comforted. Xuanxuan, the Northwest campaign has started, and there are checkpoints on the highways and roads along the way. How can personal vehicles pass through? Fan Xuanxuan pouted when she heard this. She knew it, otherwise why would she contact the famous broker Lao Wang in this area through secret channels? It cost a lot of money, but this guy really has the means to quietly stuff people into the trucks going to support the front line. Wang took the two to find a place to sit down, and took out food and water from the small bag she carried with her. The three girls, who had lived in a honeypot since childhood, were away from home for the first time. They were both excited, and even the rough food in their hands did not taste bad. Wang drank a mouthful of water, and suddenly said, Xuanxuan, do you think I can make him change his mind? Fan Xuanxuan slapped her thigh, and said angrily, Why not change his mind? He came back to Yanjing from the United States, and never thought of coming to see you. How can this marriage bring you happiness? Ouyang Shui opened her mouth, hesitated, and said, Wan, the marriage between the Huang family and the Zhua family is a serious matter. You just need to do your best and leave it to fate. Chapter 333. Ouyang Shui is not as confident as Fan Xuanxuan. Her rationality and maturity have always been outstanding among her peers. In order to facilitate the marriages with Xu and Huang Wanwan, the Huang family has been planning for a long time. Xu is not the direct heir of the Zhou family, but he is one of the best among the third generation of the Zhou family. To get such a good son-in-law, the Huang family has made countless efforts. If Huang Wanwan had not insisted on looking for Xu and had a firm attitude, she would not have accompanied her on the journey. Fan Xuanxuan put her hands on her waist, dissatisfied with Ouyang Shui's discouraging words. Xiaoxua, Wanwan can fight for happiness, we must support her. Ouyang Shui's cheeks were hidden in the darkness. She smiled bitterly. Born in a big family in Beijing, how many people can really choose the marriage they like? The words were on the tip of her tongue, but Ouyang Shui couldn't bear to say them. She gently held Huang Wanwan's hand and comforted her. Xuanxuan's words make sense. Wanwan can take the first step, and the future will definitely be better. The three girls encouraged each other, and imagined the future in the stable driving car. They would never have thought that this trip to the Northwest Front would be a thrilling journey that they would never forget. In a pavilion, a red clay stove was burning with red charcoal fire. The faint fragrance of tea filled the air, and the breeze was so pleasant. Gu Chanfeng knelt at the table, and after the maid brought the brewed tea, he waved his hand and signaled all the waiters to go down. In Xiaoyuan's sight, there were only him, Lord Qing in the last dream, and a graceful young man in the entire pavilion. The young man was about 27 or 28 years old, about the same age as Gu Chanfeng. His eyebrows were colorful, and his eyes were bright. He had an air of nobility in his gestures, and his clothes were exquisite. Xiaoyuan had a rough understanding of ancient people's clothes, but he couldn't help but gasp when he looked at the complicated patterns embroidered on them. The pattern embroidered on his hanfu was a python. Could the one who could wear a python robe be a member of the royal family? Sure enough, Lord Qing couldn't stop talking and spoke first. He bowed and said, Your Highness, I wonder when the Xianjian will set the ceremony of offering sacrifices to the sky? The young man in the python robe took a sip of tea and slowly put down the cup. He smiled, but did not directly answer Lord Qing's question. Qingji, you are a historian. Why do you care about the festival? The three of them obviously have a good relationship in private, and Qingji smiled when he heard it. He looked around and whispered, To be honest with you, Your Highness, my brother returned from Lingshan a few days ago. The high priest sent him to bring back a message. Oh, the young man looked at Qingji and asked, The high priest has been seeking the truth in Lingshan, and has not returned to Tokyo City for several years. Now he has brought back news? Qingji looked at Gu Chanfeng. After Gu Chanfeng nodded slightly, he took a deep breath, stood up and walked to the young man, whispering for a while. Bang! After listening to Qingji's words, the young man's face was uncertain. He threw the teacup on the table and became furious. Absurd! Will the heaven sacrifice ceremony bring disaster to me for 100 years? Absurd! His sudden anger frightened Qingji, who knelt on the ground and begged for forgiveness. Gu Chanfeng was much calmer. He shook his sleeves, straightened his clothes, and walked to the young man. Gu Chanfeng bowed and saluted, saying calmly, Your Highness, please calm down. I have something to tell you today. The expression of the crown prince changed very quickly, and his anger disappeared within a few seconds. Xiaoyuan had never seen a person's emotions so naturally. He was furious just now, but now he seemed calm. What is this guy doing? Xiaoyuan muttered at his heart. Was he really angry just now, or was he just acting? Gu Chanfeng bowed and stood straight. I am in the Central Plains where the Fire Country is surrounded by 4 wars. To the north, there are Tatars and Walaku invaders. To the south, there is the Yu Kingdom, which is eyeing us covetously. Fusong Overseas often sends troops to invade our territory. He changed the subject and said, however, since your majesty ascended the throne, you have set up military garrisons along the coast, and in the northern border, trained border troops, and twice sent troops to Nanwei to seize a state. Our royal army has been unrivaled. However, after years of war, the treasury is empty, the people are subject to corvée labor, and the miscellaneous taxes are heavy. If we continue to fight after the ceremony of offering sacrifices to the heaven, I am afraid. Gu Chanfeng's meaning is very clear. The country's financial strength can no longer support the next war. Xiaoyuan learned a lot of military knowledge after joining the Silver Wing Corps. The current situation of the Lihua Kingdom is that the military strength is strong, but the national strength is slightly weak. When two countries go to war, military strength is one aspect, and money and food supply are equally important. The best choice for Lihua country is, of course, to recuperate for a few years, and then send troops to conquer the four directions. But the current monarch of Lihua country does not want to wait any longer. He wants to win the battle and destroy the South Vietnam. The prince put his hands behind his back, and he did not speak for a long time after listening to Gu Chunfeng's words. Just when Xiao Yuan thought that this guy was going to get angry again, he suddenly laughed. He stepped forward to hold Gu Chunfeng's arms, and said earnestly, "Zhonghuai, Gu Chunfeng's courtesy name, you and I grew up together, how could I not know what you said? But you know the temper of the emperor, even if I want to dissuade him, I am afraid it will be difficult to succeed." Seeing that Gu Chunfeng was about to speak, he raised his hand to stop him. "Don't worry, Zhonghuai, if the emperor still has no change of mind after the ceremony of offering sacrifices to the heaven, I will definitely go with Zhonghuai. What do you think?" Gu Chunfeng bowed again, with an excited expression and said, "I will definitely follow your highness." Looking at Gu Chunfeng's face that looked exactly like him, but his every move and behavior were like those of an ancient person, Xiao Yuan felt uncomfortable. He then realized that he had unknowingly floated out of Gu Chunfeng's body and floated into the air like catkins. After listening to this for a long time, he finally knew that the young man in the python robe was actually named Zhao Huan, and was the crown prince of the eastern palace of Lihua country. Gu Chunfeng was young, but his status was not small. He served as the commander of the palace fraud department and inherited the title of Marquis of Ningyuan County. In the words of contemporary people, he was a standard second-generation rich and handsome official. This made Xiao Yuan feel sour and angry. Since the two looked the same, why didn't he have such a good life? Among the three, Qingji's background was the most ordinary, but he was also a scholarly family. His father and grandfather had served in the Hanlin Academy and other places. Wait, a flash of lightning flashed through Xiao Yuan's mind. Qingji. Historian Qingji? In the notebook left by Qingyan, wasn't the owner of the notebook Qingji, the historian of Lihua country? Could it be the same person? Just as Xiao Yuan was about to get closer to him to take another look, the scene in front of him suddenly disappeared, and the surrounding scenery became pitch black. Huh? A gust of wind blew in my ears, and the sound of the wind was very rhythmic, one after another. Soon Xiao Yuan realized that it was not the sound of wind, but a loud exhalation sound. What can turn breath into wind? Xiao Yuan turned around slowly, and felt a glimmer of light behind him. He tried hard to see the light clearly. Moo! A clear bull roar resounded through the sky, shaking Xiao Yuan's body. The long-wah sound made him wake up immediately. Dragon! It was exactly the same as the roar of the blue dragon he saw in the clouds in the sky of Sierra City. Xiao Yuan's body shook, as if something hit his heart. Severe pain came, Xiao Yuan flew into the sky, and he seemed to hear a voice whispering in his ear. Xiao Yuan desperately opened his eyes, and saw a strange mountain. From the side, the mountain looked like a huge Han sword inserted diagonally into the ground, and it was roughly several hundred meters high. Come here, come here. The voice in his ears gradually became clearer. Someone repeated this sentence in Xiao Yuan's ear, as if to carve the voice into his soul. Chapter 334. Huh. Xiao Yuan opened his eyes suddenly, the voice in his dream still lingering in his mind. The sad and long voice of a woman was like weeping, and it disappeared until he drank a pot of water beside the bed. She is calling me. The chaos pearl beside the pillow turned from restlessness to calmness, and the fluorescence flowing on the surface gradually dimmed. Every time Xiao Yuan woke up from his sleep, the chaos pearl would be like this. The world in the dream is real and clear, making it difficult to distinguish between illusion and reality. Maybe, as Xing Tu said, his memory will gradually recover from now on. Previous life? Reincarnation? Xiao Yuan couldn't explain it, but one thing was certain, the mountain in the dream was somewhere in country A, and he had to go there. Recalling the Hanjin mountain and the calling voice in the dream, Xiao Yuan's feeling became stronger. Even if the place in the dream was not the place recorded by Qingji, it was closely related to the Lihua country. He thought for a moment, and immediately called the think tank research center of country A. Northern border of country A, Phone Tian Detention Center. Lu Zhua followed the police officer with a sullen look. Since he was arrested in the Lihua ancient ruins, his free life came to an end. The charges of destroying national cultural relics and tomb robbing were enough to make him spend a long time in prison to reflect on himself. Lu Zhua had no parents, no relatives or friends since he was a child. The closest person in the world was a wolf dog he trained. After being thrown into prison, Lu Zhua had no hope and became thinner day by day. Who would come to see me? He thought about the people he knew, but couldn't think of any. Han Zixing, the idiot, was put in the detention center like him. The gangster businessmen he knew avoided him when he was in trouble. Could it be Xiaoli, who he often visited for business? Thinking of this, Lu Zhuo couldn't help but smile bitterly. Could it be that Lu Zhuo, who had traveled all over the ancient tombs of the northern frontier, had to rely on a woman's pity? After a while of wild thoughts, Lu Zhuo finally arrived at the meeting room. When he saw the man's back, Lu Zhuo's breathing stagnated, and his eyes widened, and he could hardly believe his eyes. The man was about 178 centimeters tall, wearing a black and white Silver Wing Army uniform, and the Silver Wing Army emblem on his back was extremely eye-catching. Hearing the footsteps behind him, Xiao Yuan stopped playing with the pardon order in his hand. He turned around slowly, with a warm smile on his face. "Mr. Lu, long time no see." "Humph." Lu Zhuo snorted coldly, turned his head away, and stopped looking at Xiao Yuan. If he said that the person he hated the most in his heart was not Han Zixing. Han Zixing was just stupid, and Xiao Yuan was the executioner who sent him to the detention center. When the trial day came, he would be thrown into prison. He had traveled through the mountains of northern Xinjiang for half his life, and the treasures he handled were at least 800, enough to be shot 10 times by the law. When enemies meet, their eyes are particularly red. Even if Lu Zhuo is very cunning, he can't hold back the anger in his heart at this time. His eyes were full of bloodshot, and he wanted to eat Xiao Yuan alive. Xiao Yuan ignored his anger, and sat on the chair. Lu Zhuo was pressed on the chair by the guards on both sides. He twisted hard for a while, but failed to break free, so he simply stopped moving. The small room fell into silence, and Xiao Yuan tapped the table lightly with his fingers. Duh duh duh. Each light sound seemed to hit Lu Zhuo's heart, making him more and more uneasy. Finally, Lu Zhuo lost his patience and said in a muffled voice, Did you come here today just to humiliate me?" Xiao Yuan was the commander of the Silver Wing Corps, and Lu Zhuo didn't think he would be so idle as to come to Feng Tian to laugh at him. Xiao Yuan stopped moving his fingers and said in a clear voice, "I give you a chance." Opportunity. Lu Zhuo's expressionless face twitched. "What chance?" "The chance to regain your freedom." Lu Zhuo's expression changed from indifference to ecstasy like a magic trick, but he soon reacted. After a long silence, Lu Zhuo asked in a hoarse and trembling voice, "What do you need me to do?" The good thing about talking to a smart person is that he completely understands what you want to say and do. Xiao Yuan pushed the pardon order in front of him and said word by word, "Help us enter the Changbai Mountains and find the secret ruins of the Lihua Kingdom." Lu Zhuo's eyes swept over the pardon order, and he hesitated. He had personally experienced the dangers of the Lihua Kingdom ruins. Things and creatures that were beyond the laws of nature appeared frequently. This time, it might be more dangerous than the last time. Seeing that he was silent, Xiao Yuan reached out and grabbed one end of the pardon order. "Since Mr. Lu is unwilling to cooperate, I can only find someone else." "Wait!" Lu Zhuo grabbed the pardon order and said with gritted teeth, I promise you." "Ha." Xiao Yuan chuckled, with a look of understanding on his face. Happy cooperation. He had learned all about Lu Zhuo's abilities from Han Zixing. He knew some feng shui, and had many strange tricks in his hands. These tricks were useless in modern cities, but they could produce miraculous effects in the deep mountains and ancient tombs and caves. In addition, Lu Zhuo had traveled in the mountains of the northern border for many years, and his understanding of the mountains in the northern border was no less than that of an old hunter, so he was the most suitable candidate. The news from the think tank of Country A, the highest authority of the Tianji system, helped search. After 2 days and 2 nights of investigation, the mountain in Xiao Yuan's dream was finally found in the middle of Changbai Mountain. Xiao Yuan and Wu Guang thought about it, and finally selected Lu Zhuo as a member of the team. Lu Zhuo is not a fool. He would wake up with a smile in his dreams if he had a chance to redeem himself. Although there is a certain location for exploration in the mountains, the preliminary preparations cannot be sloppy at all. The final selected personnel, after repeated selection, totaled 50 people. Xiao Yuan, Sun Wan, Qi Ming, Lin Lang, Wang Ruofei, Wang Ruoling, Xian Mao, Xiao Zheng, Qiu Zhen, Lu Zhuo, 20 elite Silver Wing soldiers, and 20 elite cruisers. The cruisers are not as strong as the Silver Wing soldiers, but the 20 elite soldiers are all familiar with mountain warfare, and are proficient in modern weapons and auxiliary mechanical instruments. When exploring ancient sites in the mountains, it is inevitable to encounter various technical problems, and they are the best helpers. However, before leaving, a small episode occurred. Lord Yuga, who has been lazy in the RV, insisted on following the team, plus the little black cat. The little black cat was a member of the team led by Xiao Yuan during the attack and defense of A's city. They met this little fellow on the way to the mountain and the suburban camp. Seeing that it was smart and well-behaved, Xiao Yuan took it in. On weekdays, he and Lord Yuga played the cat and duck and recently added a wild boar. The body of the little cat has been transformed by the animal domestication system, but it is lazy and has never been out. This time, Xiao Yuan and others were going to the deep mountains, and it was like crazy and insisted on following them. Xiao Yuan had no choice but to agree with Lord Yuga's promise. As for the wild boar, the fat one was too big for Xiao Yuan to take with him, leaving a sad wild boar looking up at the temporary airport and watching everyone fly into the sky. The Changbai Mountains are vast and boundless. According to the plan of the Combat Command, they will be airdropped to the designated location by helicopter. Many of them were riding a helicopter for the first time in their lives, and they couldn't help looking outside. The forest was lush and the mountains were towering, showing a beautiful landscape. The helicopter flew for a long time, and when it arrived more than 10 miles away from the designated location, the driver's face suddenly changed. He carefully observed the information on the radar and said, "Captain Xiao, there is something going on here." Chapter 335. The helicopter was hovering in the air, and the pilot hurriedly called Xiao Yuan. "What's wrong?" "The radar shows that there is something in the sky ahead." "Huh?" Xiao Yuan glanced at the radar and said awkwardly, "I don't know much about radar, tell me the details." "According to the radar, there is a group of things with a radius of 5 kilometers in the air ahead." "Xiao Wang, are you dazzled?" Qi Ming opened his eyes wide and looked ahead. The sun was bright, and there was nothing. The radar is not wrong, there is something in the sky. Xiao Wang also encountered this situation for the first time, and said, "Captain Xiao, look. Be careful, just lower the altitude here, and let us go down." Xiao Yuan subconsciously looked at the sky in front of him. If the radar was not wrong, there might really be an invisible behemoth in the sky. The sky is not like the land, and plane crashes are not a joke. With the help of professional pilots, Xiao Yuan and his group of 50 people successfully landed in the dense forest 12 kilometers away from the scheduled location. The moment they stepped on the ground, they felt a sense of solidity, and everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Humans instinctively like to move on the ground. High altitudes and the ocean can make people feel fearful. Just like many people have a fear of the deep sea when they see photos of the ocean from above, the instinct rooted in genes never changes. Count the number of people and organize the equipment. After everything was done, Xiao Yuan waved his hand. "Let's go." Since Xiao Yuan participated in the jungle competition, the personnel of the Silver Moon team have never changed. Now Liang Lu was urgently transferred to the northwest in Beijing, and Xiao Zheng replaced her. Xiao Yuan and Qi Ming walked in the front, while the others were either protecting the two wings or in the middle, keeping the whole formation moving forward in an orderly manner. Qi Ming waved the minging knife to cut off the branches that were blocking the way forward, and whispered, "Boss, the current scene reminds me of the first jungle competition." Xiao Yuan's mind flashed with memories of that time, and the corners of his mouth rose. "Yes, I still remember the way you were scared and cried." "Huh?" Qi Ming was anxious when he heard this, and defended himself. "Boss, you are slandering my innocence out of thin air." "When did I?" Lao Qi cry. Behind Xiao Zheng and the others, her ears pricked up. "Wow, Brother Qi is crying, shame on you." Listening to their bickering, Sun Wan chuckled. She looked up at the sky. The clear and clean sky was empty, except for the sunlight, which seemed to be slightly dim. "Is it my illusion?" Sun Wan looked carefully again, and the sunlight became normal again, as if nothing had happened. The journey was unexpectedly smooth, and soon the team reached a place 10 kilometers away from the target location. Wang Ruoling took out the data recorder, checked the data, and said, "The front should be the Cat's Eye Canyon." The Cat's Eye Canyon is named because the entire canyon is long and narrow with very little space between the top and bottom, and the middle is concave towards both sides. There is also a peculiar place in the canyon. When dusk falls and you stand there, you can faintly hear the cry of a kitten. There was once an exploration program that came here to explore and record, and the final explanation given was that the terrain here is special. The temperature changes suddenly at dusk most of the time, and the wind blows into the valley and reverberates in the terrain, making a sound like a cat's cry. Xiao Yuan didn't know whether their speculation was correct, but the so-called exploration and discovery could abruptly call the dragon bones in the famous Inko dragon falling incident in the northeast whale bones, which showed that their morality was not very good. Under the banner of science, they made up stories and tried to cover up the facts with lame lies. Isn't it a slap in their own face? The Cat's Eye Canyon is narrower and longer than Xiao Yuan imagined. At a glance, the road in the entire canyon can only allow 3 people to walk side by side. The mountain walls on both sides of the canyon seemed to be hollowed out by giant claws. The sunken stone walls had been polished by countless wind and rain, and traces could be vaguely seen. The remaining traces were really similar to those left by sharp claws, which made people sigh at the ingenuity of nature. The ground of the canyon was scattered with layers of scattered leaves and soil, and the military boots felt soft when they stepped on them. Xiao Yuan and Qiming walked in the front, looking around carefully. This trip was too smooth, which made Xiao Yuan feel worried. Could this really be the important ancient site of Lihua country recorded by Qingji? It was easily approached without any obstacles, which didn't seem like it at all. He was muttering to himself, and suddenly his feet slipped. Fortunately, he reacted quickly, and grabbed Qiming's shoulders to avoid falling. Oh my! When he saw what was under his feet, he almost screamed out loud. Under the withered and fallen leaves, a layer of fine scales appeared, and the blue and white pattern suddenly appeared from the bottom. Walala! The whole canyon seemed to be boiling, and leaves flew up one after another. Snakes appeared from the ground and rushed towards everyone. The snakes were big and small. The big ones were 2 or 3 meters, and the small ones were half the size of an ordinary person's arm, all with blue and white patterns. With scarlet snake tongues, the snakes launched a frantic attack on humans. Xiao Yuan cut off the big snake with a knife, and his arm was entangled by a big snake, which opened its mouth and bit him. Snap! Xiao Yuan grabbed the snake's vital point with his left hand, and Tunan flashed and killed it, and a trace of cool blood fell on his hand. Seeing that more and more snakes were coming from the exits of the canyon on both sides, Xiao Yuan shouted to Qiuzhen, "Old Qiu, flamethrower, others are ready to help evacuate from above." Crack, crack. There were crisp sounds on both sides of the crowd. Solid fuel was thrown on the ground, and then the flame launcher was fired, mixed with N05 kerosene. The blazing flames blocked both sides, and the snake's attack was forced to stop. They took this opportunity to kill the big snake that had entered the blockade line and leapt upwards. Whoosh! Whoosh! The sound of breaking wind was endless. After covering the departure of each team member, Xiao Yuan and Sun Wan finally left the encirclement of the flames. Hiss, hiss, hiss! The snakes spit their tongues at Xiao Yuan, and many even arched their bodies and jumped high to bite him. Bang! Xiao Yuan kicked a big snake on the head and knocked it down, using the maneuvering device to fly above the canyon. The mountain wind at the top of the canyon was cold, and 5 people were bitten by big snakes and were receiving serum injections. Fortunately, their lives were not in danger. Wang Ruoling looked at the dense swarm of snakes below and wondered, with so many snakes, how could the staff of the Discovery program complete the filming task? Xiao Yuan took off his cloak, took off the dead but still unwilling little snake on it, and smiled. The filming was 5 years ago, and it is estimated that there would be no snakes here at that time. The sudden appearance of danger made Xiao Yuan feel more at ease. There was defense at a distance of 10 kilometers. It seemed that the ruins here were indeed extraordinary. Xiao Yuan was 70% sure that this was the location of the map left by Qingji, although the terrain structure that was obviously the same as the map had not yet appeared. Ah! They were still talking when a roar suddenly came from behind them. Xiao Yuan looked back and saw a soldier from the patrol unit rushing towards his companion with red eyes. Chapter 336. The soldier of the patrolling unit suddenly went crazy, his face was distorted, and he was extremely strong. After the 2 of them restrained him, he still struggled and his muscles kept shaking as if he was electrocuted. Xiao Yuan walked up to the soldier and observed for a while. Although the young man had a fierce expression, his eyes revealed panic and fear. Seeing this, Xiao Yuan said to him, "Wang Yu, are you still conscious now, but can't control your own behavior?" Ah! Wang Yu did not answer, and the strength between his arms became stronger, and he stretched out his head to bite people. But the look in his eyes changed, his eyes widened, and he tried to blink. Xiao Yuan said to the soldiers on both sides to get out of the way, and then he turned behind Wang Yu and locked Wang Yu's arms. Bang! His hands were like iron clamps, holding Wang Yu motionless, and his face turned unnaturally red. There were special medical personnel in the cruising unit. A female soldier walked carefully to the side and injected a tube of medicine into Wang Yu's body. After the medicine entered his body, Wang Yu's struggle became obviously slower. Gradually his body relaxed and returned to normal. Just when everyone thought it was over, Wang Yu suddenly retched. He covered his stomach and screamed in pain, which panicked Shuama, the medical soldier who had just injected him. Qiming saw Wang Yu screaming miserably, and was afraid that he would hurt his tongue, so he and Xiao Yuan restrained him and asked anxiously, "Sister Shuama, what medicine did you inject him with?" Shuama also had sweat on her forehead. She said, The first shot we used was antitoxin serum, and the second shot was a regular mental stabilizer. Mental stabilizers are drugs specifically used to help new soldiers in confusion regain their sanity. The new soldiers who have been fighting the night demon for a long time often suffer from mild mental disorders in the early stages of combat due to the night demon's voice or excessive combat pressure. It was also from that time that mental stabilizers officially became one of the regular drugs in the medical forces of the new army, and this tradition was continued to the cruising troops. There was nothing wrong with the treatment plan of military Dr. Shuama, but why did Wang Yu become like this? Xiao Yuan and Qi Ming held Wang Yu down, and for a moment they didn't know what to do. They were good at killing enemies in battle, but they were not good at treating the wounded in the wild. Just when Xiao Yuan was considering whether to send someone to take Wang Yu to the designated location and take him back to the base by helicopter, a strange cry sounded beside them. Quack! Master Yuga walked in front of Wang Yu with duck steps, accompanied by the little black cat. Although Xiao Yuan couldn't stand its arrogance, he had to be patient since it was a matter of life and death. Master, do you have a way to treat Wang Yu? Master Yuga turned back and forth twice and raised his wings. Look at the white of his eyeball to see if there is a line. Sun Wan followed his instructions, and found that Wang Yu's eyes were full of bloodshot. In the middle of the bloodshot, a thin line extended from the top to the eyeball. She looked up in surprise and said, Lord Yuga, how do you know what's on his eyeball? Lord Yuga became more and more proud, and began to explain the reason. The snake group that ambushed them in the mountains just now was not an ordinary snake. Lord Yuga couldn't remember their original name, but he knew a lot about their habits. This kind of snake group is similar to marching ants, with a very strict organizational structure and orderly top and bottom. Their fangs do not contain toxins, but they can spread a parasite, the golden nematode. Golden nematodes can parasitize in the human body and then control the human nerves. Wang Yu's whole body is out of control because of the influence of golden nematodes. The worms will live on the human eyeballs after entering the body. If the golden nematodes are not removed for a long time, they will merge with humans and be difficult to remove. However, the human body is different. Many people's own constitution conflicts with golden nematodes, and the worms will be killed when they enter the human body. The other 4 people belong to the latter situation. Seeing Wang Yu being tortured and sweating all over, the other people who were bitten also secretly thought they were lucky. After explaining, Lord Yuga stopped showing off and said, Big fool, stretch out your hand. Big fool? Qi Ming took a while to react and reluctantly stretched out his hand. Lord Yuga touched Qi Ming's palm with his wings with satisfaction, and suddenly turned around in front of everyone and sat on Qi Ming's hand. Qi Ming was still wondering what the duck wanted to do. Suddenly, he felt a warm sensation in his hand. He yelled, What are you doing, duck? How can you pee and poop on someone else's hand? Quack! Lord Yuga shook his feathers comfortably and said, You ignorant boy, you are so ungrateful. Hurry up and give him medicine. Use medicine? Qi Ming and Xiao Yuan looked at each other and trembled to pry open Wang Yu's mouth. Although Wang Yu was in great pain in his stomach, he was still conscious. He opened his eyes wide and looked at the steaming mass in Qi Ming's hand in horror, struggling frantically. Qi Ming had tears in his eyes, and his voice was trembling. Brother, you have suffered so much to survive. Lord Yuga looked at him and Xiao Yuan with a caring look and said, Don't you know that this thing should be applied externally? The atmosphere froze at that moment. Xiao Yuan moved his mouth and said, So that's it, hee. After some trouble, Wang Yu's eyes were covered with a layer of Lord Yuga's feces, and Xiao Yuan finally forced the nematodes out by activating the fire element. The nematode was 5 centimeters long and as thin as an embroidery needle. It was collected by Lord Yuga with a broken glass, and no one knew what he was trying to do. After Wang Yu was rescued, he had no other sequelae except for washing his face frantically. Looking at his condition, he might have a shadow on ducks for the rest of his life. It took a lot of time to treat Wang Yu. When the group arrived at the designated location, it was more than an hour before dark. Xiao Yuan and Sun Wan gathered people to set up camp, while Qiao Zhen led a team to explore whether there were any hidden caves nearby. In May in the northern border, it gets dark very early. Xiao Yuan stood in the middle of a series of mountains, looking at a mountain in front of him. The mountain was tall and straight, like a Han sword inserted into the ground, but for some reason it had a name Broken Sword Mountain. This place was very similar to the scene in Xiao Yuan's dream, but there were some differences. The vegetation in the dream was not so lush, and the surrounding mountains should be taller, but for some reason they had changed. The slightly cool little hand grabbed Xiao Yuan's palm, and Sun Wan walked to her side without knowing when. Feeling the uneasiness in her mood, Xiao Yuan held her with his backhand and said gently, "What's wrong?" Sun Wan shook her head slightly and said, "I just remembered a dream I had before, and I always care about it in my heart." "Dream?" Xiao Yuan leaned close to her ear and smiled. "You always snore like a piglet when you sleep. I thought you don't dream." Sun Wan punched him lightly. "You are like a piglet." "Xiao Yuan, do you still remember the re-examination when we participated in the Silver Wing course election?" "How could Xiao Yuan forget this?" he said casually. "That test was very difficult. I tried my best to barely pass the test." Sun Wan's tone became more and more ethereal and said, "It was during the test that I seemed to see some strange things." Chapter 337. Sun Wan rarely showed any anxiety, and most of the time she was as quiet as a delicate porcelain doll. Her voice was very low, so low that Xiao Yuan had to lower his head slightly to hear her words clearly. In the Zeus cocoon, Sun Wan entered a strange state after defeating the Night Devil trial. In her dream, she was in a world of ice-blue snowflakes dancing in the depths, and saw Xingziyu through a small space. Xingziyu kept flushing her cheeks, and her face was unnaturally flushed. Later, Xingziyu did get into trouble in the bar. Sun Wan checked with her afterwards, and was surprised to find that Xingziyu's situation at that time was exactly the same as in the dream. The second scene in Sun Wan's dream took place in a dark and gloomy cave, and there were many people in it. In the scene, Xiao Yuan was wearing a dark blue cloak behind him, and Xian Mao was also among them. It seemed that some terrible creature appeared in that dream. Xiao Yuan listened to her words quietly, and held her slender hand with a little force. The two looked at each other, and Sun Wan suddenly chuckled. "Am I too fond of fanciful thinking?" Xiao Yuan approached her cheek, raised his mouth. "Who said it was just a fantasy? It's obvious that you dream about what you think about during the day." Sun Wan's ears were red, and she said coquettishly, "Who missed you? You are so conceited." The two whispered for a while, and after comforting Sun Wan, her uneasy mood gradually settled down. Xiao Yuan secretly remembered the description of her dream in his heart, and did not dare to take it lightly. He said it lightly, but he knew Sun Wan, and his extraordinary insight and foresight had always been with Sun Wan. She always had a miraculous premonition of the upcoming danger. How could he underestimate the danger that could make Sun Wan uneasy? Click, click, click. A series of crisp sounds came, and 16 metal pillars were inserted around this flat valley covered with bluestone. Qiuzhen introduced it eloquently with fellow cultivator Yuan, saying, "Professional equipment borrowed from the I City Archaeological Team, a cave detector built by the Medi National Research Institute." The bottom of the 16 metal pillars pierced steadily into the rock, and the pillars changed with a ding sound. The top of the column was open, and 8 round cylinders extended outward like blooming petals. The tip of the cylinder lit up with soft light, and the middle of the column emitted a melodious sound, one after another with great rhythm. Xiao Yuan looked at the instrument in confusion and asked, "Can the instrument really explore caves? Why do I feel like it's a music player?" Qiuzhen looked embarrassed and explained, "The 8 cameras on the top can shoot geological data from all angles and analyze geological structures. The sound emitted from the middle section is mixed with special sound waves." He knocked on the bottom of the metal column, indicating that the special sound waves would penetrate deep into the ground from here. 16 metal instruments sounded at the same time, and the sound was collected, so that the approximate location of the underground cavity could be analyzed. Xiao Yuan was confused, but he still pretended to understand, and nodded repeatedly. "Humph." Lu Zhuo, who had been following Xiao Yuan, snorted coldly and muttered, "How can a foreign barbarian understand the exquisiteness of the mountains and rivers of my country, eh?" Lu Zhuo followed the team, and said very little along the way, making people almost ignore his existence. Hearing his sarcastic words, Qiuzhen glared at him. He was already dissatisfied with Lu Zhuo and asked back, "If not professional instruments, what can we rely on? You the expert?" Lu Zhuo's eyelids moved slightly, but he didn't say anything. It seemed that he didn't want to argue with Qiuzhen. Xiao Yuan quietly patted Qiuzhen, signaling him to say less. He smiled at Lu Zhuo and said, "Mr. Lu, I know you have always studied mountains, rivers, and ancient tombs. At present, the instrument detection takes a long time. Do you have a faster method?" Xiao Yuan's status is there, and he is polite, so Lu Zhuo certainly can't give him a cold shoulder. Squeezing a smile on his stiff face, Lu Zhuo said calmly, "Half an hour is enough." "An hour? So fast?" Xiao Yuan and Qiuzhen looked at each other and became interested. "Mr. Lu, with such a method, please help us find the ruins cave." Lu Zhuo patted the backpack behind him and said, "Captain Xiao, you don't know that my method needs to be used at sunrise every morning to work." Hee hee. Qiuzhen couldn't help but snort and laugh. What was the result of all the talk? Qiuzhen was always uncomfortable with Xiao Yuan asking Lu Zhuo to join the team. It wasn't that he had any opinion on Xiao Yuan, but he didn't trust Lu Zhuo. Lu Zhuo had been wandering around ancient tombs for years, making money from the dead. It was not an exaggeration to describe him as cruel and ruthless. Keeping him around was like a time bomb. Seeing Xiao Yuan's disappointment, Lu Zhuo changed his tone. However, I can tell the battalion commander about the feng shui nearby. Feng shui is a unique culture that has been passed down from the ancient times of Country A. People in Country A believe that the shape and momentum of mountains and rivers have charm. If you can take advantage of the momentum and use mountains, rivers to create momentum, you can create many unique scenes. Lu Zhuo looked around the mountains and said many terms that Xiao Yuan didn't understand. It was obvious that he was very knowledgeable about feng shui. According to him, the mountains in this area are steep and close to Tianqi. With the Broken Sword Mountain as the core, the Weipei Fumo Formation was constructed by taking advantage of the feng shui of heaven and earth. Lu Zhuo's words often reminded Xiao Yuan of the charlatans he saw on the street in high school, who always said that people would have disasters and difficulties. As the name suggests, the weapon subduing demon formation is to suppress evil spirits, with the might created by the nearby mountains and Tianqi Lake. Xiao Yuan's eyes turned around the undulating mountains nearby. He didn't know how to comment on Lu Zhuo's suppressing evil spirits. If you didn't know, you would think Lu Zhuo was writing a novel. Wang Ruoling appeared behind the three people without knowing when. She held a delicate tray in her hand, and 3 cups of hot tea were steaming. Ahem. Wang Ruoling coughed twice and interrupted Lu Zhuo's endless explanation. How about drinking a cup of hot tea before talking? Xiao Yuan took a sip of tea and said, Ruoling, have you checked the area? Wang Ruoling blinked her bright eyes and said, Don't worry, Brother Qi has led people to inspect it. She moved her eyes to Lu Zhuo and said with a smile, Captain, what Mr. Lu just said. Feng Shui, didn't you understand? Having his secret exposed by the little girl, Xiao Yuan's mouth twitched, but his face remained calm. He ran over shamelessly. How could that be? Of course, I understand what he said. Wang Ruoling held back her smile and said, in fact, modern science also recognizes feng shui and has established a special discipline. Modern science believes that everything from the shape of mountains and water to the layout of houses involves feng shui. In a space, the placement of objects and the interaction with the environment will be different. This principle is the same in the shape of mountains and water in nature. The interaction between mountains, water, and the environment in nature produces different magnetic fields. The magnetic field will affect the environment and the creatures living in the environment, including humans. The weapon subduing demon formation mentioned by Lu Zhuo sounds mysterious. In essence, it is to stabilize the surrounding environment and suppress the magnetic field arrangement of the rock formation below. Wang Ruoling is knowledgeable and has a good memory. She knows a lot of things in her little head. Xiao Yuan and Qiuzhen were stunned. Lu Zhuo was even more shocked. He looked at the thin girl in front of him with new eyes and was amazed. Chapter 338. After a chat, Xiao Yuan's impression of Lu Zhuo changed a lot. Lu Zhuo, who has been traveling in the mountains for many years as a peddler, looks rough, but in fact he is quite elegant in his conversation. During the conversation, Xiao Yuan asked Lu Zhuo how he found the cave, but he refused to reveal it, just saying that he would know when the time comes. They spent their first night in the valley peacefully. The next day, the sun was about to rise, and the sky was covered with red clouds. Lu Zhuo carefully took out a bamboo tube and placed it on the ground in the crowd. The cave exploration equipment is still working, and it is estimated that the exploration work will be completed soon. Lu Zhuo took out the incense burner, incense sticks, talismans, burned incense and prayed, muttering something in his mouth. Open! He suddenly shouted, and his fingertips touched the top of the bamboo tube, and the lid on the top of the bamboo tube opened. A pure black moth flew out from the opening, flapping its wings and flying around the incense burner. Usually moths are afraid of people, but the black moth doesn't care about the crowd watching at all. It flew around the incense burner for a few circles, then spread its wings and began to fly farther and farther. Every time it arrived at a place, it would hover for a while, as if searching for something. After walking and stopping like this, when it arrived at a certain place, the black moth suddenly stopped flying up and down, hovering left and right. At this time, the sun rose in the east, and the sunlight shone on the earth. The black moth flapped its wings and finally chose a direction, flying towards a mountain in the west, and finally stopped in front of a stone wall. Lu Zhuo put away the black moth, as if he was treating a rare treasure with care. Yin-seeking moth is the name he gave to the black moth. As the name suggests, the black moth can keenly sense the yin energy nearby. This magical moth was found by Lu Zhuo after much effort in a deep mountain in western Hunan. The breeding conditions of black moths are harsh, especially their diet. All the relics such as ancient tombs and caves are extremely yin, because they are closed all year round without sunlight. Every morning, the moment when day and night alternate is the time when the yin energy in the ancient tomb is the heaviest. When the sun rises, the contrast between the outside world and the ancient tomb is the strongest. The perception of the yin-seeking moth reaches its sharpest moment in the early morning. Lu Zhuo said that the tomb can only be found in the early morning, not to show off, but because of the characteristics of the yin-seeking moth. After the yin-seeking moth found the entrance, another question was put in front of Xiao Yuan again. The results of the exploration instrument also came out, but the location conclusion was different from that found by the yin-seeking moth. The two locations are one in the west and the other in the east, which are completely unrelated. Qi Ming scratched his head and said, "Boss, what's going on? Could it be that the ruins have two entrances?" Xiao Yuan smiled when he heard this and said, "The ruins are there. Let's try one by one, and open the stone wall here first." Half of the patrol troops who participated in this mission were engineers, who were good at civil engineering blasting. With the help of blasting equipment, they quickly opened a 3-meter deep cave in the mountain wall. But the result was not satisfactory. There was no cave in the mountain wall ahead. Faced with the questioning eyes of others, Lu Zhuo firmly asked to dig another 3 meters into it, and he would definitely find it. Xiao Yuan looked calm, and it was hard to tell what he was thinking. After listening to Lu Zhuo's explanation, he paused for a moment, and finally waved his hand in Lu Zhuo's disappointed eyes. When Lu Zhuo thought Xiao Yuan was going to give up, he slowly said a few words. "Keep going deeper 5 meters. Ah, Lu Zhuo looked up in surprise. He didn't expect Xiao Yuan to speak for him. For a moment, he didn't know what to feel. No matter what Lu Zhuo was thinking, Xiao Yuan's full attention was on the cave at this time. 1 meter, 2 meters, 3 meters. The excavation continued to go deeper, but the imagined cave did not appear. When everyone was a little disappointed, the situation changed. When the excavation reached 4 meters, there was a loud noise, followed by echoes. Xiao Yuan's eyes moved, and he rushed to the front and looked up. The dark cave was endless, and a rotten smell came out of it. Xiao Yuan covered his mouth and nose and placed the air detector in front of him. About a minute later, the green light on it lit up, indicating that the air was safe. He waved to the back and led a team into the cave first. The strong light came on, illuminating the road ahead. There were obvious carving marks on both sides of the rock wall. The cave was not wide, only enough for 2 people to walk side by side. Xiao Yuan and Lin Lang led the way, each holding a shield and a lamp, and stepped into the cave that had not been visited for many years. The air in the cave gradually circulated, and the smell of corruption disappeared. They walked along the cave for 700 or 800 meters and stopped. The surrounding stone walls, including the top of their heads, were covered with fist-sized holes. He shone the light and found a white mass inside, as if there was something inside. Being in a strange place, Xiao Yuan dared not let go of any strangeness. The soldiers of the patrol unit in the rear came forward and carefully took out something from a hole with professional tools. It was round and fist-sized, with a smooth and white surface like porcelain, and it was translucent under the strong light of the flashlight. The patrol unit soldier had never seen such a thing before, and subconsciously touched it with his finger. Click! There was a slight cracking sound, and a crack appeared on it. The young man thought he had broken it, so he picked it up to see more clearly, but the crack became bigger and bigger. "Be careful." Before Xiao Yuan finished speaking, he hit the young man's hands, trying to knock the things in his hands down. Unfortunately, his speed was still a little slow. The round object broke into 2 pieces, and after being knocked down by Xiao Yuan, it fell to the ground and broke into pieces. Something drilled out from it, and it flew towards the young man's face at the speed of an arrow, biting his cheek. The space in the cave was limited, and the young man was hit, and fell to the ground in time to dodge. When everyone used the light to illuminate, they found that a small snake was biting on his face tightly. His whole body was pure white, and his eyes were closed. The moment the young man fell to the ground, he stopped struggling. His face was ashen and his body was stiff, and he was still dead. No one reacted to the sudden attack, and Sun Wan killed the little white snake that was about to attack again with a knife. The white blood scattered and 2 pieces splashed, and dyed Sun Wan's clothes red. She lowered her body, and pulled up the young man's body. The big man weighing more than 100 pounds was easily carried by her, and retreated to the back. After the medical soldier checked, Shuama shook her head with red eyes. Gao Jian is gone. It was too fast. It took only a dozen seconds from the white snake biting the body to death. If the blue-white snake in the cat's eye canyon was a warning, the little white snake in the cave made them understand the horror here. The fear of death instantly enveloped everyone's heart. Crack, crack, crack. To make matters worse, the continuous cracking sound was creepy. Xiao Yuan shuddered and shouted loudly, "Lao Qiu, prepare the flamethrower." The sound of eggshells breaking like popping beans was continuous, and thousands of holes seemed to be boiling. Then white shadows drilled out from them and rushed towards everyone. Chapter 339. Shua, Xiao Yuan was at the front, and he and Lin Lang were the first to be attacked by the white snakes. The leather shield seemed stretched at this time, and after 7 or 8 small snakes bit it, Xiao Yuan raised 2 nan. 2 nan turned into a shield almost as high as the cave, desperately resisting the surging white snakes. Even so, there were still snakes constantly coming through the gaps, causing them great trouble. The white snakes moved very fast, and their eyes seemed to be unable to open due to being in the dark for a long time, and they judged their position by sound. The cave was dark and narrow, just right for them to launch an attack. Each extremely poisonous white snake was a death god, and a single mistake could kill someone. Xiao Yuan's face was covered with sweat after he killed several white snakes that showed up. It was still a bit difficult for Lin Lang to help him support Tunin. Countless white snakes hit the shield fiercely, with increasing force. "Qiuzhen, are you fucking done? Hurry up!" Xiao Yuan couldn't help but yelled. "All right. Battalion commander, get ready to retreat and remove the shield." Qiuzhen shouted with sweat on his face, as he finally assembled the flamethrower with the others. "Old Lin, I said 3 times, let's retreat together." Xiao Yuan said, 1, 2, 3. As soon as the words fell, a silver light flashed in front of him, and Xiao Yuan and Lin Lang ran back at the same time, and then fell to the ground. A wave of heat flew over their heads, and the whole cave was instantly bright. A raging fire ignited in the snake group, and subsequent fireballs rolled in it one after another, burning countless white snakes to death with the help of kerosene. The fire burned for an unknown period of time. After Qiuzhen panted and used up the can of kerosene fuel he brought, the white snake finally stopped appearing. And he sat down on the ground as if exhausted. The feeling of hovering between life and death was not as exciting as he imagined, but more of a fear. Xiao Yuan got up from the ground and saw Sun Wan holding the minging knife in front of him and Lin Lang, with drops of blood slowly flowing from the tip of the knife. Xiao Yuan got up and saw Lin Lang lying on the ground with half a white snake hanging on his butt. The white snake had been divided into 2 halves, but the snake head was still hanging on the body. Suddenly, Xiao Yuan's mind buzzed, and he grabbed Lin Lang's body like crazy and turned him over. His voice couldn't help but tremble. Old Lin. Old Lin. Say something." The example of the patrolling troop soldier who was bitten by the poisonous snake just now was there, and Lin Lang was afraid that he would be in danger. Xiao Yuan's mind was in a mess, and he turned over Lin Lang's body desperately, and his eyes gradually blurred. Cough, cough. Just when he was so sad that he almost cried, Lin Lang coughed and covered his face and said, "You hit me to death. Is my face okay?" Xiao Yuan, Sun Wan and others were dumbfounded. How could he survive after being bitten by a white snake? Could the poison be different for each person? Seeing everyone's strange expressions, Lin Lang slowly took out a piece of vacuum-packed beef jerky from his hip pocket and smiled awkwardly. After a false alarm, Qi Ming replaced Lin Lang's position and walked in the front with Xiao Yuan to explore. The ground was scattered with charred white snake corpses, and there were no less than 2,000 white snakes. With so many white snakes, if there is no modern technology, it is absolutely impossible to break through with personal strength. Xiao Yuan and others tasted the sweetness when exploring the fog. Every time they acted, they would bring enough kerosene to restrain the white snakes. Otherwise, it would not be as simple as sacrificing a soldier. There was no danger on the following journey. Xiao Yuan and others walked forward for more than 1,000 meters and arrived in front of a stone gate. The stone gate was engraved with the Lihua text, with neat and powerful handwriting and a strange stone sculpture. Although he couldn't understand the text, Xiao Yuan could still understand the stone sculpture, which depicted a monster with a human head and a snake body. The monster held a rui in his hand, with a peaceful smile on his face. There was a door behind the monster that was tightly closed, as if it was guarding the door. Sun Wan looked at it for a while, and said the meaning of the Lihua text on the door. It basically said that the people in the cave were sealed by something called amber, and left here to guard the altar. Anyone who entered the stone door without permission would be cursed and die within 3 days. After Sun Wan finished speaking, she stretched out her hand to push open the stone door and enter. Xiao Yuan hurriedly grabbed her hand and said, "Sun Wan, I go in alone? You just wait for me outside." Sun Wan looked at him in confusion and asked, "Do you think what's written above is true?" Xiao Yuan didn't know whether it was true or not. He just instinctively felt that there must be something strange inside, and it would be risky for others to go in. In a dream, Xiao Yuan is Gu Chanfeng. If you think about it carefully, he might be a descendant of Li Hua Nation, right? But Xiao Yuan couldn't tell what happened in the dream, so he said, "I will go in by myself and you stay outside. If there is any danger, I will call you in time." After that, Xiao Yuan pushed open the stone door and walked in under the gaze of everyone. The stone door slowly opened, and Xiao Yuan smiled at them. "Remember, don't sneak in." A long and narrow corridor appeared in front of him. He walked carefully in it for about a few hundred meters, and the space suddenly opened up. A round stone cave appeared in front of Xiao Yuan. He adjusted the light and put it on the ground. In the middle of the cave stood a dark round stone. Its regular shape reminded him of an oversized globe. When Xiao Yuan raised his hand and approached the stone ball, he felt a chill. He raised his eyebrows and realized something was wrong. There was a thick layer of dust on the stone. He wiped it hard, revealing the slightly fluorescent core inside. Ah! In the fluorescent light, Xiao Yuan saw wisps of long hair and a pair of closed eyes. Is there someone inside? Xiao Yuan hurriedly wiped it, and when the entire stone ball was wiped, the full picture was revealed. Is this amber? Can it seal people in it? The crystal-clear substance glowed slightly, illuminating the scene of the entire cave. There were complicated patterns carved on the top of the stone cave, faintly forming a pattern similar to Taoist talismans. What surprised Xiao Yuan even more was that the girl in the amber had skin as white as cream and a beautiful face. Even with her eyes closed, she was still breathtakingly beautiful, as if she was asleep. The girl was wearing an exquisite, chest-length, collar-length skirt, with orchids embroidered on the light blue hanfu. Under her skirt stretched out a winding snake tail with intersecting blue and white patterns. Xiao Yuan stared at the hem of the girl's skirt, and after repeated confirmation, he finally accepted the fact that the girl had a human head and a snake body. The human head and snake body often appear in the myths of country A. Pangu, Fuxi, and Niwa all had human heads and snake bodies. There is also a record in the classic of mountains and seas that a group of people with red faces, human heads, and snake bodies lived at the foot of Zhongshan Mountain. When this magical creature appeared in front of him, Xiao Yuan's heart surged, and he was stunned for more than a minute before he came back to his senses. He raised his finger and gently touched the round amber, feeling the comfortable coolness spreading through his fingertips throughout his body, and his limbs and bones felt indescribably comfortable. "You are finally here." Xiao Yuan suddenly heard a voice in his ear, which made him shudder. The voice was very familiar, and it was 70% similar to the voice calling him in his dream. "Are you talking to me?" Xiao Yuan asked tentatively, staring at the girl's cheek without blinking. "Brother Chanfeng, I finally waited for you." The voice became more and more ethereal, as if it came from Xiao Yuan's mind, which gave him a headache. "Go fulfill our promise, end it all." The girl in the amber was motionless, only the fluorescence flickered, and Xiao Yuan felt a sense of suffocation in his heart. There was an emotion that was about to appear in his heart, but it always dissipated when he was about to grasp it. The fluorescence gradually calmed down, and the voice lingering in Xiao Yuan's ears dissipated. He touched the wetness on his face, and for some reason, he had already burst into tears. Chapter 340. Woo! 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 The high-pitched trumpet sounds came one after another, and the flat land was full of flags. The big flags with black backgrounds were painted with red ink, depicting blazing flames and swimming dragons. Amid the sound of the trumpet, a tall man came from a distance. He was wearing brocade clothes with 5-clawed flying dragons embroidered on them, and the black and red interwoven imperial robes complemented him. The jade belt around his waist and the crown on his head were gorgeous and majestic. Looking at his face, he had a handsome, resolute face with clear edges and corners, and he showed extraordinary charm with a beard. Gu Chanfeng, like the civil and military officials on both sides, waited for Lihua Kingdom monarch Xiao Zhuo to ascend the altar before the ceremony officially began. The bell rang, and 3 sky lanterns were hung in the southwest of the altar. Then they began to welcome the emperor and gods, lay down jade and silk, offer sacrifices, perform the first offering, the second offering, the final offering, remove the food, send off the emperor and gods, and watched the fire. The ritual music sounded one after another, and everything went smoothly. When it came to the last item of watching the fire, unusual changes occurred in the sky. Halfway through the chapter of Yuping, a strong wind suddenly blew up, and a large piece of dark clouds floated from afar above the altar, and the sky quickly darkened. The rolling dark clouds became heavier and heavier, and in the end, they were almost half black. Looking up from below, the dark clouds gave off a sense of oppression, as if the city was about to be destroyed by dark clouds. The civil and military officials present were secretly surprised, but they still followed the ancient etiquette and did not move. The auspicious day selected for the ceremony of offering sacrifices to the heavens was determined by the Tianjian in advance by observing the celestial phenomena. Since the founding of the Lihua state, there has never been a dark cloud during the ceremony of offering sacrifices to the heavens. Although the officials did not say it, they had already silently thought of the ending for the chief official of the Tianjian. Boom! Thunder blasts sounded from the clouds, one louder than the other. The wind was even louder, blowing the flags and crackling them, and every thunder blast seemed to hit people's hearts. The strange phenomenon from the sky, was it punishing someone? The monarch of Lihua stood on the high altar, as if he was fighting against heaven and earth alone. The cold wind blew, almost blowing off his crown, but he still finished the ceremony according to the rules. When Zhao Zhuo burned the last incense stick, the strong wind suddenly stopped. A ray of sunlight shone through the sky and fell on the altar. Such a scene shocked everyone present. Moo! A loud roar resounded through the sky, and a green dragon in the clouds turned and moved, and finally fell into the world. Gu Changfeng looked at the long dragon falling into the world, as if frozen. Xiao Yuan also returned to reality, with the sound of the dragon's roar. He wiped the tears from his face. He found himself still standing in front of the girl with a human head and a snake body, and he didn't know how long he had been standing there. He looked at the girl deeply, turned around and left the cave. If Xiao Yuan turned around at this time, he would have noticed that a tear slipped quietly from the corner of the girl's eye. Boom! After pushing the stone door open, Xiao Yuan saw Sun Wan standing in front of the crowd. He smiled at her, indicating that he was fine. After closing the stone door, Xiao Yuan waved to everyone and said, "Let's hurry up and open the second cave." Qi Ming was curious and asked curiously as he walked out, "Boss, what's in there?" Recalling the fairy-like girl in the cave, Xiao Yuan didn't know how to describe it. He was stunned for a short time, dreaming of Lihua, and it seemed that other information entered his mind, making him confused. After calming down, Xiao Yuan told the information he received one by one. The things in the cave are the hub for maintaining the protection around the entire secret realm. The blue-white snake in the Cat's Eye Canyon and the poisonous little snakes in the cave are all bred by it. Although Xiao Yuan and others have killed all the little white snakes now, the same number of little snakes will appear again in the cave after a while. Lin Lang subconsciously touched his back and said, "Captain, did you destroy the hub?" Xiao Yuan clenched his hands subconsciously, and said calmly on the surface, "No, it will take a long time to breed new guards." Seeing him say this, Lin Lang was surprised but didn't ask any more questions. Xiao Yuan was never a soft-hearted person in the face of potential danger. He understood the principle of rooting out the problem better than anyone else, and he did so. Sun Wan keenly felt that Xiao Yuan's mood was not right, but it was difficult to ask in front of everyone. In this way, they returned to the camp with their own thoughts and prepared for the excavation work in the afternoon. Now it is basically confirmed that the cave discovered by the exploration instrument is the entrance to the ancient ruins, but it is deep, and the excavation plan is different. The engineers in Qiao Zhen's team suggested a step-by-step approach, and the excavation can be completed after dark. They are experts in this field. Xiao Yuan entrusted all the things to them, and returned to the tent to rest. After gulping down a few mouthfuls of water, Xiao Yuan's chest tightness was relieved a little. Before he could even sit down, Sun Wan's little head poked in from outside, holding a bag of fruit in her hand. Xiao Zheng followed Sun Wan, sat down with a sly look in her eyes, and began to eat the sweet and sour wild fruits one by one. Xiao Yuan couldn't help laughing when he saw the two of them eating happily. "You two didn't come here just to let me watch you eat, did you?" Hee, Xiao Yuan is really smart. Sun Wan rarely flattered him. "Actually, we want to know what you saw in the cave." Yes, Xiao Yuan said, "You have a poker face, which is so rare." Poker face? Xiao Yuan touched his cheek. "Is it that obvious?" Not only brother Xiao Yuan, even brother Qi can see that you have something on your mind, and you have to come here secretly to eavesdrop. Eavesdrop? Xiao Yuan raised his eyebrows. "What do you mean by eavesdropping?" "No, nothing." Xiao Zheng knew that she had said something wrong and dared not say anything more. She stuffed wild fruits into her mouth one by one, and finally looked like a cute little squirrel. She Datu. Get in here. Ahem. Qi Ming awkwardly showed his big head outside the tent, dragging the reluctant Lin Lang behind him. Are you all here? Xiao Yuan looked at Xian Mao and Wang Ruoling, who were following him silently, feeling a warm feeling in his heart. So everyone noticed my abnormality, right? You all want to hear it. Seeing the circle of comrades, who had gone through life and death together, Xiao Yuan smiled bitterly. Do you believe that there are creatures with human heads and snake bodies in this world? What? A stone stirs up 1,000 waves, and the people sitting in the tent are instantly in an uproar. Qi Ming spoke the loudest, saying, Boss, did you meet Nuwa in the cave? Nuwa is a great god in ancient legends. How could she be in the cave? Lin Lang refuted him. Have you forgotten the Nuwa temple in our town? Captain, can you tell me in detail, does that creature look like us? Xiao Yuan took a deep breath, and told everything he saw and heard in the cave, even some of the scenes in the dream, and finally said, We came here because of her call, so I didn't destroy it. So the girl in the amber. Is the gatekeeper responsible for guarding the secret realm of Lihua country? Wang Ruoling analyzed. No wonder there is a door behind the human-headed snake-body creature on the stone gate. Chapter 341. I'm not sure about her life status. She seems to be sleeping but can occasionally transmit information in my mind. Captain, so you can provide information to find this place with the Tianji system. It's all her guidance. You can say that. Xiao Yuan kept seeing the girl in front of him, and he felt an inexplicable pain in his heart. Xiao Yuan, the Lihua country you saw in your dream is basically consistent with the scene described in the mural in the deep mountains. Is there any connection between you and Gu Changfeng? TSK, isn't it obvious, Sister Xianwan? Xiao Zheng swallowed a few wild fruits and said, Brother Xiao Yuan must be the reincarnation of Gu Changfeng's soul. Soul reincarnation? Everyone present knew the truth about Xiao Zheng's identity. She was born from a divine beast and transformed into a human form. It is said that she came from a strange world. Xiao Zheng, is there really a saying of soul reincarnation in this world? Xiao Yuan was very interested in her statement. Of course there is. I have seen more than one reincarnation. Wait, Sister Xiao Zheng, I have a question. Wang Ruofei pretended to be thoughtful and said, the world's population is increasing every year. If the soul can be reincarnated, then what are the extra souls? You don't think everyone can be reincarnated, do you? Xiao Zhen looked at him with a strange look. Humans are the spirits of all things, born with intelligence and souls. Many spirits have practiced for thousands of years and experienced disasters just to transform into human form. When a person dies, it's like a light goes out, and the soul will dissipate with it. But there are always exceptions. The souls of those with strong souls, or those with opportunities, will enter a strange space. Our people call it the soul realm. Soul realm? Xiao Yuan stroked the corner of his clothes and said, It sounds like the underworld in the Legend of Country A. The underworld? It's a bit like the underworld, but no one knows if there are managers in it. Xiao Zheng shrugged. Souls that enter the soul realm will not dissipate, but will return to the human world at a certain time and start a new life. Gu Changfeng from Lihua country and Xiao Yuan are the same person? Sun Wan was a little unbelievable. It's the same person, but not the same person. The same soul memory is different, and the acquired personality and way of thinking are different, so there are many reincarnated people whose temperaments have changed drastically. As for Brother Xiao Yuan's recollection of past memories, I think it has something to do with the girl Nuwa in the cave. She sounds like a wicked person. Xiao Yuan patted Xiao Zheng's head. At least until now, she has never appeared in my dreams. After chatting in the tent for a long time, Xiao Yuan's emotions gradually calmed down amidst the chattering of everyone. After the bitter feeling of loss disappeared, Xiao Yuan suddenly thought that the strong emotion might not come from him, but from Gu Changfeng. The soul is mysterious. Xiao Zheng knows only the tip of the iceberg, and she herself cannot explain the truth in many cases. At dusk, a bonfire was set up in the valley, and the smoke rose up, making the deserted valley more lively and popular. Boom! There was a loud noise in the cave, and then Xiao ran out of it with a dusty face, shouting loudly, It's open! It's open! The second cave is very deep, with a narrow passage that can only accommodate 2 people, and lights are hung on both sides. Xiao Yuan continued to go deeper with the help of the lamp, and when he advanced about 50 meters, he saw the soldiers in charge of the opening work. They took turns to work, and with the help of professional equipment, it took an afternoon to open up the passage. It was very hard. Behind the broken stone wall was a long and narrow corridor. The neat wall of more than 5 meters wide was obviously carved by humans. Xiao Yuan led a team of people into it, and the oil lamps hanging on both sides suddenly burned automatically, illuminating the way ahead. The sudden change made Xiao Yuan's eyelids jump, and he subconsciously raised his weapon to defend himself. After observing for a while, and not seeing anything unusual, Xiao Yuan was relieved. The corridor is about 50 meters long, and the ground and walls are polished smooth. Walking on it still reminds people of the feeling of tiles. There is a stone mural every 5 meters on the walls on both sides, depicting a series of solemn and majestic statues. The statues are either 3-headed and 6-armed, or ferocious mermaids. The statues closest to the stone door are 2 generals. These 2 generals were the most normal door gods Xiao Yuan had ever seen. One of them had a long beard and wore armor. He held the hilt of the sword at his waist with one hand, and raised the command flag with the other hand. The other one was wearing armor, and holding a silver spear with a tiger head in both hands. He looked young but majestic. Xiao Yuan looked at the huge stone door after a quick glance. The stone door at the end of the corridor was divided into 2 doors, with a stone plate in the middle of each door. The stone plate was made into the shape of the 8 diagrams, with the word Lihua engraved on it. 2 mechanisms extended from the center of the stone plate to the surroundings. The mechanism is located at the 2 corners of the stone gate. At the end of the mechanism in each corner, the crystal clear amber is full of dark red liquid. As people approach, the liquid goes from quiet to slowly jumping, becoming more and more restless. Xiao Yuan studied for a while, and said, "It looks like it's a Xuanji gate." Xuanji gate refers to a gate that requires special passwords and skills to open, which is what modern people often call a password door. Xiao Yuan has seen a lot of Lihua country characters in his dreams, but he doesn't recognize a single word. Qi Ming was impatient and said, "Boss, if we can't do it, let's force the door open. One force can break all the laws." Haha, the voice of Lord Yuga came from behind. The fat guy nestled in Xiao Ming's arms, posing as a master. It made a strange cry and said in a sarcastic tone, "Big head and short wisdom, do you know the origin of this door?" Qi Ming touched his head and said, "Do you know the origin of this door?" Lord Yuga snorted and said something that made Qi Ming almost vomit blood. "I don't know either, haha." It ignored Qi Ming's expression and changed the subject. "Although I don't know how to crack the door, I know the red liquid on the door. If we force the door, I'm afraid all of us will die on the spot." Ah! Qi Ming's jaw almost dropped when Lord Yuga said this, and he stammered, "Is it that serious?" Lord Yuga flapped his wings, which was always a sign that he wanted to show off. The red liquid was originally called burning heaven goo. The burning heaven goo looks like a liquid, but it is actually a goo worm. But the color of the goo worm is too bright, and the shape is special. The insect will slowly turn into liquid in an airless environment, and will jump once it is disturbed. The mechanism on the Xuanji gate is cleverly designed. If the door is not unlocked according to the correct steps, the mechanism will shatter the amber, and the burning heaven goo will return to its original form. The burning heaven goo is a tiny flying insect that flies very fast, and specializes in killing living people. A small insect can turn an adult male into ashes in an instant, leaving no bones. The most terrifying thing is that the amber where the burning heaven goo gathers is connected to the stone wall. Generally, the designer will hide a backup plan to induce the burning heaven goo to erupt in the stone wall of the ancient tomb. Once the tomb robber wants to bypass the main door and dig a hole from the side to enter, it will also trigger the burning heaven goo, and he will be tortured and die in pain. Chapter 342. Hiss. After hearing about the power of the burning heaven goo, Xiao Yuan took a breath. They had no idea how to unlock the mechanism of the Xuanji gate, and the risk of breaking it with external force was high, so they had no idea where to start. Xiao Yuan stroked his chin and said with determination, "How about using remote blasting? Pre-installing the blasting device on the Xuanji gate and remotely detonating it to break the burning heaven goo was the best method he could think of at the moment." However, Lord Yuga's words poured a bucket of cold water on his head. No, the Xuanji gate is exquisitely designed. Any object hanging on it is very likely to trigger the mechanism and release the burning heaven goo. Ah! Xiao Yuan and others looked at each other in bewilderment. They were trapped by a stone gate built by the ancients. Qi Ming scratched his head impatiently and muttered, "What are the ancient people of Lihua country doing? They have nothing better to do than design complex mechanisms in ancient tombs, right?" To be honest, the customs and clothing of the Lihua country and country A that Xiao Yuan saw in his dream were not much different. He didn't expect that mechanical science had reached such a high level. Ta ta ta. Soon Won walked out from beside him, her bright brown eyes looking at Xuanji Gate. A hint of confusion appeared. Something seemed to awaken in Sun Wan's mind. She involuntarily approached Xuanji Gate. Her water-green fingers fell on the Bagua stone plate. Xiao Wan. Xiao Yuan was startled, afraid that she would trigger the mechanism, and hurriedly stepped forward to stop her, but was stopped by Lord Yuga. Don't worry, she should be able to unlock Xuanji Gate. Sir, what are you talking about? Xiao Yuan didn't know where Lord Yuga got his confidence from, and he seemed uneasy and impatient. Boy, when have I ever lied to you? Lord Yuga saw his expression, and said patiently for the first time. But, Xiao Yuan swallowed back his words. Lord Yuga's words were verified one by one, so of course he believed them. Suppressing the uneasiness in his heart, Xiao Yuan took a deep breath and staggered his feet. With a swish, he pulled out the Minging knife, ready to rescue Sun Wan at any time. The voice in Sun Wan's ears gradually dissipated, becoming ethereal and silent. She felt like a different person, and she couldn't help but raise her hand and put it on the Bagua plate. Click! Under the extremely tense gazes of the crowd, Sun Wan turned the Bagua plate on the left, and the sound of the mechanism turning followed. Nothing? Sun Wan turned the Bagua plate on the right in the same way. His hands kept moving, and the complicated Bagua stone plate made bursts of noise. I don't know how long it took. When all the sound stopped, the stone door shook violently. Boom! The amber containing the burning heaven goo suddenly rolled over. Like a boiling pot, Xiao Yuan's pupils contracted, and he rushed up and pulled Sun Wan back. However, the amber did not break as he imagined, and gradually returned to calm. The stone door opened in the astonished eyes of the crowd, revealing a huge space with no end in sight. After Sun Wan unlocked the Xuanji door, she woke up as if from a dream. She knew everything that had just happened, but she could not control it. It was as if she was a soul living in this body, and had lost control of the body. The surprising things were still to come, and everyone who entered was completely shocked by the scene before them. Xiao Yuan checked several times before he was sure that they were still in the cave. The cave was bigger than any he had seen before, reaching an astonishing height of more than 50 meters. The reason why he could clearly determine the location of the cave ceiling was because there were dots of fluorescent flowers growing on the top of the cave. The flowers bloomed softly in the darkness, like stars in the sky. The scene on the ground was even more peculiar, with 12 giant trees standing on the main road on both sides of the cave. The main road was about 10 meters wide, and extended straight to the stone wall at the end of the cave. There was also a stone door embedded in the stone wall at the end, which was no different from the one encountered before. Xiao Yuan's eyes were attracted by 12 giant trees, which were more than 30 meters tall, with straight trunks and umbrella-like crowns with neat edges. The entire trunk and body of the tree were glowing with a layer of fluorescence, illuminating the surrounding darkness. Long and slender branches hung down from the crown, similar to the willow branches we usually see. The leaves on the hanging branches were a little different. Each leaf was small and delicate, and red light flowed through the translucent leaves. Behind the 12 giant trees, there are small trees about 10 meters high, so dense and lush that you can't see behind them at a glance. Everyone looked at each other, and saw the incredible in each other's eyes. There are plants that can glow on the blue planet, but the plants here are too different. Xiao Yuan calmed his mind and said, "Be alert, form a defensive formation, and follow me. The situation is unclear, and it is unknown whether it will be good or bad. Leave the living forces to be alert, so that if they fall into the trap, there will be someone to support them." After quickly packing up, Xiao Yuan and Lin Lang were in front, Sun Wan and Qi Ming were behind, and Xian Mao and 3 elite Silver Wing Army soldiers walked at the end. A team of people carefully moved forward along the main road. The rock main road was about 1 kilometer long and led directly to the opposite side. The only sound of the 8 people's footsteps could be heard in the entire cave. I don't know what structure the cave uses, but the echo is very clear. Duh duh duh. When they reached the middle position, a scroll appeared on the ground, and the scene on the scroll was simple and clear. In the deep mountains, a man wearing a black cloak, and with his face unclear, is standing on the top of the mountain with his hands raised high. In his right hand is a long sword, which stirs up the wind, thunder and clouds. Something is rolling in the clouds, and it seems to be about to fall at any time. Below the mountain where he is standing, a stone door appears at the foot of the mountain, and a woman with a human head and a snake body is guarding the door. The painting should depict the scene of the builder setting up means to guard the cave after the construction of the cave is completed. The woman with a human hand and a snake body is in the Thousand Snake Cave, so what about the man holding a long sword on the top of the mountain? Will he also appear in the ancient tomb? A tangled stream of thoughts flew through his mind, and Xiao Yuan continued to move forward, wanting to see if the stone door could be opened easily. Sun Wan was in a strange state, and she didn't know how to set off. If the second stone door also required the secret method of the Fire Nation, it would be difficult to deal with. Click! Xiao Yuan raised his eyebrows, and the whole person froze in place. The sound of the mechanism coming from his feet made the hairs on his body stand up. He subconsciously summoned Tu Nan to turn into a shield and shouted, "Be on guard!" Boom! Boom! The sounds echoed in the cave, making people's spirits tense. Changes occurred near the 12 giant trees. A stone platform slowly turned from behind the giant tree, and finally turned to the front of the giant tree. 12 giant trees corresponded to 12 circular stone platforms, on which people sat. They lowered their heads, wearing pure white brocade robes, and their hair buns and jade crowns were particularly eye-catching. Everyone walked in front of them carefully, and took a breath of cold air. These 12 people, one by one, were not rotten, and maintained the state of who knows how many years ago. The man in front of Xiao Yuan had a ruddy face. If he hadn't checked that he had no breath, who would believe that he was actually a dead person? The man held a narrow jade plate between his hands, which faintly revealed an ice blue light, which would make people feel cool when approaching. Chapter 343. I heard from Mr. Gu in the village that cultural relics are often unearthed in ancient tombs. There is a kind of jade that can preserve the body from decaying to the greatest extent. Could it be this? That is the jade clothes with threads of gold. Lin Lang corrected. The jade clothes with threads of gold are made of thousands of pieces of jade, not like this. Xiao Yuan put his fingers close to the jade, and felt a chill spreading from his fingers to his whole body in an instant, as if he had taken a cold shower. He shuddered and said, "The chill is bone-chilling, no wonder it can keep the body from decaying for thousands of years." 1,000 years? Exine Mao's jaw dropped when he heard this. "Boss, you said he has been here for 1,000 years? Yes, and it is thousands of years. After all, the time when the Fire Nation existed is very far away from us." "Haha," Lord Yuga's voice came from behind. Xiao Yuan turned around and saw that all the people who had been staying at the entrance had come over. He frowned and said, "Why are you all here?" Wang Ruoling heard the displeasure in his tone and quickly explained, "Captain, there should be no danger around here, so we came to take a look. Anyone would be curious to see a corpse that has not decayed for 1,000 years." Xiao Yuan saw that the door he came from was open, and he could leave at any time, so he didn't say anything more. Wang Ruoling carefully looked at the corpse for a while, and said, "I have seen records about jade in ancient books. This jade is likely to be one of the 3 great jades, the 1,000-year-old cold jade." "The 3 great jades?" Xiao Yuan was curious and said, "I only know about the 4 great monkeys. How can I talk about the 3 great jades?" Since ancient times, the scholar officials in Country A have all loved jade. Jade is warm and flawless, just like a gentleman. The tradition of wearing jade around the waist has been passed down for thousands of years. It was not until hundreds of thousands of years ago that the central plains of Country A was occupied by barbarians from outside the Great Wall, who shaved their heads, changed their clothes, and killed people constantly, that the clothes and hats were cut off and many inheritances were broken. Millennium Cold Jade, Fire Jade, and Human Jade are 3 kinds of strange jade recorded in ancient books, each of which has magical effects. Millennium Cold Jade can continuously release cold air. If you accidentally get it, and put it in the hall of the house, you will not be invaded by the scorching heat in summer. The cold air released by cold jade is not aggressive to the human body. People with hot and restless body can gradually balance the 5 elements in their body by staying in such an environment until they recover. Another effect of cold jade is that it is used in tombs to preserve the body with cold air. Fire jade is opposite to cold jade. It can continuously release heat, but its effect is much more overbearing. Fire jade is suitable for people with naturally cold body. It is very harmful to the body of ordinary people, and is not as mild as cold jade. Human jade is the most difficult to obtain among the 3 types of jade. The effect of human jade is the most peculiar. It can prolong life and extend the life of dying people. Even people with only 1 breath can use human jade to hang on to their lives. Throughout the ages, countless emperors and generals have searched for human jade, but unfortunately very few have found it. After explaining the effect of jade in 1 breath, Wang Ruoling looked at the man thoughtfully. The effect of cold jade is to delay the decay of the body, but it is impossible for it not to decay for thousands of years. The effect of anything has its limit. No matter how magical it is, it cannot violate the law of conservation of energy. The dead corpse, even with the help of the cold jade, would be reduced to a skeleton. Xiao Yuan thought to himself, and his eyes involuntarily looked at the huge old tree behind the corpse, and his heart moved. He waved to Qi Ming and said, "Old Qi, help me." Qi Ming was happy when he heard it, and came over excitedly. "Boss, are you going to do it?" "Do it? What do you want to do?" Xiao Yuan was stunned by his incoherent words. "Aren't you going to take all the cold jade back? I want to check the body to see if there are any clues." "What are you thinking?" Xiao Yuan rolled his eyes at him. "Everything in the secret realm set up by the Fire Nation is unusual. The consequences of moving it randomly may be serious." He couldn't joke with the lives of so many people just to satisfy his personal desires. Xiao Yuan and Qi Ming held the man's body on the left and right, trying to move it slightly to see the stone platform under him. Unexpectedly, the two young men didn't move the man's body. "Oh!" Xiao Yuan and Qi Ming looked at each other. They had heard the saying dead heavy before, saying that the weight of a dead person is heavier, but they didn't expect it to be so exaggerated. They gathered all their strength and pushed together again. Whoo! Crack! 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 The sudden sound made the two of them tremble. They didn't dare to fight. The body of the man in front of them was still motionless. The sound seemed to come from far away. Xiao Yuan looked in the direction of the sound and saw the body of the man under the giant tree closest to the entrance, making a series of crisp sounds, and then slowly fell down and turned into ashes. The cold jade in his hand disappeared at some point. "Who?" Xiao Yuan shouted. There was a person hiding behind the ancient tree. His clothes looked like the uniform of the Silver Wing Army. Xiao Yuan and others were in the middle of the stone road, and the ancient tree was at the entrance. When he jumped out and rushed to the ancient tree at the door, he hadn't run a few steps when something strange happened. The Xuanji door opened by Sun Wan closed quickly, and the ground under Xiao Yuan's feet shook violently. Then, the 12 ancient trees shone brightly, and branches danced slowly without wind. The fiery red leaves on the branches looked like red crystals when they were waving. Whoosh! The branches were dancing more and more violently, and they were getting longer and longer like rapidly growing hair, attacking everyone. Snap! A branch hit Qi Ming's leather shield, leaving a deep burnt mark. Qi Ming bent down to avoid another branch, and shouted to Xiao Yuan, "Boss, what should we do if the old tree becomes a spirit?" While resisting the beating of dozens of branches, Xiao Yuan looked at the person behind the tree and found that he was no longer there. In a critical moment, he didn't care about finding out the identity of the man. He cut off several branches and shouted, "Go to the stone gate, cover each other." Snap! As soon as the cut branches fell, the branches at the wound grew out at a speed visible to the naked eye. Xiao Yuan was accidentally hit on the back, and the burning pain came, as if someone had burned his back with a red-hot iron. Whoosh! Whoosh! He slapped the mobile device to force the displacement to the front of the team, holding up the leather shield and rushing towards the end of the stone road. The short distance of 500 meters seemed extremely difficult at this time. The water in Xiao Yuan's hand was impervious to water, resisting the damage in front, while Qi Ming held up a shield as high as a person on both sides. The crackling sound continued, and just 100 meters away from the stone gate, Wang Ruoling suddenly screamed. Her feet were suddenly entangled, and two slender branches whipped towards her cheeks. Clang! The Mingyin knife in Sun Wan's hand blocked the branches, and she grabbed Wang Ruoling and waved her hand violently. A ball of water vapor flew out, and quickly condensed to freeze more than a dozen branches. Qiuzhen, who was behind him, led 8 patrol soldiers, and fired balls of fire to repel the surging branches. After a hard fight, everyone finally arrived in front of the stone gate. Xiao Yuan and Lin Lang, each on one side, desperately pulled the stone gate open. Boom! After the stone gate opened a gap, Xiao Yuan and Lin Lang were shocked and felt cold all over. Behind the stone gate, there was a stone wall, and there was no way out. Chapter 344. There is no way forward, and there are pursuers behind. Everyone is in a very dangerous situation. The branches in the air are burned by the flames, and the fiery red leaves are shining more and more, and soon absorb the flames. This scene makes many people feel disappointed. The flamethrower and kerosene have repeatedly performed meritorious deeds along the way, but they never thought that they would lose their effect at the critical moment. Xiao Yuan didn't care about consuming the power of elements. He raised 2 nan, and the silver-white long sword released a fiery red light. The power of elements surged around him, and reached the long sword. Strangely enough, the branches that were not afraid of kerosene burned when they touched 2 nan. The flame spread along the branches, burning upwards. Xiao Yuan urged the fire element to resist the crazy willow branches with Sun Wan and others, opened the stone door, and hid inside. The stone door was hard. but it still crackled when the branches hit it. If it hit a person, after dozens of hits, the person would be paralyzed there. Sun Quan opened his hands and covered the earth shield held up by Qi Ming with a layer of water film to help him resist the attack. The branches that fell like raindrops were hot, and the water vapor was constantly evaporating. It seemed that it would completely dissipate within a few minutes. A flame cut through the dark space. Xiao Yuan looked at the new branches that came again after retreating, and took a deep breath. Lord Yuga, do you have any solution? Xiao Yuan shouted at it. Now he was completely out of ideas. Haha, there is a solution, but it may be painful. It doesn't matter if it hurts, just tell me. Xiao Yuan was delighted and said quickly. We give up resistance and are beaten to death by the branches. They are powerful, and will heal soon. Is that human language? Xiao Yuan almost cried out in anger. You are willing to be roasted duck, but we don't want to be slaughtered. Sir, tell me what you have to say. Qi Ming's face was a little pale, and he said with difficulty, My earth shield can't hold on any longer. Sir Yuga lay on the ground, shaking his head leisurely, and suddenly opened his eyes. The black eyes were shining. Found it. It flapped its wings and stood up, shouting to Xiao Yuan. There is a spirit gathering tree 200 meters behind the fourth ancient tree at the entrance. Huh? Xiao Yuan was stunned for a second, then reacted. Is the soul gathering tree the center of the formation of all the ancient trees? Lord Yuga responded and shouted. I will help you resist most of the branches when the big head earth shield is broken, and the rest is up to you. Remember that the core of the soul gathering tree is in the trunk. Boom! As soon as it finished speaking, the earth shield that Qi Ming had been struggling to support finally broke, and the broken soil fell to the ground. Go! Lord Yuga's duck voice sounded, and at the same time he flew into the air and flapped his wings violently. The fiery red pattern on the wings became brighter, and 2 strong winds shot out from it. It turned out to be his golden red feathers. The feathers rushed out of the protection of the stone gate with Xiao Yuan and others at the same time, and turned into 2 red air currents in the air. Whoosh! The air current was so hot that it forced back most of the branches' attacks. Xiao Yuan and others took the precious opportunity to run all the way. The 6th tree, the 5th tree, the 4th tree. Xiao Yuan's eyes lit up, and he shot out the alloy claws, rushing behind the ancient tree under the layers of branches. He had at least 7 or 8 wounds all over his body, his clothes were torn, and the wounds on his body were burning with pain. Every movement made him feel very sad. Xiao Yuan, Sun Quan, and Xin Mo fled into the dense forest behind the ancient tree in a panic, still in shock. Strangely, after only a layer of trees that were only 1 person tall, the crazy branches seemed to have disappeared. Xiao Yuan looked around and found that there were lavender bubbles floating between the trees behind the trees. The bubbles were floating, which was very beautiful. He had no intention of appreciating the rare beauty, and led everyone to run quickly towards the location mentioned by Lord Yuga. The spirit gathering tree looked different from the ordinary glowing trees around it. It looked plain and even a little dilapidated. There were only 2 leaves on the bare treetops, but they were not green, but blood red. The trunk was wrinkled and dry, and there was not even a single weed within 1 meter of the tree. The aura surrounding it gave people a faint sense of death and old age, as if a god of death was about to die, standing there waiting for travelers who were unaware of the danger to approach, so as to deprive them of their lives. Xiao Yuan was cautious and alert, gestured to the people behind him, and walked over first. However, until Xiao Yuan walked to the front of the spirit gathering tree, nothing happened. Crack! Crack! A crack appeared on the shriveled tree, and something rolled from the crack and looked at Xiao Yuan. Ah! He cried out in his heart, as if that gaze could see into the secrets in his heart. This feeling of being spied on was very uncomfortable, and Xiao Yuan felt irritated and murderous. Kill it! This was the most real feeling in Xiao Yuan's heart. He held the minging knife upside down, and approached the black eye in the spirit gathering tree step by step. When he raised the minging knife to pierce it, he suddenly hesitated. His body's instinctive resistance made him stop, and look at Sun Quan, and the other person behind him. Sun Quan and Xian Mao also stared at this side, with serious expressions. Sun Quan urged him, Xiao Yuan, kill it, and destroy the spirit tree. Xian Mao was anxious when he saw Xiao Yuan was slow to act. Boss, hurry up! Hurry up! Xiao Yuan tightened his grip on the silver knife in his hand, and swish, with 2 muffled sounds of the blade entering the flesh, Sun Quan and Xian Mao fell to the ground powerlessly. They still opened and closed their mouths mechanically, telling Xiao Yuan to cut faster. Sun Quan and Xian Mao disappeared. Xiao Yuan's eyes cleared, and he found himself still standing more than 10 meters away from the spirit-gathering tree. He raised the minging knife in his hand high, with the blade facing his neck, just a few centimeters away from taking his life. Sun Quan and Xi and Mao stood in place behind him, talking to themselves. It was indeed a dream. Xiao Yuan clenched his fists, and thought to himself that it was a close call. The dream was so real that it could be mistaken for reality, but a tiny detail made him find something wrong. Sun Quan and Xi and Mao were standing in the wrong position. In the past, when Xiao Yuan made a warning gesture in front, they would always adjust their positions behind him, but Sun Quan and Xi and Mao did not change their positions to the regular positions. The Silver Wing Corps' positions are very particular. Years of war experience have made them extremely sensitive to the positions when cooperating with each other. The positions of each team member are determined according to his own conditions. Sun Quan and Xi and Mao in the dream did not adjust their positions, which made Xiao Yuan find something wrong. They were so eager to kill the eye of the formation that they didn't even ask why, which made Xiao Yuan more certain of his guess. Sun Quan gasped for a long time and woke up from the dream, with a layer of fine beads of sweat on his forehead. Xi and Mao was young and not an elemental affinity, so he couldn't wake up from the dream. Xiao Yuan and Sun Quan had to stop Xi and Mao, who was about to commit suicide with a knife, and first break the eye of the formation. Under the spirit-gathering tree, Xiao Yuan looked at this strange ancient tree vigilantly, and drew out the minging knife. Shua, the blade cut through the bark, and the bark on the trunk in front suddenly cracked slowly, revealing something hidden inside. Chapter 345. Just like the scene in Xiao Yuan's dream, the bark slowly opened to both sides. But the strange eyeball did not appear, and a fetus that had already formed was hidden in the small tree hole with a faint warm light. The fetus was also preserved in the substance called amber, exquisite and translucent. The fetus curled up its small body, as if it was asleep. The small fingers were gathered together, and the faint smile on the pink face seemed to melt people's hearts. Xiao Yuan and Sun Quan looked at each other, not knowing what to do. The fetus should be the core of the entire gathering spirit tree, maintaining the operation of the entire formation, but Xiao Yuan hesitated again when asked to break it. He had killed at least 1,000 or 800 night demons, but none of them made him hesitate like a small fetus. Sun Quan reached out and tried to pull it, and found that there was an umbilical cord connecting the fetus and the gathering spirit tree. After thinking about it, Sun Quan urged the water element to slowly invade the umbilical cord. After finding the balance point, she gathered her spirit, and countless water vapors isolated the energy flowing between the umbilical cord and the tree. Boom! The soul-gathering tree shook violently, and a passage suddenly sank under the tree, leading directly to the ground. Xiao Yuan looked at Sun Quan in surprise, and saw the fetus's hand in her palm move slightly. 2 red leaves appeared on the soul-gathering tree again, and then a gentle force pushed Sun Quan and Xiao Yuan away. The tree hole on the trunk was covered by the slowly closing bark, and it seemed that nothing had happened except for the passage under the tree. There was a noisy sound of footsteps in the woods. It sounded like a large group of people were coming. Lin Lang was the fastest and rushed out through the dense bushes. He looked miserable. His uniform was covered with blood, and there was a bloody mark on his left face. He looked like a cat. "Captain, are you all okay?" Lin Lang couldn't help shouting when he saw Xiao Yuan and the other two. "It's okay, except Xiao Xian fainted. She will be fine in a while." "Haha, I didn't expect you to move so quickly. My lord, I didn't have time to use the means I prepared." "Sir, thank you so much this time." Xiao Yuan said this with conviction. If it weren't for Lord Yuga's guidance, they would have never found the gathering spirit tree. "You did a good job, kid." Lord Yuga hummed and praised him. "But who moved the cold jade just now?" Sun Quan handed the unconscious Xi and Mao to the medical soldier and asked. After she finished speaking, the air was temporarily silent, and a strange atmosphere began to spread. Who moved the cold jade? And why? If it was purely for selfish reasons, it would be fine, but if there were other purposes, it would be terrible. There is a person with ulterior motives hidden in the team, who can rest assured, dealing with the mysterious ancient ruins while guarding against people around you stabbing you in the back, it is not a good feeling. Ahem. Xiao Yuan coughed twice and said with a smile, "Why are you so serious?" "Xianwan is just joking with you. I saw it clearly at the time. That thing was covered with hair, had a pointed face, and had very long arms." "Boss, why does it sound like a monkey to me?" Qi Ming couldn't help but say. "Smart." Xiao Yuan looked at him with admiration. "According to the notes I got, there is a monkey hidden in the Lihua ruins, which is raised by the chief priest of the Lihua country and is specially guarding this place." "So that's it." Xiaojing clapped his hands after hearing it. What a beast! He actually wants to kill us. I will punish him after I catch him. Everyone be careful, be vigilant at all times. The monkey is old and smart, and its IQ is not inferior to that of humans. After saying this, Xiao Yuan looked around and said, let's take a break for an hour and then continue exploring after an hour. Are there really spirit monkeys in the ancient ruins? Xiao Yuan couldn't help but frown. The spirit monkey was just a white lie he made up. What monkey can live for thousands of years? This is not Journey to the West. He saw clearly the person who took the 1,000-year-old cold jade. He was wearing the uniform of the Silver Wings army. It was definitely not a monkey. But directly saying that there was a traitor among them would cause the army to lose morale, and the road ahead would be even more difficult. In desperation, Xiao Yuan had to make up a temporary lie and secretly investigate with Sun Wan and others. The attack of the 12 ancient trees caused a lot of losses to the team. The branches whipped vigorously, and the fiery red leaves seemed to contain fire elements. Although it was only a small amount of fire elements, it was also painful for ordinary people who had no affinity with elements. They had just entered the ancient ruins, and most of them were injured. I don't know what will happen next. When Xiao Yuan was in a daze, Xiaojing's voice came from not far away. Brother Xiao Yuan, come quickly. There are 2 skeletons here. Oh? Xiao Yuan stood up with a start, and walked to the back of a tree about 10 meters away from the gathering spirit tree. There were 2 skeletons sitting under the tree. The skin and flesh had long since rotted away, leaving only a skeleton. Judging from the bone structure, they should be a man and a woman. The 2 held their hands tightly together until the last moment of their lives. They were wearing fine expedition clothes, and there were 2 backpacks next to them, bulging with something unknown. Xiaozheng deftly took out the items in the backpack one by one, and put them on the ground. Well-packaged compressed biscuits, canned food, notebooks, compasses, water bottles, spare batteries, lighting equipment, self-defense weapons, and even 2 pistols and hundreds of bullets wrapped in oil paper. Xiao Yuan's eyes fell on the notebook, picked it up and opened it, and his face changed after a few pages. He said with dim eyes, they are Qing Yan's son and daughter-in-law, Qing Yuran and Qing Yuzheng's biological parents. Sun Wan couldn't help covering her mouth and exclaimed, they are here? Recalling the time in A City, Qing Yan once said that his son and daughter-in-law went to the northeast a few years ago to look for the relics in the notes of their ancestor Qingji. Now thinking back, they should have come to the Changbai Mountains. Unfortunately, they were trapped and died in the Lihua ruins and never passed on the news, nor could they go back to see their families. Xiao Yuan didn't know how they died, but he could roughly guess the process. Ordinary people would lose their minds when entering this dangerous cave, even if they didn't fight the Millennium Cold Jade, but once they stepped into the forest, they would be confused by the gathering spirit tree. Xiao Yuan almost fell into the trap of the spirit gathering tree, let alone 2 ordinary people? Of course, these are just Xiao Yuan's guesses, and the real reason may never be known. With the joint efforts of everyone, they buried the bones of the Qing couple. Before the burial, Xiao Yuan took off the wedding rings on their fingers and prepared to take them back to Qingyan, as a comfort for his years of worry. After paying respects in front of the graves of the Qing couple, Xiao Yuan sighed inaudibly. Sun Wan had sharp ears, and he quietly held Xiao Yuan's hand, looking at him with a pair of big eyes that were like misty water, and worried. Xiao Yuan held her hand and said, I'm fine, just a little tired. Xiao Yuan was indeed a little tired, but he felt a little tired in his heart. In order to fight against the Night Demon and uncover the secrets of the Fire Nation, how many more people will be sacrificed before it is the end? He looked at the petals on the top of the cave that were as bright as stars, and was speechless for a long time. Chapter 346. Hangjin City, northwest of Country A. After a night of bloody battle, when the morning sun came and covered the entire city, the night demons retreated like a tide. Clang! The silver knife in Liang Lu's hand fell to the ground. She let out a long breath and slowly leaned against the wall. It has been a week since she rushed to Hangjin City from Yanjing. She assisted Sheng Dong, who was also transferred during the fog. Xiao Yuan's experience in breaking the fog has been tried out nationwide, with significant results. The number of fogs that have been cleared has accumulated to 4, and clearing all the fogs is just around the corner. In comparison, the situation in the northwest is much more complicated. The increasing number of night demons and their fierce attacks have put the joint forces of the 3 legions into a bitter battle. The outer city and the inner city defense line of Hangjin City have become a huge meat grinder, devouring lives every day. Wei Yan ran over from not far away, supported Liang Lu, and asked with concern, Sister Lulu, are you okay? Lianlu fought fiercely all night. She is not an elemental affinity, but her ability after merging with the alien spirit is strong. She is also one of the main forces in assisting Sheng Dong in defending the block. Lianlu looked a little pale, but she was in good spirits. It's okay, just take a rest. Wei knew Lianlu well, and when he saw no one around, he whispered, Sister Lulu, if Tang Qifeng comes again today. Lianlu shook her head with a complicated look, and said, let's do the same as before, let him go back. Tang Qifeng got the news that Lianlu had come to Hangjin City from somewhere, and came to look for her several times during the day. Facing him, Lianlu went from the initial throbbing to calmness to avoiding him now. A strange feeling, or premonition, became stronger in Lianlu's heart, and the strange spirit that had been silent for a long time was constantly agitated. She strongly rejected meeting Tang Qifeng, which in turn affected Lianlu's meeting with Tang Qifeng. Lianlu's premonition told her that the two people who met again would definitely not face a happy situation. Hangjin City, Combat Command Center. Zuoshu's fingers tapped on the table, making a regular sound that could be clearly heard in the quiet conference room. The atmosphere was heavy, and no one spoke for a long time. Zuoshu looked around at everyone's faces, and said with a smile, why don't you speak? Lao Kong, you usually talk the most, you speak. Kan Ifu, deputy commander of the Northwest Army, opened his mouth, his ruddy face turned purple, and finally gritted his teeth and said, Commander, I don't agree with your plan. Zuoshu's expression did not change, looking at the senior military officer sitting below. Do you all have the same idea as Lao Kong? Ahem. Guan Yu cleared his throat and said, Commander, we are not against the plan of a surprise attack on Tiger Back Mountain, but we think it is too dangerous for you to lead the team deep. Guan Yu's words touched everyone's heart. Zuoshu first mentioned the surprise attack plan on the train to Hangjin. Li Jin's plan seemed fantastic to outsiders, but Zuoshu thought it was feasible. Zuoshu had been preparing for a long time, and even asked Guan Bo and Tang Li, who often went to Hubei Mountain to resell medicinal herbs, to come. They were eyewitnesses of the first attack of the Night Demon, and knew the outbreak very well. With the two of them leading the way, Zuoshu's chances of winning were a little better. However, in his plan, the leader was not the battle-hardened elite of the Silver Wing Army, but himself. The corps commander personally led the team deep behind enemy lines. After he announced his crazy idea, the top brass of the Northwest Army were dumbfounded. Lu Zihua, the commander of the 1st Corps of the Northwest Army, was in his early 30s, and was extraordinary. He came from the ace unit of the 8th Country Army. His face was as dark as the bottom of a pot, and he could hardly suppress his anger. There are only a few times in the history of war that the head of an army went deep behind enemy lines. Only crazy people would do this. His brows were wrinkled like a small pimple, and he said in a low voice, Have you ever thought about who will lead the battle in Hangjin City if you have an accident? Zuoshu raised his mouth slightly when he heard this, and said, Captain Li Jin, he has several experiences of fighting the Night Demon in large city clusters, which is enough to lead you to resist the Night Demon. Nonsense. Lu Zihua almost blurted out. He held back the words on his lips, and lowered his head, not knowing what he was thinking. Ah. Zuoshu looked around at the people with uncertain faces, and smiled bitterly. Do you think we can really defeat the Night Demon head-on? His words made everyone fall silent. They knew their own affairs, and they knew the current situation of the Northwest Army better than anyone else. In just 1 month of fighting the Night Demon, the casualties in the Northwest Army have reached 5,000. More than 3,000 of these 5,000 were killed, and half of the remaining 2,000 will lose their combat effectiveness and retire forever. The Northwest Army was established too recently. If the war continues like this, the Silver Wing Army and the Storm Army may be fine, but the foundation of the Northwest Army is about to be destroyed. Snap! Zuoshu snapped his fingers, and a stream of air slowly rose from the silver bracelet on his wrist, lifting the water bottle on the table. The strange scene attracted everyone's attention. He smiled slightly. The era of firearms is gradually declining. Every soldier we lose now may have the strange ability I showed in the future. He slowly closed his eyes, and said, We can't wait any longer. The casualties every day are like being cut by a knife in my heart. So, I hope you can support me and win this battle. Zuoshu spoke with emotion, and tears finally appeared in his eyes. Kan Ifu was touched by his emotions, and his eyes turned red. Captain, I am willing to go with you. Yes. We go with you. Kill. Seeing the excited reactions of the crowd, Zuoshu knew that he had succeeded, and the biggest external force hindering the plan had been eliminated. A cunning and ambitious light flashed in his dark eyes, like a wild wolf that had finally succeeded in its hunt. Zhuo Shu was born in the Zhuo family, one of the most prestigious families in the capital. Being able to receive strong support from the family as a branch, Zhuo Shu's efforts and talents are definitely the best among his peers. He knew very well that the Northwest New Army would be a powerful force in the future military of Country A. The best recruits were extremely talented, and each of them would be the backbone of the future. They were the foundation of Zhuo Shu and his reliance on the Zhuo family. Although it was risky to attack Tigerback Mountain by surprise, Zhuo Shu would benefit greatly if it succeeded. First of all, the elites of the Silver Wing Corps would assist him in the surprise attack. The friendship they had forged through life and death would become valuable connections. If nothing unexpected happened, these elites would gradually grow into middle and high-level commanders of the Silver Wing Corps. Secondly, in the hearts of the Northwest Army, Zhuo Shu's status will be greatly improved. After all, there are few commanders who can lead by example. Finally, by saving Hangjin City from danger, his status will be close to Li Jun and become a rising star in the A Country Army with a promising future. His status in the Zhuo family will also improve a lot. Thinking of his cousin, the eldest son of the Zhuo family, Zhuo Shu's heart is like a pot of mixed feelings. Zhuo Shu has outstanding abilities, and his ambition is proportional to his abilities. He is eager for power, and when the gains after taking risks far outweigh the risks, he will take risks without hesitation. Opportunist is the most obvious characteristic of Zhuo Shu. It is precisely because of his characteristics that Zhuo Shu can rise rapidly in a country full of changes. Chapter 347. Northwest of Country A, Combat Command Center. At the Silver Wing Army Base, Van Gung hurried out of the tent, looking very worried. Too crazy. Too crazy. He kept shouting in his heart. Zhuo Shu actually wanted to attack the Night Demon's lair alone. Is he crazy? In the morning, Li Jun held an emergency meeting. Deputy Commander Jin Chao of the Silver Wing Army, Chief of Staff Cu, Zhang Jiangxi of the 1st Corps, Lei Yin, Commander of the 2nd Corps, and Fan Gung, Commander of the 6th Corps, attended the meeting. At the meeting, Li Jun announced the surprise attack plan straight away, and explained the distribution of actions between the various legions at the time of the action clearly. From his appearance, this plan seemed to have been planned for a long time, and even the treasure at the bottom of the box, such as the Abyss Material Decomposer, had to be taken out. Few people knew about the surprise attack plan. Except for the senior leaders of each legion, ordinary generals, and soldiers thought that tonight was an ordinary battle. In fact, tonight will be the key node that determines the success or failure of the war. The troops in Hangjin City were tied up to attract the attention of the Night Demon, allowing the surprise attack troops to successfully bypass the Night Demon's blockade, and the plan was more than half successful. The surprise attack on Hangjin was different from Xiao Yuan's deep penetration into the enemy's rear in A City. Tigerback Mountain was farther away from Hangjin City. Tigerback Mountain was located in H City, north of Ur City, and the area covered by the raid was far greater than before. Once the operation failed, they would be in danger of being wiped out without support in the rear. Walking back to the tent, Van Gung saw 3 girls sitting inside. 2 of them looked at him coquettishly, but the one in the middle had her eyes light up when she saw him. "Brother, why did you come back just now?" Van Gung was helplessly pulled by her arm, and said, "The emergency meeting of the army delayed us for some time." Van Xuan pouted and looked at him half coquettishly and half beggingly. "Brother, please arrange for Wan to meet that boy quickly." "What boy?" Van Gung pretended to be angry and poked her little head. "Don't talk nonsense. How can Commander Zhuo Shu become a boy? I know when can Wan meet him." "Miss Huang Yu, do you really want to meet Commander Zhuo Shu?" "Yes." Huang Wan nodded firmly under the encouragement of her best friend. "I want to meet him, no matter what." "Miss Huang, do you know how much the Huang family spent to facilitate this marriage?" "I know, but I can't accept such a marriage to a man I have never met." "In that case, I will arrange a meeting for you this afternoon." Van Gung looked at her with admiration. This beautiful flower from a wealthy family was stronger than he thought. Zhuo Shu stood in the tent, with a detailed map of the northwest region hanging in front of him. Hangjin City, or City, H City, all the way to Tigerback Mountain. He kept every scheduled location that the surprise attack troops would pass through in his mind, and kept deducing what would happen in each place, and how to act and respond to the situation. The war was imminent, and it would be a lie to say that he was not nervous. He had seen too much of the cruelty and strength of the Night Demon, and the courage to go deep into the enemy's territory alone did not come out of thin air. However, even though he held the winning trump card, his palms were still slightly sweaty. At this moment, he suddenly admired the group of Silver Wing officers and soldiers who went deep into the city alone in the defense of Ace. They were really fearless guys. The corners of his mouth raised, and he murmured, "Now I am the same as you. Captain, Miss Huang is here. Please let her in." Zhuoshu put away his thoughts and turned to look at the battalion commander's door. A girl wearing a yellow fleece coat and slim jeans walked in. Her black hair was draped softly on her shoulders, and she looked pure and beautiful. Huang Wan, Zhuoshu's nominal fiancée, did not expect that their first meeting would be under such circumstances. Mr. Zhua, hello. Huang Wan's stuttering words revealed her nervous heart. Sit down. Zhuoshu pointed to a chair beside him and said, "Why are you here?" When Fan Geng sent someone to tell him that Huang Wan was in Hangjin City, Zhuoshu was a little surprised. Why would a delicate lady from a noble family run to the front line in the chaos? Actually, I want to come to you and talk to you about something. Oh. Zhuoshu sat down and picked up the list of materials for the surprise attack on the table. He checked it carefully and said, "Please tell me." Seeing Zhuoshu lower his head and not even look at her, she felt more and more disappointed. "You didn't see me when you came to Yanjing, and you had the same attitude when we were face to face. Do you really not care about this marriage?" Huh? Huang Wan took a deep breath, calmed down, and said, "Mr. Zhua, I want to cancel the engagement with you." Zhuoshu stopped flipping through the list, and his slender fingers slid across the paper. He still didn't raise his head. Why? Why? Huang Wan's anger suddenly rose to a high level, and she could no longer suppress her anger, and her voice rose several tones. Why? We haven't seen each other since we got engaged. Even if you return to Yanjing, you don't even want to look at me when I come to see you now. What am I in your heart? She became more and more excited as she spoke, snatched the list from Zhuoshu's hand, and shouted, "Let me marry someone like you. I would rather not marry for the rest of my life." Swish. Huang Wan tore the list into pieces in excitement and threw it to the ground. Zhuoshu's eyes moved slightly, and he slowly took out the copy of the list from the drawer, as if nothing had happened, and started to look through it again. You. Huang Wan saw that he didn't react to her words so harshly, and her lips trembled with anger, and tears welled up in her eyes. Zhuoshu's voice was low and magnetic, and it was hard to tell whether it was sad or happy. "I understand what you said." The girl held back her tears and turned to leave. She was extremely disappointed with this so-called marriage. Just as she was about to leave the tent, Zhuoshu's voice suddenly rang out. 167 centimeters tall, 45 kilograms in weight. Favorite fruit is strawberry. Favorite color is bright yellow. I have lived in the Huang family mansion since I was a child, and I have only two friends. One is Ouyang Ying's sister Ouyang Shui, and the other is the naughty Fan Xuan. I am good at sketching, love reading, and like baking, but unfortunately I don't have much talent. I always mess up, but I still enjoy it. I am allergic to peanut butter, like seafood, and never eat spicy food. I have always dreamed of living a free life without being bound by my family. You? Huang Wan froze in place, eyes wide open. How do you know? Zhuoshu still lowered his head and said, I know everything about you. Huang Wan didn't know what to say for a moment, so she had to stand there and didn't dare to look back. Cancel the engagement. If you really want, I will help you. Zhuoshu's voice was very gentle, but wait. Wait until I complete the mission. What mission are you going to perform? As soon as the words came out, Huang Wan wanted to slap herself. Why do you care about him so much? A routine mission. Zhuoshu said calmly. Also, I only stayed in Yanjing for 2 days. I was at the A-Country Training Center observing the War Zone competition. I was sorry that I couldn't see you. Is he apologizing? Huang Wan walked out of the tent in a daze, not knowing what she felt in her heart. She covered her hot cheeks and murmured, Huang Wan, what are you doing? Chapter 348. Under the spirit-gathering tree, the passage is long and narrow. Walking in it makes people feel suffocated unconsciously, and they keep going down along the winding path. About half an hour later, Xiao Yuan and others finally arrived in front of a stone door. The stone door was tightly closed, and it took some effort to push it open. The stone door, that had not moved for thousands of years, was covered with dust. Cough, cough. Xiao Yuan covered his mouth and nose and walked in with Lin Lang. The cool wind echoed in the cave, which was a stone cave covering half the size of a football field. There is a stone forest in the cave. The stones in the stone forest are all strange and look like natural stones. Walking in the stone forest, Xiao Yuan feels like he is back in a famous garden in the southeast. Sun Wan reached out and touched the stone forest, and found that it did not fall back. The breeze from somewhere in the huge space was circling. She couldn't help but ask curiously, Why did Lihua country place a stone forest here? Isn't it just for viewing? After they entered the Lihua ruins, everything they saw, no matter how big or small, had a specific purpose. Sun Wan didn't believe that the people who arranged the ruins in Lihua country would waste manpower and resources to put so many strange stones here to form a stone forest just for the sake of viewing. Clang! Qi Ming slashed the stone with a knife, but there was not even a trace left. Ouch! He couldn't help but say, this stone is strong enough, even the Minging knife can't leave a mark. Xiao Yuan was attracted by Qi Ming's words, and also came over. The Minging knife is very sharp and rare in the world. It can easily cut iron and stone. Why can't it deal with a stone? Clang! Xiao Yuan used more force to chop, but still did not leave any marks on it. He was secretly amazed. Tunan flashed and turned into a long sword. The blade burst into fire and chopped off the outer skin of the stone. A faint warm red light appeared inside the stone. Xiao Yuan took a closer look and found a substance with a crystal structure hidden inside. What is this? Xiao Yuan looked at Wang Ruoling. She looked at it carefully for a long time and shook her head. I have never seen it. It is somewhat similar to fire fluorite, but I am sure it is not fire fluorite. He wanted to ask Lord Yuga, but the fat guy fell into a deep sleep after showing his prowess in the previous battle, and he didn't know when he would wake up. Xiao Yuan thought about it, and slowly moved Tunan closer to the crystal to try. Chirp! Chirp! The crisp sound of birds chirping sounded from above, and Xiao commanded people to fire 2 flares upwards. On the top of the stone cave, which was about 10 meters high, hundreds of large bird nests were hanging above. The size of the bird nest was about the same as a supermarket cart, and the sound of birds chirping could be heard from time to time, one louder than the other. Xiao Yuan stopped what he was doing and looked up. He raised his leather shield and said, be careful and alert. First, check around to see if there are other passages. Lin Lang, Qi Ming, and Wang Ruofei led the people to explore around, while Xiao Yuan and the rest of the people searched in the middle. The birdsong overhead became more frequent and louder, making people feel upset. Qi! Suddenly, a sharp and piercing bird song sounded in the sky, followed by fluttering sounds. Xiao Yuan thought to himself that something was wrong, and he casually pulled out the assembly signal flare from his waist and released it into the air. Bang! The dazzling flames illuminated the scene in front of him, and Xiao Yuan secretly took a breath. Thousands of purple birds circled in the air and swooped down towards the crowd. Xiao Yuan saw the appearance of the bird at a glance. The bird was about the same size as a sparrow, but the beak was more pointed and the whole body was purple. It was the first time he saw a purple bird, and before he could think about it, the flock of birds rushed down. What does it feel like after being hit by hail? Xiao Yuan now feels like being hit by a super large and powerful hail. The leather shield blocked his head to protect his vitals, and the silver knife kept swinging to cut down the purple bird. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The flamethrower unleashed its power again at this time, and the purple bird had nowhere to hide under the attack of the flames. In an instant, hundreds of people were killed or injured. They finally got a chance to catch their breath and gathered in a place where the stone forest was still quite tight for defense. Lin Lang, Qi Ming, and Wang Ruofei also returned to the team at this time, looking embarrassed. Wang Ruofei's face was scratched by the purple bird, and half of his cheek was dyed red, but he didn't care at all, and said anxiously, Captain, there is no way out nearby. Lin Lang and Qi Ming brought the same information, that they had not found a way out. No way out? Xiao Yuan frowned secretly. Could it be that the passage was hidden in the stone forest? Xiao Zhen led the firearms troops to use kerosene to resist the purple birds. Kerosene was indeed powerful. Every time it sprayed out flames, dozens or even hundreds of purple birds died. But after a while, Xiao Zhen found something wrong. There were more than 10 waves of flames erupting continuously, but why didn't they decrease? He wiped the sweat from his head and shouted to Xiao Yuan, Captain, we only have half of our kerosene left. Why do these guys seem to have an endless supply? The bird's nest above still sounded with flying sounds, like a bottomless pit. How many birds can be in such a small nest? The strange scene in front of them made everyone at a loss. Xiao Yuan stroked his fingers, staring at the birds that kept flying towards him, and an idea flashed. He pointed at the bird's nest above and said, could the passage be hidden above? And there is another space above, where purple birds are constantly flying out? Wang Ruoling immediately reacted. What the captain said makes sense. Purple birds cannot always be endless. There must be an independent space that constantly replenishes them, but... She looked embarrassed and said, even if we break through the bird's nest, how can we deal with more birds? There are too many purple birds, and the sharp beaks will cut through the body, leaving a bloody wound. It is definitely not as simple as ordinary birds. Xiao Yuan moved his wrist and said, "If we don't find the hidden space behind, we will always be passive." Lao Qi. "The two of us are in front." "Okay." Qi Ming slapped the leather shield and responded loudly with high morale. "Wait." Sun Wan's voice suddenly sounded, and she touched the dim ground and picked up something. "Does it look like the purple bird?" Sun Wan held a torn piece of paper, or a paper cut in her hand. The purple paper cut was very delicate, with a neat scratch running through its body, and it looked almost exactly like the attacker above their heads. What's going on? Xiao Yuan's mind was full of thoughts. Could it be that these birds were all fake? But the attack they were under was real. "Captain, we only have a quarter of our kerosene left." Xiao Zhen shouted loudly, his voice full of anxiety. The noise around him gradually faded away, and Xiao Yuan forced himself to calm down. He felt a cool sensation in his chest, and his hearing reached an unprecedented mysterious state at that moment. Xiao Zhen shouts, the sound of the flamethrower, and the sound of birds gradually faded away, and Xiao Yuan heard the sound of birds flying out of the nest. This mysterious state lasted for a short time and disappeared after 10 seconds. But it was enough for Xiao Yuan to hear the key point, that the purple birds on the top of the cave all came out from the same place. That is to say, only one bird's nest among hundreds of birds' nests is real, and the others are just deceptions. Chapter 349. Bang! Xiao Yuan fired the flare in the general direction, and the alloy claw shot out. After 3 consecutive attempts, he managed to penetrate the purple bird's nest. Under the cover of others, Xiao Yuan, Sun Wan, Xiao Zheng, and Qi Ming flew into the sky. The flamethrowers' fireballs flew around them, and Qi Ming was at the forefront to resist the surging birds. He clenched his fists, and if you look through his clothes at this time, you can see that the veins on his arms are bulging, and groups of khaki air flows from his body to the minging knife in his hand. "Open!" Qi Ming shouted, and a translucent shield visible to the naked eye formed in front of him. The shield was as tall as a person, with earthy yellow earth elements flowing on it, rushing straight into the place where the birds were most densely packed. Bang! 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 The impact sounded like popping beans, and Qi Ming's body couldn't help but stop. Xiao Zheng behind him let out a roar, and pushed him hard on the back like an angry little leopard. Bang! Qi Ming felt as if his back was hit by a sledgehammer, and he was lifted up several meters, just in time to send Sun Wan and Xiao Yuan to the edge of the bird's nest. The earth shield broke, and Qi Ming's body fell down with Xiao Zheng and fell back to the ground. Xiao Yuan and Sun Wan attacked at the same time, and 2 rays of light, one blue and one red, suddenly appeared in the air, and soft light blue water waves rippled. Purple birds were blocked on both sides, and Xiao Yuan used both swords to kill the purple birds blocking the front one by one. The birds that lost their lives did not appear bloody, but turned into pieces of paper cuttings that fell to the ground. A strange scene appeared in the air, with Sun Wan and Xiao Yuan as the dividing line. Above was the fierce attack of purple birds, and below was the falling purple paper pieces. Swish! The flame on 2 Nan ignited, and after the dragon eye was pushed to the extreme, a stream of heat spread to both sides. Sun Wan tried her best to control the water element, and her little face flushed as she shouted, "Xiao Yuan!" Knowing that she had reached her limit, the purple birds on both sides pounced densely on the water waves, almost penetrating through. Break! 2 Nan slashed at the nest that had been gushing out of the purple birds with a scorching flame. With a loud bang, the nest exploded from the middle. The burning paper cuts scattered out one after another. On the stone wall next to the nest, a middle-aged man with a pale face was staring at Xiao Yuan, with a strange light in his eyes. Ah! Xiao Yuan didn't expect that there would be someone on the stone wall, and he was at a loss for a moment. He was busy fending off the increasingly crazy purple bird, when the middle-aged man on the stone wall suddenly shot out 2 cold lights in his eyes, aiming directly at Xiao Yuan's vitals. Clang! Clang! Xiao Yuan lifted 2 Nan and held it across his chest to block the hidden weapon, and the huge force made his arm numb. This was just the beginning. In the area centered on the top of Xiao Yuan's head, the middle-aged man was like a sieve, spraying cold arrows all over his body. Xiao Yuan was forced back by the arrows while cursing inwardly, who designed this crappy hidden weapon. It was aimed at him, one of his own. The arrows continued for 2 minutes before they stopped. After Xiao Yuan took all the attacks and looked up, he suddenly realized. There was no one there. It was just a painting installed on the original stone wall. The man in the painting wore a Jinxian crown, had a long beard and a white face, and looked like a scholar. However, he looked like a sieve, and didn't look very good. Cough cough. Xiao Yuan coughed, and then he felt that the pain in his internal organs after being hit just now was relieved a lot. After counting the number of people, fortunately no one was killed, but none of them were uninjured. The purple birds were attacking at a high speed, and their numbers were too large, so they were extremely destructive. Not to mention the ancient times, even if the modern army did not have mobile devices to assist in approaching quickly, it would take some effort to break through them. Xiaozhen was covered in dust, but he was in good spirits. His left arm was scratched by the purple birds, leaving 4 or 5 bloody cuts. He was receiving treatment from the medic, but he still said, "Captain, we don't have much kerosene left. We can only fire 2 more rounds at most." Xiao Yuan smiled and comforted him. "It's okay. According to the notes, we will reach our destination soon. We have enough kerosene." After comforting Xiaozhen, Xiao Yuan started to discuss with others how to get up. As for how far the road ahead was, Xiao Yuan had no idea. The Lihua ruins were more severe than Xiao Yuan expected. Now the kerosene was almost exhausted, and the medical supplies were sufficient for the time being. But if there were more dangers ahead and casualties occurred, I'm afraid things would be very troublesome. Hiding his worries in his heart, Xiao Yuan looked relaxed as he discussed with others how to get up. Finally, Qi Ming and Xiao Zheng volunteered to explore the way first. One of them had strong defense, and the other was a girl who looked weak but was actually full of strange strength. They were more active than anyone else. The two of them went up into the air one after the other, and slowly approached the top of the stone wall under the gaze of the people below. The painting under the illumination was particularly strange. Qi Ming raised the Minging knife and pried hard on the side of the painting. Crack! The painting, which had been penetrated like a sieve, fell down, revealing the dark space above, without a trace of light. Xiao Zheng saw this, and wanted to go in, but was grabbed by Qi Ming, and shook his head at her. Although Qi Ming was impatient, he had been through many battles, and knew that he had to be more careful at this time. He patted the flare on his waist, and made a gesture. Squeak! The flare was pulled open, and thrown into the space above. There was a dong sound beside his ear, as if it fell on the wood. After waiting for a while, and seeing no unusual movement, Qi Ming climbed in first. The flare fell on a wooden box 2 meters away from him. There was a wooden device next to the box, which was still transporting purple paper cuts to the cave entrance. Qi Ming saw all of this, but what surprised him the most was another thing. The flares that usually illuminated a long distance could barely reach a distance of 2 meters here, as if something had swallowed the light. Xiao Yuan and the others were also shocked when they brought the supplies up, because it was too dark here, and the distance the light could reach was very limited. They set up the lights, and came to the wooden box. The mechanism was still running non-stop to transport dozens of purple paper cuts to the place where the bird's nest should have been. Unfortunately, the passageway was chopped and burned by Xiao Yuan, and it could no longer enter the designated location. Xiao Yuan picked up the thin paper cut and wondered, "A piece of paper cut can become a bird. What on earth is this?" Sun Wan stood beside him, pointed at the 2 huge gilded characters on the wooden box and said, "Lu Ban box?" As soon as she finished speaking, Xiao Yuan immediately realized that something was wrong and said, "Lu Ban was a figure in the spring and autumn period, and the warring states period of country A, and the fire country existed long before it. Why are we named after Lu Ban?" Wang Ruoling nodded and said, "According to the information the captain has, the Lihua kingdom is very likely an ancient civilization that existed before the Shang and Zhou dynasties, and was lost for unknown reasons." Sun Wan tilted his head, and looked at it carefully again, still insisting that the words written on it were indeed Luban box. After studying for a long time, everyone finally agreed that it was because of the same name, otherwise it would be impossible for Luban's name to appear on it. Xiao Yuan didn't expect that the answer to this question would appear soon, but it was just in his dream. In one day, the group had broken through the obstacles in 2 ruins, and was already exhausted. Xiao Yuan and the others decided to stay here tonight to rest and recover their strength, and then continue to move forward after they have recovered enough energy. They formed a circle in the dark stone cave, lit a bonfire, and used stone plates for heating and cooking. 7 or 8 bonfires were lit, and the warm light dispelled the darkness and cold. Xiao Yuan also fell asleep after dinner. Chapter 350. A candle lit up, illuminating the map hanging in the tent. On the top of the map were 5 large characters written in Lihua's script, Northern Border Geomancy Map. Gu Changfeng discussed military affairs with an old general by candlelight. The old general was wearing a helmet and armor despite his white hair and beard. Zhang Lu, Duke of Lihua. He had followed the previous emperor in battles for more than 30 years, pacified Jiangnan, and recovered the 16 prefectures of Yanyan. 10 years ago, at the age of 50, he still led the army to defend the northern border. He deserves the title of the pillar of the country, and the arm of the king. The old general pointed to the geomancy map and said confidently, "General Gu, this time my king's army will be able to defeat the Walla and drive them out of the northern border. There have always been two great enemies in the northern border of Lihua, Walla and Tatar. Walla is good at fighting and brave. Tatar is cunning and resourceful. These two countries are like lurking hungry wolves. When the Central Plains dynasty is strong, they will bow down and submit, but once the Central Plains is in chaos, they will invade the border and disturb the people, rob people and property, and burn down the city." Gu Chanfeng smiled and said, "The old general has been managing the border for 10 years. After the battle tomorrow, I can guarantee that the people of Lihua will have 100 years of peace." Hee. General Zhang Lu's eyes were full of brilliance, as if he had suddenly become 7 or 8 years younger. He was getting older, and this expedition to Walla was his last time to wear armor and lead the army out of Beijing to fight the enemy. For a general, he could see the hidden dangers at the border eliminated in the last moments of his life, which was enough for his life. The old general sighed and said, "If it weren't for your majesty's ceremony of offering sacrifices to the heaven, and the dragon fire left by the heavenly dragon could help me temper the magic weapon, how could I have achieved my wish in this life?" Half a year had passed since the ceremony of offering sacrifices to the heaven, and Gu Chanfeng still remembered the scene of that day clearly in his mind. The blue dragon descended from the sky, more than 20 meters long, spewing dragon fire from its mouth. The dragon fire flames were not like fireworks on Earth, with a green light shining from the outer circle. The dragon fire fell to the ground and burned the surrounding land to ashes. Until it went 10 meters underground, it fell on a piece of pure white jade. The jade was flawless, the dragon fire lasted forever, but the blue dragon took advantage of the intersection of wind and clouds to soar into the sky and disappeared. After that day, heavy rain fell in the royal city for 3 days and 3 nights without stopping, and the moat was flooded in the rain. The king of Lihua State urgently ordered the Sishianjian, the Ministry of Works, and the Ministry of Rites to jointly select an auspicious day to hold a grand ceremony for the dragon fire and build a magnificent dragon fire temple. Under the dragon fire hall is the Tiangong workshop, the most strictly protected forbidden area of the Lihua kingdom in the future. Tiangong workshop, as the name suggests, is to be exquisitely crafted. With the help of the dragon fire, the weapons produced by Tiangong workshop are continuously delivered to the army of Lihua kingdom. The weapons forged by Tiangong workshop can easily cut iron and break stones, and the armor and shields made are far superior to the smelting technology at that time. Walla occupied the richest iron ore in the north. Walla and Tatar are both nomadic peoples, and their iron or smelting technology is already behind that of the Central Plains dynasty. Lihua State conquered all directions, and set its first target on Walla State. A common man is innocent, but he is guilty of possessing a treasure. Iron ore, which Walla once was proud of, became the direct cause of their demise. General Zhang was in charge of the 100,000 troops of the northern border of Lihua State, and Gu Chanfeng led the 50,000 troops transferred from the capital. The two most outstanding old and new generals of Lihua State joined forces to break through Walla's 6 cities in just 3 months. The monarch of Lihua State was a man of great talent and strategy, and refused to accept Walla's letter of apology, even if Walla accepted the conditions of being recognized as a vassal state of Lihua State. The attitude of the monarch Xiao would directly determine the cruelty of the war in front. All the Walla soldiers who refused to surrender were killed after being captured. In the era at that time, this kind of thing was not too cruel. Zhang Lu and Gu Chanfeng were very strict in military discipline, and the troops under their command treated the people fairly kindly. If it were Walla, the Tatars broke the city of Lihua, and massacres after burning, killing, looting often occurred. Tomorrow, after the Walla King city was conquered, the once powerful Walla would be declared extinct. The old general looked very energetic, which made Gu Chanfeng slightly worried about his health. Old people should avoid extreme joy and sorrow. That night, the two of them talked by candlelight until dawn. Dong! 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 The drums were beaten and the flags were fluttering. Under the Walla King city, 130,000 Lihua Kingdom troops launched an attack on the city, and there were shouts of killing on the battlefield. The tall arrow tower slowly moved forward under the pull of 5 horses, and the 10-meter-high arrow tower was pushed in front of the king's city. The front and sides of the arrow tower were wrapped with a layer of light armor made of Lihua, and ordinary arrows shot at it had no effect at all. The Lihua archers on the 5 arrow towers looked down from above, fiercely suppressing the enemy troops on the city wall. Boom! After an unknown amount of fierce fighting, the city gate collapsed under the impact of the battering ram with a loud bang. The bloodthirsty Lihua army rushed into the city, and the century-old capital of the Wallach kingdom fell. The setting sun in the sky was like blood, and the sunset sprinkled on the blood-colored city gate tower, recording the history unknown to future generations. Huh! Xiao Yuan suddenly opened his eyes, and after a while, he adjusted to the darkness in front of him. The warm light from the stone bonfire not far away gradually calmed him down. He subconsciously pressed the silver knife on his waist, and a chill rose in his heart. Why were the weapons used by the ancient army of Lihua country and the new army almost the same? Silver knife. Xiao Yuan was 100% sure that when destroying Walla, the weapons used by Gu Chanfeng and Zhang Lu, as well as ordinary soldiers, were silver weapons. The weapons and equipment used by the new army were provided by the government of country A, and Xiao Yuan had never thought about the source. But now it seems that even bigger mysteries are coming. Why would the government of country A provide the same weapons as those of Lihua country? How many people in country A know about Lihua country? Xiao Yuan's slight voice startled Sun Wan, who was keeping watch. She sat by the campfire and kept watch with Xiao Zheng. She turned her head, blinked at Xiao Yuan and whispered, "Why are you awake?" Xiao Zheng lay on Sun Wan's shoulder, sleeping soundly with her mouth open. She didn't wake up until Xiao Yuan walked by and sat next to Sun Wan. "It's just, I had a dream, and I woke up when the dream ended." "Is it about Lihua country again?" "Yes, I dreamed of war, and many people died." Xiao Yuan held Sun Wan's hand, and the coldness from it made him feel much more at ease. "Lihua country, what is the connection between us and Lihua country?" "I can read the words of Lihua country. You saw yourself in your dream. Maybe we lived in Lihua country in our previous lives." "It's possible." Xiao Yuan smiled and looked at her playful appearance. "We may have known each other in our previous lives, so we met in this life." "Pretentious?" Sun Wan stuck out her tongue and said, "Xiao Yuan, I actually have something to tell you." "What is it?" "I found Luzhua." "A little strange." "Strange?" Xiao Yuan raised his eyebrows and lowered his voice. "What's going on?" "When I picked everyone up today, I accidentally touched Luzhua's hand and found that he had a breath of a night demon." "What?" Xiao Yuan subconsciously glanced in the direction of Luzhua. "Are you sure?" "Well, I'm 90% sure." Sun Wan was very confident. After fighting the night demon for so long, her feelings were rarely wrong. "Don't tell anyone about this for now. We observe and handle it secretly." Xiao Yuan stroked the corner of his clothes and didn't notice that a small dark shadow flashed by the wall not far away, silently. Chapter 351. The passage of time was not noticeable in the darkness. After everyone had rested, Xiao Yuan glanced at his watch. It was 8:20. The environment in the cave was very special. The range of light was limited. The range of the strong light could only reach about 4 meters. They were in a small space with a small corridor in front. When Xiao Yuan walked into the corridor, all he saw was black. He reached out and touched the wall beside him. The wall felt cold and sticky. It should have been painted with a layer of paint. The paint exudes a faint fragrance, making the sandalwood in Xiao Yuan's incense burner faint and elegant. No place in the entire space is left out, and the paint absorbs light surprisingly strongly. Xiao Yuan walked along the corridor. It is easy to lose the sense of distance without a reference. He counted his steps silently in his heart, and after walking about 1,000 meters, the space in front of him changed. A long corridor appeared, with dark columns standing on both sides of the corridor, and the road in the middle was about 4 meters wide. Xiao Yuan stopped and stared at the corridor, not moving for a long time. "Boss, is there something wrong?" Qi Ming raised his hand to illuminate the pillar closest to him. The dark stone pillar was polished and rounded. "Nothing is wrong, so we have to be more careful." Xiao Yuan frowned and tried to find some clues from all around. But unfortunately, the corridor was silent, and there was nothing unusual. In the Lihua ruins, every time you enter a new place, there will be hidden dangers that are not easy to detect, and the further you go, the more dangerous it will be. Wang Ruoling was behind them, and her voice was slightly low. "Captain, I think this place is very much like a maze." "Maze?" Wang Ruoling scratched the wall with her fingers and said, "The paint on the wall absorbs light, and our strong light has a limited range of illumination. Everything seems to be designed to make people lose their way." Qi Ming waved his hand disapprovingly and said, "Ruoling, I think you are just thinking too much. How powerful can the ancients be in designing mazes?" Wang Ruoling covered her mouth and chuckled, saying, "Brother Qi, don't be careless when you go there. The maze created by the ancients of country A using the 9 palaces and 8 diagrams is very powerful. Her words coincided with what Xiao Yuan was thinking. He patted Qi Ming on the shoulder and said, Ruoling is right. Everyone, take good care of the people around you. Report any incident immediately. Remember not to run around randomly. Yes. In the dark environment, people's nerves become very sensitive. Xiao Yuan is not afraid of face-to-face confrontation, but he is worried that someone will lose their composure due to poor psychological quality. Xiao Yuan, Sun Wan, Qi Ming, and Xiao Zheng walked forward in a row. The 4 of them just occupied the middle of the corridor. Xiao Yuan silently counted the number of stone pillars he passed. 1, 2, 3. 100. Each stone pillar was 4 meters apart, and after passing 100 stone pillars, he had advanced at least 400 meters. The surrounding scenery remained unchanged, the dark ground, the smooth and round stone pillars. When the reference objects were the same, people naturally had an illusion that I was standing still. Gulu, Qi Ming spat, and his tone was a little uneasy. Boss, are we walking back again? Xiao Yuan did not answer. He took out an energy bar from his pocket and put it under the stone pillar. Keep going. Qi Ming saw Xiao Yuan's serious face and swallowed back what he wanted to say. After walking for about 10 minutes, Xiao Yuan suddenly stopped. He stared at something 2 meters in front of him, and a chill surged through his body. Under the stone pillar, a well-packaged energy bar suddenly appeared. Xiao Yuan walked over to pick up the energy bar, and found that the traces he had quietly left just now were still there. Just now, he seemed to be casual, but in fact, he made a tiny mark on the edge of the energy bar. If someone quietly moved the energy bar and placed it in front of him, Xiao Yuan would know it immediately. Unfortunately, there was no sign of the mark moving, which completely shattered his hope. Xiao Yuan felt a little dry in his mouth and became nervous unconsciously. This rare emotion made him a little irritable. Putting away the energy bar, Xiao Yuan suddenly smiled. Ruoling, it seems that you really said it, we entered the maze today. The team stopped moving forward temporarily, and Xiao Yuan and the others began to discuss a solution. One Ruoling's suggestion was to mark the way and draw a map to find the flaws. No maze is perfect. If the flaws can be found, all problems will be solved. Xiao Yuan pondered her words in his heart, and his eyes suddenly fell on Luzwa. After entering the corridor, Luzwa spoke less and less. He lowered his head, and his cheeks were hidden in the flickering light and shadow. Mr. Lu, you are experienced. What do you think? Me? Luzwa seemed to be distracted and thinking about other things. He only heard it when Xiao Yuan asked for the second time. Captain Xiao, I see that the yin energy here is very strong. I am afraid it is a very dangerous place. It would be wise for us to return early. Mr. Lu, I am asking you how to solve it now. Xiao Yuan waved his hand to interrupt him and get to the point. Luzwa looked embarrassed and said, wait a minute. As he said that, Luzwa took out a tortoise shell from the treasure bag he carried with him, and a crisp sound came from it. He sat cross-legged on the ground with a pious look, shaking the tortoise shell and muttering something. He shook it for about a minute, and just when Xiao Yuan was about to yawn, Luzwa finally stopped shaking it. Pa! The tortoise shell fell to the ground, and 3 copper coins flew out of it. Luzwa carefully examined it for a while, and scratched the copper coins with his fingers, revealing a thoughtful look. After a while, he slapped his thigh and said, the hexagram is unclear, and the future is uncertain. Xiao Yuan blinked and asked, Mr. Lu, please speak more plainly. Luzwa carefully collected the tortoise shell and copper coins and sighed, I can't do anything. Huh? The people around were dumbfounded. You've been pretending for a long time, and now you're telling us you can't do it? Qi Ming pointed at Luzwa's nose and shouted, you're playing tricks. If you keep dawdling, do you believe you have to spend the rest of your life in prison? Luzwa's face looked a little ugly, and he raised his mouth slightly. To be honest, I really can't do anything. Xiao Yuan held Qi Ming and said in a very kind tone, Mr. Lu, can your yin-seeking moth be useful here? Luzwa shook his head and explained, you don't know that after each use of the yin-seeking moth, you need to rest for a month before you can use it again. Luzwa patted the dust off his body aggrievedly and smiled apologetically. Sorry, I can't do anything here. Since he said this, Xiao Yuan couldn't say anything more. After everyone discussed it, they could only use the safest way to find the flaws in the corridor. When everyone was about to leave after counting their equipment, a trembling voice suddenly came from behind the crowd. Battalion Commander, Xiaoli, is missing. Huh? Xiao Yuan's heart skipped a beat, and the worst thing finally happened. He walked quickly to the young man and asked, tell me slowly, what happened? Chapter 352. The young man's face was pale, his lips were trembling, and he seemed to be very scared. Xiao Li had been standing beside me, but in just a moment, he disappeared without a sound. No sound of any sign. Xiao Yuan continued to ask. I'm sure there was no sound. The young man nodded vigorously, and suddenly grabbed Xiao Yuan's sleeve. Captain, I have heard that ghost walls can confuse people's minds. Pa, before the young man finished speaking, he was slapped on the head. Xiaozhen blew his beard and glared at him, cursing. Qin Hai, what nonsense are you talking about? Have you forgotten the discipline in the army? Openly disrupting the morale of the army can be a big or small crime. The commander can deal with a person according to the situation. In serious cases, he can be executed on the spot. Qin Hai shuddered, and beads of sweat dripped from his head. Battalion commander, I don't mean that really. Xiao Yuan waved his hand, indicating that he didn't need to be nervous. He bent down and looked at the ground carefully, and then used the light to illuminate the space behind the stone pillar. After observing for a while, he felt something in his heart. Xiao Yuan walked slowly behind the stone pillar, raised the light, and walked along the narrow path. Battalion commander. Xiaozhen shouted worriedly from behind, be careful. Xiao Yuan gestured to him, indicating that it was okay. After passing 3 stone pillars in a row, the darkness around him became thicker and thicker. He looked back, and the darkness behind him had long since made it impossible to see the shadows of the people. The endless corridor swallowed up the light to a terrifying degree. Ho! Ho! After passing another stone pillar, a person's voice sounded in Xiao Yuan's ears, as if there was phlegm stuck in his throat, and it was unclear. Sure enough, just now, when he was with Qin Hai, Xiao Yuan was puzzled. Why could someone disappear out of thin air when there were so many people? A fierce ghost demanding his life? So far, the strange spirits that Xiao Yuan had seen, Luo Xiaoya and half of Qianling's soul, did not have the ability to directly attack humans. The most likely possibility was that Xiao Li was bewitched by some kind of power, lost his mind, and left the team. Fear can make people lose their judgment. In an ordinary environment, many people can understand this truth and logic, but in the endless corridor, people's spirits are tense and their judgment is weakened. Xiao Yuan walked towards Qin Hai quickly, while keeping alert on both sides. When he saw Xiao Li clearly, he was slightly startled, and then swung a knife. Swish! The dark silver knife cut through the darkness, and a black shadow screamed and fell from Xiao Li's chest, and fled like a fly. It turned out that a huge fat rat was lying on his chest, gnawing at his flesh. The fat rat was pitch black, as if it had merged with the darkness. Its tail was very long, almost as long as its body, and was divided into sections. It seemed to be intoxicated by the flesh and blood, and didn't notice Xiao Yuan coming to it. It barely dodged when he chopped it with a knife. After cutting off its tail, the beast ran away quickly and disappeared. Xiao Yuan didn't chase the black rat when he saw it left, but checked its wound. During the whole process, Xiao Li stared at the front stupidly and lost his mind. Fortunately, he was not lost for long, and the rat had just eaten the surface of the left heart. If he had come a little later, I'm afraid the rat would have eaten his heart. Ta ta ta. Light footsteps came from behind him. Xiao Yuan listened for a while and shouted, Shan Wan, is that you? As soon as he finished speaking, Sun Wan poked her head out of the darkness with a lamp in her hand. What's wrong? She saw Xiao Li leaning against the black stone pillar, motionless. Skin injury, lost mind, may need drug assistance to wake up. Xiao Yuan said, picking up the broken tail of the mouse on the ground and putting it in his pocket. Take him back first. Xiao Li's injuries were not serious after treatment, but his mind was still hazy. It took a long time for him to regain consciousness under the awakening of drugs. After regaining consciousness, he finally felt pain, and the pain under the gauze on his chest constantly stimulated his nerves. Xiao Li, what happened just now? Xiao Yuan saw that he was in good condition and asked. I don't know either. I was standing next to Qin Hai and listening to everyone talking about how to get out of the corridor. Suddenly, I felt very sleepy and then lost consciousness. Did anything strange happen before? Or anything unusual? Unusual. I seem to smell a fragrance. Lily suddenly had an idea. It's a bit like the fragrance of flowers, but not like that. Fragrance? Lin Lang sniffed in the air and said, Why don't I smell it? Ask if it looks like this? Xiao Yuan took out a section of rat tail from his pocket and put it in front of him. To be honest, the tail of a giant rat is very different from the tail of an ordinary rat, and it looks like dried straw. Xiao Li didn't know what it was, but his eyes lit up after smelling it. Yes, that's the smell. Captain, where did you find it? Xiao Yuan hesitated, but still said, The rat that hurt you, its tail was cut off by the quilt, this is it. Xiao Li's smile froze on his face. His chest was still burning, and the rat's tail in front of him made him want to vomit. Xiao Yuan no longer cared about what Xiao Li, who was about to vomit at any time, was thinking, and analyzed. The rat is likely to have the ability to lose its mind, and I tend to release gas as the specific method. I agree. Wang Ruoling followed Xiao Yuan's words and said, there are creatures here, which means there must be other exits, otherwise the rats could not have survived for thousands of years. Captain, are you saying that this is not a ghost wall set up by the mountain god? Qin Hai was obviously relieved. As long as it was not a ghost, he would not be so scared. Xiao Yuan patted his shoulder and smiled. We have eliminated many monsters and weirdos in the Silver Wing army. The night demon is fierce enough, but it was defeated by us. The atmosphere became more relaxed as things progressed, and Xiao Yuan's calm appearance also made everyone feel at ease. They were able to defeat the ferocious night demon, let alone the mysterious corridor, and a few mice. Meow. A little head suddenly popped out of the backpack behind Xiao Yuan, and the little black cat struggled to get out following the smell. It tried hard to push the mouse's tail in Xiao Yuan's hand, but Qiming held its head down. Little guy, don't make trouble now. There were 3 animals who wanted to join the expedition to the Lihua ruins. Fat Duck, Little Black Cat, and Big Wild Boar. Lord Yuga and the Little Black Cat were small, so they were fine staying in the backpack. The Big Wild Boar was too big, and was not selected, so it stayed in the Changbai mountain base. Xiao Yuan put the mouse's tail back into his pocket, patted the little cat's head, and said, it's not time for dinner yet, Xiaohe, don't make a fuss. The little black cat was very smart. It seemed to understand Xiao Yuan's words, licked his hand, and stopped barking. She stretched her little head out of the backpack and looked at the outside world curiously. The sticky notes that Wang Ruoling carried with her came in handy at this time. Wang Ruoling would stick a sticky note on the stone pillars at regular intervals to mark the numbers. From number 1 to number 50, they were getting closer and closer to the place where they returned last time. Wang Ruoling clenched her fists tightly, very nervous. When a familiar sticky note appeared in her sight, she instantly felt dry mouth. Label number 1 appeared again. Chapter 353. Northwest of Country A, Tiger-Back Mountain. The mountains are rolling, and deep in the Tiger-Back Mountain, there is a huge abyss with dim light. In the depths of the abyss, which is 100 meters deep, Shirley sat on a smooth rock, humming a little song comfortably. She changed into a black and white dress, and the bright eyes on her fair and tender face stared at the center of the bottom of the abyss. She looked like an ordinary little girl, but she was content in such a situation, but it was particularly weird. There, a giant eyeball suspended in the air was slowly turning. Buzz! Buzz! The eyeball stopped moving suddenly, and the tightly closed eyes opened, revealing the negative emotions and malice inside, spreading to all directions. The eyes were red, as if they were stained with blood, and the bloodshot in the eyes was visible. If Xiao Yuan was here, he would recognize it immediately. The giant eyeball was exactly the same as the one he saw in the fog. But the eyeball here was twice as big as the one in the fog, and there were layers of black air lingering on the surface. The 6th one. A hoarse voice came from the eyeball, echoing in the abyss for a long time. They are faster than we thought. Shirley looked at the slender fingers and chuckled. You destroyed your 6th clone so quickly. According to the current progress, the undead and negative energy may not be enough to break the seal. It doesn't matter, I will help you with the last energy. Shirley said softly. Qianfeng. Yes, Lord Naya. Qianfeng, dressed in white, walked out slowly from the shadows with a smile on his face. Unlike in the mist, his body was healthy. I said you should call me Shirley now? Shirley seemed to dislike his name. She cried out, and a terrifying pressure burst out from her petite body. Yes, Lady Shirley. Qianfeng lowered his head slightly, his voice still soft. After he raised his cheek, the handsome face of the young man was revealed. The strange thing was that every time a while passed, his face would flicker unnaturally, like a blurry shadow in a low-quality disc. The shadows that flashed by were painful faces. They were men, women, old and young, all struggling and wailing, but unable to get rid of it. It's time, it's your turn. Shirley said lightly, holding her cheek. Release your ability, let more painful souls and emotions arise, so that Qianyin can absorb enough energy to unlock the seal. Yes, Master Shirley. Qianfeng responded, and then said, but I took back all the clones in the A country area, is it okay? The fog was originally created to contain human forces and absorb energy. What does it matter if it is lost? Shirley smiled sweetly on her porcelain white face. You said Qinmo out, right? Qianfeng hesitated for a moment, but still asked, "Why? Do you have any objections?" "I dare not, I am just curious. In this world, our abilities are weakened. Qianma's job is not to fight, so what kind of achievements can he make?" He. Shirley laughed when she heard this, and her smile was as gorgeous as a flower. "Qianfeng, how many years have you been in this world? Why don't you understand that what can destroy mankind is always their own greed and lack of reverence? Qianmo is the catalyst that can catalyze the bad nature of human beings." Chuckle. Qianfeng was silent. His body slowly floated to the exit of the abyss in the air, and the sky was full of stars. What kind of creatures are humans? Thousands of years ago, their ancestors paid countless and gave everything they had, even at the cost of destroying civilization, to seal the demon sealing land. 1,000 years later, humans took the initiative to destroy one of the seals, giving Qianfeng a chance to see the light of day again. 1,000 years is nothing in the long years, but it ignited his hope. This world is very strange, very different from their hometown. There are always 3 huge planets floating in the sky there, without day and night, only endless life and fighting like a cage. Compared with his hometown, Blue Star is as beautiful as a paradise. A group of creatures with meager abilities, named humans. They are weak but very complex. Qianfeng can never fully understand them. Lady Naya, Shirley, said that here they can find the main god and leader who will lead their tribe to freedom. He didn't believe it before, but as her words came true one by one, Qianfeng began to have hope. Hope, this word he saw many times in the memory of the imprisoned soul. It seems that in their short and insignificant lives, hope is sometimes more precious than life. He stroked his cheeks that kept changing and waved his hand suddenly. Whoosh! With him as the center of the circle, there were only 4 at first, then dozens, hundreds, and finally 1,000. 1,000 white clothes slowly floated around him, alarming the night demons that were lurking nearby. Qianfeng, Qianyan, Qianmo, 3 demons under Shirley. Qianyan is the giant eyeball, which has the special ability to absorb energy without limit, especially negative energy. Human desire, greed, bloodthirstiness, especially fear and despair are its most fundamental energy sources. It can release clones to specific locations on the blue planet, which are all places changed by the magnetic field of the night demon gate. There, Qianyan's clones can create fog and teleport demons into the fog to nourish and grow. The spread of demons frightens humans. Negative energy in a certain area is absorbed by the clones, and then returns to the main body to strengthen it. Qianfeng, his ability can be briefly described as 1,000 people in front of him. After imprisoning the soul, Qianfeng transforms the human soul into another form of alien spirit, which is what Xiaoyuan saw in the fog. These alien spirits are hidden in white clothes. They have limited abilities, but can grow by relying on human fear. Qianmo, her ability is not worth mentioning in Qianfeng's eyes. Even in their world, Qianfeng still never looks down on her. Relying on bewitching the mind to find the opponent's spiritual weakness to defeat the opponent is not only a sign of cowardice, but also a sign of incompetence. But Shirley seemed to value Qianmo especially, which made Qianfeng puzzled. He closed his eyes, and quietly waited for the moment of the decisive battle. At the bottom of the abyss, the ground below Qian's eye slowly cracked, and the round metal altar slowly emerged. The altar was not visible at the bottom, and only the top of the altar could be seen above. There were complicated runes and characters carved on it, and 8 iron chains were locked around the entire altar. A long sword was inserted in the middle of the altar, with half of the sword body in the altar. After so many years, it is still chilling. The iron chain is as thick as an adult's arm. If you look closely, you will find that it is also engraved with complex runes. Clang! The moment the altar appeared, the ancient sword that was originally inserted in the middle of the altar made a loud and soft sound. The golden runes flowed around it, and the black mist surrounding Qianyan's body retreated like a tide when the golden light fainted. Shirley frowned slightly, waved her arms, and the mud on both sides covered the entire altar again. Her little face showed disgust. Even if it turns into dry bones, the things left behind are still disgusting. There is an emblem engraved on the body of the ancient sword, and the emblem of the flame dragon shines more and more in the golden light. On the side of the emblem of the Lihua country, there are 2 small characters of the Lihua country Zhonghui. Chapter 354. On the cold, dark stone pillar, there was a sticky note with one written in a beautiful handwriting. Xiaoyuan peeled off the note and frowned. He was still unwilling to give up, so he walked forward a little further and found the second sticky note after crossing 2 stone pillars. Xiaoyuan stopped, and now even he didn't know what to do. Could this corridor be a circular space? The road ahead in the darkness was like a monster's big mouth, quietly opening and waiting for humans to enter. Qi Ming's face was not looking good. He had lived in the countryside since he was a child, and had heard many strange stories from the old people in the village. He was not afraid of a head-on battle, but he would be the first to back down when it came to ghosts and spirits. "Boss, are we going to be trapped here to death?" He lowered his voice and approached Xiao Yuan and said, "I think it's probably a ghost wall." "Don't talk nonsense." Xiao Yuan glared at him and said, "There must be something we haven't discovered, so Xiao Xian and I will stay here. Xiao Wan, you lead everyone to continue walking along the original path." "Captain, this is too dangerous. What if something happens, and you two need support?" Wang Ruoling objected to Xiao Yuan's plan. "We have been walking for a long time, and we have not encountered any danger except for a timid mouse. Time is running out, so obey the order." Under Xiao Yuan's half-command and half-persuasion, Sun Wan led everyone away with worry in her eyes. The light in their hands disappeared after they walked 5 meters, and finally even the sound of footsteps disappeared. Gurgle. Xian Mao swallowed his saliva and grasped the handle of the Minging knife. Xiao Yuan stood in the middle of the road, his eyes closed like an old monk in meditation. Hearing Xian Mao's small movements, he asked calmly, "Xiao Xian, calm down and pay attention to the movements around you." "Movement?" Xian Mao subconsciously looked around. "Boss, what's the movement?" Xiao Yuan still closed his eyes, and said, "Close your eyes, and use your hearing and smell to feel." The endless corridor cannot be flawless. Xiao Yuan firmly believed this. But how to find the secret in the corridor? Xiao Yuan thought for a long time, and came up with this method to verify it. If the endless corridor is not an illusion, nor a closed-loop space, then it is very likely that the reference in their eyes is misleading. All along, the reference used by Xiao Yuan and others is the black stone pillar. Each black stone pillar is exactly the same, which can easily mislead people, even after the sticky note is attached. Will the sticky note move something? This is what Xiao Yuan wants to prove most. In the quiet corridor, Xiao Yuan and Xin Mao were illuminated by only 2 lights. They were like lonely travelers, who were holding on to the darkness, not knowing when they could break through the darkness and find the light again. Xin Mao's nostrils flickered. His sense of smell was naturally sharp, and he could smell some faint smells that ordinary people could not smell. A faint fragrance floated, like elegant incense. He opened his eyes slightly, and looked quietly in the direction of the fragrance. 3 meters away from them, something seemed to move. Unfortunately, the light was too dim and Xin Mao could not see clearly. Meow. When Xin Mao wanted to see it quietly, the black cat behind Xiao Yuan screamed. The loud cat cry echoed through the corridor, and scared Xiao Yuan and Xin Mao. Oh my! Xin Mao took a few steps back in fear, and when he opened his eyes, the moving shadow disappeared. Xiao Yuan opened his eyes, and found that the little black cat jumped out of the backpack. It bared its teeth, and the fur on its body was blown up, and it looked 2 times bigger than usual. Woo! The black cat hunched its body, and made a sound that it would only make when it met an enemy. Its fierce appearance was completely different from its usual lazy appearance. Xiao Yuan bent down curiously, and looked in the direction of the black cat's eyes. There was nothing unusual in front of it, just an ordinary stone pillar standing there. Xin Mao whispered, "Boss, I seem to smell a faint fragrance just now, which is very similar to the smell from the mouse's tail." Xiao Yuan comforted the kitten and patted its back gently. "Did you see the mouse's position clearly?" Xian Mao pointed at the stone pillar where the little black cat was roaring and said, "It was blurry for a moment. It was almost the position of this stone pillar." "Oh?" Xiao Yuan raised his eyebrows, and put the lantern in front of the stone pillar. He looked at the stone pillar with interest and said, "Is there any mystery inside the stone pillar?" Swish! The blade passed through the stone pillar, and Xiao Yuan chopped it 3 times in a row, the last one even sparked sparks. But to Xiao Yuan's disappointment, the stone pillar was fine, not even a trace was left. "No!" Xiao Yuan reached out and touched the stone pillar. "With sparks flying just now, there shouldn't be even a trace, right?" He stepped back a few steps, looked at the stone pillar, and was about to use Tunin to chop it down, but unexpectedly, the little black cat suddenly jumped up. The body of the little black cat had been strengthened in the RV, and its strength was really strong. Its claws were sharp, and it scratched the stone pillar fiercely. Meow! A scene that surprised Xiao Yuan and Xin Mao appeared. The black paint on the stone pillar suddenly squirmed. "This is..." Xiao Yuan stared in amazement as the paint fell off the stone pillar, and finally shrank into a ball to form a giant rat. Squeak! The giant rat seemed to be extremely afraid of the black cat. It was so scared that it trembled all over, cried out in pain, and ran away. The little black cat was agile and ran after the giant rats, but I don't know if it was too strong or the ground was too smooth, but when the little black cat bit the giant rat's neck, its whole body fell forward. With its mouth biting the giant rat's vitals, the little black cat rolled into a ball with a rat that was as big as it. After struggling for a while, the little black cat dragged the mouse to Xiao Yuan in a show of strength, and raised its head proudly. Xiao Yuan was stunned in place, and after a while he reached out and touched the black cat's head, praising, "Well done, Xiaohei." The big mouse on the ground was bitten to death by Xiaohei, and its body gradually stiffened and finally turned into a pile of ashes. The ashes were fragrant, and the fragrance was intoxicating. Xiao Yuan picked up the minging knife and scratched it twice. Snap! A mouse tail fell out from it. The rat tail was the same as the one Xiao Yuan had cut off, and the appearance of it being divided into sections was really weird. So that's it, this tail is not a rat tail at all. Although Xiao Yuan didn't understand the principle, he roughly guessed the means of the skilled people who built the ancient ruins. The reason why rats smell so fragrant is that they are a pile of incense ash. And the key to making the incense ash condense into a rat is this strange-looking rat tail. Wang Ruoling said something very right. It is impossible for a rat to survive in an ancient tomb without food for thousands of years. But what if the rats are not alive at all? When they entered the endless corridor, they had already triggered the paint on the stone pillars, or the rats guarding here. All the seemingly incredible things became a reality in the Lihua ruins, and Xiao Yuan became more interested than ever in the designer who proposed to build the ruins. It's so ingenious and unpredictable, isn't it? Chapter 355. Sun Wan squatted beside the ashes, and couldn't believe her ears. The paint on the stone pillar turned into a rat, and then was bitten to death by Xiao Hei. After being bitten to death, it turned into incense ash? She touched the head of the little black cat and said, "I didn't expect Xiao Hei to be so powerful." Meow. Xiao Hei seemed to like Sun Wan very much. He rolled on the ground and kept teasing her with his little paws. Really? The boss and I were both shocked at that time. Xi and Mao described what happened to everyone who had walked around and returned to the starting point with great emotion. Ahem. Xiao Yuan coughed and said, "Don't exaggerate, I'm not scared, silly." Xiao Yuan explained awkwardly, saying, "Now the mystery of why we are back to the original place has finally been solved. It's them who are playing tricks." He pointed to the black paint on the stone pillars around him, and thought to himself that he was lucky. If Xiaohei hadn't happened to be in the corridor, they would have discovered this group of people's wills. If the rats can come down from the stone pillars, then the marks made by people can also be carried away by them. When they quietly returned to the new stone pillar, Xiao Yuan and others thought they had returned to the original place. But there is one thing that is strange. The first mark you made was on the ground, but we still returned to the original place. Wang Ruoling did not miss any suspicious points. We don't know the length of the corridor yet. I think there are two possibilities. Xiao Yuan said the answer he had thought of long ago. The first one is that the rats transported the energy bar to the road we are on, but it is unlikely. They can't even control the tiny marks I made secretly. The second possibility is that we did make a big detour under the guidance of the rat. The road we walked on was not a straight road at all. Not a straight road at all, Wang Ruoling thought. If that's the case, the person who designed this corridor is really a genius. In the corridor, electronic equipment, compasses, and even the Bayou mirror that Xiao Yuan had high hopes for were all ineffective. Walking in the corridor, humans were deceived by the light and shadow effects, and their walking positions were always deviating from the straight line. Such tricks are common in many mazes, but it is really top-notch to be able to deceive so many people, including professional soldiers. Quack. When they were discussing how to move forward and break the endless corridor, a duck sounded. Xiao Yuan, your IQ has increased rapidly. Is it because the altitude is high that the virus is shut down, and the smart IQ has occupied the high ground? Lord Yuga? Xiao Yuan was surprised and happy. This fat guy fell asleep after performing fists and feet in the crystal forest. Why are you shouting so loudly? Lord Yuga flew out of the backpack behind Xiaozheng and fell to the ground. It sniffed the incense ash on the ground and smiled. After a long drought, I am blessed by fate. As it said that, it opened its mouth and swallowed the incense ash into its stomach, so fast that it seemed to be afraid of others snatching it away. After eating all the incense ash in one breath, it flapped its wings contentedly and looked around curiously. What is this place? How come I have changed so much after sleeping? Xiao Yuan smiled bitterly, and told them everything they encountered after entering the endless corridor. Lord Yuga laughed strangely after hearing this and said, "You have been trapped here for nearly 6 hours, And you have found some of the hidden secrets. Not bad. A part of the secret? Xiao Yuan asked. Apart from the rat, are there other secrets here? Lord Yuga looked mysterious, and suddenly cleared his throat. Quack! Quack! Everyone looked at each other, wondering what it was doing, screaming, and making such a creepy sound in the corridor. When Xiao Yuan and others reached their limit of patience, Lord Yuga finally cleared his throat. It raised its neck and said shockingly, Meow. Huh? Xiao Yuan's eyes almost popped out of his head, but he saw Lord Yuga shaking his head and lying on the ground, making meow, meow sounds. Xiao Hei was stunned at first, and then he was very excited to communicate with Lord Yuga. In this way, after they communicated for 10 minutes, Xiao Hei got up from the ground and walked forward with cat steps. Lord, I didn't expect you to know foreign languages. You are really a high-tech all-rounder. I admire you, I admire you. Qi Ming sighed repeatedly, and was full of admiration. Humph. Sir, I know a lot more. Sir Yuga lay in Xiaoxing's arms calmly and said, Let's follow Xiaohei and let him take us out. Sun Wan recalled the incense ash that Sir Yuga had eaten just now, and asked curiously, Sir, why did the incense ash turn into a mouse? Sir Yuga's attitude towards Sun Wan was obviously different, and he said slowly, It didn't turn into a mouse. The incense ash is still incense ash. The mouse is just the external form of the incense ash gathered together, and the mouse is still incense ash in essence. The people who built the endless corridor put secret substances into the incense ash, including Mingyin. The corridor is surrounded by formations that can gather earth elements. After years of accumulation, the incense ash originally applied on the stone pillars has life. This kind of life is different from carbon-based organisms, but is a unique life form composed purely of incense ash and earth elements. Leaving the special environment of the endless corridor, they will dissipate and return to their original bodies in an instant. As for why Xiao Hei was able to capture the rat, Lord Yug was mysterious and refused to say it. Xiao Yuan guessed that it might not know, and when it didn't want to admit it, it loved to play tricks. Xiao Hei walked briskly, meowing as he walked. The meowing sound echoed throughout the corridor, making the originally terrifying and cold environment more lively. After walking for about 5 minutes, Xiao Hei suddenly stopped. It looked left and right, and suddenly walked towards the left wall. Xiao Yuan had no choice but to follow Xiao Hei. When he got to the wall, Xiao Yuan realized something was wrong. The wall looked no different from the outside, but if you looked closely from a close distance, you would find that there was a narrow passage here. The clever light and shadow design behind the passage makes the original passage look like a wall. After passing through 3 hidden narrow passages in succession, Xiao Yuan felt that he had gained a lot of knowledge. But the more exciting thing is still to come. As they moved forward, they were pointed out by Lord Yuga, and found that the passage in front of them was changing direction in secret. The position of the pillars gradually shifted, and this shift was not very large, gradually leading people to different directions. The 2 most amazing places even used the light distortion effect of the light element, and the path direction presented here was completely different from the direction people wanted to go. After they passed, the distortion of light changed. This means that if someone else passes by again, even if they choose the same way as them, they will not be able to take the same path. After 2 hours of wandering around, under the guidance of Xiao Hei and Master Yuga, they finally left the endless corridor. The moment they walked out of the endless corridor, the light outside suddenly became brighter. Across a narrow stone bridge, a stone door flashed, and the strange fluorite inlaid on the stone wall illuminated the place. Plop! Many people sighed and sat down on the ground when they walked out of the corridor. The 8 hours in the endless corridor were more tormenting for all of them than a fierce battle. The invisible enemy was the most terrifying, and the constant psychological oppression almost made people collapse. Seeing that everyone was very tired, Xiao Yuan said, Rest here, we will camp here tonight. After he gave the order, he slowly walked towards the stone gate. The moment he stepped onto the stone bridge, Xiao Yuan suddenly heard a faint singing voice coming from under the bridge. Chapter 356. The singing voice was vague, as if it came from the sky. Xiao Yuan leaned on the stone bridge railing and looked down. Under the abyss of unknown depth, there was a faint glow of fluorite. The mist was lingering, and Xiao Yuan could not see deeper. He listened for a while, and found that the singing was not just singing, but a kind of singing style. Country A has a profound opera culture, and many older people love to listen to opera. But Xiao Yuan is a poor boy. How could he know much about opera after graduating from high school and struggling to make a living? He pricked up his ears to carefully distinguish the information hidden in the sound, and someone patted his shoulder. Xiao Yuan, the vegetarian soup is freshly heated. Sun Wan handed him a bowl of steaming hot soup with a smile. It tastes good. Xiao Yuan took a sip and pointed to the bottomless abyss under the stone bridge. Xiao Yuan, listen to the sound coming from below. Is it some kind of a country opera? Sound? Sun Wan listened for a while, and shook his head. What sound is there? At some point, the voice that lingered in Xiao Yuan's ears disappeared. He looked down again in surprise. Was it because Xiao Yuan came that it disappeared, or was it just an illusion in my mind? Since entering the Lihor ruins, all kinds of incredible things have happened one after another, and the old scenes in the dream have reappeared. Xiao Yuan sometimes wondered if this was his dream. Patting his cheek to cheer himself up, Xiao Yuan smiled at Sun Wan and said, It's okay, maybe I heard it wrong. The stone bridge is 100 meters long and straight. Usually, a 100-meter long stone bridge must be supported by piers, but this stone bridge has no piers. There are 50 stone platforms on both sides of the 100-meter long stone bridge, and each stone platform is carved with a small animal. When Xiao Yuan was in elementary school, he learned a piece of music called Stone Lions of Lugo Bridge, which tells about the stone lions of various shapes on Lugo Bridge. At that time, Xiao Yuan thought those craftsmen were really amazing, and they could carve hundreds of stone lions vividly. The stone carvings on the stone bridge of Lihua country are even better than the stone lions, with excellent carvings and very strange objects. The stone sculptures on both sides were symmetrical, with creatures with human heads and snake bodies, a winged fish, and a strange bird with 3 heads and 6 tails. Along the way, they saw all kinds of strange animals, even a ferocious beast that looked like a red leopard with horns and 5 tails. The further they went, the more strange animals there were, and at the end, something different finally appeared. The stone sculptures next to the stone gate were no longer animals, but 2 majestic humans wearing helmets and armor. One on the left held a long sword, and the other on the right held a silver spear with a tiger head. Aren't these the 2 door gods on a stone gate in the Lihua ruins? Xiao Yuan couldn't help but reach out and touch them. After passing 2 stone gates and stone sculptures, there is a stone sculpture of a dragon next to the stone gate. The stone sculpture has a unique shape, with half of the dragon's body carved on the stone gate and the other half extending from the gate. This shape, as if it jumped out of the stone, gives people a very shocking feeling, as if it will wake up in the next second. The dragon's mouth is wide open, and it is waving its claws forward, trying to grab something. Xiao Yuan stepped on his feet to take a look and found a dent in its mouth, which is a smooth and regular circle. After Qi Ming, Xiao Zheng and others settled the camping, they also walked along the stone bridge. Xiao Zheng took small steps, looked around curiously, and exclaimed, Wow! What a big dragon head! She curiously touched the stone teeth in the stone dragon's mouth, and felt that the teeth were carved very sharp. Boss, can this door be pushed open? I just tried it, and it can't be opened with brute force. Maybe some kind of key can be used to open it. Xiao Yuan pointed to the dragon's mouth and said, Key? Qi Ming touched behind him and muttered, Where can we find the key? No. How about we blow up the stone gate? The stone bridge is too narrow, and right next to the stone gate. What if we blow it up rashly, and everyone on it falls down? Wang Ruling asked. This? Qi Ming scratched his head. Then what do you think we should do? Let's rest first. Even if we open it now, we don't have the energy to explore it anymore. Xiao Yuan patted his shoulder, and walked back to the camp first. The endless corridor consumed too much of their mental and physical strength. Xiao Yuan felt exhausted, let alone others. The flames in the bonfire were getting weaker and weaker. Xiao Yuan added some solid fuel to make the flames burn more vigorously. It was late at night, and he and Sun Wan sat together to keep watch. When she was with Xiao Yuan, she relaxed her whole body and mind, and fell asleep without the shoulder beside her, who had been working hard all day. Xiao Yuan listened to her even breathing, and his tense nerves for many days gradually relaxed. I wonder how the war in the northwest is going. Are Lulu and the Legion commander okay? After entering the ruins, all electronic signals disappeared, and they could not receive any information from the outside world. Meow. Something licked the back of his hand. Xiao Yuan hugged Xiaohe to his arms and whispered to him, What are you doing? Didn't I feed you last night? Snoring, snore, snore. Xiaohe made a snoring sound, raised his little face, and licked Xiao Yuan's lowered face. It raised its head, and nudged into Xiao Yuan's arms again and again. Xiao Yuan was afraid that Sun Wan would be woken up, so he pulled Xiaohe's body and whispered, Xiaohe, be honest. On weekdays, Xiaohe was considerate and seemed to understand what Xiao Yuan said. But this time, for some reason, Xiaohe was bent on pushing against his chest, again and again. The hard object hitting his chest made Xiao Yuan raise his eyebrows. Could it be for this? Thinking of this, Xiao Yuan took out the thing that had been hanging on his chest. It was a badge of the Lihua nation. From the outside, this thing didn't look special, but considering the environment it was in at the time, he had to reconsider it. The origin of the badge was also coincidental. When Xiao Yuan first joined the Silver Wing Legion, he participated in the Legion competition. During the competition held in the deep mountains, Xiao Yuan accidentally entered a hidden cave, where they saw the dead Lihua people. The badge was also found in a pile of rotting bones. He has been carrying it with him for so long that it has become a habit. Xiaohei is not an ordinary black cat. It can catch rats in the endless corridor and can also recognize the road. It is very likely that it has some connection with Lihua. The badge glowed in the firelight. Xiao Yuan put it next to Xiaohei and said, "Did you want to remind it that it is important?" Meow. Xiaohei cried out, picked up the badge and ran away. Huh? Xiao Yuan didn't catch him, and Xiaohei ran out to the stone bridge, his short legs moving very fast. He had no choice but to wake Sun Wan up first and chase after him. I don't know if it's because it's night now. The fluorescent stones on the surrounding stone walls are not as bright as before. The light is dim, making the stone bridge blurry like a ghost road. Xiaohei stood on the dragon head, shaking his head toward Xiao Yuan as if asking for credit. Xiao Yuan looked at it, then at the dragon head, and something occurred to him. You mean the badge? Is the key to open the mechanism on the dragon head? Xiaohei suddenly jumped into Xiao Yuan's arms, and the badge fell into his hand as soon as he opened his mouth. Xiao Yuan held the badge in disbelief, muttering, "How could it be such a coincidence?" A long time ago, in the cave where the people of Lihua country died, the badge that Xiao Yuan picked up turned out to be the key to unlock the Lihua's secret realm. Everything seemed to be destined, or was it all calculated by the masters of Lihua country? He shook his head and thought it was impossible. How could he predict what would happen 1,000 years later? If there were such people, Lihua country would not have perished. Chapter 357. Click! The badge fell into the groove in the mouth of the dragon, and a crisp sound echoed all around. Then, the badge began to rotate slowly, and every time it rotated, there would be a sound of mechanical operation from the dragon body to the stone door. The originally ordinary stone door suddenly lit up with silver light, spreading from the four corners to the dragon sculpture in the middle. The silver light was like stars in the sky, constantly flowing into the dragon's tail, the dragon's body, and finally flowing to the dragon's body extending out of the stone wall. Not long after, the entire dragon was stained with a layer of silver light. In the dark cave, the dragon seemed to come alive. Xiao Yuan stood close and found that the silver substance was like mercury, but it could flow along every carving mark on the dragon's body. When the dragon's eyes were filled with silver substance, it seemed to come alive suddenly. The finishing touch. Such a thought suddenly popped up in Xiao Yuan's mind, and the scene that happened next was even more surprising. The dragon's mouth, which was originally open, slowly closed, and a loud dragon roar came out of its mouth, startling the people who were still sleeping. Xiao Yuan was at the closest place, and there was a buzzing sound in his mind, as if a nerve somewhere was broken. The ethereal singing voice came again, and this time Xiao Yuan heard the words clearly. The ups and downs were full of ancient charm. The leaves of the sycamore are covered with golden phoenixes, the sweet osmanthus is fragrant, and the crabapple is red. Whose family is it, playing the jade harp in the deep night? Suddenly, the iron horse in front of the eaves made a clanging sound. Xiao Yuan's soul seemed to be floating in the clouds, and the huge kun above the clouds was swimming non-stop, and the scene was like a dream, and a painting with a bright moon and sparse stars. Dong! A drum sound pulled Xiao Yuan back to his thoughts. The night was gentle and warm. He sat in a pavilion, surrounded by gurgling water. The pavilion was quite large, and his position was second only to Zhao Huan, the crown prince of Lihua state, who sat on it. Wild geese fell on the flat sand, and the bells were heard in the quiet night. This desolation, I think, makes me miss you more. Lying on the bed, it's like having a lonely dream. Good. After the young man with a veil covering his face sang a song, everyone in the room praised him in unison. Zhao Huan smiled and said, I heard that the singing of Southern opera is extraordinary, and today I see that it is indeed well deserved. Upon hearing this, Gu Chanfeng, Xiao Yuan, said to Su Shi, who was arranging the banquet, Lord Su, despite the complicated preparations for food and fodder, was able to arrange the banquet so well. You are so thoughtful. Ouch. Su Shi was delighted and quickly stood up and bowed, saying, What I have done for the country is just my duty. General Gu is too kind. He was the governor of Anzhou, and didn't know what good fortune he had. He was fortunate enough to receive the crown prince and the second-rank official of the current dynasty. How could he dare to slack off, haha. The young man below Gu Chanfeng was dressed in white and holding a feather fan, looking like a scholar. He was no more than 24 or 25 years old, with red lips and white teeth, and he was handsome and extraordinary. Seeing Su Shi's appearance, he said, "Master Su, I heard that there is a person in this mansion who is very good at medicine. Is it true?" Su Shi turned to the young man respectfully and said, "Mr. Zhang, are you talking about the fifth daughter of the Tongpan family, Sheng Rulan?" As he said this, he glanced at Zhang Yin, wondering what the only son of General Zhang wanted to do. Wouldn't it be to Sheng Rulan? Thinking of this, Su Shi gritted his teeth secretly. Could it be that Sheng Hong was lucky? A mere magistrate wants to be related to the Duke's mansion? Zhang Yin, whose face was turning pale and red, didn't know and said lightly, "It's nothing serious, but a relative or friend at home is ill, and I want to ask the doctor to diagnose it." Su Shi smiled and said, "It's a small matter, Master Zhang just needs to give an order." After Su Shi and the courtesan left the table, the person who had been sitting opposite Xiao Yuan moved slightly. He was wearing a black cloak, hiding most of his face in it, as if he was isolated from the world. His voice was deep and full of magnetism, and he said faintly, "A dinner costs more than a few strings of cash. Su Zhizhou really takes from the people." Xiao Heng drank a glass of sake and said, "Qing Chong, I thought you followed the high priest Ling Shan to seek the way and be pure and abstinent. Why are you still so stubborn about worldly things?" How can we not mention Su Shi's character? His ability is obvious to all. He may be greedy for being able to raise complete supplies in a short period of time with the power of a state, but the war between Lihua country and Nanwei will start without his support. Qing Chong lowered his head and said nothing. After a while, he whispered, "So, I am not suitable for officialdom." His appearance made the other three people laugh. They grew up together and knew each other well. Qing Chong was a loner by nature and hated power and hypocrisy. It was still difficult to change his temperament until now. Gu Chanfeng drank a glass of wine and sighed. The war of the wallet to destroy the country lasted only half a year, but I didn't expect that the war in Lihua would start again. The rapid demise of Walla irritated the nerves of Tatar and Nanwei. The two countries united in the south and the north and began to attack the Lihua country. It was only half a year after the war in the north, but fortunately, General Zhang Lu was stationed in the military town in the north to resist the attack of the Tatars. The climate in the south is humid, and the old general wanted to participate in the war in Nanwei, but was persuaded by everyone. His health is far worse than that of young people, and if there is a mistake, the morale of the Lihua kingdom will be unstable. Lihua kingdom sent 50,000 direct troops and 100,000 Shenwu troops, a total of 150,000 troops to conquer Nanwei. The commander of the army was Zhao Heng, the crown prince of the Eastern Palace, assisted by Gu Chanfeng, the Marquis of Ningyuan, Zhang Yin, the only son of the Duke of Jingguo, who was known as a genius, and Qin Chong, the chief priest and disciple. The intention of the king of Lihua is obvious, giving Dongdong a chance to prove himself. If he can successfully destroy Nanwei, Zhao Heng can legitimately take the throne and intimidate the ministers in the court. Zhang Yin didn't care about Gu Chengfeng's words. "I am blessed by the Lihua god, and I have dragon fire to temper the magic weapons and pass them down for generations. How can I be afraid of these small foreign barbarians?" Gu Chanfeng smiled gently and was not angry. "The magic weapons are infinitely powerful. I am just worried about the continuous wars and the suffering of the people. The terrain of Nanwei is complex, unlike Walla, which is located on a plain with no strategic location to defend. Nanwei has many mountains and rivers. Since ancient times, southerners are good at boats, and northerners are good at horses. The iron cavalry of Lihua kingdom cannot fully exert its power in Nanwei." Xiao Huan nodded and said, "Zhong Huai's words make sense. The war in Nanwei cannot be delayed for too long, otherwise even if we win, we will not be able to march north." He knew very well what his father was thinking. One battle to win. If the morale of Lihua kingdom can sweep away the surrounding countries in one fell swoop, the current monarch of Lihua kingdom will become a person who will be remembered for thousands of years. This is the achievement and glory that any monarch wants to achieve. After the war with Nanwei, it is time to deal with the Tatars. The national strength of Lihua kingdom cannot be dragged down by Nanwei before that. Halfway through the banquet, Gu Chanfeng staggered out of the banquet to change clothes, another name for the ancients to relieve themselves. When passing by a moon gate, the moonlight was bright and a pear tree was in full bloom. Under the pear tree, a girl in a light pink chest-length skirt was tiptoeing to pick the most beautiful pear flower on the branch. A gust of wind blew, and the pear blossoms fell from the tree, and a few petals fell on her hair. Gu Chongfeng's footsteps seemed to be fixed on nails, and he didn't move. He slowly approached the moon gate but didn't step in. Although he was drunk, the inner house was not a place where male guests could enter without permission. The girl finally picked the pear blossom, turned around with a charming smile, and wanted to leave. Her eyes fell on Gu Chongfeng not far away, and the smile in her eyes had not yet faded. Her brown eyes became more charming in the night, her skin was as white as cream, her facial features were soft and beautiful, and she was spiritual. Gu Chongfeng was completely fascinated, and Xiao Yuan was also stupidly standing there, his heart surging like waves. Xiao. Chapter 358. Xiao Yuan? Sun Wan waved her hand in front of him, but Xiao Yuan stared straight ahead as if he hadn't seen her. Finally, Xiao Yuan was awakened by the call in his ear. He looked at Sun Wan with a complicated expression, and the girl in front of him gradually overlapped with the girl in his dream. Except for the different clothes and hairstyles, the other smiles and frowns of the two of them were almost the same. Why did Xiao Yuan appear in the Lihua kingdom thousands of years ago? What is going on? Xiao Yuan's mind was full of chaotic thoughts. He was about to speak when he felt the whole space suddenly shaken. Boom! The stone dragon was emitting silver light. When the silver light covered its entire body, a small door opened under the stone door behind the stone dragon that could allow one person to pass through. Xiao Yuan and Sun Wan looked at each other, and couldn't help but walk in to investigate. A cold wind blew from below, and Xiao Yuan approached the edge of the stone road behind the door, and looked down. He felt his calf twitching, and the endless black abyss was like a bottomless pit. The cold wind blew out from the abyss, chilling my heart. This is a cave of great size. Except for a stone platform of more than 20 square meters at the entrance, all other roads are narrow plank roads for resting along the stone wall. The plank road is divided into two, the one on the left side of the stone platform meanders upwards, and the one on the right side of the stone platform extends to the bottom of the abyss. A layer of aqua blue light can be faintly seen above the cave, and a coffin hanging below. It is far away, but from a distance, the shape of the thing is likely to be a heavy coffin. Who would hang the coffin there for no reason? Xiao Yuan was puzzled, but he did not act rashly. There were so many dangers hidden in the cave, and they had not recovered their strength yet. 5 hours later, the exploration team set out again after resting. After research, Xiao Yuan decided to explore the hanging coffins above first. After all, the hanging coffins were visible and tangible. Xiao Yuan and Lin Lang walked in front, Xin Mao and Sun Wan walked behind. Sun Wan remained silent, but the feeling of uneasiness in her heart became stronger and stronger, and the scene in front of her was getting closer and closer to the dream she had anticipated. She was extremely careful, always on guard against possible dangers. Xiao Yuan was close to the stone wall, and the strong wind from below blew across his face. He secretly thanked himself for not being afraid of heights, otherwise he would have been scared to death here. The patrolling troops arranged safety devices on the stone platform. The operation of the safety devices was very simple, and they could be operated by taking advantage of the stability of the stone platform. Qiuzhen placed a device shaped like a toilet in the center of the stone platform and started the button. The bottom of the device automatically penetrated into the stone platform and fixed, and then a strong wind shot out from the front, piercing deeply into the stone wall opposite. Between the two, there is a fiber safety belt with a width of 2 thumbs to protect people falling from above. Due to the heavy equipment, they only carried 3 safety devices. Don't underestimate these 3 belts, they can save the lives of many people in the Silver Wing Legion at a critical moment. After the arrangement, Qiuzhen looked up at the 8 people approaching the top and prayed secretly that everything would go well. Otherwise, the space they can use on the narrow plank road will be compressed to the extreme, and they may be in danger of their lives. Boss, why do I think the things above don't look like coffins? Xian Mao said as he walked. It really doesn't look like a coffin, but more like a woman's jewelry box. Boss, don't lie to me. Xian Mao grinned. I've never seen any girl use this thing. What do you know? The wives of officials in ancient times all used this kind of jewelry box. Recently, I have had frequent dreams, and Xiao Yuan has also become familiar with many ancient customs and local customs. After walking along the plank road for 20 minutes, everyone came to a position more than 10 meters away from the hanging giant wooden box, and the road happened to be broken here. Xiao Yuan raised his eyebrows, looked at the broken road, and said, "It seems that we have to walk the last bit of the road by ourselves." He slapped the anti-gravity motor device on his waist, and 2 silver lights shot out instantly. Clang! Clang! The silver light hit the light blue crystal on the top of the cave, and was bounced back in front of everyone's astonished eyes. What material is so hard? Lin Lang was dumbfounded. He had never seen a place that the alloy claw could not penetrate. Xiao Yuan glanced at the wall covered with crystals, and had to settle for the next best thing, shooting the alloy claw into the wood. Whoosh! After confirming that it was strong enough, Xiao Yuan jumped into the air. He climbed lightly on the edge, holding onto the wooden lid and climbing up. The chains around the wooden box swayed and rattled as he moved. Dong, dong, dong. Xiao Yuan knocked on the top of the wooden box, and after seeing nothing unusual, he carefully pushed the box open a gap. After a long while, there was no movement in the wooden box, so he leaned out from behind Tunin. A strange fragrance spread around the entire wooden box, and Xiao Yuan subconsciously held his breath and pulled hard. Swish! Xiao Yuan pulled the wooden board on the wooden box completely open, and inside lay a female corpse. Xiao Yuan's hand trembled, and he almost threw the lid in his hand away. The female corpse closed her eyes tightly, and her face was pale. She was holding a crystal jade of 1,000 years in her hands, and her clothes looked like a lady from a noble family in the Lihua country. There seemed to be something on the teardrop mole at the corner of the woman's eye. Xiao Yuan hesitated for a moment and reached out to touch it gently. It was wet. Could it be tears? Could she be still alive? Xiao Yuan was suspicious and wanted to put his hand under the woman's nose to check, but suddenly heard the shouts of Sun Wan and others. Their voices seemed to come from far away, and Xiao Yuan had to concentrate to hear them clearly. Be careful. Be careful above. Above? Xiao Yuan slowly raised his head and found that the originally light blue crystal was covered with cracks, and they were getting bigger and bigger. His mind was clear in an instant, and when the crystal shattered, crystal liquid flowed out of it. Xiao Yuan grabbed the woman in the box and wanted to take her away from here. Boom! A strong wind came from behind him, and Xiao Yuan had no choice but to let go of his hand and move 2 meters to the side. Crack! The giant wooden box was smashed, and a creature covered with scales passed by him. Seeing the woman in red fall into the abyss, Xiao Yuan drew out his alloy claws and flew back the way he came. When he landed beside the crowd in shock, the creature pounced on him fiercely again. Xiao Zheng shouted as if she had seen a giant panda for the first time. Jiaolong! Jiaolong! The sound of minging swords being unsheathed came one after another. Xiao Yuan picked up Tunin and shouted, "Pay attention to defense. Containment, Xianwan and I will break through together." Whoosh! Whoosh! Xiao Yuan and Sun Wan left the plank road at the same time and flew towards the dragon. This was the 4th dragon Xiao Yuan had met, but it was completely different from the previous ones. The previous dragon should have just transformed not long ago, not to mention the one that had just transformed in Sierra City, and was half dead after being struck by thunder. This dragon was green all over, with extremely sharp front claws, and its body clung to the stone wall and moved like flat ground. Crack, crack! The hard stone wall was like tofu under its sharp claws, and was crushed to pieces. Moo! The dragon let out a long roar and pounced on Xiao Yuan and Sun Wan. Its main target was Xiao Yuan, and its eyes were almost spurting out anger. I don't know why it hated him so much. Chapter 359. Bang! Xiao Yuan used Tu Nan to resist the attack of the dragon's claws. The dragon's eyes on Tu Nan glowed, helping him to relieve most of the force. The silver knife slashed across the dragon's chest, leaving a deep white mark on the dragon's scales, but unfortunately it did not hurt it. Xiao Yuan shouted, "Use the power of elements to hurt it." Sun Wan was on the flank. After dodging the dragon's attacks, she kicked her feet and climbed behind the dragon. The strong wind from the bottom of the abyss blew her hair all over the sky. Sun Wan shouted, and the silver knife was covered with a layer of light blue halo. Swish! The blade stabbed down fiercely, and the sound of crystal breaking came to her ears. The back of the green evil dragon was pierced by her. The golden red blood sprayed onto her clothes, and the dragon's body spun in the air in pain. Bang! The leather shield in Sun Wan's hand was shattered by the dragon's hateful blow, and the attack was about to fall on her. Xiao Yuan rushed here. Tu Nan turned into a big shield and held it in front. With a bang, Xiao Yuan grabbed her slender waist, and the two of them crashed into the stone wall. The injury aroused the dragon's ferocity. Its falling body kicked hard on the stone wall, leaving a huge claw mark, and opened its mouth to bite the two. Just as it was about to arrive, the light became brighter. The dazzling white light illuminated the area in front of the dragon as bright as daylight. It lost its direction as it was used to the dim light in the cave. Xiao Zheng pulled up Xiao Yuan and Sun Wan, who were about to hit the stone wall. The two people weighed 200 kilograms in total without much force in her hands. Lin Lang, who was standing by, was holding up the minging knife in his hand, and the light element was pushed to the extreme in his hand. Unfortunately, the damage effect of the light element was minimal. When the strong light fell, the dragon roared and attacked again. It hated being teased and injured by the tiny creature in front of it. Seeing this, Xiao Yuan and the others had no choice but to move downwards to avoid the attack of the evil dragon. How could people on the narrow plank road outrun the dragon? Xiao Yuan wiped the flare on his waist and came up with a plan. After pulling the fuse, he shouted, "Idiot, borrow it." The dazzling white light burst out, and the dragon, whose eyes were just stung by the light element, instinctively stopped to avoid it. Unexpectedly, the light of the flare could not compare with the light element at all. It became even more angry after realizing that it had been fooled. It grabbed the gravel with its claws and pounced on Xiao Yuan's back to bite him. The dragon's head was the same size as an adult. If Xiao Yuan was bitten by it, he would be broken into 2 pieces. Another bright light sounded, and this time the dragon refused to dodge and rushed towards it. Whoosh! The purple powder exploded and burned in the cave, and most of it fell on the dragon's head and front body. It worked. Xiao Yuan was delighted. The tree was Sun Wan's hairpin as the seed, and penguin motor as the cultivator was very magical. The purple fruit produced by the tree can be transformed into a powerful burning weapon after a secret process. Xiao Yuan originally wanted to keep it as a trump card, but now he had no choice but to use it. Moo! The evil dragon was rolling with flames, and it roared and fell into the abyss. Its tragic roar could be heard from afar. Xiao Yuan and Xinmao were walking at the end, and their backs were also burned badly. The tattered back of the military uniform was exposed, and it was very embarrassing. Everyone who had been staying on the stone platform was dumbfounded. When Xiaozhen was busy organizing people to assemble the flamethrower, the dragon had already rolled and fell into the abyss. It took only 5 or 6 minutes from the appearance of the dragon to the fall, but there were too many dangers in it. One careless move could lead to death. Xiaozhen and several patrolling soldiers walked to the edge of the stone platform, waved at them and shouted, "Captain, you fought beautifully just now. Give me an autograph." Xiao Yuan's burn on his back was burning, and he laughed. "Old Xiao, you have to make an appointment in advance to get my autograph." Ha ha ha. The two were still joking, and Xiao Yuan's face suddenly changed. "Old Xiao. Go back. Go back." Xiao Yuan quickened his pace and ran down the plank road, shouting at them. "Captain, what happened to you?" Xiaozhen was surprised by their anxious reaction, but he still retreated slowly, as he was told. In Xiao Yuan's sight, a figure more than 10 meters long was going up with the wind and killing towards the stone platform. The head of the evil dragon was pitch black, but its whole body seemed to be coated with a layer of green fluorescence. Each of its scales was pushed to the extreme, and the original green color on it faded at a speed visible to the naked eye, but the speed was at its extreme. What was even more terrifying was that the huge evil dragon could actually fly in the wind silently. Boom! The 2 patrolling soldiers closest to the edge of the stone platform were bitten by the evil dragon. Ah! The 2 patrolling soldiers screamed and flew into the sky with the evil dragon. Sticky blood fell from the sky, like a bloody rain. Xiaozhen's eyes were bloodshot, and he cried out sadly, "Jinhai! Stone!" He raised the flamethrower in his hand, and shouted at the evil dragon that rushed again, "Beast, I want you to pay with your life." Ha ha ha. The patrolling soldiers saw their comrades die tragically, and in grief, they raised their flamethrowers and aimed at the evil dragon. More than a dozen fireballs hit the dragon's head. The fruit incendiary bombs provided by the RB could not do anything to it, let alone kerosene. After using up the remaining kerosene in one breath, Xiaozhen realized that the evil dragon was already a few meters in front of him. He raised the minging knife and rushed towards the dragon with a roar. The evil dragon's beast eyes became more and more fierce. After being imprisoned for 1,000 years, it had long forgotten the taste of blood. Now that the killing has started again, it could almost smell the hot blood running through Xiaozhen's veins. With its bloody mouth wide open, the dragon attacked this tiny creature that didn't know whether to live or die. Xiaozhen's body was suddenly pulled away from the dragon a few meters away. Wang Ruofei threw him to the ground and shouted, "Xiaozhen, are you crazy?" Clatter. The dragon passed by them, bringing up countless gravel. Before Wang Ruofei finished speaking, he felt his body lighten and flew into the air. The backpack behind him was hooked by the dragon's claws and carried into the sky. Whoosh! Whoosh! Xiao Yuan and the others finally arrived at this time. The dragon took Wang Ruofei and flew into the sky and swung it violently. His body flew up uncontrollably, leaving 3 deep blood marks on his back. Wang Ruofei was strong, and did not make a cry. He tried his best to activate the motor, but found his hands and feet cold. A ray of emerald green light covered the wounds, and imprisoned his whole body. The evil dragon opened its mouth, and rushed towards Wang Ruofei. Click, the huge mouth closed but it bit nothing. Xiao Yuan grabbed Wang Ruofei's body, and swung him to Xiao Zheng, who was standing on the stone platform. At a distance of more than 10 meters, ordinary people would be half dead if they were hit by the falling person, let alone catch him. But Xiao Zheng used all her strength to steadily catch Wang Ruofei, who was several times bigger than her. The Silver Wing army flew into the sky and fought with the evil dragon, and Xiao Yuan keenly discovered the changes in the evil dragon. It seemed that it must have paid a certain price to maintain the state of flying in the wind, but it could not maintain it for too long. Thinking of this, Xiao Yuan began to join others to fight the evil dragon. Just as they were gradually gaining the upper hand, something strange happened. The evil dragon roared angrily, and the scales on its neck suddenly caught fire without wind. Chapter 360. The dragon's scales are hard and difficult to be damaged by ordinary weapons without using elemental power, especially the scales around the head and neck. The faint green flames ignited, revealing a chill like a ghost fire. The flames did not release a trace of warmth, but instead made people feel cold from head to toe. The flames burning on the dragon's body became more and more active, and at a certain moment, they instantly dispersed. Cold, Xiao Yuan felt a chill coming, and although it was a flame, it made his teeth chatter and his soul seemed to solidify. Moo! The flames on the dragon's body spread out, and it flew into the air and grabbed the person closest to it. The two silver-winged soldiers were ripped open without making a sound, and fell into the abyss. Xiao Yuan's eyes widened in anxiety, and he desperately urged the fire element in his body to attack the cold. After the fire element washed over his body, Xiao Yuan suddenly felt that his body had regained consciousness. Whoosh! Without thinking, he activated the mobile device and moved his body. The fire element in his body was turned to the extreme by him, and Tu Nan turned into a long sword with a burning blade, slashing at the dragon that was about to bite Xian Mao. Puff! Tunan stabbed the dragon's neck where the scales fell off. It was wide-eyed with killing and excitement. Perhaps it didn't expect that someone would break free from its means, and an unprecedented roar resounded through the cave. The dragon suddenly turned over and grabbed Xiao Yuan's body with its huge claws. The knife hit the vital point, causing its control to disappear rapidly. Moo! Xiao Yuan and the dragon both fell into the bottomless abyss. Qiuzhen wanted to lead the patrol troops to rescue them. As soon as he approached the dragon, he was frozen by the remaining cold air, and his movements became slow as if the slow-motion button was pressed. Xiao Yuan's figure fell into the abyss, and even the protective belt was broken by the dragon. Everything seemed to be still at this moment. After a few seconds or a long time, an ice-blue shadow flashed before Qiuzhen's eyes. Sun Wan? She held an ice-blue longbow, her cloak rustled, and her long hair fluttered as she flew to the bottom of the abyss, like an elf who had fallen into the human world. Pain spread throughout his body like a tide. Xiao Yuan's ribs were pierced by the dragon's claws, and a chill came over him. The fire element in his body clashed with the chill, fighting for the initiative of this body. Xiao Yuan felt his whole body alternately cold and hot, as if he was in a scorching desert and an ice room. The pain stimulated his nerves, so he never lost consciousness. He pushed hard with his right hand, and Tu Nan went deeper into the dragon's neck. Roar! The golden red blood flowed from the dragon's wound, and it didn't care about the injuries on its body. It had only one thought in its mind: kill! Kill the tiny creature in front of it. Crack! As the dragon claws exerted force, Xiao Yuan heard the sound of bones breaking between his chest and abdomen. Are you going to die? He laughed at himself first, then a fierce look appeared in his eyes. Even if I die, I will drag this evil into hell with me. Under his control, the fire elements in his body gathered on Tu Nan, turning the entire long sword into golden red. Ha! He roared, and Tu Nan suddenly changed in the dragon's body, becoming a spear, piercing deep into the dragon's body. Moo! The dragon's scales lit up instantly, and it threw Xiao Yuan away, struggling and rolling as it fell. Its body gradually brightened in the darkness, and its tail gradually turned into ashes. Boundless hatred rose in its eyes, and it launched a final attack on Xiao Yuan with the strength of burning life. The green light attacked Xiao Yuan, but at this time he was powerless to dodge. His internal organs were damaged, and he didn't know how many ribs were broken. His whole body was so cold that he couldn't even move a finger. He stared at the sky with his eyes blankly, thinking of his parents, aunt, Xiaoyu, and his comrades who had been through life and death with him. The one I couldn't let go of the most was Sun Wan. The girl who had always been by my side. What would you do if I left? Will you eat well and take care of yourself? Clang! A loud sound echoed through the abyss, and a flash of ice blue lightning hit the dragon's neck, followed by 2 more ice blue lights. Sun finally arrived after desperately chasing. Unfortunately, she was still a step late. The distance of dozens of meters seemed to be an obstacle that could never be crossed. She looked at Xiao Yuan's obsidian eyes, and her eyes were soaked with tears. No, I can't let Xiao Yuan die. She only had this one thought in her mind. A faint blue light flashed through her eyes, and Sun body shook violently. Bang, bang, bang. After a few beats of her heart, her whole body was bathed in the faint blue light, and her black hair turned dark blue. There were still tears on her face, but her eyes were cold enough to kill. Her slender fingers danced, drawing an ancient talisman in the air, and then the talisman seemed to come alive. The faint blue talisman turned into a strong light, penetrating the dragon's body, and dispelled the dragon's attack at the moment it reached Xiao Yuan's nose. Boom! The dragon's body was pierced and turned into ashes in an instant. Xiao Yuan could no longer see what was happening in the distance because of excessive blood loss. His body was supported by a gentle force, and slowly fell to the ground. Sun stood beside him, exuding a strange aura. She looked at Xiao Yuan's cheek, and moved her lips. As if she remembered something, the coldness on her face disappeared. Xiao Yuan. She called Xiao Yuan's name, and fell softly on Xiao Yuan's body. Her long hair that shone with a faint blue light quickly turned black. Hiss. Xiao Yuan and Sun were lying at the bottom of the abyss. Not long after, a winding figure crawled out. It circled around the two of them, and touched Xiao Yuan with its scarlet tongue. The giant python was nearly 10 meters long. There was a circular scar in the middle of its head, as if something had grown there and was cut off. If Xiao Yuan could see it, he would be shocked. This giant python was an old acquaintance of his. During the attack and defense of Sierra City, Xiao Yuan was chased by it in the sewer. The city of Sierra was covered in fog. Xiao Yuan and Sun took a ride on its back and found Shirley. Later, the giant python failed to survive the catastrophe on the top of the cloud, and Xiao Yuan accidentally saved its life. The giant python surrounded the two of them for a while, before slowly crawling back into the darkness. When it reappeared, it still had a vine in its mouth. The vine was very thick, and the other end was tied with a huge leaf, which was hard and concave. After it swiftly carried Xiao Yuan and Sun up, it picked up the vine, and slowly pulled the two of them into a wall in the darkness. The surface of the wall depicts a carving of a stone door. When the giant python approaches, the stone wall opens to both sides as if alive. After they enter, the stone wall closes again, which is extremely magical. Xiao Yuan's consciousness floats above the clouds. He is very familiar with this feeling. Am I back to Lihua country again? He wanted to move his body, but found that he couldn't do it at all. His body passively floated with the wind. Kun swam in the sky again. Its blue body was leisurely under the night sky, and it made pleasant chirping sounds from time to time. Xiao Yuan lay on the top of the cloud for a long time, and finally was attracted by a fragrance, and slowly opened his eyes.